HCS Anaheim is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, the Marines, Zowie, and Xbox Plays.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome to the Halo Championship Series NA Regional. We are live from Anaheim, California. My goodness, look at those palm trees. But more importantly, look at this Anaheim Convention Center where all of the Halo Infinite action is going down here at our second LAN event. My name is Lotte Van Praag. I'm so excited to be here all weekend long, running things on the desk, but more importantly, listening to the incredible analysis of my three very good friends here. I've got Clutch, Bravo, and Onset. Gentlemen, first of all, it is damn good to see you in person, IRL once again. Clutch, man, it's our second LAN event. We have some incredible teams here. How are you feeling about it?
Feeling great. I mean, another opportunity for these guys to showcase their skills. Well, a lot of money on the line as well. But most importantly, it's that title. It's who will take down Cloud9. Will someone finally take down Cloud9? That's the story we're going to have wrapped up by the end of this weekend.
It is indeed, Bravo, man. We have a lot of competition. We have a lot on the line here. And more importantly, we have the LAN environment. What can we expect today?
Yeah, I think January was a great table setter for what we have today, right? C9 has been absolutely dominating, and I think everyone's expecting them to come in that same way. But the question is, the teams that are second through fifth, do they have what it takes to maybe put up a good fight? And I think a lot of them do.
Yeah, I think so too. And obviously the competition being really fierce. I think C9, there's a lot of teams coming for their heads. But the question is, who do you think are the favorites right now on set to come for their heads, to take them off that pedestal?
Oh, that's a big question to ask early on. I think you're going to be looking at the likes of FaZe, you're going to be looking at the likes of Sentinels. There's some big teams. And, you know, we're talking about how Raleigh was amazing, right? But this is the first time I think we've seen every one of the top teams with a full roster. And more importantly, a full practice roster as well. Everyone has games under their belt. Everyone is now at that level they want to be at. It's going to be an incredible weekend of action.
It really is. And I'll tell you what, though, we don't only have just this weekend, folks. We actually have an entire roadmap to get through this season. And speaking of, let's take a quick look at your 2022 season. We've obviously already had Raleigh. What an incredible kickoff that was to this season. And now we are at Anaheim. Of course, we do have the championship right at the end of the season there. So make sure you're tuning in all year long to catch all the best Halo Infinite action. Now, speaking of Raleigh, though, let's just quickly rewind, go back to, because obviously I'm not over this, man. I'm not over this at all. Raleigh was amazing. You know, what a spectacle after having weeks of online play, seeing where teams are at, seeing them settle down. You know, what did you make of Raleigh overall in the competition?
I thought it was phenomenal. I mean, the way Cloud9 came out and played was exceptional, but I mean, it was really the rest of the teams that provided unbelievable gameplay. I mean, we talk about the Optic Sentinel series that was out of this world. Game 5, who better than Formal to step up? Welcome back to Halo with a gracious 25 bomb in a Game 5. And it was really just a shocking surprise from a lot of these teams. I mean, E-United placing second was a big step for them. They put in so much hard work going into that event. For them to back that up with a solid placing with second, you know they're not satisfied, but that's got to feel good to start the season off on the right foot.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you can see right there the prize pool. There was a lot on the line in that kickoff major. And speaking of that, you know, who really impressed you the most? You know, looking at the first ever LAN Bravo with Raleigh, who really came out of that and you thought, actually, you know what? I'm really happy with how this season started for them.
Yeah, I'd say outside of C9, because I'm just going to say Cloud9, I think they just made it. Everyone was really impressed with this off from Cloud9, so I think we'll table them for a second. But I would say it's United.
Yeah.
United, they kind of lurked in the shadows through the entire event. A lot of people are not really giving them the credit maybe they deserve with the amount of time they had put in for scrims and practice, and they came out with a big second place. Keep in mind, Pro Series, they weren't as strong, though, so they have a lot to prove this weekend here.
They do indeed. We're going to take a quick look, though, at our prize pool for this weekend. We have a lot of money on the line, $150,000. You may have seen the announcement post. It was bumped up. And look, I'm more than happy about this, not just for the money, but what it means for the competition, how fierce this is going to be. On set, obviously, prize pool is absolutely amazing, and obviously it provides careers for all of these players and teams. But what does it do to the level of competition, to the fire under the gaming chair?
Well, I mean, if everyone has a sportsman's bet between friends, then all of a sudden it's intense, right? You add a little bit of money onto the side of it, and all of a sudden everyone's trying to cut some corners and find the best way, quickest way to win. So that's what it means, right? The level of competition is always going to be intense here. Everybody wants to win. That's understandable. But when you have that little extra bump up in prize pool, all of a sudden everyone's looking at Twitter and going, "Hey boys, did you see this? A little bit more money on the line here.
Doesn't hurt.
Maybe we're getting a little bit earlier today. Get a few more extra scrims in before the competition starts."
That is very, very true, yeah. But it definitely bumps up the competition just a touch. And speaking of the competition, let's take a look right now at the teams that qualified from Raleigh. Our top 8 teams that secured their place a little bit earlier on than the other 8 teams we'll take a look at in a minute. But I really right now want to talk about a team that I think went under the radar just a touch in the past couple of weeks. They were starting to make a few moves again, but were very dominant at the start of the game, and that's Optic Gaming. Let's talk about them because, you know, they've had a bit of a roller coaster journey. It hasn't been, I would say, the results that they wanted. I think they wanted to be the Cloud9 of the competition at this point in time. What do you make of the Green Wall Clutch?
Yeah, I think that they have a lot to prove this weekend. There's a lot to learn about this Optic Gaming team as far as what's their roster going to look like after this event, right? Because I think there's questions already about this team of how successful they were early on in Infinite. For them to fall short as of recent, especially at Raleigh, that cannot happen. That cannot continue to happen. These guys are going to have to rebound. And this is a great opportunity for them this weekend to showcase that they are still one of these top dogs, that they can still win a championship.
Yeah, I think it's top 4 or higher for Optic's roster stability is the bare minimum.
Yeah. Of course.
Other than that, though, I think that, you know, you're right. They've had a very different few months since their opening. And I think the question is, can they come out here and really put up a statement that they're here to play for the whole season?
I'm looking for the big LAN series performance from this roster. I think that there's questions asked when the pressure is on, when you're in that big, you know, that winners bracket final, something like that, when you're playing against the likes of a Sentinel, a FaZe, a Cloud9. I want to see them eke out that series. I want to see them win one of those series because it's so often we see them get to those big games and there's so much expectation, but then for some reason something doesn't quite click in those final moments of a nail-biting game. Online performances have been pretty good. They got into the finals a few times in the Pro Series. Let's see if they can transfer to LAN though and really make a statement here because I think it's a massive tournament for them.
Yeah, I think with our top 4, a lot of the time it comes down to these margins, these inches. There's really not a whole bunch that is separating our top 4 at the moment, and I think it's being able to clutch up, to ice up, to really kind of recognize what you have to do to beat certain teams and really get into the details of it. And I think Optic, they're really nearly there. They can win these games. On the other side of things, though, in our top 8, I want to talk about United, a team that definitely has the potential to get there, but just hasn't quite grasped it yet. I mean, United, so hardworking. They're scrimming more than anybody. Their practice, they want this. The hunger is there. What do you make of United and where they're at the moment?
I think it's a completely different story than Optic, like almost the opposite, right? Optic underperforming, United kind of overperforming so far, but with all the hard work they put in 2 scrims a day, several times a week. They're scrimming twice a day. They are by far the most practiced team. Practice makes perfect, and these guys are always critiquing their gameplay. I love what I see out of these guys, especially from like an underwhelming maybe talent standpoint. They make up for it in strategy and playing together, which is phenomenal to see that can still provide opportunity for a top-tier Halo team.
Yeah, what I love about United as well is that second place does not go to their heads. A lot of teams, if they play second at the opening LAN, it goes straight to their heads, it goes straight to their ego. United is disappointed with second, right? They're thinking about the finals and wishing that they had won that series. So I'm looking for this team really to be ready to play for the whole season.
I think my question is, when do United stop being called underdogs? Because they've performed so consistently now that they keep getting into these finals, they keep getting into these big series, and at some point they've got to shirk off that title, right? And they've got to be a favorite. And I think coming into this tournament on LAN, I think I'm going to go out there and say it. I think they're one of the favorites, the front runners, to be certainly in that top 4, to make it towards the end of the bracket. I can see you taking a deep breath there, shaking your head a little bit.
What's going on?
At what point do we start putting that tag to one side and start giving them the respect they deserve?
You got to see more consistency from these guys, especially individually. Like the Ryan Noobs of the world will have a phenomenal tournament here, and then the next tournament you're like, I didn't really see United play on Sunday. It's got to be a consistent level for me, and I think that's the thing that Cloud9 does a lot, Sentinels does a lot, Optic even does very well, that United either shows up and wreaks havoc on the bracket, or they kind of fall short and they're like top 6 and it's like as expected. So for them to not be considered underdogs, I need to see all 4 of those players playing lights out consistently. They did it one tournament, phenomenal. Let's see it throughout this season.
Very true. Consistency is definitely key. They took down FaZe. They got that second position. They really tried it out against Cloud9 and Raleigh. Let's see if they can get an even better run at this LAN event. Now, let's take a quick peek, though, at our top 8 qualified teams who didn't quite make the cut at Raleigh, but they've come in. They had a grueling weekend of competition, and they managed to get their place here in Anaheim. Now, looking at this right off the bat, on set, let's talk about Fnatic. We waited so long for a Fnatic team. You know, I was looking through all of the skins and I was thinking, is anyone picking up the Fnatic skin? Probably not, because they didn't have a roster to go underneath that. They do right now. How are you feeling about these boys?
Yeah, finally Kojo pulled his finger out and managed to get a roster signed up. I know Kojo, I've known him for quite some time, but what a roster to pick up as well. You know, they've qualified here. That's the first thing to do, right? To make sure that you arrive at the LAN event. And now it's time to put in a performance. There's going to be a lot of expectation on their shoulders, as there should be. It's a huge organization who's come into Halo, and we will expect results as well. So Fnatic's certainly going to be a team to watch, but every single one of those teams deserves a little bit of a shout out, because that was a grueling online bracket they had to get through. Rather them than me is all I'm going to say about that one, but a huge congratulations. You made it to LAN. Now it's time to step up and prove yourselves.
They did indeed. I've got to say one little thing. I don't know if I'm just starting something out of nothing, but you know, I keep thinking back to Elamite and what you had to say about Fnatic and taking them down and giving them their first loss, and then that just didn't go well from it all. Is that a potential little rivalry happening?
Potential, because I expect those teams to be competing for that top 6 bubble throughout the entire year, right? I think SSG is in a phenomenal spot to like be the head of like that tier 3 team right now. Can they perform? Neither one of those teams is going to be satisfied with the top 6 performance, though. They want top 4. They want to reach achievements that they don't have as of yet. Super CC and Envoy really impressed me in Halo 5. They're going to have an opportunity here to put this team in a great position to break into the top 4, but in order to do so, they're not only going to have to be in SSG, they're going to have to be in E United to follow it up.
They are indeed. There's a lot of competition here. Everyone is very, very good, but hey, it makes a great viewing. Now let's talk about the pools. Let's see exactly where all of our teams are situated to start off the weekend. Now, one pool in particular I want to start off with is the first one of the 4, and it's Pool A, and you may notice our reigning champions, Cloud9, are right in there. They're right headed up, obviously, seed number 1. And Sentinels are in there, Oxygen, Esport Arena Red. But I think there's a lot of talk about Sentinels and how they're going to do in this pool and about how they're potentially feeling going up against Cloud9 so early on. I actually looked at a little bit of content from one of the Sentinels players, and they said that they were actually happy with this result. They were happy to have Cloud9 in their pool because they haven't had practice against them. They don't get to scrim them. They haven't had tournament practice either. So really, just to get it out already, kind of learn what they're like right from the get-go, might be beneficial to them. Onset, what do you think about that statement?
I think it's a strong statement, for sure. It's interesting when you were saying, I was sitting there nodding my head, Wes is going,
oh yeah,
I'm not so
Wes
sure about that.
Right.
Which is great, because it shows like 2 different sides to things, right? I think it's a really positive attitude to have. You got to, at some point, if you want to win the tournament, you're probably going to have to beat Cloud9,
well, now you're going to have to beat them more than once.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one thing. But, you know, to go up against Cloud9, you are going to be testing yourself against the best early on, right? Royal2's back on LAN. It's the first time we've seen him on Halo Infinite on LAN. And what a statement it would be, right? Come out in your pool, beat Cloud9. All of a sudden, the rest of the tournament is looking over their shoulders and going, gee, this isn't about Cloud9 anymore. Sentinels are here to play as well. And that really is a kind of a message you want to send out to the bracket. But at the same time, I know Wes wants to say something about this as well, because he's going to be desperate to give the other side of the coin, right?
Couldn't disagree more, just with the mindset of like, everyone in this venue right now knows who Sentinels is. So no one like forgot about Sentinels, right? Just because Royal2 had a little hiatus there, he's back. Everyone knows who Sentinels is. Everyone knows who Cloud9 is. Nobody wants to be in both of their pool. I promise you that. I'm sorry, Oxygen. It's going to be a tough Friday for you. But that being said, if you're Sentinels, you want the easiest bracket. Every player in this tournament wants the easiest bracket possible. I played Soldier 187 to win my national championship, and I couldn't have been happier to see him across the stage when I was in the finals.
We still don't know how that happened.
And that being said, Sentinels does not want to see Cloud9 today. They don't want to see them Saturday, and they would prefer someone like Optic to beat Cloud9 and not have to see him Sunday either. Bold words from Sentinels. I guess that's what you have to say when you know you're going to play this team, but I want nothing to do with Cloud9.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, he's definitely made a statement here for sure. Sentinels feel differently, but I guess they don't have much of a choice. But on the other side of things, though, I think the best person to talk about Pool B is Bravo. You know, the B's in the name, man. But, you know, I think a lot of people are seeing Pool B as potentially the pool of death.
Yeah.
The pool that is a little bit more competitive than the rest. Why would this be?
Yeah, I think the guys on the desk, both Clutch and Onset, put it best. I think that this might not be the highest stacked talent pool. However, it certainly is the closest in terms of overall skill level between these teams. I mean, FaZe, Space Station, G1, Fnatic, you could flip some coins, and that might be the result of who gets out of this pool. It's going to be a tight one for sure.
Yeah, it is indeed. Well, I tell you what, folks, I mean, I'm really, really excited to see all of this gameplay happening, but we need to talk, of course, about the bracket and how that is going to be looking today, because we have a lot of matches coming up. I'm sure you guys are wondering how this all works. Actually, I've actually been told we actually have Astro Breakout first. So we need to talk about our Astro Breakout team. Let's talk about them in the bracket. It's going to be Torrent. Now, I think they were formerly unsigned talent, but for me right now with this team, coming out and making a breakthrough and making a statement, I think you can't do a better statement than playing really, really well on LAN. And what does it mean for these players in this team, Clutch, to really make this journey and prove a point here?
Yeah, I think this is a big step for them, right? Getting into top 16, making it through that grueling open bracket, like you said, Mark, was an unbelievable performance for these guys. Everybody should be very proud of where they came from and how they got here. It's what do you do once you're given that opportunity that really speaks volumes, right? Some players get top 16 and then immediately they jump into the top 8, to the top 6, whatever it might be. Some players spend their entire careers in the top 16. What are these players going to show us today that shows us that they're going to be difference makers that will upset brackets, that will completely change the way we view competitive Halo?
I think one thing that's really interesting about this Torrent roster is actually what happened behind the scenes, because Andy and I know the person who signed this team to the organization, and he is one of the most in-depth, you know, scouts you could possibly ask for. Like Andy shakes his head, like, because it's too in-depth at points.
Yeah,
like it really is. But they went to every single length to make sure they found the right fit for Torrent and the right type of player
and months of scouting.
Exactly. Yeah. He's been in our DMs going, what do you think of this player? What do you think of that player? Getting all of our opinions. And, you know, it's an exciting time for them. I think there's going to be a few names on this team that you're going to see popping up across the year. Will it be on this roster for the long term? I don't know. Will they go on to bigger and better things? We'll have to find out. But it's certainly a roster which is going to give us some exciting moments, and certainly one that's going to provide a lot of talent, I think, moving through the year.
Yeah.
It is indeed. Now, of course, our Astro Breakout team, we need to talk about the bracket next. And that is what I was alluding to. And we're finally going to see exactly how everyone is going to be sitting. Of course, this is a 16-team double elimination tournament. You do have that safety net of the elimination bracket, but of course, everybody is going to be starting off pretty hot. We're going to be working through the weekend here. We do have all of our winners rounds for you, and we're going to be watching all of the elimination bracket as well. So really excited to see how this kind of forms, because brackets, they can be a bit deadly at times, depending on who falls where and kind of where different teams end up. And elimination brackets, it's go hard or go home, right?
I think the biggest thing to point out is if you place within the top 3 of your pool, you're coming out in the winners bracket. First, we'll get you a bye in the winners bracket round 2. Second and third, we'll be playing the other second and thirds from each other of the other pools. And then if you get fourth, you go straight into that elimination bracket. Your back is against the wall, but rightfully so. You got fourth in your pool. You probably shouldn't be here for too long. But that being said, a team like Oxygen that has Sentinels and Cloud9 in their pool still have hope to go into the winners bracket. Even if they were to lose the Sentinels and Cloud9, they still have an opportunity to go as the 3rd seed into winners bracket, play another team that plays 2nd in their pool, and maybe there's some hope there. So you don't get too down on yourself for any of these individual pool play losses.
Yeah, indeed. I think, honestly, pool play sometimes can be the best warm-up. They can be the best indication of how you kind of firing on all cylinders as a team and give you really that push or that step up that you might need heading into the bracket. But I'll tell you what, we have 3 incredible gentlemen on this desk, and I would actually like to introduce you to one more incredible gentleman. And his name is Blaze. He's our stage host for today. Blaze, how's it going, man? How excited are you for this competition and to get up and close and personal with these players?
What is up, Lottie? And I am so excited for the tournament this weekend. This is your main stage where I'm gonna make sure that you guys at home can feel the intensity of our players, because I know you want to be in the venue today, but unfortunately, it couldn't happen. Don't worry about it. I want to get you guys involved. You see my Twitter on the screen, okay? Send me some questions so I can ask the players, and I can give you all some shout outs at home as well. Lottie, it is going to be electrifying throughout the entirety of this weekend. weekend, and I can't wait for it to get started.
I can't wait either, mate. I'll tell you what, your shirt's electrifying. We love the shirt over here. We're big fans.
Thank you.
Looking great, sounding great, Blaze. I'm really excited to see what you're going to get out of those players today. I can't wait to see how they're feeling, but we'll hear more from Blaze later on. Thank you so much, my dude. Let's actually hear from another iconic pair now. We have a love-hate relationship on the line here, folks. One of them has a gold belt. One of them has a golden name, and the other has many championships under his belt, like legitimate championships.
Actual championships.
Under his belt.
That matter.
Yeah, that actually matters. But nevertheless, let's toss to these two and see how they're doing. Golden Boy Walsh, you're taking our first series of the day, fellas. I'm really excited to see how you guys are feeling about casting here in Anaheim and our second LAN event. Okay.
Wait, what's
this is a first.
What has Alex done?
This is the only time that he's been on time.
Okay,
I was very excited to commentate with the runner-up of the Big Team Battle Bonanza, but instead he just decided not to no-show. Just very typical, very typical of David Elizabeth Walsh, But it's wonderful to be here, Lottie. It's great to see you. It's great to see Bravo and Wes and Mark, is there too. So it's just great. We're just
Damn.
It's just a great time.
Wow,
I'm not surprised that Walsh isn't there, to be honest with you.
You're throwing shots without a BR already on Here He Comes.
There he is.
Oh, look who decided to show up for what today. This guy.
This is a great start for these two.
Right here. We have
This is everything you need to know about this pair right
When
here.
I
This
talked
is it.
to the production staff, they said you would not be here when I walked over to this spot. So, we have quite a big misunderstanding.
in my contract, I'm here the entire time, okay?
this is
This is my whole setup.
It's not good.
You see?
All right, we'll let you guys sort this out.
Yeah,
We'll sort it
I think I'll let you guys, figure this out, between you. Let's have a solid cast from these lads. Then when we get into our first series, hopefully they can figure out their merit.
I'm not going to
Bravo,
bet on it.
You might
Really
have
not
to
gonna bet
step
on it.
away.
Look, I'd be on
get
time.
some
We'd be on
counselling
time.
in,
Yeah,
That's what I'm
quite,
saying,
quite frankly. Yeah, I think you might have to get some counselling for these two, mate. I don't know how they're going to put up with each other the
I don't
whole
want to spend any
weekend.
time with them. Yeah.
And that statement I can also understand and respect as well. But I tell you what, folks, we need to talk about Halo Infinite. This is exactly why we're here, isn't it, gents? We're here for this game. It's new, it is gorgeous, it is polished, and we're playing it on LAN this weekend. And if you guys don't know why this game of Halo is so damn special, then check this out.
Competitive Halo has a legacy, a golden era, so impactful that it shaped our gaming industry and esports as we know it. Today, over a decade later, Halo is back again, and with it, a whole new era in competition. If you're new to Halo esports, you might be wondering what's so special about it. What makes Halo unique? What makes it stand out as a competitive shooter today? You know what? That's a damn good question. Let's break it down. In competitive Halo, 2 teams of 4 face off in arena combat. Balance and skill is everything in competition, and Halo achieves this with what we call even starts. Every player enters the fight with the same equipment, a battle rifle in hand and 2 grenades. The foundation of Halo's multiplayer experience is the combat. In Halo, we call this the dance. It's a short but calculated exchange where players use skillful movement and gunplay to break through their opponent's shields and land a finishing blow. Your shields are your lifeline in Halo. They deplete when taking damage and recharge when evading gunfire. Breaking your opponent's shields takes several well-placed shots. As long as you hit the target, it doesn't matter where those bullets land. The moment you break the shields is the ultimate test of precision. Land a headshot for an instant kill. With a battle rifle, 3 bursts to the body and 1 to the head results in a perfect 4-shot kill. And trust me, pull this off, and it's pretty damn satisfying.
And with shields and in position to get into the base and then pick that flag and throw it out the front. Oh, lovely shots from APG.
Defeating your opponent puts them on a 10-second respawn. This advantage is important, especially if you take down the whole team at once. With your opponents off the map, your team has time to control important positions and power weapons. And this is the true key to winning in Halo. Power weapons spawn in contested locations throughout the map, and teams need to work together to earn and control them. Your classic fan favorites, like the rockets and the sniper, are back in action, alongside new weapons as well. My personal favorites are the Mangler and the shock rifle. In the right hands, these weapons, they're kind of deadly.
But look at this, Cloud9 looking to mount up a comeback here in round 2, and it would be a statement from them if they were able to close it out.
Oh my word, Lucid. Not only the first one, but the second as well onto Stellar. Penguin do not peek. No! Lucid!
And that's not all. New to Halo Esports is equipment, limited use items that spawn in specific locations on the map, and this has a drastic effect on the game. The grapple can be used to make quick map rotations, escapes, or to take you right into the fight. You can also use it to pull things towards you. Just don't forget to say, "Get over here," when you do it. Or the repulsor, the ultimate defensive tool. Time it right and return projectiles back to sender. You can jump with it too for a devastating angle of attack, and let's just say that's not all it's good for.
And now Ola, maybe thinking about a play ball, maybe thinking about sending someone for a swim. It's a play ball.
All of these elements, the even starts, shield system, combat, the sandbox, they all come together to create this balanced competitive experience that requires teamwork, strategy, practice, creativity. The result is the ultimate form of skill expression, and it's just exciting to witness. And that, to be honest, is just a fraction of what makes Halo so great. So, welcome back to Halo, and good luck in the arena.
Well, you can catch the highest level of Halo in all of North America here this weekend. It will be on show on the main stage, LAN environment. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And if you guys at home want to look good on and off the sticks, then make sure you check out our skins in game. That is right. You can get your hands on our incredible partner team skins. If you want to support your favorite team in Anaheim this weekend, I suggest you kit out your spot and get in the armor hall, chuck on your favorite skin, and make sure you guys are tuning in to all of the action. And if you want to get involved as well, then make sure you also tweet us on socials at HCS. Let's see you Spartan looking good. Let's see some clips maybe as well from in-game with you guys supporting your favorite teams. Hashtag HCS Anaheim 2022. Get involved and let us know how good we're doing on the desk as well, because actually,
it's
maybe not.
Keep that to yourself.
Not yet. We
Maybe
got
not.
clutch on the
Only
desk.
if it-
Don't do
only-
that yet.
maybe don't do that at the moment, but amazing stuff nonetheless, and let us know what you think so far in the weekend as well. Now we need to talk about the schedule today, gentlemen, because we have quite a Friday lined up for the folks at home. We start things off with Sentinels versus Oxygen. G2 are going to be taking on Complexity. Then we have Space Station versus Fnatic. The Green Wall is coming out against Complexity. Cloud9 versus Sentinels later in the afternoon and in the evening. United versus Pioneers. Now, if that doesn't tease you a little bit into getting into the entire day this Friday, then I don't know what will. But we do have 4 streams that you can catch all of the action on. And just a quick note, every single match is going to be streamed this weekend. You will not miss one match at all. So if your favorite team isn't on Alpha, it will either be on Bravo, Charlie, or Delta. So you can check them both out on Twitch or YouTube. We've made it so damn easy for you.
It is.
To catch all of the
You gotta
action.
get all 4 tabs open.
All 4 tabs.
No
4
excuses.
monitors.
Yeah, honestly, you should have 4 monitors. That's the way.
I mean, if you got the setup for it, why not? But I'll tell you what, though, there is a point to make in having all 4 tabs open. I'll tell you why. Because Twitch drops are coming your way. That is right, Twitch chat. Listen up. You've been asking for it on social media. I've seen it
A lot.
everywhere.
Yeah.
And it is coming your way. So make sure you guys are watching at least an hour. At least an hour. But come on, just stay for the entire ride. Look at what you're going to be getting. You're going to be getting incredible stuff. We've got skins. We have all sorts of things in store for you. And we also have an absolutely epic skin for you guys in the grand final. So make sure you're tuning in all the way to Sunday.
You get a lot of stuff here, but
There's a lot of
normally
stuff.
Twitch drops you get like one thing or something,
This is
but
a
like
lot.
H has got the hookup here. You get the skins, not just like one skin. You get 3. You get the starch. You get the. Shout out to you guys. You're doing a good job.
It's
I
a
like
lot.
those Twitch jobs.
I guarantee you, I'm going to find all the casters backstage with their laptops, with everything open,
I
trying to get
you
stuff.
got to open
running.
on the phone. Yeah,
Without
you
a
got to
doubt.
have the stream
It's going to be happening, so you guys make sure it happens for you guys too at home. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we're going to be setting up our first series of the day. We have Sentinels versus Oxygen. They're going to be duking it out on stage, and I hope you guys are going to join us. We'll see you right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Welcome back, folks. Welcome back to Anaheim. Welcome back to the gorgeous California. But more importantly, welcome back to HCS. We're here for the NA Regional, and we're kicking off our first series in moments. And it's going to be Sentinels versus Oxygen on that main stage behind us, gentlemen. It is happening. I'm really, really excited to get into it. So why not? Let's just fly right through it. So clutch. We got Sentinels on that main stage, and
yes, we do.
Not only do we have those guys up there, but we have their full roster for the first time in quite a while. Royal2 is back. They've been, scrimming with him now for multiple weeks. They're well practiced. How are you feeling about the boys in red?
Feeling great. It's good to see Royal2 back in action. I mean, I'm probably the biggest Royal2 fan on the planet. Always have.
That's why
been.
we laughed.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's good to have him as one of the staples in the competitive Halo scene for over a decade now. Royal2 and what he brings to this team cannot be replaced. And I think Formal did a phenomenal job, but it is great to see this roster back in action here this weekend. They have a lot of high hopes, a lot of high standards. It'll be interesting to see, can they reach those goals that we know that they set for themselves?
Yeah, pool play should be an indicator of how they look, right? We should have enough games across the board there, enough totals, enough data to tell how they look coming into this event. And I think everyone has pretty high expectations, like Clutch said.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about indication there. I think this first match, it being Sentinels versus Oxygen, obviously Oxygen not the fiercest competition with no, disrespect to them whatsoever, but in terms of results that Sentinels could have been facing here. Is this match right now on set going to be an indication of where Sentinels are at as a team cohesively and what they're trying to accomplish?
I think Sentinels need to come out the gates here with a 3-0, and it needs to be a convincing 3-0. If anyone else wants to, question if they are here to win a tournament, that's the only result that they can put on the board here. Any kind of, slip-ups, even a Slayer slipping through the fingers here would be a worry for me about Sentinels. They need to show me right now, and everybody at home who's been waiting for so long to watch this roster, that they need to come out hot, and they need to win this 3-0.
Yeah, and I think this is a good team for them to have first in pools. What you want as a team, a top team like Sentinels, you want a team who's going to put up enough of a fight, right? But you don't want to necessarily have to go guns blazing 110% in your first series of the weekend. I think this is a perfect series for them to start it off with, and like Mark said, it needs to be a 3-0.
Yeah, it does indeed. It needs to definitely be a statement for sure. And I think also for their confidence heading into the rest of their pool play as well today. Now, on the other side of things, we do have Oxygen. They're the guys in green on the other side of the stage. And Clutch, Oxygen, a team right now that I would kind of consider as one of the biggest underdogs we have right now in this pool. Obviously, I think they have a lot to prove here. We've seen that they have potential. I saw them take United to a Game 5 back in Raleigh. I know that they can do it. I know that they can be up there with some of the best that we have. But where are they at right now, and is it enough to try and maybe take down Sentinels?
Yeah, I mean, right now these guys are young and they're hungry, right? They're still getting a lot of experience underway, right? I think they have a great mindset as individuals and as a team coming into this tournament. I think that they're very driven to try and overperform, which is going to be what they need to do if they're going to beat a team like Sentinels or Cloud9 in this pool. I'm not sure if either one of those is going to get done, but having a strong showing against both those teams or either of those teams can really build some confidence going into the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that right now they are on that confidence journey. I think they have to prove a point here, and I think doing that as well in a LAN environment would mean a lot to these guys. I think there's a lot of conversation happening about LAN versus online, and I think there's a lot of excuses that happen online. But LAN, there's not that many excuses to be had, right, bro?
No, I think that's why we love LAN, is because this is where people come to play. This is where all the practice will pay off, or honestly won't pay off, right? We'll see exactly what it is here. Oxygen has known that they would have this matchup for quite some time since the Pro Series number 4 ended. So you have to think they're ready for this. They have to, ideally they've been really focusing on the game types that they have in pool play and really thinking we need to dial in these exact game types to make sure that we try to put up some good results in pools. And as we said, even if they are to play, C9 and Sentinels here in this pool, solid results that they can be proud of, even if they place third, I think will go a long way.
Oh, 100%. I think it's the case now of we want to prove to people that we can take games off these teams, which makes everybody else. It's kind of, you're always looking forward in a bracket, right? What could happen in the future when they maybe play teams who are on their skill level a little bit more? If you can go into those games showing that you can take games off the likes of Sentinels, Cloud9, then all of a sudden that confidence is there, especially if you see that game type come up again in a series a little bit later on. So there's a lot to take away here for Oxygen. It's a really big opportunity for them. And I would say playing Sentinels right now is probably the best time to play them. First time they've played on LAN together as a team in Halo Infinite. Obviously, they've played a few times before, but it's the first time we've seen this roster, right? And if they're going to catch them off guard, it's going to be in the first game of the series.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's very telling to even get a glance from that camera angle as they walk onto the screen and they see that their individual posters behind their chairs. You can see Common making a comment to the coach. He's like, we made it. I'm on main stage. We got pictures, production. Here we go. We're actually here. This is a big moment for these guys. And the experience is really something you can't have until you have, right? Yeah. And unfortunately, it's going to come quick. And it might come quicker than it should because a series like a series with a team against Sentinels or Cloud9 can go in a 3-0 fashion in 15 minutes. So you want to try and prolong that from happening. I think these guys have what it takes, though, to compete. I think that they do have a good head on their shoulders. Hopefully they're not too starstruck with themselves right now, being on the main stage. There's no crowd here, so maybe that plays into easing into the tournament as well.
Yeah, hey, look, you never know what that LAN energy can do to a team. It can be very dangerous at times. You'll be very careful about it. I'll tell you what, though, we actually did catch up with our players earlier on to see exactly how they are feeling about themselves, their matchups, and just, you know, generic feelings on the team about Anaheim. So check this out.
My team in general is probably an underdog compared to a lot of teams that are here. We're up-and-coming players that are kind of breaking into the scene, trying to make a name for ourselves and kind of take the first place spot here at Anaheim. So I'm thrilled.
We're already jumping into the game here, so not too much time to talk about it. We'll just get right into the action on board with Common, who's got a beat on the Nemesis already and looking for... Whoa, he gets a double with that.
We'll be playing Sentinels, probably one of the bigger matches of the day for us, so we're super pumped about it. I'm going to go in and give it everything we can just to start the day off.
Coming in this tournament, we're feeling, I think, just super prepared, and yeah, I think we're just playing the best Halo we've been playing, so we're super excited.
With that Stalker now taken, you can see the team taking full advantage of all the tech here, by the way, Tony too. He jumps backwards on purpose.
We are playing Oxygen in our first match. Should be an exciting one. We scrim them a lot online, and yeah, they're a really good up-and-coming team.
Very well known for their experience, their accolades in Halo 5, though. They're both getting melted by the heat wave, so who cares about that? It's all about Swish.
We can win the series 3-1, if not 3-0, as long as we come out really hot against them.
I think head-to-head, we're the better team, so as long as we just come out and play how we're supposed to play, should be a win.
We're not going to let teams catch their breath.
Hail to the Kings.
All right, I don't know about you guys at home. I know I definitely guessed. I have some chills. I mean, wow. Okay, so this matchup is going to be a little bit fierce. Then I think there's a lot of things you can take away, especially from that second half of the video. First of all, the fact that they scrim a lot against one another, so there is, you know, a sense of familiarity with these two teams, and I think that's going to aid a lot more to Oxygen there, knowing exactly what Sentinels might not be so good at, and maybe what they are so good at. But in another sense, Oxygen, their confidence that is coming out.
When I heard we might, you know, maybe we'll win the series 3-1, I was assuming he would default to or 3-2. No, they defaulted to or 3-0, which is a big statement.
Yeah. It says a lot. It says a lot about the team. It was also great to see Royal2 finally out of handcuffs, which was wonderful to see. And good to hear from him as well. I think it's very telling about Oxygen as a team when you have that kind of internal belief, right? I don't think there's any point in turning up to this kind of tournament and going, you know, we're going to win 3-2. Even though it might be more realistic, I think you have to believe it, right? You have to think
3-0 is steep.
I know it is. It's
we're not dropping
ridiculous.
A game.
Let's be realistic, but I think you have to believe that, right? Everyone's playing the same game. Yeah, it's going to be tough to do, but I think if you don't come in with that mindset, then you've lost before you've even fired a bullet.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think confidence does a lot to teams, and if you're all in that same headspace, it can be very dangerous at times. But I tell you what, let's take a look at the series layout right now and see exactly what we have coming our way for this matchup. Now, I think this is also going to be playing into how Oxygen approach this, and I think mentally as well for them, because you know, there's a couple of little occasions here where Sentinels might be able to kind of lose out and Oxygen take a win. Clutch, talk to me about this and really what we're eyeing up here in terms of Oxygen to try and take the series.
Yeah, I think if we've learned anything about Sentinels up until this point in Halo Infinite is that they haven't been the strongest recharge team. Now, talking to them yesterday, they said that they vastly have improved on their recharge gameplay, but if I am Oxygen, and I see that as a Game 3 opportunity, if we can take one of Games 1 and 2, Game 3 could be ours as well, and if you can get the lead on Sentinels in this series, force a Game 5, give yourself a chance. That's all you really can ask.
Let's take ourselves back to Halo 5, though, right? I remember when Sentinels had problems on Truth, and it was like, okay, we're really struggling on Truth in tournament play. We can't find a way to win this. And all of a sudden, it was like, oh, it's our best game type now. Because they put in the time. And it wouldn't surprise me right now if you saw Sentinels all of a sudden go through the tournament and not drop a recharge. Because that's the kind of team they are. They recognize their weaknesses quicker than anyone else. And instead of going, you know, we'll look at the other game types that we're strong on, they would have put more time into recharge than anything else coming into into this tournament. So even though it might have been weak previously, it would not surprise me to see one of their stronger game types here.
Definitely. I think a lot of our top teams here will never let a pattern happen for too long. Especially, you know, we've seen it with Optic and Li-Fi. We've seen that being snatched away from them at multiple occasions by different teams now. Patterns form, but they do come and go with some of our top teams here as well. Now, let's actually talk about a head-to-head matchup that we have on this stage. It's going to be two players here. We have Its Name and Royal2. Now, you may notice the stats for Royal2 are lacking. There are no stats, but I think this means one thing and one thing only, and it's a fresh slate for this player, for Royal2. He's coming into this. He can make up his own mind in terms of his stats and how well he plays. And Clutch, Royal2, if he's at his best, I mean, how dangerous can those numbers get for teams?
I mean, those numbers get as high as they've ever been in Halo. I think over the past 15 years, Royal2 is probably the most positive player in the history of Halo. Every single tournament, this guy's putting up stats after stats after stats. So those dashes will quickly become very heavily skewed in Sentinels' favor. Royal2 is going to have an opportunity here to showcase his skill set once again. Do not forget the kind of power that this guy brings.
I think it's interesting to also talk about, you know, tactics in terms of plays and looking at head-to-heads like that, and about what happens to a team if you do eliminate a star player like Royal2. You know, is that something that Oxygen really need to carry forward here? Do they need to take Royal2 out of the game as much as possible?
Oh, I think they absolutely have to. There's no doubt that you have to focus on Royal2. As Clutch said, what this guy can bring to the game is dangerous. I know historically teams have had to prioritize that as well.
Oh, certainly. And the thing that scares me most about Royal2 coming back on this roster, I think it makes Frosty even better, which is a crazy thing to say,
Absolutely.
right? Because Frosty, his bodyguard is Royal2. Frosty can be aggressive across the map, knowing that Royal2 will have his back, that he's going to be able to put in 1 or 2 extra shots that are going to help Frosty turn a 1v2 into his advantage. So that makes Sentinel stronger. The chemistry that those two have is so difficult to argue against, and it has been proven time and time again.
I mean, that's what makes the question so hard, Lottie. It's like, yeah, we want to focus all of our eggs in one basket and shut down Royal2. Well, guess what? You got Snakebite, Lethal, and Frosty to deal with as well. So even if you somehow shut down Royal2, which is easier said than done, you still have the other juggernauts on the team. That's why this team is so special. That's why they're so historic and they have the accolades they do. All 4 of these guys have what it takes.
On the back of that, though, if you do manage to shut down Royal2, I think it shows that you're probably doing a pretty good job because of the fact that he's usually the last player alive on Sentinels.
Yeah,
it means you're dealing with Frosty. It means you're dealing with Lethal and Snakebite, and you're putting yourself in a position to put Sentinels all 4 dead. That is very difficult to do with Royal2 back on this roster. One of the best survivabilities, I would say, in the game, and playing his life when he finds himself in a situation where he has to survive. So if you're doing that, Oxygen's doing something right. So that's got to be what they've got to try and do.
Yeah, I think, you know, some of the key things, I think, for Oxygen right now is Sentinels don't do well, obviously, when they're dead. Like, that's just a given, right? But there are times where they spiral out of control, okay? So, like, for example, you can get all 4 dead, but time and time again, I've seen different games where they've been losing because they're just too killable. And it's happening through the entirety of a series, and that's where they're really losing out here. I'm really excited to see also the objective efficiency of this team. I think there's been multiple occasions across different titles where they've kind of dipped and dived with their objective. And, you know, they've definitely improved in certain areas, but others have kind of lacked because of the kind of out-ratioed, heavy practicing in certain ones as well. So I'm excited to see where they're at right now in Halo Infinite, because the objective efficiency of some of our top teams here is stellar, and that's scary.
That's where I think there's actually an opening for this Oxygen Esports in the series. You started out with an Oddball, not a CTF, because CTF, I feel like Sentinels have down pat. It's Oddball that we don't see the same objective efficiency from them in. Typically, they're slaying just fine. It's like no one's in place or in a position to get the ball right away as the kills are coming through. Oxygen may be able to find some openings there in Game 1 that keep them in that game, potentially allow them to steal it. And if you can take Game 1, going into a Slayer, going into a recharge Game 3, the series becomes very winnable.
Onsite made a great point yesterday, though. The fact that we're starting Oddball really kind of lends itself to Sentinel's favor just because you have that little bit of cushion on that first round.
There's a lot to talk about here. I think Wes makes a great point here. It's not just the fact that you could steal this game away, maybe with Sentinels not having that objective efficiency. It's the fact that Game 2 is Streets Slayer as well, which can really spiral out of control as well if you get a really good setup across the map and you manage to secure those rockets. So don't write Oxygen out of this one right now. But I think to what Andy was saying, I was saying yesterday, is this also gives the round-based game type in game number 1, Sentinels a little bit of time to find their feet back on the main stage, right? They can let a round slip through their fingers, but if it does, I can assure you they ain't going to want to let that happen in the second and third round.
No, that is very, very true. We're just letting players get situated on stage. We're having a little couple of switch-ups happening, letting them get comfy, because, of course, it is our first game of the day. We need to make sure everything is checking out for our players. They're having the VIP package in Anaheim, of course. I actually want to quickly touch on Streets again, Slayer, because we've seen a kind of different version of Sentinels on Streets, many different occasions, and again, we have seen a different version of Sentinels in general, because we've had some switches happening. But I think with Streets, you know, how do you start to really kind of pull back the layers, especially for a Slayer game, because obviously you have that anchor position, you have people who want to be flanking and pinching. Streets is very root heavy. You have to decide exactly where you want to go and watch for those spawns and try and push that. So if you were Oxygen right now and you're looking at Sentinels, how are you going to unlayer that team?
Oxygen needs to make sure they're not intimidated by Sentinels. They need to press the advantages that they earn themselves. And Lot, you mentioned it when you said Sentinels doesn't play well when they're dead. Well, what you mean by that is that when a team has full control in Halo Infinite and you can push your advantages, we see Cloud9 do it all the time, you can get that snowball to go downhill and you can stop them from being 4 up at any point in time. When Sentinels is not able to get all 4 players alive, that's when they struggle, right? I think if Oxygen is able to gain some advantages there in Game 2, especially on the smallest map we have in Halo Infinite for competitive, it's a massive opportunity for them to press their advantages. And if they can press those advantages, they can find openings to take not only Game 1, Game 2, maybe the whole series.
Yeah, I think it's always keeping them injured, isn't it? Always keeping their numbers down, not letting them all respawn in, or controlling the spawns where you want them. And I think if you can dictate that game in the way, honestly, I think Halo Infinite, in terms of the skill gap, if you can take control like that, anything can happen against any team.
Absolutely.
It can 100% happen. However, it's very difficult to consistently do. That's one thing that I will point out as well. You know, the speed that you can get across the map, that you can survive off a spawn, that you can keep yourself hidden, it's a tough thing to do. And the best team in the game right now is C9. They are the best at it on the front foot, but also on the back foot, which I think is in contrast to what we're talking about with Sentinels here. So there's a lot to point out and a lot of things that for everyone who's watching at home now to keep their eyes on. Not just during this series, but I think during all of the series we're going to see. Numbers is such a vital thing for teams to keep in their favor or press advantages on as we move through this bracket. It's been the difference maker in a lot of the big series. Staying alive for an extra 2-3 seconds when you don't have the numbers in comparison to pushing when you do.
Yes.
Yeah, I completely agree with all of that, and I think it's a vital part of it is being able to understand your opponent as well to a degree. Now, I quickly want to talk, we have a little bit of time while we're trying to get players on stage and get them situated, but I just quickly want to talk about the way that teams have been playing the game and the pace of the game at the moment, because I really feel like competitively, Halo Infinite has been changing across a vast number of weeks now. We're seeing, you know, teams really understanding the fundamentals of the game and even changing the meta as well up in online and then coming into LAN, and I think it's a real test and a real tell at where some of our teams are at. And I think you'll kind of find that direct comparison with Optic. Now, Optic at the beginning of the game, it felt like they knew everything to do. The sandbox was theirs to have, and no one really knew what to do exactly with the sandbox and how to use it efficiently. That's kind of slowed down because teams have started to catch up. What are you expecting at the pace of this weekend and the LAN here in Anaheim?
Yeah, I think it's natural that as these players continue to master their craft, they're going to get better and quicker at understanding exactly what they need to do. They're going to min-max every single timing that they have, and you see the best in the world. You named it Optic, Cloud9. They push these to the limits, right? And it's all about walking that fine line of perfect Halo Infinite, which is very fast-paced and making every decision right, and then overstepping your boundary and then overextending, which causes everything to basically collapse. If you overextend and you play too fast, you're going to lose your life, and then your team will be down numbers, and all of a sudden control will flip, and the other team doesn't make that same mistake. So it's always, where's that fine line, and how are these players able to balance it so well?
Yeah, and I think first it certainly is the balance. I think there's 2 buckets, right? I think there's the speed that a team is playing the game, and then there's min-maxing the equipment. And obviously there's overlap there because things like grapple are going to overlap on both sides. But for me, I think, you know, Ansa and I have been watching a lot of C9 gameplay, and the exact science between how they get 2 dead, what they do if they only have 1 alive, etc. So you and I have been talking a lot about the 2 buckets, right? It's min-maxing equipment, yes, but also just the speed that you play the game, the speed you rotate.
Yeah, I think the greatest example and the simplest way to kind of indicate how the game has evolved is when you watch Strongholds gameplay at the moment between some of the best teams. When we started back in Raleigh, a lot of teams were holding 2 caps for quite some time, waiting for spawns to come in, then collapsing. It was kind of like a methodical way, almost like a Halo 3 way of playing things, right? Where you're waiting for the perfect situations. Now you're seeing triple caps, and now you're seeing triple caps not just being held for a couple of minutes, but, you know, to the point where you got 100 points on the board, and you're still getting staggered on spawns, and it is the blender. You are literally in the blender. There's no real way to survive and get out of it until you get your kills. And now you're seeing teams like, okay, we're in a triple cap. We're not worried about Strongholds right now. We just need to get kills.
Yeah,
we need to get
Team Slayer.
Yeah, we're playing Team Slayer, and you're kind of giving up points because of how devastating it can be. And then that's just in a couple of months. Like, that's the crazy thing, right? And that's the greatest indication of how much the game is already evolved. You can only imagine where we're going to be when we get to Halo World Champs. I mean, what's better than a triple cap? Like 250 Os? Like, we've seen a couple of those as well.
Yeah,
like,
we're going to see that.
It's starting to pop out, yeah.
We definitely, there is a level of panic, isn't there, to Strongholds triple cap. It goes so fast. It's terrifying to watch. I'm always so nervous for the
The worst
teams.
thing as well is when like you're in a triple cap and the first player up steps in a Stronghold and you're like, oh,
it's
just ruined everything for us.
Especially in ranked.
Exactly.
You know it's over. You know it's over.
I think that's the hardest thing for some players to do, especially in a tournament atmosphere where you feel the extra pressure of maybe being eliminated, maybe suffering a loss to a team that you shouldn't, is like trying to do something too quickly or trying to overextend and play your life like selfless, like too selfless, right? I think it's very important for these players to understand and recognize the exact moment that they're in game. And when they're the first one up and they're under a trip cap, they need to play their life, stay alive, and buy time for the rest of the boys to come up and then figure out a way to stop the trip cap from happening. Too often do we see the trip cap go far too long because players are starting to panic.
Look, I'm panicking for them, but I think that will start to evolve, and I think a lot of teams will start figuring out exactly how to kind of combat that trip cap, because it's a very dangerous combination, that is for sure. Now, I'd like to play a little bit of a game on the desk, boys, if you're up for it. I'm sure everyone at home is as well. Healthy competition, because, you know, look, we're talking about competition. I want to be involved, so I'm going to make a competition for myself here to potentially win. Now,
wouldn't be the first time.
That's an unhealthy competition, lot.
Maybe not healthy, but it's good for me anyway.
Okay, all right.
Well, we're going to actually do predictions as per usual, as most desks do. However, there is going to be something on the line, and it's actually going to be bragging rights and pride. So we're going to have
like
something
you've ever
framed.
needed that.
So I have only things to lose.
Very true. That is actually very true. It's actually going to be framed, and it's going to be signed by every talent member.
We'll
so
go
it's
over
an
my
official bragging right / pride of place. It will say, "I am smarter than all of these people." All signed. Anaheim 2022.
I cannot have
so
that.
How
Wes.
it works
I cannot
is
have
pretty
It'll
simple.
go right next to my photo
Wes
that says
holding-
I'm smarter than all of these people already.
I can't have Wes with that.
That's
Like,
true.
I'm not. An
Well,
official.
then, guess what? You're going to have to
do
dig
it.
deep then, aren't you? You have to take it from his hands.
Good luck,
right?
gentlemen.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to predict every
Get out
single
of there.
match. You're going to put up, there is cards in front of you, you're going to put up the team per series, who you think will be winning, and I will be tallying them up.
It's going to be no front predictions this weekend, and this is just war now.
So
Yeah.
you're also keeping the tally of the results as well.
Correct.
This is so
Do you not trust me?
screwed.
Yeah.
No.
I don't trust you.
I don't
What's
trust
it?
you.
Everything will be on rebroadcast, though.
Yeah, that's true.
That is very true. At home, you can also tally up if you want to. Make sure that I am checking out. So, you know, I'm fine. My math is
Keep a lot honest.
below average at
Somebody.
best. Okay, are we ready on 3?
Oh.
Who you think is going to be winning this Sentinels versus Oxygen series?
Don't copy my homework, Wes.
That is something he would do.
Right, ready?
I copied homework all the time.
He totally did. He did for sure.
We're going to go on 3.
Okay.
Good there,
1,
Max.
2, 3.
There it is.
Oh, shocker.
All right, so
Well,
we could all potentially lose out, or we could all potentially win. All right.
This is taking all the fun out of the predictions for me. Usually I like to go for a little bit of an edgy one, but now I just that's going to hang in my head.
This is the thing.
Where's having a contract that says he's smarter
You might need to go for an
than me?
edgy one. Look, that's the thing about this prediction and the competition here, because you might need to go for an edgy one. You might
It's
need
true.
it.
No, you're right.
Because if
You are
you
right.
get that right,
He was
and
thinking
no
about
one
it.
else did.
I was
He was thinking
I
about
was
it.
thinking about it. I really am. And I think Oxygen really does have an opportunity in this series. I think that this will not be a 3-0, as you guys were talking a little reckless. I think Sentinels doesn't have to 3-0 this team. This team is very individually skilled.
He's called you
in
reckless.
Oxygen.
We were talking reckless.
We were talking reckless.
Can you imagine?
And this is meant to be a Royal2 fanboy.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
I don't know what
Oxygen is a good team.
I tell you what, Wes.
They're just outmatched in this.
Feel free to change your prediction. I'll give you the opportunity
do you
to do
want
it.
Do you want to
do
take
it?
the edge?
Absolutely not. There's something on the line.
I don't think so.
I think we
He's
all know
all
who
chat.
Sentinels is.
He's all chat, folks. He's absolutely all chat. No, I'm joking. It's all right. It's all right. You
No,
do
he
talk-
is.
you
Back
do
it up.
talk
He's
a
It'll
lot.
be a long weekend.
You do talk a
It'll
lot.
be a long weekend. Pay attention.
It will be a long weekend. I'm excited to see some edgy picks as well happen, because that could be the difference between winning and losing as well. So just make sure that you guys are ready for that one. So a bit of healthy competition. Pride on the line, that is for sure. That's about the only prize you'll get. But honestly, that means the world to Clutch, doesn't it?
Very prideful.
Yeah.
I think Wes would rather take that than a cash prize, to be honest with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
It was never about money when I competed. It was all about saying, I'm better than you.
That's true.
I have a question.
It sounds like he's joking, but he's actually.
I have a question. So who's a better Halo player, you or Walshy?
Oh my!
I would 15-0 Dave today, tomorrow, and
Sunday. You've just opened a can of worms.
Wow,
here.
We have time. We've got a bit of time to fill. I really want to know why is that?
Because I play every day, and I still was able to keep my mechanical skills. Dave is in a rocking chair, leaned back, and unfortunately, I think he's past his prime. And honestly, instant nades are very weak in Halo Infinite, not nearly as consistent as when Dave was in his prime. So his greatest strength is now a weakness.
All right, when you were in,
tell us how you really feel, though.
Prime,
there's been a lot of thought here.
When you were in your prime, and he was in his prime, who was better?
Well, probably Dave.
Dave?
I mean,
speaking of Dave,
that's the first humble thing you've ever said.
Let's bring in Dave
on record.
into this conversation.
That is on
Dave
record.
Walsh, did you hear what we were talking about over here?
I got distractions going on both sides here. So first off, Lottie, I want to know where that signature piece of paper is so I can have Golden Boy sign that immediately.
I'll sign it.
You'll get a signature on there first, and
I'll sign it on top of the title. Is that okay?
Golden Boy, write the G out. It's a big round G, and then
my goodness.
help them out with that part.
How did I get roped into this? I asked them to bring you in so that you could talk your crap.
I was just saying, while I got all of you here, I can just take it out, one by one by one. So,
Well, it's good to see that you guys resolve things backstage. This is great news. But I'll tell you what, you do have a really awesome series to start off the day. You guys are kicking it off in the cast. It's going to be Sentinels, Oxygen. Boys, I'm really excited to hear it, so please take it away.
Oh, we're doing this now. Okay, let's do it. Sweet. What's up, everyone? Welcome back. It feels like it's been a while. It's been a hot minute, Dave. Last time I saw you, we were exchanging blows on the main stage.
Don't ever think you can claim that, being like, oh yeah, me and Walshy back in the day, we'd exchange blows on the stage and stuff. No.
Let me just see if I can find my picture here real fast.
What do you have?
Because I'm fairly certain.
Gonna find something.
On top of all the other accolades that I have and everything that I've, done. I mean, look at this, Dave. Look at the championship belt. You guys see the belt right here? You see the belt?
He's got a belt. And it's his iPhone background as well.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Not my wife, not my dog. It's me. Welcome, everyone. We're very excited to have you all here. Obviously, we'd love to have everyone in here with us at Anaheim, but, unfortunately not possible. That being said, we're glad you're joining us at home. So make sure you strap in because it's going to be a very long day and some great matches up ahead. And there actually is a really cool talking point to come out of this whole Oxygen Sentinels matchup because for Sentinels, it's a big opportunity for them to, really display their dominance as a top team, as a top 5 team in the game. And then for Oxygen, it's an opportunity for them to really upset and show that they are a serious contender and a threat in this competition. So, but the desk was very much on the side of Sentinels, which is the safe pick. But I do want to get your thoughts on this series. How do you feel Oxygen is going to match up against Sentinels here?
I mean, Oxygen, they sound like they're a strong squad, and they're doing great. However, it does feel like they're in a different tier. If you look at, small, nuanceable differences as how Royal2 is talking about that team, when they're talking, about each other, he's saying, yeah, this could be 3-1 or 3-0. He's like, he didn't say they're a great team. He said they're a good up-and-coming team.
Yeah.
That, to me, says, these are guys that they practice with, they respect, and, they're getting good practice with, but I truly don't think Sentinels view Oxygen as a threat here at this moment.
You think it's just eyes on the prize? They know who they have to take out in order for them to win this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we're seeing this full roster here from Sentinels coming into a LAN environment. Yeah. They took 3rd place. Sentinels took 3rd place last event without their exact full roster. Yes, people highlight how well Formal played. He had some monster games. But, losing 4 years of chemistry with one of your teammates is not something to be overlooked. Yeah. So they're coming in here to make a statement. I think this is going to be kind of their, their first warm-up series here on the main stage is this roster here in Infinite. But the real match we're looking forward to from Sentinels is tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific against Cloud9.
Yeah, that is going to be a massive game. We have and you saw it in the schedule earlier as Lottie was breaking it all down. There is going to be some spicy matches that take place here. And look, I think that I'm always a big fan of, the squads that are on the come up, right? Always want to give flowers to those that are putting that work in and really, really showing that they are, they want to establish themselves as mainstays. Because look, not too long ago, well, maybe not too long ago, but long ago. Let's be real here. We're all old. You know, these 4 players were on the come up. Snakebite, Royal2, Lethal, right?
Yep.
Frosty. They were all on the come up. People didn't know who they were. They were good up and coming players that people were keeping their eyes on. And you know, it feels like it's kind of looking into the past almost here for Sentinels, where like they could see a little bit of themselves in this Oxygen lineup, because who knows, we could be very well looking at the players that are going to establish Halo for years to come when, you know, these guys decide to put down the sticks.
Yeah, Halo and Halo Esports is such a tough scene to break into to get to the top. Yes, we highlight and talk about those stories of like the snipe downs who rise up within a season and go from, you know, attending some of their first LAN tournaments to winning national championships. But that is, you know, we highlight that story for a reason because it's so rare.
Yeah.
It's so uncommon. Most people that make it to the top in Halo have to put in years and years and years and years of work because the game is so in depth when it comes to its strategy, its communication, to how strong your shot has to be, your awareness. All that is just built up over so much time.
And that's why you see a lot of these players that transition, you know, like maybe for a season or so outside of Halo and then come back. You know, players like Formal, for example, like they were already threats when they came into the other games like Call of Duty that they were playing. Oh yeah, we can actually talk about it. It's all the same company now. So you know, like you know, like there are other players that will like go to other games and really like establish themselves over there, but the core lessons that they learned from Halo, like just look at all the influence that Halo esports has had across a variety of console esports and just esports in general in the industry. It's quite fascinating to see. So, you know, all these players here have so much ahead of them, including Sentinels, and this is going to be a big opportunity for Sentinels here to, as I had said when, you know, it got sent to us, to establish themselves, to establish like, all right, you know, the world champs are back. We're here to play. The Royal2 has been let out of his corner cave, you know, router in hand, and now it is his opportunity to really show everyone, like, yeah, you know, if I was here from the beginning, it wouldn't be cakewalk. And that's also not to take anything away from Formal, because he had contributed so much to that team and even clutched up and won Sentinels some matches. But you just can't beat the chemistry of these 4 players. It's absurd, just the friendship that they have and why it's led to so much success for this team.
Yep, without doubt. That chemistry, I mean, like most of these like top rosters that are kind of a step ahead of others, they can replace a member and still have a really strong placing. I feel that
system in place.
Yes, I mean, like if you think about Cloud9 roster, I think you could replace any member on that team with a very strong player, and they would still get a top 3 placing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And so I feel like that's a similar case with Sentinels. Yeah. So if I'm in Sentinel's shoes right now, they are looking at this event as saying, all right, here's the real start for us in Infinite.
Yeah.
You know, they did great last tournament. I think most anyone would be pleased with the 3rd place finish.
Out of open bracket.
Yep, out of open bracket. But here's where they're really looking to send a statement. And I think if they're not getting the results here that they want, that's where questions will start to have some more legitimacy in their eyes, the fans' eyes.
Yeah. Now, I know everyone in the chat is spamming Caster start the game. We don't have control over it. Lottie does. So we're just waiting for when she decides to start.
Actually, you know what? I do have the ability to. And in fact, until someone stops spamming it for 30 seconds, I'm not going to start the game. So
ooh, calling the chat out there, huh? Aggressive, Dave. You know, I expect nothing from Davide Walsh. You know, I expect nothing else. But yeah, so basically, long story short, players, there was a monitor issue on the stage that was just being sorted out. Part of the reason why the delay was happening. Trust me, we'd like to commentate some games too, because I'm quite cold in here. So, you know, I need something to get me moving. That being said, though, you know, one thing that gets you moving is oxygen.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, I'm so proud of myself for that. So there are some interesting stats about this squad. And one thing that I think is going to be the difference maker for Oxygen is how they work together. They cannot take these individual fights. I don't think 1v1, toe-to-toe, and you don't want to take fights like that in Halo. Sentinels has them outbeat, right? Has them outmatched in those 1v1 scenarios. For Oxygen's key to success is going to be how they work together. Their assists in matchups against Sentinels have been very high. You know, so so long as they keep working together, there is a big opportunity for them to upset. But the issue boils down to they have to win one of these games, like one of these first 3 games. Obviously, it'll be done, but they want to get to that. I believe it's Recharge. Game 4, I want to say it was like Recharge Ball or something like that. They want to get to that map, because if they get there, they could potentially force a Game 5. That's what I'm going to be looking out for.
Yeah. As far as getting, like you said, like the Aquarius CTF on Game 4, but yeah, they do have Recharge Strongholds on Game 3.
Yeah, actually, well, yeah, there you go. Series layout. Boom. Thank you, production. Yeah, so they got to get to Game 4, because I was kind of speaking out of my booty there for a minute, but the Aquarius CTF game, if they manage to get there, they can potentially force that Game 5, but I'm very worried about them going Slayer Bazaar, because I think just that raw slaying power of Frosty and Royal2 is just going to be too much for Oxygen to handle.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how these kind of play out, because it's you know, you go from some of these maps, something like a Slayer Streets, where there's going to be kind of, you know, you could be over at top A or top C balcony and kind of see action the entire game, versus something like Slayer Bazaar, where there's just so many small segments of the map where you really just have to kind of be flying around. So it's like a big difference for playstyles. You know, you can have someone post up on a spot on Streets, whereas you can't really do that same thing on Bazaar. Like on Bazaar, it's like you have to be much more active. You have to be running around. So it's going to be testing throughout the series, if we do go the whole distance, on different playstyles.
Yeah.
You know, who's more comfortable kind of sitting back, laying down some shots, who's comfortable sliding around a corner and curb sliding around the map and getting around the map as fast as possible.
Yeah, so here's an interesting little stat as well. For assist in-game in the Thursday Pro Series matchups, Oxygen comes second overall over every other team. So that means that they're all shooting for each other, which in Halo, what that basically boils down to is that you're never really trying to take a fight by yourself. You're always trying to work with your squad mates so that this way you can overcome the odds. You never want to go into a fight and be like, I'm going to 1v1 this guy and then I'm going to go help my teammates. That can't happen. And that's not going to happen against Sentinels, because they're never going to give you an opportunity to do that. I think Wes had a really good perspective on it. He called, was it Royal2 the bodyguard for Frosty, I believe it was. And that's so true, but then there's also layers to that as well, because then you have to worry about Snakebite. And then you have to worry about, you know, Lethal doing his thing, right? Being the rat that we know we love him to be, the guy who does all the dirty work. So there is just a lot of layers to this Sentinel squad. And Oxygen, I would imagine they're prepared for it. But now that Sentinels are on stage, I feel like they're just going to come at them with everything they have.
Yeah, they're just gonna be so strong, and I think it's an interesting outlook when teams try to focus on an individual, and you can't really do that at the very highest level of this game. I do think when you get to certain brackets or placement levels within Halo, you can do that. You can be like, let's focus on this person, make sure that they're down, keep the sniper out of their hands. But at the very, very highest level against a squad like Sentinels, you can't just focus on one member. However, what you can do with that information is play slightly different.
Yeah.
You have some like Royal2 out of the picture, you realize, all right, they probably have less shots across the map. You have some like Frosty out of the picture. They don't have as much aggressiveness and charging power to fly around the corner.
Yeah.
So you know how they have to play. But instead of just speculating, let's just watch it live, Golden Boy. We're kicking off the very first game here at Anaheim with Sentinels versus Oxygen here on Live Fire Oddball.
Yeah, well, for those of you guys joining us for the first time, watching some competitive Halo, Oddball, the name of the game, grab the objective, which is going to be located bottom mid, right where you see you get that ball, you hold it for a few, you get to 100 points, and then you reset for the next round, and then you do it all over again. But let's see what we have here.
All 4 dead off the start of
bad.
that one for Oxygen, and that is 4 kills going into the hands of Sentinel, along with 13 points of time.
This is bad, because now you're going to have you know, a Frosty, a very game Frosty in this position, uncontested.
I love this setup too, where once they had so many members down, they not only had the ball over at Garage, they took over C Tower, and this just allows so many different options. Like, one, anyone who's just blindly running over, oh my God, look at that beatdown from Lethal with the Oddball, playing so smart around corners. But what I was going to say, the beauty of that last setup was that Frosty was holding that C Tower. If they ever blindly ran over towards A sandbags or towards the A side, they're going to get shot by a sniper. If they put too much pressure on Frosty, they're not stopping the ball time.
Yeah.
And they also have the ability to rotate that ball towards C Tower. So they just have that whole side of the map locked down with that perfect positioning of that sniper rifle.
Yeah, so right now it's about clearing the player that's going to be top mid. And he does have, Snakebite in this situation, did have support over by Elbow. But there was actually a really interesting interaction that happened before that led to the 50 points that they have. Haynes was coming from bottom mid, and immediately Royal2 had the protection of the one-shot ball carrier. And that just goes to show you the strength of this lineup. They never really have to worry about anything because they always have each other's back, and they trust one another to make those plays. And as of right now, in the start of this, it's exactly what we were thinking Sentinels were going to do. Establish their dominance, Walshy.
One thing I really like there from Snakebite that he did to get that camo was, first, he didn't just sit on the camo spawn. We see it all the time. People say, oh, power up or power weapons coming up. I'm going to sit right where that spawn is.
Or sit underneath
Instead, what Snakebite did is took over the biggest threatening spot, which is the shortcut. If anyone came around that corner towards shortcut, he had the heat wave beat down kill immediately. Once he realized that that area was safe, he took that small window of opportunity, went back, grabbed the camo, and got it safely. So just taking up as much space as possible, especially the threatening positions like shortcut.
Yeah, I also really like that play from Snakebite to draw attention bottom mid, give his teammates the opportunity to push from elbow, and that is why you're seeing Sentinels grab that ball again. And yeah, sure, they may need to play the ball here, and Oxygen's going to have to move very fast because at this point you have two players established over at green side, one with ball, one watching them. They know exactly where they need to look. I don't even know how he blew up so fast, but as of right now,
or something,
yeah,
right?
had to have been. And there's the good old Mangler along with the repulsor. Doesn't really work out the way that player was hoping for. Frosty had the better of his target on that exchange. And, I mean, at this point now, this could very well be the round. Brilliant snipe, though, from Haynes. We're certainly going to be looking for him to make some plays here as he's sitting at 7 kills, 4 assists, and 5 deaths currently. But at this point here, Walsh, I mean, you got Sentinels controlling the ball, controlling the map, and Oxygen's playing off of the back foot the entire time.
Yeah, and this is just such a difficult spot to be in because as soon as Oxygen starts getting those kills, they're just trading kills and the ball gets played, and they are still somehow going for scrappy time, in my opinion, and I don't think that Oxygen can afford to do that in this individual round. I mean, oh my God, what? I don't think I've seen anyone ever really throwing those grenades over the roof like that. I haven't been watching enough streams, apparently, but that was brilliant.
Yeah, because he actually did do damage.
Seems like he had some sort of lineup there, just knew where that would land over towards green.
And another thing that they're doing too is they're ensuring that they clean everyone out. They give no one an opportunity to breathe, and they wipe out whoever's there so that they can stagger them off of the spawns.
Yeah, and that's the part I was going to kind of say with Oxygen is like when you're down by such a significant margin here, 36 to 91, you don't have to worry about getting to like the 50 or 60 point mark. You need to make sure you have control so that that Sentinels do not just close this game out. You have to get some semblance of greater control. And so when they were in a 3v4 situation, and he's just checking out those sweet skins that you can buy over in the
No, that's the Cyber Showdown. So if you missed the Cyber Showdown, you ain't getting that anymore. But Frosty just looking at him like, Papa, not going to happen today. But so this is, and Walshy, it's the way that this team plays together constantly. It is so scary, and Oxygen need to find something because as of right now, they were just running around the map, willy-nilly, doing whatever the heck they want. They just need 8 points for this first round, and or 9 points, and that is going to be it for round 1.
Yep, I think they were just getting a few more kills to pad those stats a little bit to close out that first round, but there is going to be the last couple seconds going in the hands of Snakebite, and Sentinels going up 1-0 in this first map.
You know, and some may look at lethal stats and be like, man, those are really low. There was nothing for him to do. he held the objective for 57 points, right? Like, he did everything he needed to do in that exchange in that whole round. And really, you just have anyone at any point in time in Sentinels can just go off. So that is why it's so scary to face off against his team. Royal2 just gets himself a casual triple kill on the outside as if it was nobody's, as if it was just another day in the office for him. And we'll see if they can get this ball and start to accrue some time here.
Yeah, and this is seeming like deja vu all over again, GB. This time, 3 members of Oxygen Esports getting taken out instead of all 4. And then they are getting time right off the bat again for Sentinels. But Oh, this setup broken up much quicker this time. So
Yeah.
I guess, you know, not as reminiscent as the first round.
Yeah, and this is great. An all 4 down for in the favor of Oxygen gives them confidence to start playing their game here. I think that they got maybe just a little bit rattled. There was a bit of a false start, right? The delay, getting set up, that kind of gets in your head a little bit. So you would hope that Oxygen can pick up the pieces. It was only going to be 1 round, and because of the new format for Oddball and Halo Infinite, you have those opportunities to reset, because if this was old Oddball rules, no shot Oxygen finds the second gear to kind of get that comeback going, because there's no opportunity for the reset.
God, I love that nade that Swish is hitting right there up towards the window. Just hitting that little incline, that little ramp, just to make sure that nade blows up directly inside that window. So anyone who's peeking out from that AR spawn / window just gets taken to 1 shot.
Frosty's got the read on 2 players, so those comms are coming in. And just this coverage is beautiful. Anyone who tried to challenge was immediately going to get picked, and Frosty knows this, right? He knows that that's why he could just take the fight casually if he wants to. He's got his teammates back. His teammates know that they have his back, and that is the reason why they've been able to come back into this lead here, bring the ball to a real dangerous spot in tower side, which could be problematic. Bit of a hit there with the nade. They also lose out on camo, but they know that they have so much going on in their favor that they could just focus on camo when they need to, and now they'll pick that up and take advantage of it.
Yep, they're not just desperating towards that camo and just dying and burning it. That's not good enough for a squad like Sentinels, and nor is it a good play in general. They want to make sure that they are picking up any free kills from members of Oxygen who are overextending for that power-up, and then making sure they safely secure that power-up.
So this is going to be Snakebite's POV, but you see Royal2 on your screen. But for Snakebite, part of the charm of this whole play has been not necessarily taking the camo, going for the back wax, right? Doing those little cheeky plays. No, he's using camo for information. Where are the players going to be setting up? They were setting up at Nest. They can continue to add more time to their already a big lead that they've been able to establish. And this is where Oxygen, they have to fight out of a very uncomfortable position on the green side. Very open. You don't have a clear shot of the ball. They could easily rotate that over to Garage, as you're seeing right now. So this is the time to strike for Oxygen, and they have to shut down Sentinels here if they want a chance in this game.
God, such good positioning and movement there from Lethal. I just liked how he was challenging that person over towards the A bags, and then goes over to the opposite side of the scoreboard. A spot that originally was a vulnerable and dangerous spot to be turned into his safe position based on his teammates flying in and helping in from the sandbags.
Oh, I also really dug that play that we saw from Royal2. He sends the ball out, and this is going to put Common on the hunt to try and find where this player is. But, well, it's Frosty. He gets himself a double. He now has the sniper rifle. They don't have ball quite yet, but they do have players around there to get that ball, pick it back up, and this is where Frosty is at its best. When he has that sniper rifle and he's simply just able to control the pace of the game. Now, a good shutdown there, right? Take that power weapon and take advantage of it. This was a long rotation that they needed to make, and they're starting to get a few more kills, and they have to work together, and that is a good camo that they could use here if they want to jump back into this.
Yeah, I'm almost even wondering, is this the first camo we're seeing in the hands of Oxygen? Let's see if we can actually do something a bit more with it, because they really need to scrap up a lot of time here to try to tie this game up.
So Swish is using this camo in the way that you would traditionally see it being used, as more of like a surprise, I'm here, and a brilliant double for Swish is actually going to be a big point of success here for Oxygen. They can get a decent amount of points from this, and with the way that Swish is playing, which is exactly what he needed to do right here and now, get him, but he's got help there from his teammate. No! Royal2 gets the double, and you'd have to wonder, maybe in that instance, he could have contributed to the shot's name there to help out Swish and keep him alive in this fight.
Yeah, and it's interesting too that Oxygen, when they do have that power up, they're forced to be defensive. Like, it felt like we saw Common being incredibly reactive right there. Instead of like roaming around the map, trying to catch somebody from the side. Had to fight somebody over towards top center. Had to fight somebody over towards the dummies or the brutes. Just had to kind of be very stagnant, and still with that camo.
That was a sad play there. So they had the ball at that big green box over in the river, because conventional thinking is that ball's going to just drop down from my hands. But no, that ball's a rock. It'll just drop straight down. But it's still in play, and this is bad news here for Oxygen. They have to move very fast. Lethal, smart play, going to his teammate. Snakebite managing to get the kill there against Swish. Common not going to be enough for Snakebite either, but a good pick coming from Dummy side. This is going to be a big win for Snakebite, and he doesn't win the fight out, but a teammate's there to back him up. Even though Oxygen gets the ball, it's still going to be more garbage time. They have to play it, or else Sentinels win the round.
Yep, and this is a tough spot for Common. Common has to be bottom center because
he had to be bottom center.
Yeah, he cannot risk Sentinels to grab those last few seconds.
And
so
that's
if Common's not there to challenge, they grab the free time. If Common's there to challenge, they double team Common and grab the ball anyways. So it's a really difficult position.
That was a lose-lose situation there, because the only thing that Oxygen could do was play the ball at the back of tower. They play the ball, but guess what? Every member of Sentinel, still very healthy, can challenge that fight down low. Common, as you had noted, needed to be there to make the play, to either play the forward position to get the picks so that they can grab that ball, but there's just too much work for Common to do. Great player, but in that instance, it was a little bit too hot to handle for him there. And that is going to be game one for Sentinels, and a very, very clean 2-0 and Oddball to start things off here in Anaheim.
Yep, strong statement, strong statement. I mean, we didn't really see either of those games just being completely out of reach. We did see Oxygen get up to around 50 points in that second round. The first one was a bit more of a landslide, but by no means was it just this absolute one-sided affair. Yes, Sentinels were in control. Yes, Sentinels didn't really have a chance of losing that. They were ahead the entire time. But it wasn't just, we've seen some stomps sometimes before in pool play, and I would not consider that a stomp.
Yeah, not at all. Oxygen had those moments of brilliance where you were starting to see like the engines turn a little bit for them, but Sentinels do a really great job of just ensuring that any gas you're starting to get, it just gets wiped out immediately. So in that instance, Oxygen knows that they had such a difficult task ahead of them, but the way that Sentinels played the start of that Oddball, I mean, we'll take a look at some of the replays here. I mean, there were some brilliant moments, and I do like this like going back and forth. I'm kind of digging this. But the game started off with Frosty just, getting sniper, uncontested, picking off a few shots, or even making some players one shot. And then the second round started with a Royal2 triple, if I'm pretty sure. So yeah, that was the starts are very important in an Oddball game, Dave.
Yep, and I think my wish was just misplaced there. Like I said, I wish I can go back in time when I was good at Halo again, and somehow the DreamHack crew just decided to revert a little bit. Like, all right, we got what you're doing.
Yeah, we want to send you back in time. Well, next up is going to be Slayer on Streets. It is a best of 5, and as we had noted before, that these games here, like this Slayer in particular, this is going to be the game that Oxygen needs to win. Slayer is one of those game modes where, yes, the organized teams typically would come out on top, but it's a great moment for the scrappier squads to try and pull away a victory and maybe force that game forward.
Yeah. Historically, Slayers are considered a bit more variable compared to the objective games for a couple reasons. One, generally, Slayers are shorter games. Yeah. Sometimes things start to spiral out of control. Secondly, based after the shorter games, is you don't really have that same comeback mechanic that you do in like a flag game or a ball game or a Strongholds, because these teams, they're all so good that once they get a significant lead, they're like, all right, well, we can like start to play a little different. We can hide around these specific corners. We can play in a way that we can force more trades. A style of play that they would not use earlier on in the game of a Slayer. But later on, if they have a big enough lead, they can play that way. And so that's why you generally see more Slayers dropped from a higher seed team to a lower seed team than objective games.
Yeah, because they'll take that aggressive, scrappy play style. If they get that lead, like that 5-kill lead, then they're like, well, let's just keep trading. Let's just keep getting in their face and keep doing the thing that we're doing because we're getting a few kills out of this. They're sending a body to just be that bullet sponge for them, soak everything up, and then you clean up the targets as they come along. But for Sentinels, though, this could be a quick game if they play the same way, the hot start that they had in live fire. If they do it here on Streets, Oxygen are going to be picking up the pieces, and they don't have that reset that Oddball provides you. So, I mean, hey, it is anyone's game on Slayer, though.
I'm also interested to see how this game type has developed over the past months. When we were watching this at our last event in Raleigh, we even heard these teams kind of talking through strategies, be like, actually, maybe we should try to control B a bit more. They're controlling B. What can we do to counter that? And it didn't seem like they really had a fully fleshed out strategy of where they knew they wanted to be at in certain positions. They just kind of were, observing what other teams were doing to them and being like, oh, wow, like that's working against us. How do we break this?
That was a brilliant start there for Oxygen, by the way. They managed to obtain the rockets, and they took out the players that were hanging out in the overlook top B steps. But unfortunately for them, as the match kind of continues on, you get down to the BRs. Yeah, they have their rockets, but you only get 2 of those. So you got to make the most of them as where you can. And with that hot start, the Rockets really are going to be the difference maker there, because you have those 2 kills from the Rockets or the assists you got from the Rockets. Slowly but surely, Sentinels, they're going to come back into this because you're not really getting that much value out of that power weapon at the start of the game.
Yeah, it's always interesting kind of trying to figure out the game as who gets the power-ups or power-weapons and how they're doing with them. And sometimes it's not really a good sign if you do get control of that first power-up or power weapon and the game's like tied or really close.
Yeah, it's
you
like
almost
at that
want to
point,
see those pull-aways.
Exactly, like they really didn't contribute all that much. Another power weapon here, by the way, is this gun, the Stalker Rifle. Don't sleep on it. If you're out there playing matchmaking with your buddies and you've avoided the weird-looking red gun because you don't quite know what it does, that thing is a cannon, and it does a sizable amount of damage. And that paired up with the Bulldog, as we're seeing right here, oh yeah, it's beautiful, baby. You love to see it.
Yep, that Stalker Rifle 3-shot kill is so powerful, and just, it's really intended to kind of be that mid/long-range weapon.
Just does so much damage. Even that first shot just moves away so much shielding for you that there's just nothing you could really do. And this is a rough position to be in there. An unfortunate scenario for Haynes as he was tucked away in the corner. Rockets are going to be up again. I believe they were picked up by Sentinels, so maybe they're going to use this to their advantage. They have that B side covered, and now this is where, if you're on PD side for Oxygen, you're going to have to fight out of this because you know Rockets are coming.
I like that play by Snakebite, not using that first rocket on that player, instead realizing he can use his battle rifle and get a little greedy with those rockets. Since you have so few of them, you want to make more use of them. It really irks me to this day too when I see someone like rocket a one-shot. It's like, get greedy at the higher level. Like, drop that rocket real quick, shoot them with a BR, pick the rocket back up. Like, at this level, those are such big game changers. Like, use that rocket on a full shield Frosty or somebody.
Exactly. Don't waste it on targets that can be easily picked off with the other power weapon that's in your hands, the battle rifle. So now that we're starting to see Sentinels pull away with the lead here, this is where I get very concerned about Oxygen. They don't have that opportunity for the reset. Royal2's hanging out back PD, back police station, because he knows where the spawns are supposed to be coming from, but the timing, despite him winning that fight, though, there was still going to be Swish coming out from the outside. The timing wasn't quite there, but that's not really a big deal when you have teammates backing you up in every other which way.
Yeah, this game's a lot easier when you just hit all your shots like that, like Royal2. That's just unbelievable. And also just the awareness of these players. Like, obviously we have these outlines and stuff on the screen so we can understand what's going on.
Oh, beautiful.
But like
nade.
The fact that these players can react to getting shot from a spot that they aren't ready for.
Yeah.
Drop, get themselves whatever cover or advantage they can to try and make the best of those fights, and that's why these are the best players in the game.
Just even look at the way that Snakebite, he patrolled the back alley there. He put a few shots with the Bulldog. He saw that someone else was going to be coming from PD corner, so he just continued to juke around the alley so that this way his teammate can back him up. Big win there in a big 1v1 fight for Lethal. That is going to give them the 38th kill, and at this point now, man, you're looking for some steak today if you're Sentinels with the way that this game is going.
Yeah, and it's like you said, this one's going to be really tough for Oxygen because, I mean, at this point, they're probably not caring as much about the scoreline. Their goal is still to win this game. They're probably not as worried about, like, all right, can we get to 30? Can we get to this? Like, they still want to play their game like normal. They don't want to just try to throw all their strats, all their game plan out the window because they have so many more matches today and the rest of this pool play. They are going to give it their all in this series, as they talked about before.
Triple kill.
They would make a massive mistake if they just tried to, play completely different, try to hide, try to just get, scrap up a couple kills. But oh my God, he just doesn't miss on land, huh?
Yeah, I mean, homie need to chill. he's just wrecking shop out here. We had that stat with name in Royal2, and Royal2 had just blank lines because he hadn't had an official HCS tournament match in a little bit. I would love to see that pick up, that graphic again, just from this match with name and Royal2, and see how Royal2 has been playing, because Matt's been slaying out here.
Yeah, he's doing so much damage. And I also just love that, you know, Shy Away covers so many small differences in movement here on this map, but I liked how, you know, Royal2, instead of clambering up towards the tires, instead jumps up on that little ledge, and, you know, at no point in time is he vulnerable to an opponent getting first shot on him in tires by clambering up. He jumped up on that little sneaky ledge above the AC unit.
I mean, even that slide right there, you know, the power slide that we're starting to see becomes so much more popular. And we're getting close to a steak dinner here, people. Kills lined up. There we go. Steak-tacular for Sentinels, keeping Oxygen below 30 kills. Well, I mean, I hate to be that guy, but a little bit of an easy club, you know?
They're looking strong.
They
I mean,
look strong.
Sentinels are looking really good. Nothing to be ashamed thereof on the,
yeah,
on the Oxygen side.
Yeah.
Sentinels just looking really strong, out for blood. You know, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out, at this point, it's not just, you know, a teamwork style thing or overall strategy. There is just a lot of individual outplays there. You know, you get somebody that gets the first two shots in Royal2, you need to win the fight.
Yeah, exactly. There's no excuse there. And at this level, like, you miss that shot, Royal2 will take advantage. Even looking at some of the 1v1s that Lethal had as well, right? Like, this was the thing that I was really worried about with Oxygen, where it was going to get to the point where the only other option for that squad was to take 1v1s against these players, because they're getting staggered on spawns. There's no real opportunities for them to be able to work together as a team. And here are the stats right there, folks. I mean, you know, it says it all when you have Royal2 going 17-9 in it, Snakebite 12-6, everyone contributing effectively in this Slayer game. 6 minutes. You have 6 minutes to try and figure out how to beat Sentinels, Dave, and it's just not enough time.
No, it's just tough. That spirals out of control really quick. I mean, yes, they were even up until around the 10 to 12 kill mark, but then that's where it started to go for, you know, 2-to-1 trades, 3-to-1 trades. You know, as soon as you see like triple kills popping up on Royal2's screen, that's just dangerous.
Yeah, and this was the start of the game, right? They were able to get rockets, Oxygen at the start of it, and we wanted to see a clean start for them, and they got what they wanted. They had the lead, but then after that, it all started to crumble down, you know? And
actually, this period right here, like you said, like right there, from Frosty getting over towards top C and doing a good job making it so no players can push from B to B driveway and getting it over towards C. If they did, Frosty has height advantage. He also has, you know, range advantage. He can do a long range Stalker rifle, or just wait around the corner with the Bulldog.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of tools. Taking advantage of the sandbox that Halo provides you has always been the name of the game, right? There's so many varied weapons, especially in Infinite. There's so many weapons that are just so good to use that you'd be foolish not to take advantage of those tools as they are made available to you per map. But now we're going to be going to recharge Strongholds, and for Oxygen, they're certainly feeling, I would imagine, a little down here given how these games have played out. Some moments of brilliance for the Green Squad, but Sentinels have been on point at the start here of HCS Anaheim.
Yep, just looking strong, and I mean, I would consider, or I would, you know, expect them to continue that momentum here in Recharge Strongholds.
I really wish that we would have taken a point away from Clutch for having to sign upside down when he showed Sentinels. I would have really liked that, you know, if the desk had caught that, because obviously they're not as astute and aware as I am.
I feel, well,
as we are, Dave.
Based on how this game is going, it feels like it's going to be kind of like a whose line is it anyway style like point system, where Li's like, I get 1 million points just because I'm so awesome. We're like, all right, well, we can't argue with that.
I guarantee you at the end of this broadcast, somehow, some way, Lottie is going to win. How? I don't know, but she's going to figure out a way to do it. All right, well, we're into the action now. 2-0 if you're just joining us for Sentinels in this best of 5. Oxygen need to find some life here, need to find some air in their lungs in order to come back into this one. That is another pun, by the way, for everyone at home if you're keeping track. I got them all weekend, baby. But here's where things get very scary, because Snakebite is just telling them where they're going with this camo.
Yeah, and I like this play. Just take some time, get a position, get a
casual stroll.
Yeah, get a kill or two, and then decide to get the Strongholds. Like, don't just desperate it just because, you know, that I don't want to call it desperate play, but like that capture by Haynes worked out well. That timing worked out well.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
So, you don't have to counteract that immediately. This is a marathon of a game, as long as you're not letting a team get a trip cap.
Yeah. opportunity here 100% for Oxygen to force his game 4 if Sentinels isn't careful, right? And that I think, you know, needs to be stated. I know it sounds like it's a little doom and gloom from us for Oxygen given how these games went, and especially if Frosty's hitting shots like that. But you know, Oxygen do have an opportunity to come back, especially on a mode like Strongholds, where if you're not holding those 2 points, you're not gaining anything. So they can try their best here to force this. And Dave, you've been playing, you know, quite a bit. Where do you feel like would be the best place to set up here on A, C, or B? Where would you like to see these players focus on?
Ooh, I mean, there are just so many different states to the game that you really have to kind of go with the flow based on where your team's spawning and such. Now, if you're in a most idealistic scenario where you have like all 4 dead and you have like a near trip cap, that's actually a really good question. I've not fully thought that one through as to like what is the most ideal setup. I would argue that you don't want the other team to spawn into A because that is one stronghold that they can capture, hold off angles, and you can't really use your numbers advantage without flying around really tight corridors.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would have to give a better answer to that in the future.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was a great way to say you don't know. That's, you know, I really do appreciate the honesty there, Dave. Killing spree for Frosty, as also Sword's going to be in the hand. You know, that is a very powerful tool, by the way, and that's the reason why they want to take it away from Oxygen as soon as they possibly can. In my experience, though, it feels like A and C have been better only because of the transitions. But then when you think about, you know, this position right here where Name is, you have to keep one of your players located in this area so that this way you can take the shots at the balcony as you're crossing from C to A or A to C. And that's easier said than done. So really, this is the type of game mode, especially at this high level, where you're constantly going to be moving around. And that is the reason why Oxygen, you know, try as they might, Sentinels, they're waiting for them to make these plays, and Oxygen feels like they're being forced to make individual plays, which is scary to do on a team map like this.
This is also an interesting setup that they have right now from Sentinels is, yes, they have A and C temporarily, but you can expect that they are going to transition this into getting B at some point. A and C you can't really hold for that long of a period of time, in my opinion. Yes, you can try to do control room and maybe go back and forth there, but for the most part, that's going to be more of a temporary setup as you end up holding A and B or B and C.
Yeah.
Or those adjacent strongholds.
Yeah, that's right. You know, it's going to be constantly changing too, because these players are always finding new ways to just, you know, the timings, the understanding of the maps. Like, there's so many things that are going through all of their heads here, and all on top of the fact that they, well, have to take out their opponents and try to control all the map as much as they can.
Not having those grenades ends up getting the B stronghold.
But they get C out of that.
Sometimes getting B in a position like that is such a game changer, because that goes from either a free death to a stronghold capture.
And now we get Common capping A. It's got that Mangler too, so if anyone came through that door, 2 players down now, opportunity here for Oxygen, big opportunity for them to earn some points. And they get themselves a camo, so a lot of goodies to work with. You get that beautiful, everyone's favorite Mangler weapon. They hold that, and now we'll see what they're able to do with this. They're losing B, so they'll take this camo over to C, see if they can catch some players off guard. And they're looking around, man. They haven't found him yet. Oh, that's Heartbreak City for Name. That sucks.
So tough, because you feel like you're doing everything right. Like, all right, taking my time, not letting this person slip by, and then, you know, they just end up trading you with a sticky nade. But I mean, at some point, if you're that close with the Mangler, you're asking for that close quarter trade.
Yeah. You have no other choice, right? Like, you know that is going to be the play. But I think what's more impressive is that, you know, they had to have seen in the death cam the camo around there, and that player in the lower blue tunnel had to have been prepared to receive it. But we have a huge opportunity for Oxygen. But could this potentially be too many resources invested for a trip cap to get back into this game? Because now, well, they did manage to get a few players down.
Yeah, it was like they had 3 members for Oxygen, 1 for Sentinels. Now I believe it's a 2-on-1, and now, you know, now it's getting closer to near even, or Sentinels are at full power. But I think it's always a game of relativity. In a case where you only have 1 or 2 people alive, if the opposing team only has 1 or 2 alive, push that advantage. Go ahead and keep putting that pressure on. It's always, like I said, in relation to your opponent's team.
There you go, Oxygen. They're 4-4 down, by the way, for Sentinels.
If I had like a funny story, like I learned this in physics class. I had Professor Wong he taught us that he was like, everything's in relativity. And so he's like, if you're, let's say you're driving your car, in relation to where the grass is, you're going 50 miles an hour. In relation to, the girlfriend that just broke up to you, you're going 50 miles an hour away from her. In relation to, your friend who's trying to comfort you, you're both going the same speed. In relation, you're both
So it's good to know that you've applied the theory of relativity to your Halo career. Today I learned, folks, just be good at physics, right? I don't know. I failed.
I'm not good at physics. I did get an A in the class, but I'm
okay. We don't have to humble brag, Dave. I just said I failed it. There's stuff like that. It creates the animosity between the two. Well, hey, while all that was going on, by the way, while Dave was going down memory lane with Mr. Wong, shout out to Mr. Wong, Oxygen Esports have managed to come back into this game 133 to 132. They're right there, and a big Game 3 swing could be a momentum shift for Oxygen if they manage to pick up a dub here. Sentinels know that. They have to shut this down right away, so they get possession of B and C. We'll see what Snakebite could do as he continues to patrol around Yellow and Pipes and where these Oxygen players are in relation to how this push is going to come through. And Snakebite, just a good awareness to just reposition himself because he knew that was a fight he was simply not going to be able to win.
Yep. Fight's not going to win, and he's just going to make it so difficult for these members of Oxygen to kill him. Like, one thing you'll notice that's thematic across the Sentinels roster is they are going to make it take multiple members from Oxygen to get kills. They're not just going to give you as many one-on-one challenges. Yes, you might catch them off guard from time to time, like we saw on Streets, where we saw, I believe, as Haynes catching Royal2 off guard over at the Heaven. But those are few and far between. These players are very aware of where threats are going to come from, and they are going to take very high percentage fights, or they're going to back down, just like we saw there from Royal2, backing down. And yes, maybe an arguable challenge there, but that is generally what you're getting from these Sentinels members.
I think part of this, too, has been, off the back of Swish performing incredibly well in this game. They're looking to make this cap happen at C. A few kills going in the favor of Oxygen and a camo pickup for Swish, too. They can clean this up, have a trip cap. They're also going to have a sword as well. This is ridiculous. This is a huge opportunity for Oxygen to win this game.
I love this route as well. Just pushing over as fast as
He sees
possible.
exactly where they are. No, wait it out. Wait it out.
I don't mind this play. This is great.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
He needs to get out his gun, but does not matter. Instead, they somehow cap 2 throughout that entire time. I wouldn't say that's due to just Swish being too passive. I mean, at some point, he made the right play. Like I said, he ended up getting the kills. Arguably, his members of his team died a little too quick, but yeah, I think that was great from Swish.
You know what, though? He had the help on the player that was by this weapon here. Oh, my God.
Yeah, by the bat ledge over at the shock rifle.
Ledge. Yeah, shock rifle. I always mess up. I always call it lightning gun because of the freaking quake and stuff. But, yeah, he had that sword. He was whacking away with camo. It's like, go ahead, come down, I dare you. But we had 2 swords on the map.
I think he has no sword. I think he had no sword ammo left in that. So.
Oh, okay.
I
was losing my mind there for a moment.
I'm pretty sure he had 0.
How is this happening? But now it's a trip cap for Sentinels, and all of this momentum for Oxygen Esports has effectively gone away. They have to respond in kind, and they're shutting them down every single opportunity they get. They finally stopped the bleeding Cap C, and they're getting this lead, but there's still a lot more progress to be made. We're far from done with this game.
And look at this constant pressure from Sentinels. I love that route that Frosty took there. Decided to take a route that he could see over towards Long Hole. And now if there was somebody going through Long Haul to pressure B, he probably would play that quite different, but realizing he didn't see any pressure there just yet, decides to go on the offensive and go for another trip cap here for Sentinels.
All right, Haynes has a big task ahead of him, and unfortunately just not going to happen as he gets wiped out. But Common comes in for the help, I believe. Takes out Snakebite, has to get one more. Big kill there against Lethal. They need to get on this right now because it's 245 to 185. There is no room for error here for Oxygen Esports if they want to force a Game 4.
They're just going to have to play some perfect Halo here. In addition to it, I feel like they have to play some greedy Halo as well. It might feel counterintuitive to go for a trip cap in the scenario, but rather than try to put yourself in a position where you have to kill Sentinels over and over again for 2 minutes straight, you want to put yourself in this position where like, all right, well, let's speed up this. Let's make it, we have to play near perfect Halo for 30 seconds instead of 60 or 90 seconds.
They don't have enough time. They have to fly. They have to get someone on B right away. There's going to be 2 players located on there. A is also going to be captured at the same time. Ooh. A big win as well. The clock stops there as well. B and C being captured, but Frosty's got his body on B. Is anyone around to respond? Can anyone stop Frosty from capping this? No.
They got them
and
both
as
going,
time
yep.
ticks down, it's going to be Sentinels with a 3-0, but it got a little hairy there for a moment for the world champs as Oxygen gave them quite the fight on Strongholds. But man, Sentinels look fantastic. 3-0 sweep for them.
Yeah, and what we considered to be a big momentous game for Sentinels turned out to be a scary game, right?
Yeah.
Like when we saw that momentum shift where we saw Oxygen gain around 100 points, they tied it around the 150 mark. They had the lead. They had a trip cap for a second. They had Swish with the camo and the sword. I was like, all right, this could start to spiral out of control.
Yeah.
But I don't know what happened during that last engagement. I'm not sure how Sentinels were able to acquire all those kills, grab B, and grab a second stronghold, which I believe was A, during that time where I felt like Swish and the Oxygen squad had the advantage.
Yeah, they were putting all their eggs into that basket of the trip cap. I don't know if you saw, but multiple times when they had that opening, they went for the trip cap. And I think that maybe that could have bit them in the butt a little bit because, you know, the name of the game in Strongholds is just, you know, hold more points than your opponents. Maybe they just felt like if they give Sentinels room to breathe, give Sentinels the opportunity to set up, that it could cost them, and they want to force them into a weird fight to just take a stronghold away from Oxygen, which is why they went for the trip cap. But, you know, then Sentinels get the spawns that they want. They're all together as well, popping up at the same time. They're able to just single push an area and then work from there. I think that was just a brilliant job from Sentinels to really bounce back. But I do want to give credit to Oxygen for playing that game very hard because they were not out of it, even though it felt like it at the beginning.
Yeah, no, that's a great point because they need to be on the same page as to when they are and when they aren't going for trip caps. Now, when I brought up like that whole relativity like tangent, the whole point is like, you know, what they have to really discuss amongst themselves. Like, all right, if we do have like, let's say a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-1 scenario, do we push in for this trip cap, or do we kind of count this as a reset scenario, go for another round of slays, and then decide if we go for a trip cap?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions that the Oxygen camp are going to have to answer as they get ready for the next game. But for Sentinels right now, they're sitting at a pretty 3-0 with that sweep. They look solid. We'll see how they continue to perform in the group. But for now, let's send it over to Lottie and the rest of the analysts to take some points away from Clutch.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Next time, GB, because I got that one right.
He did. He actually did get that one right. You were on the ropes for a second there. You thought that maybe a map might have slipped past Sentinels and into the camp of Oxygen, but that didn't happen. I would say a pretty swift 3-0 there. But I think the one thing that I really want to focus on right now and deep dive into is that Strongholds. And Onset, we were kind of talking in the green room about Strongholds, and it's ever-changing. It can get a little bit complex at times, and it's very situational. Talk to me about what you've seen from Sentinels and their Strongholds, because we kind of know already, against some of our top teams, they're not quite up to par.
It's a very minute, detailed game type, and it's very easy to make mistakes that cost you 100 points. It can be as simple as like, oh, I shouldn't have pushed that. And all of a sudden, you lose a number, your couple of teammates die, you lose a stronghold, you get a squad spawn, you get white. And it's kind of this snowball effect, right, that really is so devastating. So it's not too surprising sometimes when we see these big 100-point swings, because then it becomes process, and I'm sure, Wes, you can talk about this as well, is like it becomes a process of having to work your way back into a position to even get back into a stronghold.
Yeah, it might be a few lives until you really get an opportunity to fend for your own individual life. And unfortunately, simple mistakes, one mistake can cost you the game. And we saw Oxygen compete throughout this entire Game 3 and really give themselves an opportunity to take this series to a Game 4. But unfortunately, there was that one misstep where you saw everything was going right for Oxygen. They actually had Shock and Sword in the hands of one of their players, and then all of a sudden, they're in a trip cap, and that player is still alive. That kind of stuff cannot happen if you want to close the door on a game against a team like Sentinels.
Yeah, right after this, you see Royal2 gets the help on that ledge there, and it looks like, you know, the trip cap comes in. He actually even picks up this kill on Frosty, which is a fantastic play from Swish. And we're like, okay, things are looking pretty good. And like you said, your player should not be alive with shock and sword top control while a trip cap's going on. That makes you ask all sorts of questions.
Yeah, it's one thing that always is when I'm watching scrims, and like I watch a lot of Na'Vi scrims at the moment, and they're IGL 2 Foxy. I know this is EU, but this is NA, right? He will say, you're not on the map. You're not on the map. You need to be a presence on the map. Like, it's cool that you've got shock and you've got sword, but what are you doing with it? You're not influencing the game. You're kind of just watching it go by, right? You have to be on the map. You have to be doing damage, and those kind of tiny little moments can be the game changers.
Yeah, it's all well and good having whatever you need in your arsenal, but you got to use it right. And I think that is exactly what Sentinels kind of put on show for us there. Some epic stuff. It was really cool also to see Royal2 back. I think there's a moment on Oddball where he was looking damn good. He got a triple kill to start round number 2. He was getting double kills on C Plat with taking down the camo guy. I mean, just unbelievable stuff with the play balls, etc. So it's good to have Royal2 back. But I tell you what, Blaze right now is on stage with our resident montage maker, Frosty, on Sentinels to find out exactly how he's feeling after their first match of Anaheim. Over to you, man.
Thank you very much, Lottie. And yes, I'm here with Frosty on the main stage. And, you know, he was making some montage clips, okay, in that series as well. My man, the squad is back together. Finally, on land, 3-0 in the first series. I know this is what you've been waiting for. How you feeling after that?
Honestly, feeling great. First match on land with Royal2 back. So, I mean, it's a good feeling. We kind of set the pace of that series, and that's how we're going to continue to carry it the rest of the tournament as well. So.
Nice. And so, like you said, Royal2's back, okay? And last tournament, you know, Formal was filling in, and he had a fantastic tournament. But tell me a little bit about the difference from playing with Formal on your squad to having Royal2 back.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Formal, insane talent. He really gelled with our team, to be honest. With the amount of practice we had going into the event, we still played really well together. The chemistry was there. We're all really good friends with Formal. But obviously, Royal2, we've been in a team for, what, like 6 years now? Yeah. So, I mean, it was just, it's super natural just having all 4 of us on the stage. And I believe the last time I teamed with these guys, actually, was in 2018. And now it's 2022. It's been a long time since I've been on the stage with all 3 of these guys. So, I mean, it's a great feeling.
Yeah, it is. You know, you've been all across the board playing different games, but you're back with your boys, looking to do it again, looking to get another championship. Anything you want to say out there to the fans that's been supporting you and waiting for the squad to get back here on the stage?
Yeah, I mean, shout out Sentinels. I mean, you guys have been insanely supportive, and then especially with Royal2 back, he's out of jail.
Out of jail, out of lockdown.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're definitely going to be feeling you guys' support, and that's what we're going to be riding the whole tournament.
All right, y'all, that's going to do it for me and Frosty on the main stage, okay? If you got any questions for him, tweet it to me. I'll make sure I can get you guys the answers. But that's going to do it for us. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I'll tell you what, you know, Royal2 has been in jail, right? And you know how, you know, you go to jail, but you get ripped? Well, he's been in the Halo gym, clearly. Yeah. He's been getting ripped.
I wondered where we were going with that. I was like,
oh, God. I love how all of you look at me like, where is she going with this? Please, somebody take the mic off her. Oh, my gosh, before it's too late. But I'll tell you what, I've got the mic. I've got it all weekend, boys. You're going to have to trust me with this one. You know, incredible stuff from Sentinels. But let's be perfectly honest as we round up this matchup. You know, this isn't their toughest competition at all. And I did ask you at the start, is this an indication of where they're at in terms of their gameplay as a team and how they're going to be performing for the rest of the weekend? Clutch, based on what you saw from them, you know, how are you feeling about them heading on further into their pool and, you know, later on this afternoon playing C9?
I'll be honest, I didn't learn too much about Sentinels throughout this series. I learned more about Oxygen and how they're probably not ready to be where I thought that they potentially could be. But that being said, Sentinels did everything that they needed to do in order to showcase that they're still one of the world's best, if not the world's best. We'll find that out later today, what they have in store for Cloud9. But I think business as usual is what we learned, and Royal2 being back and putting on a show was just an extra cherry on top.
Indeed, business as usual. Let's talk about a little bit of business though, and let's have a look at the pools, because I also on the flip side want to talk about Oxygen and what this means for them. Bravo obviously going down 1 in their pool at the moment. The fight is on for Oxygen at this point in time. You know, what does this look like for them for the rest of this bracket run potentially later? Yeah, I think they need to focus on what maps can they take from Cloud9, if any. Obviously, what we just saw, it's going to be a tall order and an unlikely one. And then obviously the head-to-head versus Esports Arena Red is going to really be the determining
factor in who gets third in that pool, who stays in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting one, seeing Esports Arena Red play and kind of where they're at in terms of Oxygen versus them. I'm excited to see, how that one kind of shuffles around and how it produces the goods for tomorrow as well. But we do actually have another match coming up very shortly, gentlemen. You'll be surprised to know, because we are here, of course, for a LAN event. It's Halo LAN. It's Halo Infinite. We do have G2 versus Complexity. Both of these teams are going to have to push pretty hard on this main stage. I'm really excited about this matchup. Initial thoughts going into it, though, Clutch?
I love seeing Gilkey get his opportunity on the main stage. He's going to have another opportunity here. And I had a chance to talk with Gilk before the tournament, and he said he's starting to finally feel comfortable in Halo Infinite. He feels like he's back to his Halo 3 form. If he can do anything like he was able to do in those MCC tournaments in Halo 3, Gilk is going to put on a show here today.
Okay.
I think he's got a lot of talent. We'll see if he can replicate some of that Ace 3 magic.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's clearly got the inside scoop on things over here. And if you boys want to take, the trophy for us home by the end of the weekend,
please
start thinking about your picks. Start thinking about your picks right now. Okay. We're going to head to a quick break, though, folks. And when we come back, we will have our next match of the day up, ready for you on that main stage. It's going to be G2 versus Complexity, coming your way right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
This facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Flag 8. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan.
Captured.
Hello, you lovely Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. Now, right before the break, we saw the talk of the Town Sentinels roster coming back to life after bailing out Royal2 from behind the bars. Now, they made quick work of Oxygen despite the fighting talk from the Breath of Fresh Air team, who thought they could actually take down Sentinels 3-1, if not 3-0. But I tell you what, after Oddball, Slayer, and Strongholds, Sentinels take the series 3-0, and they're going to be back a little bit later on for more of their pool play action. But it was going to be interesting to see how they actually fare on one of their weakest maps currently, which is going to be Recharge, and weakest game modes, Strongholds. So I'm excited to see how they kind of bamp things up when we go up against some of the tougher opponents in this weekend. Now, I'm joined by some other guests on the desk. I've obviously got my
the ride or die.
The guy, the right, yes, he is my right, the partner in crime, but not as criminal as Royal2. But I do have Clutch, Golden Boy, and Gaskin on the desk. Boys, it's good to have you joining us. Now, we do have another series coming our way, and we're going to be seeing Pool C happening on this main stage. We got
That's
G2.
how it works. You've been here long enough. Come on.
G2 versus Complex. I know I stole his job, and I still have it.
Why you do that, lad? Come on.
And I still have it. Yeah, G2 versus Complexity. And now, when we're looking at the pools here, obviously Pool C, they do have Optic Gaming in their pool. They do obviously have a little bit of a warm-up match against each other, but I do feel like this is going to be quite highly competitive on the main stage. G2 versus Complexity. When I look at some of the stats here, they've had a bit of an up and down ride. I think G2 obviously have had better results consistently through all of the Pro Series, but the last Pro Series we've had, they ended up 14th, which is not exactly where you want to be, Clutch. How are you feeling about G2 right now?
Yeah, I think that they lack consistency so far throughout their placings and their performances. This is the same team that beat FaZe at Raleigh, right? And FaZe ended up getting third, so G2 is showing a lot of potential when they're playing at their ceiling, at their highest potential, but how often can they reach that? I think that that's something that they're going to have to figure out about themselves, is how do we consistently play at that high level, because these are four individually very talented players. It's just a matter of putting it all together and doing it so consistently throughout a weekend, which I don't know how capable they are as of yet.
Yeah, and I think you look at G2 right now as well, Golden Boy, and you think to yourself, like, how much of this kind of argument for them is online versus LAN? Like Clutch said, they had a pretty good ride when it came to Raleigh. They did take down FaZe, and FaZe were looking pretty damn good for their LAN event there in the first one on the roadmap. But, you know, what do you expect out of G2 at LAN this time around?
Well, I think there are big expectations for this team in general, because G2 Esports as an organization holds themselves to a very high regard. So they don't want to be a squad that's being viewed as like a middling team. And I know none of these players want to be viewed like that as well. You know, Gilkey, I think, was coming off of a pretty hot run in the Pro Series, right? Like everyone, like he was like the talk of the town when he got signed with G2. I remember even seeing Carlos at the Esports Awards and be like, yo, man, I'm really excited you got Straight Stick and Gilkey. And he was like, yeah, man, we saw them. We knew we wanted to get them immediately. So it was very clear that they were invested in these players. But the problem is that they have not quite found found that recipe that will work out for them yet. I'm a little concerned about it, but this is going to be a big proving ground game for them against Cole.
Yeah, I think it certainly will. I think sometimes the way that I like to stack things up is how talked about is a team. G2, I feel like, haven't been talked about very much at all. And that leads me on to ask you, Gaskin, about the caliber of this team. What do they bring to the table that maybe other teams don't? And going up on that main stage, what can they deliver?
I think G2 should be able to deliver a victory here. I think that's first and foremost what they need to do. This is kind of the second versus third seed in the group, where you want to be playing to try and put yourself in a position where first seed is going to be scared of you. And I think G2 are a team that are pretty scary on certain maps, but they have very big weaknesses on other maps. Now, I think they might have cleared a few things up since Raleigh. I think that's important. They went and practiced some of those weaker maps, so I want to see them improve all round rather than just having those specifically good maps, which is what we've seen at previous tournaments.
Yeah, indeed. Now, going up against their opponent, Complexity. Let's quickly switch the stage here. Complexity, again, like you said, going into this against the a seed that's a bit lower than them. Complexity, I think, they have a ways to go on this main stage going up against G2, and their results haven't been super consistent. They've been pretty low across the board for the start of this season, but coming into this, actually got a pretty decent place before coming into Anaheim. So talk to me about where they're at in their journey here, Clutch.
Yeah, a couple roster changes really did this team some justice, right? I think bringing in Vetra, a very, very talented individual, very young player with no experience at all, to be able to reach out to him, get him on your team, and have trust that veterans like Hysteria and Rob the Turtle can bring him up and coach him up to a level where he's able to compete in a 4v4 realm, gives a lot of opportunity to this team, because the addition of Vetra is massive. His individual skill is there. He did so well at the end of Halo 5 with his 1v1 talents, with his free-for-all talents, to really showcase that he belongs in some of the individual talent pools that we talk about, like the new age young guns that are coming up. I think for this Complexity roster to have any chance, it's going to be on the back of Vetra having a phenomenal performance.
Okay, well, speaking of that, in terms of the skill gap between these two teams, if you're looking on the side of Complexity versus G2 there, how big is that gap for Complexity to climb?
I know it's going to sound a little crazy, but I don't really think that I think they're right next to each other.
Okay.
I think this is a very reflective game of 2 and 3 facing off against one another, right? And I would not be shocked if Complexity find themselves with a win here, because I do think that the changes they made, even though it breaks my heart because Hunter's my boy and I really like that he was on this squad, I do think that the changes that they made, were effective changes that were very beneficial to this team. So honestly, this one's kind of a toss-up to me, and it's going to be a spicy game. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it is going to be a bit of a competition on that main stage, and looking at where the teams kind of landed before coming to LAN and their positions here, we had Complexity at 8th and we had G2 at 14th. Can you read too much into that, Gaskin? Can you read into the fact that maybe at this moment in time something wasn't quite clicking with G2 and maybe Complexity can capitalize on it?
I think online performance is always going to be a little bit different to LAN, and experience is always going to matter, and that man on your screen, Hysteria, is always going to bring a lot of experience to the table here. I think what's important is looking at scrim results occasionally. I know you're not going to play necessarily your hardest in scrims, and it is just to practice and sometimes test things, but it was an 11-2 difference in favor of G2 last time these guys played against each other. So that is quite a significant gap in terms of your kind of map pool and what you're good at. So I really think the series layout is going to play a big part in this one, because there are some really good maps for Complexity, but it depends whether we play them here today.
It does depend on that. But before we get into the details, the finer details of exactly how this is going to look, we caught up with both of our teams before heading into this weekend to find out exactly how they're feeling about facing each other in pool play and how they're feeling about the weekend as a whole. So take a look at this.
I'm really excited for this event. I think we'll play very well, to be honest. We've been jungling really well. Scrims are going well too. I think we'll do fine. As a team, I feel like from when we started to where we are now, we've just improved so much that I just have to be confident. There's no reason not to. Whatever happens, happens, I guess. But we're expecting to do well.
Straight stick there with the double kill, and Sab able to pick up the sniper with the DP. Oh my god, Sab with the turnaround no scope on Berserk. That was absolutely insane.
Our first main stage match is going to be against G2. It's going to be a fun match. We're friends with a lot of the guys on that team, and we have always played them extremely closely when we've matched up against them, so it's going to be a lot of fun. If there's anybody to watch out for on G2, it would definitely be Sab. he's a very strong player.
This is the final moments of this game. This will make or break the series for G2. Nice kill for Sab. Picks up one, gets the double kill. Looking for the triple. 3 members fall. The last one is Shady, bottom middle. Only 7 kills left to go, and G2 will keep their hopes alive.
We're just going to go out, have fun, try and be as efficient as we can as a team, and just work together and get the job done.
I think we will be Complexity 3-0.
You better watch yourself. We're coming for you, and we're coming in hot.
You better watch it. They're coming in hot. Don't want to mess with that kind
I
of
like just the
smack talk.
folding of the arms.
I know. He's like, look, I'm not playing around.
Yeah.
I'm not playing. Do you hear me? I'm not playing around. I ain't moving for you guys right now. He's saving all of his energy for that main stage action. Let's take a quick look, though, at the series layout, because like Gaskin said before we headed into that piece of tape, it was going to kind of be left up to discussion about how Complexity could potentially come and steal some maps here off G2. How is it looking for you, Gaskin?
It's not looking great. If you are a fan of Complexity, and the 2 games they were able to take in the scrims and the games they were close don't feature in this series layout. However, I will say they do seem to be better on Streets and Recharge in general, Complexity. They've had a couple of close games on these game types. Slayer Streets was 50-46 last time they played, and, you know, a 4-kill difference isn't that much. I think there is a real opportunity. As I said earlier, you don't take everything away from scrims. Maybe they've learned from those mistakes. Maybe they've learned how to combat G2 here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think Slayer Streets, when it comes to this map, but more importantly, the mode for Slayer, I feel like Slayer, it's quite easy to kind of have that as a swing map. How are you feeling about that in the favor of Complexity?
I don't think we're going to see a swing much in this series. I think it's going to be heavily one-sided. I mean, G2 has so much talent, and I think, like, as good as Complexity might think that they are coming in hot, is the quote, I think they're going to cool off real soon, because this G2 team, I expect good things out of. I think if Tusk is saying that they're ready and the scrims are going well, that's a good thing. But, I mean, Sav and Gilkey, those two have what it takes to really compete with just about anybody on an individual level. I think that they're going to give so much firepower to this G2 team. I really don't know how Complexity can balance all of that gunfire.
Look, the Complexity guys think that they play G2 pretty close. We heard it on the tape. So you're telling me
11-2, and then words are one thing, numbers are completely different, and I'm going to go with 11-2.
So you're not going to even potentially give Complexity a map kind of edge like you did for Oxygen?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
interesting.
You know, just going off of that last prediction, I don't know if I can listen to you, Wes. I really don't.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Right.
You got it right because everyone else picked Sentinels. So
what do you mean?
I don't know. I can't trust them. I just can't trust them. I trust Gaskin.
Do you want to be in the running come Sunday evening when we're predicting?
I already got my championship, so I don't need another one. You know, I'm good.
Holy
you know, and I'll just make one of my own.
Can I ask specifics on that? I'm only on the desk once today, so if I have a 100% record, do I just win automatically? Is that how it works? Just checking.
Yeah, how is this being tabulated, Lottie?
I created this tournament. I'm clearly not TO. I'm not very good at this. This is not my forte. But I'm on the desk the most.
Cool.
So I feel like it could be rigged.
Okay.
She's giving herself
Lottie's just going to give. I'm telling you, she's going at the end of the show to just say she won.
I am ready for the recognition I deserve. I'm just letting
She's rigged the system for herself.
And with that being said, let's pull up our predictions.
Oh, Lord.
Who are you guys feeling for this series? Please choose the
Come on,
team.
GB. It'll be close, right? It's a coin toss, right?
I'm going Complexity.
Oh, you are already behind.
I'm going Complexity. I don't care.
What are you doing for last? Because GB's going to fight.
I don't care. Because here's the thing. I genuinely do think that Complexity has been on the uptick. I think that G2, yes, they have been playing well. Yes, their scrims have been going well for them. But I don't know, man. There's something about this Complexity lineup that I have like just a feeling about. I'm very excited to come up here and eat my words as the series, concludes, if it does happen.
See, they didn't win one game in Pro Series, just to let you know.
You know what, man? I'm just saying. That's online. That's online. We just had a desync update.
It's true.
We're too close to Disney World. Your dreams are...
If you are wondering where belief forms from, it's in the form of
forms in the man that looks like Barney.
It is.
That's what it forms in.
I love the Barney fit today, man. The Barney fit's looking great. It's hitting different. Gentlemen, I actually do have a head-to-head for us. 2 players on the main stage. We have Straight Sick versus Triton here. And in terms of overall performance, we've got the stats in the middle there. And, I think, honestly, Straight Sick for me has been a player that you want to watch for such a long time across so many different titles. He has his name for a reason. He shoots straight. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's been around for a long time. The experience there under his belt, going up against Triton. You know, how does that match up for you in your head clutch?
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing this for
so long.
As long as I competed. I was competing against Straight Sick. He's still doing it. That teaches you so much about the player already, that he's just a veteran in every essence of the word. The guys call him cool and collected, and he's been to pool play just about every single tournament he's ever competed in. So this is just another walk in the park for him. Triton, on the other hand, still new to the scene, still gathering that experience. I think that there's a massive difference between these two, not only in like a gameplay performance-wise, but also just the intangibles that you can't collect.
I just feel like this team, the G2 lineup, they have like very high expectations for themselves, and as they should, because of the players that are on that lineup. And I think that's an area where Complexity could take advantage, right? They could take advantage and get there, because we kind of saw G2 crumble a bit at Raleigh, especially against some of the EU teams. And it was like Herculean efforts was what was necessary for G2 to get those wins. That's the reason why I'm a little concerned about them here. Maybe it was the pressure of the moment, maybe it was the crowd and everything going on around it, but I don't know, man. I do feel like there's an opportunity for Complexity to upset them and get into G2's head a little bit.
My worry for that mainly is that even though G2 struggled at times, it was their comeback factor and it was their clutch factor.
This is true.
And it's something we've seen in the Pro Series as well. I think 4 out of 7 times when they've gone to a Game 3 or Game 5, depending on where the series is, they actually managed to take it down. They have that clutch ability. It's not the same for Complexity. Their statistics are much worse in that aspect. And going back to Triton, though, to talk about like as a player and an individual, in the stats, damage-wise, he's 3rd best out of Pro Series, which I think is crazy. I think the fact that they haven't necessarily performed as a team, but he's been doing that much damage, if the rest of the team around him can find something a little bit better objective-wise or picking up the kills that he's actually putting the damage down, then maybe this roster can actually upset G2.
Damage is actually my most important stat to look at after a game. So the fact that he was able to provide that much damage means that he's creating space for his teammates. It's what his teammates do with that damage being done. That's going to be the next step in the process. Can Complexity capitalize on Triton's damage? That's going to be a story that either they stay in this series and make it a good one, or they fall short.
Exactly. All the gear, no idea. It's what you do with it that counts. We're actually going to like throw it all over to our casters. I don't know what I'm
Throw it
saying.
all over to them.
Throw it all over to our casters. On set, Bravo is, yeah, you can take it. Good to see you, boys. We have the second
nice jacket.
game of the day. Yeah, I think you guys have been dipping into my wardrobe, apparently. It looks like we all look the same.
I don't know. When
over
I
here.
got here this morning, Dan was wearing the denim first, so I feel like everyone's been biting off of Dan.
Maybe.
Okay? I'm a Dan stan.
This is very true.
Hashtag Dan stan.
Nonetheless, though, you boys are
Love you,
looking
puppy.
fantastic. Your voices are even better. So with that being said, please take it away for our second series of the day.
Thank you very much, Lighty. Super excited to get into this, Andy. We've been waiting quite a long time, it feels like, to get back into the casters booth, and it's great to have a great, very interesting series ahead of us with 2 teams that are kind of at different ends of maybe where they want to be right now. G2 are kind of just looking to break through into those top positions, prove themselves as a top team. Complexity, on the other hand, fought through that open bracket, made it here, and now want to make some noise.
Yeah, you bring it up perfectly. I mean, both teams are not where they want to be, right? Both of them have the reputation that they need to cement for this season, and neither of them have done it yet. I think G2 has yet to break into that top 4 conversation. Like you say, Complexity, to be honest, has yet to break into the top 8 real conversation. So an opportunity for both of them, but as you heard Gaskin talking about, the scrim results certainly are one-sided right now.
They certainly are. G2 the favorites without doubt going into this series. However, Complexity, they've got a fan in Golden Boy, at least. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but at the same time, it certainly shows that there's beliefs to be had, and there's a couple of players you look at on this team. You look at the likes of Hysteria. I know you wanted to talk a little bit about in that veteran, ability and leadership that he can bring to the team, but he's actually seemed to be playing a little bit of a different role, Hysteria, on this team to what we've been used to historically.
It is interesting to see Hysteria right now with the lowest KD on this Complexity roster, but don't let that fool you. I got to tell you, having coached Jacob for a long time, there's a reason you probably see Jacob with a little bit lower KD right now, and it's just because I think he's really moved into an all-arounder role, and I think he is here to make sure that the objective work gets done.
Well, we're going to have to see if he can get that objective work done, and for G2, it's a chance to prove themselves on LAN. I think a lot of these players on this lineup have been looking forward to getting offline, to be honest with you. Their online performances, I know a few of them, stuck on opposite ends of the coasts across America, which certainly can have an influence on things, but when you hear it from the players themselves saying, hey, scrims have actually been going pretty well, and they're pretty confident coming into things, then that's what you want to be, right? And now we're back on LAN. We have G2 versus Complexity. It's going to be our first match of the series.
Here we go now, second series of the day as well, and some early aggression coming in from the Complexity side already to C Plat, and gotta like that. Answered right back, though, by the side of G2, so they're going to be able to hold for just a second. We'll have to see how this opening rush ends up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trade across the board at the moment. You can see a few players kind of exchanging kills. Vetra, unfortunately, is going to be caught off guard by Straight-Stick, who's got that Mangler opportunity to maybe pick up a double, but Sab is going to be there to give him a little helping hand along the way to maybe pick up that power-up that's just popped. And at the moment, you can see that G2 are kind of commanding the map at the moment, but no real teams in position or players in position to get the Oddball in hand quite yet.
Very nice work here already from Straight-Stick, and you're already seeing what we talked about on the desk, the min-max, and nice shots from Triton as well. And the overshield grab does come in for Sab, so we got to keep an eye on that. I'll hold that thought for just a second, see what he's able to do.
Well, now we're going to be on board with Sab. You can see that G2 did have weapons and power-up control, but still only 1 point on the board, and it is actually going to be on the side of G2 by the looks of things. I think we might have the colors of the HUD a little bit mixed up at the moment, but we'll get that sorted as quickly as possible. As you can see, the sniper now going to be in the hands of Sam, but he's going to be taken down. It's so vital to get that power weapon out of the hand. At the moment, Complexity find themselves 3 dead, but so do their opponents, excuse me, which is going to be G2.
Yeah, Triton is in trouble here, tries to make the repulsor connect down on bottom pillars, but not an easy place to fight out of when you're fighting against players like that on the other side of the stage. And right away, going to be fought right back, though. Gotta love that play. Little repulsor of the nades, and they're going to go back and also repulsor back up. So a little bit of momentary control here for the side of G2.
Triton taken down like that. Use of the repulsor as well. It was almost like, hey, I've got your back, teammate. You go forward before me. And if he doesn't want to, it's like a little push, you know. Trust me, I got your back. But at the moment, it's going to be Complexity who find themselves 2 down. Rob the Turtle's going to be taken down to no shields, and Gilkey in a position to clean that one up as well. Overshield going to be popping around 2 seconds time, and at the moment, unfortunately, here for Complexity, they're on the back foot as Gilkey is starting to not only get warm, but maybe start to catch fire a little bit.
Oh my! Takes to the skies. Was he going to get the over? Let's see if he gets it. No, Rob gets away, but still quite a display from Gilkey there. The repulsor sky high triple kill, starting things off with a bang.
Yeah, what's that in the sky? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Gilk. Gilk taking to the skies, and there's nothing scarier than a flying Gilk, let me tell you that. At the moment, G2 in complete control. They have that next overshield as well. Gilkey's starting to find that form that we know that he has. He's got a heat wave now, replacing one weapon with another, and look at the score, Andy. 56 and rising to 0.
And let's not sugarcoat it here. He's also going to find Hysteria in the back. Mangler versus the Wave for just a second. Gonna pop right back up as well. Look at, oh my gosh, the man's got moves. Just making around. Surprisingly doesn't get a trade up top tower, but let's not sugarcoat it. Gildy is stunting on fools. You don't just repulsor up when an overshield's popping like that. That's a beautiful little clip, and you got to think maybe that's just the spark that G2 needed for this series.
Yeah, Complexity going to need something like that to get back into this game at the moment, because G2 looking like they're running away with things here. 63 points, and it was rising for just a few seconds, but a couple of kills actually going to go in their favor, but now they're being turned around almost immediately. So Complexity on the back foot for sure. Rob the Turtle tries to survive, but look at this pressure now coming in. G2 really putting Complexity to the sword.
Yeah, look at this now, 65-0. Not often that you see a score line like this at this level. Keep in mind, these are the best 16 teams in North America here competing, and only 16 teams made it, but still a huge score line in our second series of the day, game number 1.
Sab not quite hit the shot, but now the 3 challenges to take down Vetra.
I mean, does that sum it up or what? Look at that confidence. He's under pressure from both sides, still hits the no-scope, and still able to clean up before he dies.
Yeah, even with that play, though, you can see at the moment, the Complexity struggling a little bit. Try and manage to pick up a double kill, but he's the last alive. He'll find a sniper rifle. Maybe he can do something pretty crazy with it, but hello, Tusk. He's going to take that back into the control of G2, and at the moment, it's the G2 show here. They're only 16 points away from closing out the first round of the game.
You got 9 and 5 there from Gilk, 8 and 4 from Sab as well. Every player, of course, positive, and some good numbers from the side of G2.
So Rob the Turtle has the overshield. He's going to have to make a play here. At the moment, the only thing he's chasing is shadows. Nobody can be found, and this window is looking not quite as appealing as it may have done a few seconds ago, as Rob the Turtle will finally pick up the kill onto Tusk. Straight-Stick's going to be there, but there's Sab as well. And that was like a jump scare. Halo Infinite once again reminding us that it's a horror game as well as an arena shooter.
Nice plays there from Rob, just trying to make something happen, but you have to think maybe too little too late here. 2 minutes on the clock, 88-0. Now going to just tick the ball away here, trying to make something happen.
Yeah, just waiting for that 1 point, though. It's not happening. I was going to say, just hold it, at least get off of that 0 and make it a 1, and that will be done, so to speak, as Straight-Stick now is going to have the opportunity to play around cuts here, maybe look to push those pillars, but gets a call out and just plays his life a little bit here, waits for teammates before they can try and move in to help Gilkey, who had that Oddball in hand, and look at the timing of that. Not only do they pick up the kill at the perfect time, they also keep Gilk alive, they keep the Oddball. Straight-Stick picks up 2, and now will pick up the ball as well.
Straight-Stick does so well there in that melee battle back C as well, just to maintain control, and it looks like they're just going to hold this and be able to wait and bait. I mean, you got Sab here with the wave. He gets taken down eventually, but look at that. That'll be the round 1-0 in favor of G2, and it was a very quick one.
It looked very, very comfortable for G2, didn't it?
Yeah.
It really did. It didn't look really like they were under any kind of pressure throughout that first round. And even when they didn't have the odd ball in their hands, it seemed like they always had numbers. It was just a case of, just taking your time. We'll pick up the odd ball when you pick up the last 2 kills. There was no real desperation to push the objective when they didn't need to. It was clinical, to be honest with you, and that's what we need to see from G2, not just in this series as well, Andy, but I think throughout the tournament. It's being able to clutch up in those moments, but also making sure they're efficient across the maps.
Absolutely, that's what you're going to look to see. And look at both sides of the opening rushes now. We've seen both sides. It's so key to be hitting your curb slides, to be hitting those, like we talked on the desk, min-maxing all of your curb slides, your equipment uses. There's enough time passed in Halo Infinite where if you are not hitting all the mechanics you need to, you will lose games.
Yeah, you will lose games, you will lose overshields, you will lose weapons. It is as simple as that. You'll be beaten there by a fraction of a second, and that can make all of the difference. But speaking of getting away with things, it's going to be Sabinator who's getting away with the odd ball in his hands. 2 dead per side at the moment, so G2 will be able to at least creep forward and pick up a little bit of ball time. 22 seconds and rising for them. Strasic has fallen, though. Complexity now find themselves 4 alive, so they're going to have to try and break this setup.
Yeah, let's see. A little bit of a play ball here is going to come around because you did have that overshield push that was coming back. But look how quickly it's identified, even with the nest angles as well. And you got to think this is just clinical control of tower there. Even without the overshield, even without the snipe, they do so well to actually muscle Complexity back off of C.
Strasic, last player alive. They rob the toe, trying to find him and will find him. It's a little bit of combination play, a left from him and a right from another teammate. And now, for the first time in the game, Andy, we finally see Complexity with some sort of setup. They managed to get a 3 or 4 dead there. They have the ball in their hands now. How can they hold?
Also, that ball didn't play. You actually saw that G2 turned away from back pillars to fight at C, thinking that ball had played and it didn't. Pretty surprising to see that. Now, I don't think it's going to be a huge moment there. Double kill from Sab in the feed, as you see. But still surprising that ball did not go off there. Just a little more oomph needed.
Yeah, it's going to be Strasic who's managed to get the ball back in the hand. So not too much of a big mistake here coming in from G2. Complexity not able to hold very convincingly, to be honest with you. It was kind of the first push that came in. They sort of folded over like wet paper, but 43 and rising the score to 12. There's a heat wave from Sabinator as well, as he'll pick up the beatdown and also pick up the protection of a teammate. There's another one as well, and at the moment the ball carrier is just baiting players in for Sab to pick up beatdowns.
Now let's keep in mind, we heard about the scrim results, that you had such a one-sided victory for the side of G2, but keep in mind, this game type actually, Complexity did take a round there in the scrims as well.
4 dead here for G2. So it's going to be Complexity with another opportunity to hold here, but the score is 50-16. So this is going to have to be not just a hold for 1 wave of spawners here, Andy, but maybe 2 and 3 before we start to see maybe this game start to get tied up. But one way to at least give yourself some sort of advantage is to have an overshield. However, a 1-for-1 trade is not the result that you want.
Did not expect that Repulsor to come into the action there, the Complexity side. So look at Strasic. Oh boy! Sends them both off. Mind the gap. Double kill for Strasic with the Repulsor.
Yeah, goodbye, boys. I'll see you on the respawn screen. I don't want to fight you. I want to send you into the icy depths of what is the back of live fire. Here's Sabinator, though. He's going to have the Mangler in hand. He's also going to be able to drop that nice and quickly to pick up that BR cleanup. But the score getting a little bit closer here. But again, G2 have a comfortable cushion, and it just feels like they've never really been pressured in this game so far. Rob the Turtle needs to pick up this kill as quickly as possible. Hysteria is going to be there, but that extra second has allowed Tusk to get in now to pick up those 2 kills, and now he has the ball too.
Not going to lie, it's not a good feeling when you get 2-for-1 Repulsor off the edge of the map, and as you and your teammate are going off, you kind of look at each other as you're going down.
Hold hands at least.
This is not going to end well, and you have to think that might have been just a little bit of extra, bit of a dagger, not just into this game and series, but also the scoreline, 66-28.
Yes, it's starting to look like a G2 win at this point, unless Complexity can start to find a little bit more momentum on their side. But Train and Vetra both picking up kills. It's going to be Rob the Turtle who picks up a kill onto Strasic as well. And now you're seeing 3-4 dead here for G2. Complexity have the ball back in Garage. Now, how can they hold? Because so far, they've been a little bit kind of all over the place with their holds. We'll have to see how it works out.
You have to see, right? Looking to see exactly what might happen with the Observer there. We'll go ahead and find out exactly. It looks like we might not have lost the players. Might have been the Observer there. So we're going to get an update from production and find out exactly what's going on. But what I was about to say, Mark, is just the fact that we're now, I mean, if a Complexity can win 1 round in scrims, they can win this game type. So hopefully that's what's happening. We'll have to find out. As I said, it might be the match is continuing on stage and we might have lost the Observer. We'll wait for that update.
Yeah, we'll try and get that updated as soon as we possibly can for you. We're hearing that both observers have crashed, but I think the game is
That should mean the game is continuing, though. So unfortunately, we'll lose feed here, but that game will continue on. We shouldn't make it up.
We shouldn't make it up. Let's definitely not do that.
We did that once before.
Yeah. Anyway, let's talk about the point you were making.
What we can talk about, yeah.
Which is, the fact that stealing one round away, all of a sudden, the confidence that can bring to a team, and how,
there we go.
hey, Halo, we got the over-the-shoulder
This
shots
is what I was hoping
right
for. Shout out to production here for getting us an over-the-shoulder cam. Unfortunate that we did lose both observers at once there, but we are able to focus on one POV. We'll try to get that camera locked onto a little bit of a close view so we can at least talk about what we're seeing in this game right now. Let's take a look at the score. It looks like it is 98-44, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this is going to be the round in the map, by the looks of things, going to G2, unless Complexity can hold for quite some time. Rob the Turtle's going to pick up 2, though.
Hysteria POV as well. Hysteria over the shoulder. Let's see. This would be quite a comeback to see from this screen. It is indeed 98-55.
We're certainly going to have to roll back the years here if they want to turn this one around. But the way that they are holding things at the moment, it's not looking like it's out of the realms of possibility for Complexity. One kill going to be picked up. Rob the Turtle's going to pick up another one now. Gilky managing to sneak through, though, and look at that. Gilk and Sab managing to combine for 2 kills here for G2. It looks like the break might be coming in at least, getting the ball out of their hands. The ball falls to G2, and as you say, that's going to be it. Victory for G2 in our map number 1. They go up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling good about that. I think any time where it started to get close just a little bit there, you see Tusk and Straight Stick getting excited about that result. But any time where we saw Complexity getting a little bit of momentum, G2 was very quick to shut it down.
Yeah, it wasn't too much of a struggle for them at any point in the game. Even when they went 3 or 4 down, which is always going to happen against a team like Complexity, a very talented team, very individually skilled. They're going to win those 1v1s occasionally and get numbers on their side. They were able to fight out of it pretty comfortably. Yeah. I don't really remember Complexity managing to hold more than one wave of a push coming in. Even if it was the first push that they managed to deal with to get 20, 30 seconds of ball time on their hands, that was all it was. The second wave was a little bit more organized from G2, maybe just taking a second to go, hey, let's just slow this down a second. Let's make sure that we do something cool and manage to get the break. Speaking of something cool, how about this for a triple from Gilky?
Look at that. And Rob might have gotten the call out, because anyone who's played enough Halo together, by the way, look at this. Somehow the ball doesn't play for Stab, but we've all been there where someone says, don't give him the over, don't give him the over, run away, run away. And I think Rob the Turtle found out that there was a triple, and he was not giving away that overkill for free.
Yeah, on the other side of things, it's give me the over, give me the over, give it, where's the over, where's the over? But this is the first time I've seen, in competitive play at least, on a LAN event, 2 players being sent off the back of the map, and we'll have to see. Do you know what? It's going to happen at one point. It's going to be a 4-man pushback tower.
Oh,
they're all going to look into each other's eyes.
We'll start small. We'll see the triple next.
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
We'll work our way up there. But Street Slayer next. Keep in mind, as Gaskin pointed out here, and our great stats support also has helped us see in scrim results. I believe it was a 50-46 Street Slayer between these two. G2 with the win, however, the closest Slayer that we've seen in their scrim results for sure.
Yeah, and just remember, if you're a Complexity fan you're watching right now, I'd say the best chance in the series to take a game off of G2 to find your way into the series, so to speak, is going to be a Slayer. And I think Streets is one of those maps where you can find a way to snowball kills together. You have the rocket launcher in the middle, you have the ability to control, not only that, but you have the Stalker Rifle, you have the Bulldog. If you get the first 4 or 5 dead in this game, and I'm talking about maybe picking off one off respawn there after the initial push, you can get all of those into your hands, and before you know it, you can have a pretty almost insurmountable lead.
Absolutely. It's an opportunity also to slow the momentum of G2, right? Because Street Slayer is a game type you can play quickly. However, if you start to find yourself on the back foot, you do need to slow it down. I think G2 came into those games, those rounds, game 1 of the series, really rolling and really firing on all cylinders. This is a chance for Complexity to really get G2 just off their grind. Let's change the momentum, change the direction of the series. If you're a Complexity player or a Complexity fan, that's what you're hoping to see.
I want to highlight this guy on your screen right now, Straight Stick, because I feel like he's one of those players who I see online. He's like, just get me off, get me back to LAN, man. Get me off this online stuff, because he is a player who can take over not only series but tournaments. I've seen this man just pop off on a Sunday where it's like Straight Stick looks like the best player in the game. He gets a sniper in his hand and he ain't missing. And I think that it's a real opportunity for him to remind everyone here in Halo Infinite. And it sounds like pretty crazy to say, like, remind everyone, this being the second LAN event that we've actually have. But there's a lot of games under the belts of these players now, and I think that Straight Stick has the opportunity now to remind everyone that he is one of the best main slayers that we have. And for G2, I think it's almost vital that if they want success, he has to put up the numbers for them.
Yeah, I think so too. Straight Stick, just like you said, the man can absolutely pop off. He can take control of games where you see the post-game stats and you're like, oh my God, this man just dropped a 40 bomb in this objective, and you might not even have known just because he does it so cold, calm, and collected. So that's what we're looking for from the G2 side. We're going to keep an eye on that. But Honestly, I think G2 is a team that can play at any pace, and whatever Complexity brings, even in the opening of the Slayer, they're going to have to play the entire marathon of this Slayer. I don't care if they have a 10-kill lead, 12-kill lead somewhere in this Street Slayer. They need to make sure they close out the game.
I think a great point that you're kind of alluding to here as we do head into our second game of this series as well is I don't want to see G2 get lazy in this game as well. You've won game number 1. It was pretty comfortable. We have to, acknowledge that it was pretty comfortable. It was 2-0, but also the way that the game actually unfolded in front of us. You can go into the start of a Slayer in a game number 2 thinking, hey, we're going to go 2 up in this series. We just got to get the rockets. It's kind of that like slightly lackadaisical approach to think you got to be on it against a team like Complexity because as we previously mentioned, you lose that first fight, that first engagement. Every other fight you're going to have is going to be at a disadvantage.
Yeah. And keep in mind, we're not in the bracket yet. Every match matters here. Just winning this series is not what you need to worry about, especially in a pool like this. Here we go, game number 2.
Well, it's going to be Hysteria POV we're going to be watching again. He's going to be just caught by that frag grenade as it rolls down driveway. Maybe just trying to bait a couple of players up by not showing any presence, but we'll have that thrust to play with. Sab's going to pick up the first kill of the game to open things up here. Vetra is going to be backing down, and excuse me, it's going to be Straightsick, who is actually the POV that we're watching from the start here. He has the thrust to play with, and now he's trying to anchor, but almost manages to get that stick, but a good start actually here. Complexity manages to trade out. Triton's going to pick up the kill as well with the Pulse Carbine, and that's going to be G2, 2 dead.
I mean, that sums up Triton for you there, and very, very nice double kill here. He has the highest KD on this team. It's a great start for him. Let's see if they can steamroll that and try to get into some momentum here in this game number 2.
Well, 4-4, so neither team has any kind of advantage, so to speak, but a little push coming in from Tusk towards Arcade is going to give the kills advantage, at least, and the numbers over to G2 here. So what can they make of this? Rob the Turtle's going to be weak, and now you're seeing the collapse coming from G2, and this is what you need to see. Vetra's going to be down to no shields. He's managed to survive. Gilkey will clean that one up, and now look at the push coming in. Tusk holding down this heaven position, and while all of this is going on, the distraction is there for Gilkey. I'm pretty sure just picked up a little triple kill.
There's a reason they call it heaven. You saw the angles he had. He's so easily able to be selective about the angles that he's exposing, just able to bait and switch, pop in, pop out. He can just really choose where he wants to expose himself to, provide so much support to that entire cafe, that A area. There they are now with a 4-kill lead.
And this is what I'm talking about. It's a 4-kill lead because it was a 4 dead. Now look what you're fighting against. So vital that Vetra picks up that double kill. And now Gilkey's actually last alive. So Complexity flooded one side of the map there to make sure they at least got a trade because Gilkey has the Bulldog. And what a turnaround that is for Complexity. And let me tell you, I can hear some noise from that main stage right now. It sounds like Complexity want to take this one home.
Yeah, and Rob comes all the way in there to finish their tires. They're not letting those players stay alive. They're making sure to finish those kills, the ones that they especially need to, and just like that, Complexity begs you back to 13-11 now. Big 7-kill swing here.
Now this is where if you're G2, you're not going to start feeding kills, right? You've got to make sure that you're playing your life. Play with a teammate off of spawn. Make sure that you're being as difficult as kill as possible because Complexity have not only map control, but also weapon control here. Straightsick will pick up one, and also, as you just saw in the back pocket there, I'm pretty sure he's got a rocket to play with, but he's not going to get to use it because Triton's going to take him down bottom of beast death.
Good pressure there from Triton, the entire Complexity side there. They'll maintain just a little bit of a lead. The big question is those rocks that I do believe are full at the bottom of B stairs, where they will go, because they will dictate likely who gets maybe the next opening here. As we take a look, Rob the Turtle trying to think about maybe a heaven angle, but knew that there might be a little bit too much pressure there. We'll have to see where those rocks went.
This time it's going to be G2 who get the first 2 kills in the 4v4. Rob the Turtle, you got to hit those shots, my friend, because otherwise Gilkey and Sab, they're going to win the fight every single time. That's a little bit of a misstep there from Rob, especially in a close quarters battle. You got to hit the shots with the Bulldog.
And you saw Gilkey for a second there. He did swap out those rockets there, indicating that he at least used both. And based on the scoreline, we could say that he was pretty successful with them. So just like that, G2 now swings that again, and they're up by 4.
Hysteria trying to stay alive there. Managing to do so. Look at this move coming in from Gilkey, though. The timing there was absolutely perfect. Sab's got that Bulldog too. That's 3 dead for Complexity. Rob the Turtle is going to be the last player alive, and I'm pretty sure that he was off of the spawn. So 22-16 the score. And once again, Sab just trying to patrol around tires, waiting for the opportunity to strike with his Bulldog.
This is perfect. Just comes right back around. They can't keep enough eyes on it somehow. They get away there, but you think with Gilkey's support and PD, they should have been able to pick up a little bit more pressure there, but instead just going to wisely retreat, and Sab knows there's no rush here.
Yeah, Sab has to rotate, though, towards the pink street here, because you just saw that his teammate Straightsick went down. Gilkey's going to even up the numbers across the map, but there's always going to be a player, and that's a huge play from Sab there, making sure that player who was always going to be the threat to G2 setup there with that flank is taken down and doesn't have too much of an impact.
Yeah, certainly would have gotten a call out there. Killing spree for Sab. What's he going to do? Back A as well? No! Microwave comes out from Rob the Turtle, but he'll swap it out for the Bulldog. Maybe he'll have better luck here. It's a 6-kill game.
The Turtle picks up one, manages to survive as well, and that's so important in Slayers, not only picking up the kills, but of course, making sure that it's a +1, not a 0 in that KD. Tusky's going to pick up the kill, though. Hysteria has the rockets to play with. He picks up just the one kill, though, and I think there's still a rocket down there in the chamber. So Hysteria gets the trade. G2 fall to 2 alive on the map as try and takes down Sab, and that should mean the rocket will go over to Complexity as well, and the score's starting to get a little bit tighter, and if he can hit this rocket, it'll get even tighter.
Like we said, Triton the most efficient Slayer on this team. Now, they've kept it at a 4-kill game. They've blown that earlier 5-kill lead here, but now has kept this game close. So they just need to make sure that they stop the momentum at some pace, right? They cannot continue trading at this pace. However, they've really kept this game respectable.
Push down and come in, and you can see there was a little bait and switch coming in. Yes, 1 kill with the rocket is great, but again, you got to get away with your life in that kind of position. Rob the Turtle is going to get taken down with the Bulldog as well. It's the second time we've seen a close-range fight not being made, taken advantage of with that Bulldog from Rob. Unfortunately, things not going his way. Maybe just drop that Bulldog off to someone else, let them do that job. Sometimes it can happen. You get that trust coming in. It's not easy to hit those shots to snap onto those players. Up in heaven, Rob the Turtle, though, is going to respond with a couple of kills in the feed, so not letting it get to him too much.
2-kill game here, 33-31. Then look at that play from Hysteria right there. He doesn't tuck away. Back A, a lot of players, when they get that pressure from heaven, they're going to run away right away. But he gets the call out, knowing that he can help there as well. Let's see what he could do against Gilkey. Great shots from Gilk, but still just a 4-kill game, 35-31.
One missed shot there from Gilk, and that would have been him, unfortunately, falling to his death, 36-31, though. And look at the kill feed. You can see the Sabs picked up a double, and Tusky's putting the pings in. Rob the Turtle is going to be caught up in heaven and turns for heaven into hell for him as he falls into the death screen. Hysteria now trying to survive around PD as Gilkey is keeping the pressure on. Straightstick is there to pick up that kill, and now you're seeing G2 start to work together a little bit more.
There's a gap there, right? Gilkey pushes from Cafe. You have 2 players coming out of PD, Heaven and PD Stairs. They need to be watching that A angle. You need to be making sure there's no one coming Cafe. He gets all those free shots, all that free damage.
But look at this, the timing of that 4 dead coming in from Complexity. They managed to get 4 dead. They have rockets popping at exactly the same time, and now it's a 3-kill game between the 2 teams. And let me tell you, Hysteria's still got a rocket to play with.
I was going to say, if there's one guy I want with a rocket left on this stage, it's Hysteria. The man knows how to clutch up. And that's like you say, 2-kill game, 39-41, not over yet.
Straightstick's here, and he's going to use the rocket to pick up the kill as well, but not without Straightstick at least getting a trade. But speaking of trades, there's a double coming in from Hysteria. A 1-kill game between the 2 teams now. Complexity have roared back into this.
Just like this, G2 does pick up another one, though. So the question is, what is Hysteria going to be able to do here? You'll take a look. It's a lot of C and bottom Neon's control coming in from the side of G2. They're starting to make the B push as well.
Big moments in the game. Hysteria's going to miss that beat down. It's going to cost him as well. The thrust comes in from Straightstick. Gilkey picks up another, and it can be those tiny, small moments in the clutch moments that matter in games that can have that game fall through your fingers. Vetra, though, he still has that Bulldog. Takes down Gilkey, trying to survive as well. 2 dead for G2, and it's a 1-kill game once more.
Just like that, 46-44, now tied up, 46-46. We'll have to see how this one plays out. Straightstick with some amazing plays, but somehow, despite all that, we are tied up with 4 kills to go apiece.
Yeah, this is just a shootout now. This is almost like a deathmatch, right? If you die, it's a 4v4, and it's going to be Gilkey. He's going to have to spike grenades. Who picks up the first kill here? That's going to create the opening. You can see the Triton and Complexity are trying to back off and survive. Gilkey's going to be pushing in, though. He'll pick up the 48th. Tusky's going to pick up the 49th. And G2 from the back foot close things out. But you have to say, maybe Complexity, that was the chance to win the game in the series there. But G2 with the clutch factor.
Absolutely clinical at the end there. 46-46, we thought things might slow down for just a second. You were watching the B angles over to C Balk, and with the way that the teams were set up, with a full split map setup, I think we all thought that that was going to slow down a little bit. Instead, it's a very fast double B street push coming in from G2. They pick up 2 players with very fast team shots. You could tell the Triton got caught off guard in the back as well. And in doing so, they picked up the 47th, the 48th, and the 49th. Then all it's a matter at the end of just pushing the last player in PD.
I'm going to give a shout out to Gilkey as well. In that situation, managing to get away with spike grenades. And I don't know where he threw them, if it was up towards ATM, maybe on P Street, or someone maybe hiding with the Bulldog, or if it was towards tires. You can throw their spike grenades in there. He can do so much damage, just shred through shields.
But that was the opener, like you said.
That's the opener, and that's map knowledge as well. That's knowing that you can create opportunities in standoffs by picking up those spike grenades.
Fantastic plays from both sides here. And like we said, we expected this Slayer, based off of the scrim results between these two teams to be very close, and that's exactly what we got in the end. Even though we saw 4 and 5 kill swings back and forth for each side with teams exchanging the lead just a little bit early on, we did see a lead from Complexity, but G2 really had it for the rest of the game. But here's your moment, right? We got tied up right around the 42 mark, and we thought this was going to end a little bit differently.
Yeah, I certainly did. You can see here just these final moments. Vetra with the Bulldog, a killing spree right in the last moments of the game, but it was the opening that G2 asked for, and they managed to pick up. And one thing that impressed me from G2 as well, once they got that first kill, they weren't afraid to flood that B Street. Like I say, you'll see teams still stand off and think, hey, we don't want to throw this away.
Right. It's confidence.
G2 don't have that about them.
It is the confidence. And also, we got to highlight, you might have seen Straight Stick, that great offensive play with the thruster into Tires to win that melee battle.
Yeah.
And then he thrusts out of Tires back to bottom middle to get away. Then he scurries away bottom middle again. He gets away 3 times using perfect offensive and defensive thruster there. So that's something a little nuanced you might have only caught. That's not going to be reflected in the stats, but really great opening plays from Straight Stick to create damage in a place like Tires that's so hard to get in and out of. He does it so efficiently with the thruster.
It's something I've seen quite a lot, actually, especially on streets, is the thrust into Tires, right? Because it's the last thing you expect. Even if you've got a Bulldog in your hands, rockets, whatever it might be, you're kind of holding your angle, right? You're standing there and you're thinking, anyone walks around this corner, I'm going to be able to kill them before they kill me because I've got that spacing advantage and weaponry advantage. But the last thing you expect when a player backs off is for him to fly straight back at you with a beatdown towards you, and it catches so many players off guard. I remember it happening with a rocket launcher around there as well. I think it was respectful from Na'Vi back in Raleigh who managed to do it. It was a huge play that created an opening there, but here we're going to kind of draw attentions away from what just happened to what is happening right now as we head into our 3rd game of the series. G2 looking to close out the 3-0 sweep.
See what happens with this opening camo here, like you say. If you're just joining us, it's G2 2-0 right now over Complexity. The result that we expected to see so far, but does Complexity have extra gas in the tank to send this series the distance?
Off the break here, it's going to be G2 who have control of C, but it will be Complexity who have A and B. But as I say that, you can already see that there's a player from G2 inside of B. They also have a momentary numbers advantage. They also have Sabinator, who has the camo and the sword, and he's going to be trying to take down one player, but at the moment, all of the focus of Complexity is going to be on him, and Sab gets taken down, and that's a little bit unfortunate for him, knowing you have not only one power weapon, but a power-up as well to get taken down with no kills. Huge from Complexity.
Big props to Complexity for the way they handled that situation. Not easy to take down a player like Sab with a camo sword as he's patrolling control, but they really had some nice baiting and switching and getting the right angles that they needed. However, early on, it's early control, 24-5.
Yeah, really impressive play here, actually, from Complexity. There was a lot to talk about there, Eddie. You saw the player kind of sneak in. His Gilky's going to have to hit a crazy shot and not going to be able to with that shock rifle, but you noticed how they you noticed how they baited the player who was inside of B there. They sent one player out when it was a 4v4 and were like, hey, if you want to challenge him, GT, you're going to have to watch all these crosses because we've got you covered. It was kind of sneaky, to be honest, from Complexity. I like the way they set that up.
Absolutely. Now taking a look at some shock angles for the side of Tusk. A comfortable lead, but it has been a continued BC control from Complexity to bring this game right back in the action. We'll have to see what Tusk can do here from the anchor, and with angles like that, it's going to help his team make sure that they maintain as much control as they can of the control area.
B gets turned over, though, to G2. Tusk now has control of A, and this is a power position that you need to hold down for quite some considerable time. And look at that timing from Hysteria. He turned away at just the wrong time, and Tusk, maybe just with a little bit of a showboat grapple, we'll say there, to make sure he could close the ground and make sure he had that kill in his pocket. Triton's going to be one shot inside of B. He'll be taken down as well. G2 picking up kills, but B got turned over once more. AC, though, in control of G2.
Yeah, right now, this is good for them because they're just going to continue to bait, but my God, once again, very nice prioritization and handling of the sword player from Complexity. They're going to hold AB once again, and if they continue this, I think they're going to stay toe-to-toe, but they just cannot make, they got to make sure they don't get 3 dead, 4 dead. That's when things will start to get out of control.
It's been an extremely scrappy start to this game. It seems like no one's quite had the control that they've wanted so far, but saying that at the same time, now it will be one team with complete control. 50-39 the score, and rising in the side of Complexity. They have a triple cap, but look at this. Already inside of B is G2. They're trapped to pipes, though. They have to be careful.
Tusk, by the way, 6-3 right now. Some big numbers from him, or standout performance so far. We'll have to see if that continues from him in this game. Sab will take down Vetra. They'll maintain control of pipes.
And they'll keep G2 stuck at pipes here. And that's absolutely fine for Complexity. Sure. You can see they have control of A and C. They are going to have to try and hold off a push that looks like it's going to be coming in towards A from G2. Hysteria's trying to watch the cross, but you can already see the conversion onto A. The next thing is kills. Where do they happen on the map? If they fall over at A into the hands of G2, they'll be able to wrestle things away, and that looks like what's happening.
Looks like they should be able to. Oh boy, Rob putting up a great fight against Sab there. Made the legs a bit shaky, perhaps, of Sab, but he stays calm through that one. 2 dead again, another one dead from Complexity, so should be a little bit more continued control. But hey, a 20-point lead here for Complexity. They've certainly showed up in game number 3.
They certainly have. However, I've not seen anything from either team at the moment that's shown that they can run away with this game. Right? Even when we've had triple caps, it's kind of been very quickly turned over. Yeah. Teams kind of a little bit hesitant in if they want to make a play or not. Speaking of making a play, there's Hysteria. And for the first time, it seems like the sword has been effective in this game. It's been a little bit cursed so far. Here's Guilt though, and there's Vetro who's going to win the battle of pipes. And that'll mean it looks like a triple cap might be turning back over to Complexity as those kills go in their hand as well. Camo popping in too.
Just like you say, though, C getting flipped right away, so that trip cap ended immediately, and it will be a C flip, but it will still be points on the board here for Complexity AB.
Rob the Turtle managed to get a camo as well, and now he's an invisible turtle. As Triton will pick up the kill with a little bit of help. Straight Sick is going to try and escape, but Straight Sick with a little bit of help from Gilkey not only will be there to help out with that kill, but also manages to stay alive. So the camo has been neutralized. Not too much of an impact here for Complexity. However, they still have that 2 cap, but here comes Straight Sick.
He was an invisible turtle, but that ended real quick. Interestingly, shock rifle not being a huge factor yet. Players not clutching up with the shots that they need to hit, and actually it's been a little bit of a curse. If you have that shock rifle, you will lose almost every battle that we've seen.
Triple cap here for G2 though. And now you have Gilkey. He's going to be in a perfect position here because you see all the players are going to be over at C from Complexity. The fact that they just capped it, now it's going to be one of 2 pushes for Complexity, right? Do you push towards tower? Do you push towards C? If you push towards C, it's going to be Gilkey with a sword who's waiting for you.
Gilkey expecting the faster rotate. You can see he's like, where is everybody? Little John Travolta meme coming in there as he takes a look around, and then very nice killing spree from Gilkey as well. Just like that, we essentially have a tie game here at the 104 mark.
Spawns are going to be coming in at C as well once more. So G2 have Complexity trapped here. So you would expect this lead to elongate even more if they can pick up the kills that they need to. For Complexity here, it's about taking your time. It's about putting damage down. Angle. Otherwise, you're just going to be filtering kills over to G2. Sab picks up 1, Gilkey picks up 2, and that's exactly what I was talking about. You can't let it happen. Hysteria in the 1v1 at least manages to stay alive and pick up a kill, but Straight Sick's there for the trade.
You can't let Gilkey have that angle. When he is bottom A elevator and just doing devastating damage to players going mid-bridge and whirlpool and across batteries, that is an angle you cannot allow a player like Gilkey to have. It completely single-handedly destroys your push.
Vetro going to be pushed off of the sneaky ledge by that repulsor. Hysteria try and pick up kills though, so Vetra's going to have a little bit of space to work with to wait for his shields to come back. And with that, it looks like a move on to B is going to be made here by Complexity. While this happens, look at the move on to A. This could be a complete turnaround, and you have to say Complexity doing a good job of learning from the mistakes of the previous push and making sure they took their time. The triple cap now in effect.
Yeah, G2 put a lot of points on the board on that last run, so Complexity has a little bit of catch up to go, but this camo certainly could aid that. Look at the sneaky plays here from Stab.
Going to have to hit the beat down though. Where's Hysteria? Did he stay alive? Hysteria's taken down, so Vetra and Hysteria fall for Complexity. G2 taking their time and maybe assigning a little bit of, you know, their resources towards getting that camo in hand. And you can see why here. The respawn, the reset is going to come in from Saber here onto B. C is also in their hands, and now he has the shock rifle and might be able to hit the shot onto Hysteria to stop that C conversion.
Look at the camo efficiency. Look at the difference there when you saw the last Complexity camo versus the camo plays that we're seeing here. Oh boy. Almost got away too. It's sad. They're trying to dance around not only opponent's nade, but his own nades as well.
But again, that's over-aggression from G2 there. They didn't have to make that play. They could have let that capture go away. They could have then tried to respawn, watch the angles. And because they've done that, they lost so many numbers. Now it's Complexity who are scoring again. I get that you want to be aggressive. You want to be on the front foot, but you've got to realize sometimes when holding on Strongholds is the best thing to do.
Certainly, yeah, a little bit of, as you say, a little bit of over-aggression, maybe overzealousness from them. Interested in getting this game over with as fast as they can in our game number 3. But the control will continue here. Complexity just holding. And now they're going to start to lose C, though, so they're going to have to work together on this if they can, but they need to maintain control of this pipes area as well.
I like this Vetra, though. Just prioritization, such a vital part of being a good Halo player, recognizing where the most important kills were. And now Tusk, with that play coming in from Complexity, finds himself last alive. Complexity make the push onto A as they recognize that the spawns are coming in at C. If they get this conversion, then they might have a chance of turning things around, but look at the kill. Sab is going to sneak up behind the player inside of the hill, and Hysteria is there to get the trade at least, but all of the flooding now happening on the other side of the map. G2 fought out of that so well.
They did, and Gilkey knows right away to fly into A. He knows that's his opening there. No players are going to be spawning in back elevator. He's going to get that trip cap right away. C has answered back, and it's a nice little grapple camo snag for Gilk as well. This could be the home stretch for them.
Yeah, Gilky's just going to try and protect A here. You can see the rest of his teammates are going to be kind of tasked with holding B, and Gilky's going to be the pain in the backside to anyone who tries to move in on A. For now, he can kind of just scurry around, though. He might be able to actually pick up a kill and be a little bit more expressive, as Straight Stick has done the damage already. There's the kill onto Veteran. Now you can see Tusk and the rest of the team. This is when they need to collapse. This is when they need to put the pressure on. That's exactly what happens. Tusk gets the kills that he needs to, and now you can see Complexity trapped at Pipes.
Pipes push coming here. Guess what? Gilky is ready for it. He's even pre-nading. I don't know if he's going to get out of this one, though. Vetra and Triton will do very well to make that A push happen. But this is dangerous. 223 already on the board. 222, excuse me, to 147.
Now we're starting to get a little bit desperate here for Complexity because there's not much time left for them to work with in this game. They've managed to convert A, but look at this. It's going to be Tusk flying through from the top of tower to make sure that he gets not only the kill, but also the conversion onto B. 4 dead here for Complexity. G2 starting to march away with things towards the end of the game, and this is the clutch factor like we saw in the last game in effect once more.
Oh boy, Tusk also with some very good shots against Vetra was thinking about making the push there, and does not happen. And that is going to be the home stretch here. Now they're going to still be scoring with this, and we'll have to see if they can jump into A. Looks like they might have an angle.
Complexity have one more opportunity to make a play. Sabernator has a chance to shut it down, though. There's the beatdown. Doesn't matter. Excuse me. There's the kill. Doesn't manage to get the stop on the conversion. Those Hysteria and Vetra managed to work together just long enough to get the conversion onto A, but the difficulty now is where do you prioritize? Do you try and be aggressive on the spawns? Do you try and hold B? At the moment, Complexity has some really nice map control here, Andy, so they might be able to actually make a hold.
Let's see what kind of run they could do here, and now we're starting to see the shock rifle light up a bit. Triton able to connect with that. That will maintain the one-man advantage momentarily. Like you said, they have to watch both sides here, heads on a swivel, make sure no push comes in, because as soon as one side setup breaks, it could spell disaster.
Well, if it breaks for Complexity, it's game. It's as simple as that, but it's not breaking for Complexity. They are holding strong at the moment. More importantly, they're always getting the first kill in this team fight at the moment, but now you're going to see Tusk with the camo in his hands. If he can take down the player of the toe, then they're going to create the opening at Pipes. All the attention is going to be on Tusk now. The rest of G2 can flood. He's inside a B, and he looks like he's making a play, but has to jump out because his teammates have also gone down. But look at these shots. Can't quite finish for now, but Tusk does stay alive, but does not convert B.
Straight Stick, I think, is going to actually be the one that finishes it. He should get B, but C's getting flipped as well. As you can see on your screen here, they should get that flip. Now they're going to focus on A as well.
Now you're going to see the push towards A, and you can already see Hysteria is there.
He's there.
So again, now G2 are trapped at back Pipes, and this is Complexity's chance to maybe turn things back in their favor. The score getting closer. Great shots coming in from Sab, though. That 1v1 win was so vital on the flank.
Wait, Sab gets another kill as well. The melee, I don't think it connected there. Sab is going to be on C. This could be the end right here if he's able to finish on C. The nades are coming in. Multiple players from G2.
G2 get inside of C.
That's it.
And it's going to be the play from Sab that turns things around. And just at the last second, G2 will manage to hold firm to get that win on the board. It's 3-0 in the series. But again, there was certainly some things to work on for G2 at the end of that game. They were made to work for it by Complexity.
Yeah, and I tell you what, that end hold, that was the most convincing hold we saw from Complexity, without a doubt. It was probably the most convincing set of plays that we saw in the whole series from Complexity. Don't count this team out, a set of really talented players here, but as expected, based on the results that we saw coming into this tournament, it is G2 with the 3-0.
And pick up the 3-0, but it wasn't comfortable by any stretch of the imagination. Let's take ourselves back. That could have been a game 2 that did not go in their favor. That could have been a game 3 that did not go in their favor.
Right, this could be a 2-1 series. Right?
Yeah, we could be heading into a game 4, just those little things that didn't go in the favor of their opponents. But, you know, for Complexity, I think there's a lot of good things to take out of that. Maybe apart from the Oddball, that was heavily in the favor of G2. But if we talk about clutch teams, right, we talk about clutch moments. G2 showing once again, maybe it's just the experience that is across this 4 of being in those situations so many times, that's what wins you games, and more importantly, that's what wins the series.
Yeah, I was really, I think in the end, G2 is going to feel good about that one. I agree. Not comfortable. I think they had to work for it, but in terms of how a first series goes, I think it's a pretty good one for them. I think they're going to carry this momentum through the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, the most important thing is the score, right? It's 3-0. 3-0, and you know, that's the thing that everyone remembers. That's what goes down in the history books, and for G2, I think it is the kind of start they would have wanted. I think that Gilky was making some plays that kind of remind us, hey, Gilky's here to play. You know what I mean? Like, when Gilky's here to play, it's a lot of fun to watch. And I think the rest of the team are kind of following along with that as well. I am excited to watch Complexity play, though. I have to say, I was impressed with moments with what they did, but it seemed like those moments only came when they had to. It was almost like, oh, we've got to make a play now. We've got to start playing now because otherwise we'll lose the game. You got to do that from the first moment, from the first shot on the map.
Yeah, very rarely did we see them dictating the game, right? Very rarely did we see them as the decision makers, as the one that were really leading the way in the game. Like you said, they were on the back foot, they were reacting. Sometimes they pulled out some amazing double kills here and there when they absolutely had to on the receiving end of a push. Very rarely did we see them really being the aggressors until the end of that last game that we just saw.
Yeah, it's going to be certainly something for Complexity to watch, and I think if you're Complexity, you watch that series back and you probably learn a lot quite quickly. And it could be put right very, very quickly. So a lot for them to take away for sure. But for G2, I think there's certainly signs of goodness. But again, you can also see why maybe they're just a little bit short on breaking into that top 4 at the moment, because for me, it's always the things, I talk about timing a lot. I talk about speed of play, right? And it's for good reason, because you can see there for G2, sometimes the timing was a little bit off on when they were trying to be over-aggressive. And then you find yourself on the back foot. Now, all these things add up. G2, just a little bit off.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I think we just saw some great plays, like you said, some great routes from Gilky, everything like that. But I think we do have plays on the stage with Straight Stick here on the G2 side. So, Blaze, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Bravo and Onset. On the main stage with Straight Stick, as you guys know, G2 coming out on top. And my man, it was a 3-0 finish, and it was quick. How are you and the boys feeling today here at the Regionals?
I mean, honestly, we've been putting in a lot of work ever since our new pickup of Tusk. So it's been a lot of hard groundwork for us to get the teamwork flowing and the communication going. Working as a team has been something that we've been really focusing on, because sometimes the individual plays can hinder the team, but I think that focusing on the comms is our biggest thing for sure.
There you go. And that actually leads me to my next question, especially with you, Tusk, and the guys. When it comes down to G2, what do you guys want to do to a little bit be more consistent as a team, okay? Because we'll see you take down some top squads, then come up against some other teams that you should beat, but it's challenging moving forward. How do you guys want to be more smooth?
Well, I think that it just comes down to us polishing our setups in the way that we want to play the game.
Yeah.
When we play our own game and we have good comms and we're working together, we're not toxic about anything, and we're really keeping our death cams on point and really paying attention to everything. I think that we can beat any team.
There you go.
It's just about the consistency factor, like you said.
Staying cool, calm, collected, fighting as a unit, and not fighting alone. Because you guys are all nasty players, okay? No, you're Straight Stick, all right? But sometimes you got to do it as a squad. And now, when it comes down to the fans who are rooting for you, any messages for them? Any message to the competition out there as G2 looking to come out here on top?
I mean, huge shout out to the G2 fans. You guys are awesome as always. You guys support us like crazy. Much love to everybody at home. I'm in Anaheim, California.
Nice.
I'm from California. I always love being in Anaheim. My first tournament ever was Anaheim 06. So being here is always an amazing thing. Shout out to everybody.
Hey, we got a classic OG on the main stage. As you guys already know, from Cali, looking to do it for the hometown. Lottie, Desk, take it away. Break down this awesome series. And me and Straight Stick gonna get ready for the next one.
Amazing stuff. Thank you so much. Blaze, thank you so much. Straight Stick as well. I mean, amazing, obviously, result for G2 across the board. Not such a good result, though, for Golden Boy.
Oh, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I had predicted them this whole time.
Oh, yeah,
At
you
no
did,
point never was I ever calling for Complexity to win. I had held this card up the entire time, right?
Definitely.
Go ahead, take
it
your card
definitely
back,
wasn't
Dan.
a star. It was definitely the G2 logo. You weren't making an argument the whole segment about it. No, definitely
Let me
not.
just say this.
Go on.
Get it out of the way.
Let me just say my piece.
Say your
okay?
piece.
One of the things that we constantly were harping on G2 about was the fact that they put themselves in these situations where they're going to need to clutch up. And they didn't just have to do it one time, they had to do it 2 times. And that has been the issue with G2. They are a phenomenal team with players that are world class, but it keeps on happening like this, and they're going to have to figure out sooner or later what's going on here.
The big thing that separates G2 from some of our top teams, probably that tier 2, that top 5 that we have here in Anaheim, is that G2 relies solely, it feels like, on individual plays. Individual players to make individual plays that are great, that will get them over the hump and get them individual map wins. Some of our best teams in the world, they do it not only with the individual plays, but they do it as a team. They have so much structure to their setups and whatnot. And listening to the Straight Stick interview, that's a big focus for this G2 team to get over that hump, to get into that top 4. They didn't really show us that they had that in this series, but you get out unscathed, you win 3-0, build on this, and then later on when you play much tougher teams in Complexity, we're going to have to see what they're made of as far as a unit, as far as a team is concerned, if they want to go as far as they want.
Yeah, the cohesion is definitely lacking, and it needs to be, I think, a bit more of a chem issue, I think, with G2 and feeling each other out on the team, like knowing exactly what you want to do when and having that organization behind you. I think they have a fantastic level of skill on this team, but it's how you use it. Gaskin, I've got to talk to you about the Slayer match, man, because the same result happened again. I mean, talk to me about the stats. Talk to me about what you saw, I think, from both of these teams at this point, because it got to a point, I think it was 46-46, we were drawn. Either team could have swung that in their favor, but it just didn't happen for Complexity.
I felt like the smartest guy in the world.
Yeah, GB was like, oh, this is going to happen. It's going to be the swing game, but then it turns into be another 50-46, was the exact same result from their last online scrim. I do think that maybe G2 took advantage of Complexity dropping the ball a little bit, though, because they had just spawned G2 down in station, and they could have quite easily got aggressive and pushed in, but that shows them being a little bit scared of G2. They didn't want to make that push. Instead, they said, hey, it's 46-46. Let's just wait. Let's calm it down. We're back into the game.
Yeah.
And that took the momentum away from them and allowed G2 to dictate the pace. And G2 said, well, we've got to make a play here. We're down in station. They made that play, and they won because of it. So I just want to see Complexity maybe believe in themselves a little bit more. Like, we're here for a reason. We're a team that can take down G2. Why are we fearing a team that actually, realistically, we're not that far away from?
Yeah, indeed. Clutch, I want to ask you a little bit about G2 and maybe some pieces that could be missing, or maybe some pieces that the viewers might be missing at home. Talk to me about underrated players on this roster and why a certain player really needs to have a little bit more respect on what he's doing for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we always talk about Straight Stick and we always talk about Gilkey because they're the flashy players, but I think the best player on this G2 team is Sab. When Sab is playing at his best, it is a thing to watch. I think he's up there with the Boobadubus and the Falcators of the world. He used to team with these guys. He used to play as good, if not better than them when they did team. And he's got so much talent. I think that he's going to be a showcase talent for years to come. And I think that he's going to give this G2 team like such an opportunity to break into the top 4 because you have him paired with a lot of individual skill. And you throw Tusk on there who kind of does it all, does the dirty work. Yeah. And I feel like that's just such a good mesh of players that they can just get the strategies in line and then get on the same page consistently.
And I'm glad you actually mentioned Tusk because he's had quite the experience in Halo Infinite so far, having, jumped from, he was on Space Station, got dropped for Formal, got put back into Space Station again, got dropped again, so his journey has been very, very different than what you would normally expect for a player coming into the game, especially one with his talent. So to kind of go back to your earlier point, Lot, like I do feel like one of the issues that G2 has undoubtedly is that they're 4 individually gifted players that have so much to contribute. The moment that chemistry, that teamwork starts to click, you will see this squad in the top 5. You will see them in the conversation. But right now, I'm not too sure they're there yet. And I hope that this is the tournament that they can establish themselves.
Obviously this is our second LAN now. I'm curious to know, Gaskin, really quickly, as we kind of, put a bow on this conversation on the series, is, how long is too late? How long do you have to wait for that chemistry, that cohesion to happen as a team? Is there a particular part where you're like, look, guys, we're all really good, but it's not working together?
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Halo, historically, there's always been team changes that happen so often, and I'm a big advocate of sticking together and working on things, but sometimes you do reach that skill level barrier where your team just can't break through. But you look in real sports and other esports as well, you sometimes do get teams who just are solid mid-table sides or a team that's going to finish top 8 every time, and that's not a bad thing. Sometimes you just can't surpass it, but at least you're there, because you can very easily make a change and then suddenly you drop out of that top 8 and some team who's been together longer takes over that position. So it's like, what do you want to do? Do you want to take that risk to try and push yourself into that top 4 and risk dropping down to the top 12, or do you want to stay as a top 8 team? But we know everyone wants to go better. So that's why we see these team changes, because 3 guys will get together and they'll pick on the one guy who's not really been doing that well statistically and say, he's maybe dropping the back. Maybe we need to get someone else a little bit better in. I don't think that should happen. I think that practice is usually the key here, but certainly changes could come from certain teams, especially when you look at Worlds. Worlds is when so much prize money is going to be on the line.
Yeah, I just want to say G2's not that squad quite yet. They're not that squad. There's a lot of talent. I don't think they have a lot to worry about. The only reason why we're speaking in these terms about G2 is because we know the potential of this team. When we saw this lineup get announced as one of the partner teams in the HCS, we were like, oh boy, that's going to be a good team. That's going to be exciting to watch. So I think it's more or less that we as casters and talent that have been working in this for such a long time, we know what these 4 players are capable of, and that 3-0 was a great display of that. They just got to ensure that they don't let these teams surprise them in the moments where they're caught with their pants down.
So it's the details and the pants being down.
And
pull
the pants.
them up.
Always the pants.
G2, pull those pants up. Let's take a look right now at the pools though and see exactly where we are at. We have some results on the board across all 4 pools. If you guys have been tuning in all day to all 4 of our streams, because we are streaming absolutely every single match. Oh no. We have a couple of different things to talk about here, and one being what we've got coming up next. We have Fnatic versus Space Station. Now there's a lot of things to talk about with that one here, but this pool, Pool B, it's the pool of death. These are very hotly contested teams, a very high competitive kind of a vibe going on in this pool, and they're going to have to work their behinds off if they really want to bring the goods on that main stage. So you especially, Gold Boy, though, with your kind of edgy picks and stuff, buckle up, Barney.
Buckle up.
Buckle up, Barney.
Watt says edgy. I just say wrong, but we can call.
That's fair. Okay. Can we just talk about the fact that you look at the pool and G1 beat Space Station?
That's awesome.
That G1 beat Space Station. What is Space Station thinking right now? Because this team has had some. Yeah, they've had a rocky road. I mean, if Tusk had a difficult time, Space Station definitely has not had the best time as well. So I am a little concerned about SSG here. This is a critical matchup, and a critical matchup for the newly picked up Fnatic that got to establish themselves.
It is indeed, and they did establish themselves pretty early on into their career with Fnatic by beating Space Station 2. So Space Station right now, I think, are shaking just a little bit in their space boots. But we'll get to that in just a moment. We're going to head to the break, and when we come back, we do have another series on that gorgeous main stage here live from Anaheim. We'll see you right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We are live from Anaheim in the gorgeous California weather here. Now before the break we did see G2 not really take so much of a complex approach to complexity because they managed to take this series pretty easily. And Golden Boy wasn't so great in terms of prediction. He did actually predict the underdog in this series and didn't come out clutch. Did not come out clutch this time around. However, he has time to redeem himself and so do the likes of Complexity as they push forward in their pool. But G2 Esports, you know, some really great things to take away from this series against Complexity. They have things to work on. The talent is there, the skill level is there, but as a team, they just need to really make themselves shine cohesively. Now, I do have another new panel up on here. Am I not so lucky that I get to work with such incredible people?
That's a one word.
Yeah,
that's one word
it
to
is
use.
one word. Hey look, I got Walshy, I got Golden Boy, I got Onset on here. Fellas, we actually have the next series about to happen. We are going to be seeing Fnatic versus Space Station Gaming. Now, there's a little bit of a rocky road happening for Space Station right now, and I want to get into Space Station first and foremost because, you know, we have some pretty big names on the Space Station roster. We have the likes of Ace on here. You know, he's been around for such a long time. He has a ton of experience under his belt, and, you know, he really is leading the charge here for some of these guys, but they're just not providing results at the moment, and it's really difficult to watch. You know, they fell to G1 earlier on. You know, they have been beaten by Fnatic before. How are you feeling about this roster?
You know, I'm honestly very concerned about Space Station, especially considering the talent on the team. And one player in particular that always stands out to me is Talonol. I mean, the kid's a future. He's so gifted. He's so good. But this team has had to make a lot of changes from the start of the season up until now. And it's like, I would say, an uncharacteristically big amount of changes, like a lot of changes. Like, it's not normal to see these many roster adjustments in a team this early on in an esport, Dave. And that's the reason why I'm like very concerned about Space Station, because they keep on trying new things. And at some point, you got to let them kind of just go.
Yeah, it's a tricky balance. I think there were some changes that were kind of out of their control, obviously, kind of leading into Raleigh, and them having to scramble and kind of figure out the best situation there. However, yeah, it is, like I said, that delicate balance, finding
all right, do we want to get that correct player that clicks and things just feel right? Or do we need to give some time for this to blossom, to figure out their teamwork and really give them a chance to shine?
Yeah, indeed. I want to quickly just kind of deep dive into this team. I think maybe viewers at home are wondering, what is really going so wrong here, because they do have really skilled individual players, and it's kind of like the same conversation roughly around G2 here. But on set, you're looking at some of the players, and I got some of the stats in front of me as well from the Pro Series. And we've got the likes of Flazing, second in damage overall in the Pro Series. He's hitting 6,379 damage. I mean, what is going so wrong with this squad that they can't capitalize with their best players?
I mean, I didn't watch the series, so I can't, give an honest opinion on what went wrong in that particular series. I need to give a shout out to G1 though. What a performance that is to take down Space Station. But you're right. It seems like the components are here, right, for Space Station to put in good results. Tylenol, I think, was up there with one of the best KDAs and best stats in the entirety of Raleigh. He really was one of the standout players. You've got Ace with mentions. Zion's been on this team for quite some time. You've got Flazing, who's meant to be this young gun who's coming in. And you spoke to Elamite before. I spoke to Elamite before one of the Pro Series, and he was like, this roster has been built for Halo World Champs at the end of the year. We don't expect to win an event straight away. We know it's going to take time. But on the flip side of that, there needs to be an upward trajectory, right, for this team. It needs to be a consistent improvement. And they're on the back foot already after the first series here. And I think they've got to bounce back here against Fnatic. They have to win this series. And almost this has become like a must-win for either side of things now for both of these teams.
Yeah, indeed. And on the other side of things, of course, we do have Fnatic. Recently picked up roster. They're fresh. They're exciting. Really excited to kind of deep dive into their gameplay a little bit more, because really they're a bit of an unknown entity when it comes to how they're playing as a team here. And they have taken down Space Station previously, despite the fact that Space Station had said that they were going to give them their first loss and this was going to happen and it was going to be amazing. There's certain the dominance that Elamite was so really excited about, and it just kind of flopped there. Yeah. I want to know about Fnatic and, really the fact that Space Station right now are kind of, on a downward spiral. Is this going to feed into Fnatic and how they're feeling in this matchup?
Oh, 100%. And correct me if I'm wrong, this is a former Team War, right? I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, and that team in Raleigh was turning some heads. I saw the announcement of War releasing all the lineup, all the players, and I was like, they're going somewhere big. No shock that they went up to Fnatic, the last team to sign last partner team to sign a whole squad. And I think it was a smart call, because these are players that their stock is only going to continue to go up. These were all four of these players were individuals that we were seeing shine at the end of Halo 5 and onward into the MCC and H5 Pro Series, like in between the gap of, when Infinite finally released. So it does not shock me that we're talking about this team in a positive light right now, given the results that they've had in the past against Space Station. It really feels like Space Station, with that loss against G1, now have a lot more pressure on their back, whereas Fnatic can kind of just do their thing because they lost the FaZe. I think they kind of sort of went into that match, wanted to give it the best they possibly could, but, it's FaZe. They're a really good team, and there's still more to work with for Fnatic. On the flip side, though, for Space Station, they should have won that game against G1. So now Fnatic's coming into this feeling a little spring in their step, you know? Who knows?
That is the question. Who knows? Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know anybody who would know it better than the teams themselves and how they feel about this matchup. And going into the weekend, of course, here in Anaheim. Let's find out what they are feeling and thinking, so check this out.
I would say in the past week, the situations with how scrims have been going, we've been progressing pretty well. We've had some setbacks. We don't really know what some of our flaws are until we play teams that kind of expose those. So recently, I feel like we've been in a really good place, and yeah, I'm just excited.
Kill lead, 27, excuse me. Let's see though what Ace can do in the heat wave. Beautifully done by Ace.
Going against the Fnatic, I feel really good. I feel like we have confidence in playing them as a team, so going up against them as our first match on main stage, I feel like it's a good game to get the ball rolling. We have to make sure we're not slacking when we're playing our game and going into matching up against them, because they also play really fast. See, we're just going to make sure that I stick to the game plan and don't have to go into rogue like I usually do, and stay calm and just play as a team. I feel like we'll do really well. It's all love, but Envoy, do not let me catch you double door with thrust again.
OS, return coming in, but CC, if anything, I mean, he can get a couple kills here, maybe a return of his own.
Ooh, double.
Like, our online placings haven't been as good as they should be, and everyone's going to go into this thinking that we're underdogs, but I think we're a lot better than people are going to expect. I'd say their strengths, they're really good at using all the weapons on the map. They're really good at abusing everything that they can find on the map. Their weaknesses, I think they fall apart sometimes, like their teamwork just crumbles. Probably 5 online tournaments at this point, they've beaten us all except once. I think it's going to be a 3-0 this time. I think we're finally getting back to where we normally are, and I think this time we're going to show that we're the better team.
I think that calming sense of confidence is quite chilling, actually.
Yeah.
He's just so calm, but he's like, I think it's going to be a 3-0.
That was spicy, though.
I know it was very spicy. I was loving the call out of like, hey, I don't want to find you double doors again thrusting, just letting you know here, right now, just giving you the warning. You know, I think right now, I would actually kind of agree with Fnatic and what they had to say there in terms of their teamwork, and it does fall apart. And I think that's exactly what happened to Space Station. We're going to bring up this series layout to see exactly how this series is going to go down. And while we do that, on set, last time around versus Fnatic, Space Station out-damaged them quite significantly. However, didn't manage to take the win. What does that say to you about their objective efficiency? And with this series layout, how are you feeling about it?
I mean, objective efficiency speaks for itself, right? If you're out damaging and out killing the team and you ain't getting the objective done, you ain't going to win games. It's as simple as that. And it gets exposed even more when you get to a live event. People are going to see that and they're going to be like, okay, cool, you can go over there, you can pick up one kill, but it's irrelevant to everything else. But just to very quickly touch on this first game type, I think for Space Station, this is huge, right? Fnatic play at a fast pace. You've got the smallest map in the circuit. You've got Strongholds as well. Fnatic are going to be flying over them, all over the place here. And Space Station are going to be under pressure almost immediately.
There was something from, who was it that we were hearing from? Zion. There was something from Zion that really caught me off guard. He legitimately said, we don't know our weaknesses. So
that
when we play
as
teams,
well,
we find out the weaknesses. Like, Papa, you can't do that right now, okay? Like, you got to win, you know?
I'm going to try that in my next interview. What's your greatest weakness? I don't know my weaknesses. Next question.
Yeah.
I just need them to expose it for me. Like, no, you don't want that. That to me, you know, really is problematic. Kind of speaks to some of the core issues that the team is having. That being said, do I think that they can walk away with the win? For sure. But then on the flip side, I kind of feel the same way. Like, I legitimately, I know we're about to do these stupid cards, but I genuinely don't know who the hell's going to win. I really don't.
It really is a toss-up at this point, for sure. I actually do have a matchup for you guys, a player versus player on the main stage right now as well. We've got Flazin versus Envoy. Now, when it comes to these two guys, obviously, both incredible players for their teams. You can see right now, though, I did mention it before with the stats for Flazin. He is stacked right now. Like, this is a lot going up against Envoy. And Walshy, looking at this head-to-head here, are you looking for Fnatic to really try and take Flazin out of the game here? You know, how do you handle a player who has that kind of slayability?
Yeah, we covered this a little bit earlier during one of the broadcasts, but essentially saying that yes, you do want to give credit where it's due. You do want to shut down players, but you can't catch yourself in a position that you're just trying to shut down Flazin.
Right.
You can't put yourself in a position where like we gotta find Flazin because there's just so many good players out there. But yeah, seeing those stats, clearly Flazin's putting out the damage, has the healthy KD to go behind it, and then on top of that, putting up a lot of assists on the board.
Yeah, I always look at those stats though, and there's that part of me, that, you know, this cynical part of me that's like, yeah, but where are those kills happening? How impactful are those kills? You look at Envoy stats and it might be, yeah, he's got slightly below 1 KDA, but those kills he might be getting might be the ones that create openings, right? Might be the ones that secure flag caps. So you've always got to look at that little pinch of salt. It's like, oh, cool, you know, you're going plus 30, but you're lost. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, it's where they happen, how impactful they are.
Like what we were talking about earlier with the with them losing the series, because even though they were like outslaying the crap out of them and getting all this damage out, they still held it. Now I'm like, what the? How is that even possible?
But
you know,
you see that happen a lot in Halo Infinite, right? You know, if you're not efficient enough and you're not working as a team and you're not getting the job done, because half the time it's not about the kills, it's about getting points on the board in a Strongholds or an Oddball or whatever it may be. Yes, save it for the Slayer, fine, no worries. But still, you have to control a map. If you don't have control, you're not going to win. It's as simple as that. Well, I'll tell you what, it's time for predictions now, and I'm excited about this because it is a bit of a toss-up here. So, Walshy, you haven't had the prediction challenge yet. You got to hold up who you think's going to be winning.
I want Dave to go first.
All right.
Yeah, let Dave.
Wait, hold on. Is that because you're going to then see what he...
No, never in a million years.
Because you know, right, you beat Dave in a few things now. Maybe not Halo, but it's... Well,
I did. But here's the thing. The only reason why is I genuinely have no idea. Like, this is the game that I thought that Complexity G2 would have ended up being, you know, jokingly enough. But this one legit is like that because I have no
This
idea.
one is difficult to predict. The other thing that really needs to be taken into consideration is whoever loses this match is likely starting out in the double elimination bracket in the lower bracket.
Yep.
Because whoever loses this is likely going to be 4th place in the pool.
Right.
That's the reality of the
It's
situation.
a very crucial match.
This is crucial.
Dave, who you got, Dave?
With that being said,
I'm starting off, Lottie.
Lift it up. Go on, Dave. Let's do it. A big one, okay.
We look over the course of the Pro Series,
Yeah.
Space Station getting the better of them. Space Station, I think they have more experience overall.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. It's still such a tough one to predict. Like, I would say this is like a 3-2.
I'll go.
All right, we're going on 3 altogether.
All right. Oh, wait, I just had to go on my own.
Yeah, you're
And everyone
right.
gets to go on 3?
All right.
Right, ready?
What is this
1, 2, 3.
Oh my god.
I went with my gut.
I tell you what though, if you would have
I'm going
asked
with
me
Walshy.
before like this morning, I would have picked Space Station.
I'm going with
But
Walshy.
now,
Boys,
I don't
we're gonna talk about this off
I don't
camera.
know what
Let's
to
get
do.
over to our casters because the game is ready to
Too
go.
much.
We got Clutch and Gaskin. Boys,
much.
I'm excited about this one. It is a bit of a toss-up, but I'm interested to know how you guys feel about this matchup because it's a tricky one to predict. But over to you.
Thank you, Watt. Dan, I have to be honest with you. I'm right there with Dave and GB. This could go either way. I don't know what you're thinking. I know you're the stat guy. So from what you've seen in scrims, do these guys match up as close as the Death thinks they do?
In the last scrim, no. SSG absolutely wiped the floor with Fnatic. It was 12-1. Like, it wasn't even close, and that worries me a little bit. But that was a scrim that was just around 2 weeks ago. So, there has been a lot of changes since then. There's been a lot of time to practice and improve. So I'd like to think that Fnatic can do something a little bit different. And also, it's LAN. It's not going to be online. Those people who are running away, escaping that last headshot, it's not going to happen anymore. We do have a rematch a little bit from Raleigh as well. SSG took down Fnatic, previously Team War, back in Raleigh. So there is a little bit of a rivalry developing between these two in both online tournaments and LAN tournaments. I think I would lean towards Space Station, but you know what? Fnatic looked good today.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a massive series for pool play for both of these teams right now. Both 0-1 currently in pool play. Fnatic losing to FaZe is one thing, but Space Station being upset by G1 could change the entire tide of the bracket and what is determined from here on out. So a massive series for both teams. If you are getting into this game, we are going to have a lobby remake, so we have a little bit of time to set the scene for the table. For the Twitch viewers out there, I want to set the scene. Something that the Death touched on just briefly was the difference between these two teams and their paces. One is a very strong Halo 5 team in Fnatic, all 5 of those players having a lot of success towards the end of Halo 5. The other team, predominantly a lot of Halo 3 players, a lot of Halo 3 experience, a much slower game. Dan, when you're thinking about how these two styles may conflict against each other, may contrast, which one do you favor going to game 1?
Well, I think when Halo Infinite first released, people were like, it plays a little bit like Halo 3. It's a lot slower. You don't have necessarily all the thrusting around, but then you start to realize there's so many tools on the map you can use, and people started to realize if you play it as fast as Halo 5, as a unit, and you just fly, spawn kill, actually, it can lean towards those Halo 5 players. And in that instance, going into a Street Strongholds game, which is arguably one of the quickest game types we have in the circuit, maybe I am leaning towards Fnatic. Maybe I am leaning towards these kind of Halo 5 players that were just so successful and they know how to move quickly as a team. Because that's exactly what this game is about. Move fast, make sure you're finishing up kills, don't allow people to escape. And especially on Street Strongholds where you have to constantly move around that map. You can't necessarily just hold 2 strongholds, because if you do, you can leave yourself open to getting flanked and then losing control completely.
Yeah, to me, it's all about the amount of pressure that you're going to see these two teams apply when they have control of the map. I expect Fnatic, having that Halo 5 style, to apply so much pressure and try to make Space Station uncomfortable, limit the amount of space that they're able to have off spawns. I see Space Station give up a little bit too much room when they have when they have control of the map, when they have the other team on respawn. They honestly, they're not as quick to press the pedal to the middle. I'm wondering if that's what happened against G1, and if they make that mistake twice in pool play, it could come back to bite them.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford to make those mistakes, and certainly the emphasis that the Death were putting on the importance of this series as well is completely true. The fact that if you finish bottom of your pool, you start in losers bracket. So this essentially becomes a winners bracket 0.5 game. Rather than it being winners bracket round 1, this is your first loss of the tournament when it starts to begin. And starting in that lower bracket is just so detrimental to you as a team as well. You don't have that fallback. You don't have that second chance. So this is so important for both of these teams to focus up now.
It's also in the manner that you go to that losers bracket. And if you go 0-4 in your pool, that doesn't really give you any promise or anything to build off of or work with, right? If you go 4th in your pool, but you won a series that you upset a team in. That's a completely different story that you're able to say, we just need to figure out how to play like that consistently. I think for Space Station, this series is more important for Space Station than it is Fnatic, because Fnatic lost to FaZe. They were supposed to lose to FaZe. Space Station lost to G1. That was never supposed to happen. But because it did, this series is magnified tenfold.
And I think Fnatic, because of that, will probably be rubbing their hands together, saying, you know, this is an SSG team who probably would have been confident coming into this series, because this is essentially a 2nd versus 4th seed in this group.
Right.
But now it suddenly becomes a 3rd versus 4th, and Fnatic is saying, hey, well, you know, if G1 can do it, and they're only a little bit above us, why can't we do it as well? And I think if they manage to win that game 1, despite the fact what's happened in scrims in the last time they played against each other, you've really got to focus on trying to focus on LAN right now and just breaking a team that already is going to be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I think as an experienced player, it's very difficult to get out of that snowball where your team can't figure out a way to win a series, let alone games in a series, especially as it continues to amount over the weekend. That can be a very heavy burden on the mentality of Space Station Gaming. They need to start off the series hot, and unfortunately, Street Strongholds, one of our fastest game types, that's going to be a very difficult one for them to win, I think.
Well, whilst we're waiting for these players to just get ready, I think someone popped to the bathroom. We do have a nice video on Halo lore for you guys to watch. Check it out.
What are these questions?
Do we look at them? Okay. This is Halo lore with pros, and these questions were provided by Hidden Xperia. All right, what is the name of the elite you play as in Halo 2?
The Arbiter.
Obviously, yes. Yeah. The Arbiter?
Yep. The Arbiter?
That's right.
What species created the Halo ring?
Wait, it's either the Forerunners or the Prometheans.
Flood.
I'll go with the Prometheans.
Nah, Forerunner.
Dude! Okay, whatever.
The Forerunners?
Yes.
It is the Forerunners. Okay,
Yeah,
because there's something before the Forerunners too.
I couldn't tell you.
The precursors.
And what did Chief give back to the Covenant in Halo 2? I need to look over here.
Did he give back to the Covenant?
Yeah, what did he give back to the Covenant?
You know the whole scene, he's like, Chief, where are you going? And he goes, to give the Covenant back.
I have no idea, honestly. Like a plasma grenade?
No.
I don't know.
Dude, this guy hasn't played campaign, I swear.
I'm so bad at campaign.
He goes, he says like where are you going? He's like, to give the Covenant back their bomb.
Their bomb?
Yeah,
Okay.
and he sends it back and blows up the ship. Dang, I am a nerd.
It says, what weapon is used to kill Miranda Keyes in Halo 3?
She's the chick who got, I think, the energy sword, right? She has to have the energy sword?
Is it fuel rod cannon? She got blasted?
No.
No, it was a pistol then.
Spiker.
Who dies to a spiker?
The spiker? She's not to a spiker?
That's
That is,
embarrassing.
so
That's
anticlimactic.
That's
the hardest gun to get a kill with.
All right, I'm out.
GG.
GG. You lost.
Welcome back, everybody. I think everyone's in their chairs, ready to get this series underway. And it's going to be a big one for both these teams, Dan. Strongholds Streets is game 1 as we preface before going to the video, and hopefully these players know a little bit more about Street Strongholds and correct rotations than they did about their campaign knowledge.
I was a little bit worried, actually, with just how bad the campaign knowledge was. But, you know, that's why they're pro players. They focused on the multiplayer instead. And, you know, this is an objective game to start, and I will be focusing on the objective players. I was just looking across at, like, who are those players you look to try and get the objective work done? Tylenol, he's so good at defending strongholds. Once the team has those strongholds secure, he always seems to flood back to the strongholds to get people out, and statistically just thrives in that scenario. So I'm going to be looking for big things from Tylenol. I think there's so much responsibility on his shoulders in this game type, but this is going to be action-packed, and it's going to be so fast. I can't wait.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Starting off with Tylenol as he's pushing top rail. Great shots to take down Zion, and it's actually Super CC that was able to get that kill onto Zion. And those 2 kills are going to open up the middle of the map for Fnatic. And look at the push onto C already, Dan.
Yeah, really important that you do transition to C and keep pressure on the other team. That's exactly what Jizzer is doing right now, and that should allow them to secure it. But elsewhere, they've given up A, so they just need to quickly collapse when they get together, and these rockets might help.
They got one in the chamber right now for Septify. He's got the read on where Space Station's trying to push. Ends up taking his life. Doesn't get the kill, though. 2 players, no shield for Space Station. They both end up staying alive, getting their shield back. And now Space Station look to Swarm B.
You've really got to secure a kill where the Rockets. He probably thought he had, to be honest, as we are going to see Jazero still using that Bulldog to full effect. But now we're going to see total control temporarily here for Fnatic. Space Station on the back foot. And Jazero is still running a tear right now.
Bulldog shotgun in hand, Jazero opening up the map for Fnatic. There's a trip cap in place now, Dan. They're swarming onto the spawners already. You're seeing Fnatic play at such a fast pace, and I love this by Jazero. As I say they play at a fast pace, he slows it down. He understands he's by himself trying to control A, and a phenomenal job to try and get into PD here. He creates so much opportunity, creates so much space for Fnatic to push up the middle of the map, and now look for Fnatic to sandwich.
They got 1 kill at C, and they knew they'd only be 3 players here at A, and they collapsed right back onto them here. This is the perfect start for Fnatic. Space Station are rocked at the moment. This all leads back to the previous series where they lost a series they shouldn't have, and Jazero is still alive.
The drop mechanic with the shotgun, you don't see it often, but Jazero showing you he's got that in his back pocket as well. Picking up another kill, helping his team secure A, but a little bit of an overextension there from Fnatic. Jazero was actually the last guy alive. They are going to lose B. They do have that AC Stronghold, but you see Rockets coming up right now, so every kill is going to be crucial for this next set of Rockets.
They happily gave up B, but by standing in bottom middle, looking and waiting for those Rockets, it is going to mean that Space Station finally gets some points on the board and will get a triple cap of their own. So now it's what they do from here. They've got Rockets. Ace has a lot of responsibility here. They just need to collapse on B, and he could pick up some big kills. Doesn't quite get it, but should be able to clean up.
Should be able to finish that kill. Unfortunately, the plasma grenades don't come home. He spots 2 players, is able to get 1. Help from Zion on the second, and 2 go down for Fnatic. Space Station continue to this trip cap, and they needed it, Dan. They were down 88-0.
Yeah, and Fnatic didn't really know what to do in that situation. They thought, should we go for B? Should we go for C? And they kind of split off. And that's allowed Space Station to get so much time here now and get right back into this game. Fnatic could have, taken that lead. They could have held on to that lead. But instead, this triple cap from Space Station suddenly is turning this game on its head. And Fnatic don't seem to know how to escape it right now.
Look at the pressure from Space Station. You cannot leave PD. They got you on lock. They put you in the cell. Back in respawn, and Space Station continue the trip cap. But that could be a big team stick right there from Tylenol. Unfortunate timing for Space Station Gaming as Zion does get taken down. Tylenol forced to release some of the pressure, and now Fnatic with a little bit of space on the map. What can they do with it?
That's such a shame, because Space Station could have really continued to amp up this pressure because he was diving in to challenge on C. You also had someone over towards A that could have moved in as well. So that's going to be an opening for Fnatic. That's exactly what they needed because they were struggling, but Space Station, they picked up so much points that will give them a confidence to go back into it.
Look at this. That changed everything. That 1 stick is going to release some pressure, and with that release pressure, Fnatic get 3 dead, make it 4. And they've taken not only A Stronghold, but they've got B in control as well. So the trip cap finally over for Space Station, but damage has been done, 128 consecutive points. And now we're looking at almost a tie game as a killing spree for Septify on screen. A massive double kill for him as Rockets are coming up once again.
And I think we can already see this is going to be a game of who is more comfortable when in that triple cap, but more importantly, who can escape that triple cap? Who is going to be able to prioritize the Strongholds better once they are off respawn? Because if you just aimlessly dive into C, and you allow the other team to know where you are, you're just going to die over and over again. 2 Rockets wasted there, but still, triple cap finally going to be stopped here by Space Station, but this game is going back and forth.
I mean, look at the pressure Fnatic is still able to apply. 3 dead once again, so even though C gets transferred over for Space Station, it's going to be briefly, momentarily, unless Blazing can hit some great shots across the map, you should be seeing C Stronghold go in the favor of Fnatic, but a great job of Space Station to try and deny that for a little bit, let their team come off spawn, and now, like you said, Dan, both these teams having so much success when they have control so far. It's about what you do when you don't have control that will make the difference up here as we enter the mid-game.
Loving the confidence I'm seeing from Jazero right from the get-go, too. He is happy to challenge every single fight, but it's Septify, the one who's going to be moving in on A here. And any player who's got the Bulldog in their back pocket, they're going to be able to move with that extra little bit of confidence. Of course, the close-range fights are going to be fine, but Zion managing to actually catch him off guard there.
Look at the difference in kills right now, Dan. 12, 11, 8, and 8. Almost everyone on Fnatic having more kills than everyone on Space Station so far, but the score, it's still within 30. It's still within striking distance. Space Station still in this game 1 for now, but B and C in control of Fnatic. A great job by Jazero to anchor this B stronghold with this Stalker rifle. If he can hit some great shots, it's going to open up the entire map once again for Fnatic to swarm.
I think this is a good period for Fnatic because there is the kind of holding 2 strongholds right now where you can consistently take these 4v4, 3v3 engagements.
Let's go.
And that's going to be Jazero again winning a 1v1. Space Station are struggling right now. Phasing, they were talking about how many kills he's been able to pick up, how much damage he's been able to do. He's only got 2 kills right now, and I know that stats don't say everything, but you've got to look at that and say, what is going wrong with Space Station at the moment? They can't seem to win these engagements.
A couple of quick kills right before rockets come up could be the difference maker for Space Station to get back in this, but just like that, they lose 2 members. A great job by Zion to relocate, finish that rocket player off before he can get away, and now rockets were down, but now in the hands of Septify, able to apply pressure to Tires, finds the first easy kill onto Tires, and look for them to once again push a trip cap now that they have numbers towards A.
They know Elam's there as well. They're going to take down Ace, and that's going to be B and C still in control. They can contest C whilst they also grab A. This is getting worse and worse for Space Station as they run into yet another rocket launcher. We are looking closer and closer like this could be a 1-0 opening to Fnatic unless we see Space Station get yet another trip cap. That's when they were at their best, when they managed to really flip that map and put Fnatic in such an uncomfortable situation.
They have to get the slays, though. We can talk about objectives all we want, but with 16 kills, Septify and Super CC creating a massive opportunity difference for Fnatic right now, and you're seeing Envoy transfer over C and immediately make his way towards B. So once again, Fnatic pushing the trip cap, understanding the situation perfectly, and their rotations are perfectly paired with their slays right now, Dan.
Constantly rotating, constantly collapsing. Triple cap is there once more. Yes, he's being contested, but look how quickly they go to fight it.
Yeah, so quickly, doing the Cloud9 strat, making sure they don't give up C for free, and with that, that's going to be Fnatic dominating the second half of Game 1, not only in the stats board, not only in the scoreline, but those slays were such a big difference.
Now, I don't usually listen to everything that Golden Boy says, but he was pointing out that Space Station are not in a good situation, and he hits the nail on the head. And I'm only joking, Golden Boy knows what he's talking about, but Fnatic are taking advantage of a Space Station Gaming who have been rocked today. And even though poor play, yeah, you can come back for it. You can have a bad day on Friday, and you can have a great day Saturday, Sunday, and Sunday. You could win the whole tournament. But we said how important this game was going to be because if you finish 4th in your pool, you start in that lower bracket. You don't have that second chance. You don't have that drop down to give you that security blanket that some teams need because it's all well and good not playing well on Friday and then going into Saturday. If you don't play well again, you are out of this competition. Fnatic are going to be flying right now. Confidence is going to be flooding through their veins. There's been so much attention to this team because they were the last set of players to be picked up by a partnered organization, and people were like, oh, well, did Fnatic take too long to pick up a team? They've ended up maybe with a side that's not going to be able to compete with the big dogs. A win here would put so much confidence in this squad, and right now, they look like the better team.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe that this team is coming off a loss, even to FaZe. We don't know how that series went because it wasn't on main stage. We were busy, obviously, working on those, but what I've seen from Fnatic so far in this first game is everything that you want to see from these guys. If you want to see this team go the distance, break into that top 6, make names for themselves here today, or this weekend, they've started every bit on the right foot, especially in this series against Space Station. Dan, as we go into Game 2, it's a Slayer. I can't tell you how important it is that Space Station is able to somehow get off the ropes as a boxer and get back into the fight, because right now, I mean, you said it, they're dazed, and they look dazed even through the mid-game of Game 1.
I think what was interesting was you questioned the pace of these two teams going into Stronghold Streets, and I've got to say that both of them, they really hit this game with a lot of pace, and we saw that when it went from trip cap to trip cap, and how quickly they were flooding these spawns every single time the other team was on the back foot. But it was how Fnatic finally stabilized. They looked like they were rocked, but as soon as they got total control once more and they started to really command the map, they didn't let it go. And Space Station, they just, I don't know if they weren't hitting their shots or they weren't moving as a unit. They were leaving themselves so vulnerable to constant 1v1s, and Fnatic's shots were better, and ultimately that allowed them to then get a player advantage, which they would then push on. So I feel like the pace of which Fnatic played with was great, but also the individual ability we saw and the shots that were being hit was so crucial in that Game 1.
I think the timings were also a big reason why they were able to snowball some of their kills, because they kept winning the battles right before rockets came up. They were able to get those rockets, turn them into several more kills. Even if you're turning a set of rockets into just one kill, I mean, that gives you numbers advantage, space, and it pressures the other team to try and figure out a way to trade that damage, which is near impossible on a map like Streets. If you are Space Station Gaming, you cannot afford to give up power-ups and power weapons. Like, in the manner that they did against a team like Fnatic, because you've seen what Fnatic can do even just in game 1 of the series.
So Slayer Aquarius is going to be our second game, and recently when they played each other in scrims, it was a 50-35 advantage in favor of SSG, but I'm kind of feeling like I should throw all those results out of the window, because this doesn't look like the same teams that were competing online. This doesn't look like the same SSG that has been such a thorn in Fnatic's side in multiple Pro Series. I know the Fnatic have got the better of them in one occasion, but apart from that, they are consistently losing. But we heard from the interviews previously, Fnatic was saying, we feel like we can 3-0 this. We don't feel like we're the 4th seed in this group. We feel like we can beat a team like SSG. And if they can beat SSG, maybe they feel like they can beat G1 as well. And suddenly they go from a team who was expected to finish 4th and start in that lower bracket to then becoming a team who finishes 2nd in the winner's bracket round 1, getting to face a team who's in 3rd from another group. So I know I'm kind of jumping the gun a little bit here because they're only 1-0 up, but certainly that thought will be planted in their mind. They just need to run with this momentum. They need to carry on playing with the confidence they did, because over and over, Wes, they were challenging 1v1s even though when they were down.
I like that train of thought, but it's a very dangerous one to go down because you don't want to get ahead of yourself. You only won game 1 against Space Station, right? Space Station has veterans that have been through the ebbs and flows of best of 5s for a long, long time. Ace has done just about everything you can in a best of 5, from getting 3-0 to 3-0ing to reverse sweeping to being reverse swept throughout his entire career. So he understands that this isn't over. For as new of players as Fnatic is, as young of players as they are in their career, they need to make sure that they stay focused on the one game at a time mentality. Going into game 2, this series can be very quickly tied up 1-1 if you do not bring your A game.
And Aquarius Slayer is a difficult game to try and come back from when you do find yourself a significant amount behind, because you can constantly be caught on that spawn trap, and when the other team is always finding the sizzle sticks and picking them up on spawn every 30 seconds, of course, it can be so detrimental when you try and escape a base and you just start sizzling. They do come in, those dynamo grenades, and they can make a real difficulty to your team to be able to push out, because so much information is gained. And then, of course, the camouflage is going to be on the map, which is where we're going to see a lot of fights happening. Not necessarily top-middle, but just you're going to see a couple of players anchoring in either side of the base. And that's a difficult job to do, but certainly you're going to see players try to do it. And I'm looking at Flazen. If he's the one who's been putting down, on average, 6,000 damage per game throughout Pro Series, you know full well he is stood on one side of the map, peppering shots across, but he needs to get those kills finished.
To me, it's a really important balance of when you sit in the window and when you apply damage across the map, and when you're able to push up and apply pressure off spawns, right? It's going to be a very important battle of understanding your timings of, I am the anchor for my team, or I am trying to create my team some space on this map, because very easily can you get trapped in the back of some of these bases on Aquarius. And like you said, Dan, when dynamo grenades start coming in there, they can do a world of damage to the entire team.
Thrust is going to be on the map, of course, and the best of players will always prioritize that, but you don't want to expose yourself to maybe control of people who are holding that car side and that pink side. And even though pink isn't necessarily where you want to constantly be pushing, because if you do spawn your team towards Fridge, you do leave yourself very vulnerable to constantly being collapsed on, naded. We'll see what happens.
All right, we're going to hop on board with Septify, one of the best players on this Fnatic roster, having a very strong game 1. Trying to get out. It's actually not going to be Septify. It's actually Zion's point of view, and he gets taken down. Can't make it out of his own closet, and because of it, you see how aggressive Fnatic is already.
Envoy is going to be that player just holding in the base at the moment. You don't want to turtle up and allow too much pressure from the other team here. One player down on both sides, so the next kill could be really important, and taking down Zion could now allow Fnatic to push up, take a bit more map control here. Top car, such an important place to be holding, and now they've got camouflage as well.
All right, Jazero with this camouflage. Knows players are in this closet, and I love the fact that he's going to have teammates entering that closet before him, making that a very easy kill for Fnatic. Already up 7-2, picking up right where they left off. Ace with the only 2 kills for Space Station so far in this game. It is early, but it could get ugly as the back smack doesn't come through. Great timing from Ace to drop bottom middle. Jazero can't find that kill, but he's going to be giving that information out. Is going to be able to finish off Ace a little bit uglier than you would want, but still gets the kill through.
I love that, though. He didn't get scared. He didn't panic suddenly when he wasn't able to get the back smack. Instead, he was patient. He made the call out, and he held his position with camouflage. So many players would have dived bottom middle there to try and get the assassination in a panic situation. So really impressed with Jazero so far. From game 1 and game 2, he seems so comfortable in his own skin.
Look at his positioning. I mean, we can't preach it enough right there to patiently play his life. The killing spree comes through. The kills are right there for Fnatic. They get 3 dead once again, and already 14-6 Fnatic, proving they cannot slay any objectives, but they can also dominate in the Slayers as well.
Well, I was talking about, you know, you've got to be one of those players who can put the damage down. Septify has been one of those players who's been able to do it so much for Fnatic as well. And right now, this whole team is applying so much pressure to Space Station that they really can't escape this base. And being down by 7 is not an easy set of kills to actually come back from. You've got to make sure that you don't just push out 1v1. You're not aimlessly rushing to try and get kills on the board. Instead, there needs to be strategy. You need to try and retake this map here.
16-10 Envoy with the thrust, looking to apply pressure onto Blazin in this corner. Is going to trap him. End up getting that kill with a nice melee. A great job by Envoy to not let that player stay alive any longer than he needed to. But Ace, in the meantime, has gotten away with camo. Now Ace with this camo, down 9 kills. I want to hop into a listen in with Space Station and see if they're able to make a comeback here.
Top mid, skip. Another one on BP2, one shot.
Top yellow somewhere.
Top blue.
Split everywhere.
Top blue.
I got one.
BP2. Running at you. 2 on Alec, 2 on Alec, yellow fridge.
Top blue. Watch out P1, watch out P1. Just 0. He went yellow,
Red still? Alright, I have a heat wave.
2 yellow pink, one shot.
Okay, hear that, Aaron?
Top P, top P, top P. 2 weak as well.
Looking top P.
Top P, bro.
Got top card 3, bro.
Still up P.
Sitting top blue. Dying in the back.
He's thrust.
P2 weak. Help him out now. And P1 and P1 out.
P2.
Up in your
P1 guys, watch out.
Back at P2 guys. Blue shroom.
Watch out front blue. Another one front blue. Side.
Front blue to P.
Front blue to you, Aaron. He's top blue. We need an anchor, guys. Blue pink as well.
Alright, I'm going back to yellow. Yellow thrust is up.
Oh, on blue pink. Top P, top P. Little weak. P2 running. Going blue.
Back still.
Blue. Sorry, I'm gonna go card nades.
Blue B.
Go for yellow thrust. Okay, Aaron, you got it. Slip, play with me.
It's card I'm here with you, bro. Come on. I have heat wave.
Me car, I need shots across map.
Card 2.
Your tunnel, your high hall, guys.
Front blue, like L2. Top blue.
Space Station are struggling. The Astro listening would suggest they wanted someone to anchor. We were talking about it. Someone holding in the base, someone outputting that damage. And Space Station are struggling a bit, but now this looks like a better period for them. A couple of players from Fnatic getting caught off spawn. And if Space Station can get together 2 or 3 kills, start to flip this map over a little bit, there is still a comeback opportunity.
It was once an 11 kill game, now down to 8. Can they get a few more with these players trapped over towards the pink stairs? You see the pressure from Flazin and the boys are coming through. Multiple players are no shield. All of them getting taken down, I think, but no, a great trade comes through for Fnatic right there to keep this at a 7-point game. And I love what we're seeing out of Fnatic, even at a deficit, even at a position of disadvantage. They're able to come out at least on top still. Although you see the lead now cut into 6. So it is a manageable within striking distance from Space Station, but they still have work to do.
I think as long as you can stay within about 6-7 kills when you get towards the latter stages of this game, a comeback is definitely possible. Flazin has had such an excellent period right now, by the way. He was struggling a little bit. He was in the base. He was being flooded by a few players, but he held his ground. He communicated to the rest of the team as to where he needed assistance, and he's hitting his shots at the moment. There's the aggression again, and somehow gets the killing spree. Eventually goes down, but he's done a lot of work to get Space Station back into this game.
That was going to be Ace's point of view, and a great use of that thrust. You're seeing as Space Station tries to climb back into this game. It was the heat wave, it was thrust, it was a great job of scavenging from Space Station. Great use of the same box to get back into this. They're going to need to continue that if they want to push their advantages, but we have a commander rifle in the hands of Jazero. He gets taken down, and a great job once again with the heat wave. Tylenol creating the opening to make this a 3-kill game.
And Ace at the moment is the player who's trying to bring Space Station back into this. 13 kills on board, but Tylenol is also one of the players for Space Station who has historically always been one of those big damage dealers, the big slayers. He is the name on this roster who I feel like is going to continue to shine so much. He is one of the up-and-comers.
This is a big flank. This is a big flank from Tylenol, able to help his his team secure that kill onto the stairs, spots multiple players pink side, and this is exactly where Fnatic do not want to be. You're seeing multiple players of Space Station push in. Unfortunately, they lose 2. Tylenol needs to trade these kills out to stay in this game. He does so. It's a 1-kill game, Dan. Space Station is right back in this after being down 11.
And you heard how calm their communications were. Even though they were down by 11 kills, they were struggling. They just said what they needed to do. They needed an anchor. They needed to settle down. They were pushing aimlessly out. They were leaving themselves in such vulnerable positions. But Fnatic still up by 1. That's the important thing, that Fnatic are still ahead. But as I say that, it's all tied up here. It's a 10-kill game, and this one is so close.
All right, look at Ace. He's got the heat wave. He's got 3 players stuck back to base. One's an easy shot, no shield. The rest of Space Station coming in from the pink side, and that's going to be a clean sweep of players for Space Station Gaming to pick up. 43-40, they have now received the lead by 3 kills, and with the complete map at their disposal, Ace doing a phenomenal job of going right back to these dynamo grenades he had success with just a moment ago, able to pick these up, secure another kill, and look at what Space Station is able to do when they are in control of the map.
Heatwave, dynamos, all the goodies for Ace. 45-41, and could be even more here. Surely you hit the shot.
Get that.
Doesn't connect with it. 45-42. Ace is on 17 kills right now, but a couple of frags going in favor of Fnatic means that this actually could have been a lot easier for Space Station. They had so much control, but they're still so close to winning this game.
They have to figure out a way to get a kill, and right there in the kill feed, it's going to be Zion that gets it. That's going to relieve so much pressure that we would have seen Fnatic have on them. It looked like Space Station was in a very tough spot after Ace going down in that closet, but no. 2 straight kills unanswered for Fnatic as well. I love this play by Zion to fall back. He does not want to give up any free deaths. It's a 2-kill game, 47-45, Space Station in a must-win game situation.
And Fnatic are scared. They're not collapsing, even though that Zion and Space Station, they were just 2 players up. But where are the spawns? Did they get a split, or are they all together here on Fridge? It looks like they're all on the same side. So Fnatic should know that. They don't want to expose themselves, and Zion's going to stay alive, but he does not do so. 47-46, and Camouflage now in the hands of Envoy.
Envoy with the game in his hands. Camo going to reposition himself to top pink. I love this by him. Potentially pick up some grenades, but unfortunately he understands that if he trades a melee here, he will be traded out because all of Space Station is going to be stuck pink side. Great camo eyes by Ace in the corner, but look, wow, it's not going to matter how good your eyes are when there's 3 players rushing straight at you. Unfortunately, Space Station have split their resources across the map. They do get Ace, Fnatic does, and with that, they're going to have all of the map to play around. Space Station Gaming look to be trapped. Zion gets taken down in the window. 2 players stuck in the corner, and they could be the last 2 players that Fnatic need to close this one out. But Tylenol, Blazin, they find 2. Space Station win game 2 after being down 11 and tie this series up.
And did you see Envoy's face then? Disbelief. He said, how did that happen? I had camouflage, you were with me, we had control, but 2 of us fall. And Fnatic, confused, bamboozled, as Space Station, who were once 11 kills behind in that game, are able to pull that one back, and that is gonna do wonders for their confidence and their belief in this series. And you know who led the charge there? Ace. He was picking up frag after frag, and he was pushing with so much confidence, even though when the team was down and out and it looked like 11 kills behind, this one was over. Space Station maybe gonna finish 4th in this group at that rate. But Ace, every single time, individually was winning those fights. He was picking up the heat wave. He was making sure he got the dynamo grenades. He knew the priority positions. He had the camouflage as well. He was doing a little bit of everything. And we've got a series on our hands.
I have no idea how Space Station ends up getting those 2 kills unanswered there at the end. But that was a phenomenal job, bait and switching, understanding exactly where Fnatic was coming from. They saw the pink players. They were able to, even though they lost the first player in the window, you saw Zion go down. Somehow, some way, Space Station figure out a way to stay not only in this series, but in this pool, because if they go down 2-0 to Fnatic with everything mounted against them, already being down 0-1 in their pool, it could be all she wrote for Space Station, because we could be looking back at that moment on Sunday saying this is where they turned their tournament around, and this is where we saw Space Station come alive.
I think what worried me about that final play, and even though Envoy was looking across saying, like, what happened? Why didn't we get those kills? Like, should he have traded that one? I think he probably felt like, personally, he should have at least got the trade with the beatdown, but he didn't necessarily do enough damage, and that's just one of those ones where one bullet on the spread is gone amiss. And
you red barred him.
He's done, yeah, you think you're going to be in the situation where you're able to get the kill. You do not. And that means that the rest of the team, suddenly, they are a player down. And that means we move into Bizarre CTF, where it's going to be 1-1 between these two teams in what we knew was going to potentially be a close series, but I was scared after that game 1. I thought this could be a Fnatic rout, but it does mean that Space Station, they demonstrate they've got that clutch factor. Because 11 kills down, like any other teams or so many other teams would have crumbled in that scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so easy to chalk that game up or to either ride that momentum if you're Fnatic, right? So we're going to learn a lot about these two teams going into Game 3 because Fnatic giving up such a lead in Game 2, knowing that you had one of the ribbons almost tied on this series, going up 2-0 against Space Station. And unfortunately, that gets ripped away from you. So now your mentality is like, we just choked at Game 2. How do we mentally get back in this? For Space Station, you could have been out of this tournament completely. Not completely, but you would have gone to loser's bracket, and with no wins, it's difficult for me to project you to place well. So they stay in this pool, they stay alive and build some momentum. This is a win that you can build off of, especially the way they did it. Coming back from 11 kills is massive.
Fun statistic there as well. They're ranked first in melee kills in Slayer games, and you saw it came in handy at the end of that game as well, being able to kill Envoy and get that 49th on the board, and then being able to close out the 50th kill. We go into Bizarre CTF. This is a map that we saw them play against each other in Raleigh, actually, on LAN before, so they know how each other play. It only finished 1-0 in favor of Space Station. It was so difficult for both of these players to get that flag across the map, which we know Bizarre happens with a lot of teams. But then when we saw it happen again in scrims and Pro Series, Space Station have slowly got a lot better at setting up for those flag routes and ensuring that they watch those spawns and they force those spawns correctly. But my big question is, have Fnatic finally worked that out? Because they've really struggled historically in this game type to score those flags. So I'm hoping they put a lot of work into this. They know how to get that flag across now.
One thing I want everyone to pay attention to is who is controlling the rockets and the overshield. So far, I feel like Fnatic has done such a good job of controlling the power-ups and power weapons. In the second half of that game, you saw Space Station get a camo, do some work, get a heat wave, do some more work, and they crawled right back into it. If you're Fnatic, you want to dominate that story from start to finish here in Game 3. But we're going to hop on board with Zion right now. We have Ace. His camera might be here, but this is Zion's point of view. And if he can get off to a right start here at the start of this game, he's going to open up the complete middle of the map for Space Station.
And he saw that overship was free to grab. I think he probably got the call out. SSG have been able to get a little bit of map control. Rocket's still not been picked up, so that's going to be Overshield and potentially Rockets if they play this one correctly, which would be the perfect start, but Envoy, coming out of nowhere, will connect with his melee this time, and now he's going to be rewarded with an OS.
Yeah, he does have this Overshield, finds himself a double, but OS immediately erased. Ace won the battle for Rockets. Rockets beat Overshield, and right there you're seeing a little body disrespect from Tylenol, some confidence out of Tylenol, as that shows you that he has a little bit of time to waste on your dead body instead of advancing on the map. Let's see what he's able to do now that resources have arrived. And Septify, a little bit of an overextension there. You don't want to see him jumping out, but an easy kill for Space Station has now given them numbers and look for them to push in.
I feel like that was a little bit of frustration from Tylenol, if I'm honest. Space Station there, probably wondering why this series is so close. They should be, in their eyes, probably winning it a bit more comfortable. Septify is going to be able to get the kill onto Ace, but Space Station not able to really take control of their dominance in the middle of the map. They haven't pushed up and really been able to secure a flag pool because of it. And it's all about timing your kills. This is something Onset was talking about on the desk. It's all well and good going +5, +15, whatever, but it's about when you get those kills, the importance of when Rockets are coming up or Ovi's coming up. That could be really the difference between capturing a flag here.
That was actually a massive kill on the flag by Septify. He was the last guy alive for his team, able to take down Ace by enough time. Not only that, but stay alive that entire time. It really canceled any opportunity that you would have seen Space Station have, and you saw another push from Space Station failed as Tylenol, once again the last guy alive. He's been alive for a while now, only one death to his name, and you see the rest of Space Station died a few times trying to push into this Fnatic base.
And again, that leans into how important kills are. Septify only has 2, but one of his kills potentially saved a flag pool, if not a flag cap, for Fnatic. So we have to praise him. He able to stay alive as Super CC will get the assist onto getting that kill. And now here come Fnatic. They are swarming. They take control of the tree area.
2 overshields so far, 2 go in the hands of Fnatic, and now you're seeing Fnatic with the opening pick on the Tylenol. Unfortunately, Zion hiding in the tree in that low spot's able to find a kill. Maybe 2 go down actually. In Space Station, they all 4 dead now. So Fnatic get into the base, they get the slays they need, and now with reinforcements on the fight. They should be able to get this flag out, but Tylenol with a phenomenal spawn, able to not only find one, can he find two? The answer is yes, and Fnatic's flag run is shut down for a moment, but Super CC right there to continue it.
And that's going to be one player just spawning in the kind of treehouse area or the library, whatever you want to call it, but that means it makes it a lot more difficult to run this flag, and Flazen is going to have to just try and stay alive. Knows that this Bulldog could make a big influence with returning this flag, but I love this play as well. Make sure you get it, but he's not watching from his backside, and that flag's touched.
The touch comes through, and that's an unbelievable opportunity for Fnatic as they battle for the middle of the map. It is just going to be CC that's alive, and he actually gets taken down. So while Rockets came up, Space Station get all 4 kills they need. They get the return in hand, and they are able to secure Rockets. So once again, Space Station with control. Now with this second set of Rockets, what can Zion do? He's going to slowly play this out. Wait for his teammates to advance on the map. Don't be surprised if some dynamo grenades come over his shoulder, but no! He doesn't check the right corner, and you're seeing it here in live. Septify clutches up, able to kill that Rocket player, and that cancels once again the potential Space Station push.
That's twice, right? Septify on the flag, hiding away. Then hiding in the tree as well. 2 of the biggest kills that you will see here for Fnatic to make sure the Space Station don't secure any flags, and even though he didn't get a kill, he can zone that player so much down into the shotgun area and relay that information to the rest of the team. But look, he's being pushed, and he wasn't necessarily expecting that.
Yeah, he did not expect the player to come from that bar area, and because of it, he loses his life. The flag is being pulled, but Flazen able to secure this overshield, should be able to help shut this flag run down. Just like that, Fnatic have 3 dead. Last guy alive to 0. He's spotted by the overshield. The ninja doesn't come through. The melee might, but Flazen just enough to secure that kill. Wash all of Fnatic out of his base, and a great job by Space Station to weather the storm once again.
And you can really see why in Raleigh this was only a 1-0 game in favor of Space Station. Both teams, even though they've got 4 dead or 3 dead at times, they're just not able to get that flag out. But a big double kill from Flazen. Stay alive now. Wait for the rest of the team. Try and assert some dominance and gain some control. Force those spawns and just try and watch where they're going to be pushing from here.
That was 3 dead for Fnatic, maybe all 4. Septified chose to overextend now. You can see him in the base of Space Station. Flazen looking for spawners. Unfortunately, gets dropped down to no shield. He's going to have to play his life here. I do believe the flag is being run, but Flazen trying to win this one-on-one would be massive if he could, but he does not, so it turns it into a 3-on-3. But just like that, Fnatic actually have 2 dead. Zion in a perfect spot to get this fight to the middle of the map. A couple more slays could put the first cap on the board. They're able to do it quickly, but no, it's denied for a brief moment. So spawners are going to have an opportunity here for Fnatic to help deny this flag.
And it's not great for Space Station. They're all in these lower areas of the map. You need to get height. That's exactly what Zion wants right now, but he's going to jump out. Thankfully, he does survive. You're in a really good position to try and help the team get a touch on this flag, and there is that touch. That is so crucial that one player made that decision to quickly push in, and now Zion can watch the entirety of this map.
Yeah, what a play by Zion here to anchor this corner position. Gets that kill on the Rockets. Does just enough to help his team get that flag in the board, in the base, but no, someone from Space Station has disconnected, and that's going to end that flag run. You have to think that there was some potential there for Space Station. But Fnatic, you have to think they brought their lucky rabbit's foot or something, because that looked like it was Space Station's first real opportunity at getting a flag cap.
Well, they were able to get 2 down, and then the player disappears, but unfortunately it was just one of those situations where they had, it was a difficult situation where they were trying to hold the map, they were trying to control it, but they left so many players in vulnerable positions down in the bottom of the map, and Fnatic just kept flying off spawn. It was actually quite terrifying. You look towards pillars, there was a player, he'd die, and then suddenly there's another player pushing through the double doors, then another player comes out of bar. And that is tough when you are a team who is just trying to get that flag touch, when it's in a vulnerable area where you don't have much cover, because you know full well by touching that flag, you're going to take a significant amount of damage, but sometimes you've got to prepare to do that. And we saw it happen. One player just dives straight on that flag. He says, look, don't worry, guys. You just stay alive. You get yourselves into a position where you can at least help me or kill those who are going to inevitably damage me, and then we'll do some work after I've got this touch just to stay alive. But sometimes, unfortunately, these things do happen, and now we are going to see a reset in this game. But you can see how difficult it's been for both teams to get that flag across the map, and you can understand why it was so close when they played against each other, not just in scrims, but also in LAN back in Raleigh.
Yeah, as we get this lobby back up and running, I want to point out how great of a play Zion made there, as that flag was being thrown off the balcony by Zion into the courtyard, and he decides to play his life, right? He decides to go into the corner, and what a player can do in that corner is he can anchor and have such a great angle for any opportunity that you see respawners trying to push out Rocket side for free. Zion able to shut that player down Rocket side of the map, stopped all of Fnatic from being able to really push out. He does such a good job there. I can't speak enough volume to how important of a situation to where it's like, just because you are the flag runner at the time doesn't mean that you aren't in a position at times to drop it and slay. And that's exactly what we saw Zion do, and that was going to be a very good opportunity for Space Station because he made that decision on the fly.
And a lot of players could, in that scenario, have just stayed bottom middle and hid in a corner and said, look, I'll just wait for them to jump out. I'll be the assassin and I'll strike from behind. But instead, he got aggressive and he jumped back up to get height. I think that's what's important, that he didn't put himself in a situation where he was exposing his teammates to so much damage. And that's the kind of player you want on your team. You want someone who's going to be that team player who wants to get into those priority positions so that you can help them as much as possible.
So what Zion does there, Dan, is when he jumps back into that corner and he has that position, not only can he deny rockets, he can deny anyone coming out of tree, he can deny anyone coming out of the bar area as well. He has literally a sight line on everything he chooses to. Not only that, but he can kind of pick which battle he wants. So if he gets weak to the players coming out of tree or bar, he can relocate to the rocket side and choose that angle and pick that back up. That makes it so chaotic for the members of Fnatic. That was like perfect to a T flag run opportunity, especially when the slays aren't coming through, to understand that you have now a responsibility to keep map control, to slay for your team. The fact that Zion showed us that decision live in that situation speaks volume for how Space Station wants to play when they don't have the correct amount of slays in order to just freely run the flag. I think that that's a veteran move from a rookie player.
Well, it's going to be 1-1 in the series and still 0-0 in that flag game. And it is going to be a reset. And there's going to be both of these teams trying to put themselves just that one extra map up going into Game 4 in what is a very important series between these two teams. It is basically the difference between starting a winner's bracket round 1 or the difference between starting in losers round 1. And that is such a giant difference, especially in some tournaments when you see pool play. All 4 teams can maybe go into that winner's bracket. Not going to happen here. And this really is the battle for potentially anywhere from 2nd to 4th place. But likelihood is loser probably finishes 4th here.
Well, I'll cut you off there because Fnatic hasn't played G1 yet, and I do expect them to be favorited in a series against G1. Space Station, though, however, if they lose this series, you can bet your bottom dollar they're going 4th in their pool because I don't see them beating FaZe. At least not with the way that they're playing. They're not playing nearly as strong. But that being said, this Game 3 is utterly important for both of their successes here in pool play. And we're right back into the action. We're on Ace's point of view. Got an assist to his name already as he makes his way towards the overshield. And unfortunately, Super CC able to take him down, and now it's just Zion on the map. He does have overshield, however, but Fnatic look to have won the starting battle. But Rockets still being up is a massive win for both teams.
Yeah, Jazero playing his life perfectly there just to try and allow the rest of the team to join him so they could take down the overshield. But Rockets is now going to be in the hands of Fnatic. It's about what they do with it, as actually Super CC is in a little bit of trouble. It seems like whenever there's some Rockets on the map, Ace is somewhere nearby to try and stop that from happening. I remember him doing it back in Halo 3 as well when you're playing Pit. He was always there for those Rockets, and he's doing the same thing here on Bazaar.
Yeah, it was a great job by Ace to come off respawn there. You saw him go for overshield at the start, makes his way and able to impact the battle for Rockets as well. So great presence on the map so far from Ace. It may not be statistically great, but his presence has been felt and has kept Space Station in the battle for mid control so far.
And you can really see how players can use even the tiniest bits of obstacle on the map to stay alive and really make it difficult with certain angles so that they will not fall. And it allows the rest of the team to push up and help. Juzero put in so much bullets to try and get the kill, eventually gets taken down. Zion just about survives, but then eventually goes down to the grenade as well. And both teams are just scrapping in the moment, Wes. Like, this is one of those restarts where both players and both teams on the sides are saying, right, how do we try and get early control so we can really try and get some momentum on our side? Well, let's just be aggressive. And when you've got aggression on both sides, you get this. You get so many 1v1s happening, so many teams just trying to get the better of the other. And Super CC, he fails on that occasion.
The plan was perfect, the execution. One shot missed, you cost yourself your life. And with that, Space Station now have map control. You see the Mangler in Zion's hands. He wants to put it to use, chooses to use his BR. However, on this player, does lose 2 players on his team. So right now, needs to do a good job of staying alive, but that's a great job by Tylenol. Even though down 2 members, able to secure this overshield, does decide to fall all the way back to his tree. So releasing all of the map control that Space Station once had. Although you get Overshield out of the hands of Fnatic, you now have to play from a deficit in position.
Yeah, at least they were able to negate the Overshield, but at the same time, you've got to try and work out what you do from it. And what he did was allow the rest of the team to respawn with him so they could try and push together. But all the meanwhile, Fnatic are in the base. They got some frags, and Tylenol now needs to play his life. But Zion was there, again, just being a nuisance.
All right, Jazero, what do you have for us? 2 dead for Space Station. The flag is bottom middle. Unfortunately, they do get the kill onto Jazero, but just like that, it's traded out. Envoy with some great shots, great relocation, and that double kill is going to get the flag through the doors, and Fnatic get the slays they need for Super CC to get this flag all the way back to his base. He is no shield. Is anyone for Space Station there to stop this? The answer is no. And Super CC now gives Fnatic the lead, 1-0 in Game 3.
In Raleigh, they couldn't do it. In Scrims, they couldn't do it. They could not get even one flag on the board here in Bizarre CTF. But here now in Anaheim, Fnatic are showing they are a completely different team to what they once were. But the perfect from Tylenol and the Rockets secures the double kill. And now Space Station can try and push for an advantage, try and push for a flag pull.
What a flag grab from Ace, a triple kill on screen from Tylenol, but for Ace to be in position to grab that flag the second that triple kill comes through is going to be amazing for Space Station. Unfortunately, they do spawn behind him on the thrust. No one from Space Station there to block those spawns, and Ace is going to lose his life. This flag is going to be stopped, and right now Tylenol trying to make something happen. Unfortunately, Fnatic is too much. They flush him out of their base.
And that's one of those scenarios where have you pulled the flag a little bit too early there? Maybe you have prioritized Ace actually going for a couple of slays. Maybe just banked on their spawn not being Thruster, but Thruster is always going to be the priority spawn when the teams are not going to be controlling it. So Ace, unfortunately, not able to get that flag far enough, but also Envoy getting a big grenade to ensure it was taken down. But Ace does find himself an Overshield to work with here.
Can Space Station get back into this game, tie this one up? Ace with this Overshield pushing into the tree, surrounded by multiple players. A great job by Fnatic to make him pick and choose which battle he's going to have. Unfortunately, the 2v1 comes through. Fnatic removed that Overshield from the decision, and now 3 dead from Space Station. Last player alive, stuck bottom shotgun, and Jazero smells blood in the water. He's got control of the map, and now already into Space Station's bar. Fnatic have another opportunity to try and get a flag run.
And I really want to see Fnatic continue to push with this momentum, with this advantage they're able to find, as somehow Jazero finds a kill onto Ace. But Fnatic, you can't just turtle up and try and play this 1-0 victory. You need to go for 2. Flazin manages to take down another player, but at least Space Station slow this one down ever so slightly, because Fnatic, they're continuously getting aggressive here, which I love.
Yeah, perfect shots from Flazin to stop that flag run from getting any further than just the touch. They're trying to fight out of their bar here, and they know that they're going to have to work Rocket side, so I love this reposition by him, but he's got a teammate that's already deciding to overextend, so he's going to try and relocate. Unfortunately, Ace goes down, and all of a sudden, Flazin is stuck in a very difficult decision, opts to push out bottom middle, and because he loses all of his teammates before that, it's a questionable one because he loses his life, and just like that, with grapple in hand, CC is already on the move with this second flag.
And look at the difference of flag route. Ace earlier, he tried to go through tree. However, Super CC, he said, I don't want to leave myself vulnerable to those thruster spawns. I'm going to at least get it out to the middle of the map by going via bar. But it looks like Space Station, they've done enough again to stop the flag from being put any further. It shows, once more, you don't want to be pulling that flag unnecessarily when instead you could control the map, you could go for a few more kills, get the best of the team to the middle of the map, because by doing so now Fnatic have given up Rockets, they've given up potentially Overshield here. This is not going to be a very fun time for them whatsoever.
Yeah, but even though we're seeing Space Station get the Overshields, get the Rockets, they're not really translating it into much, right? There's no objective really being played. Those Rockets, they may find an assist, maybe some damage on a kill, but right now you're seeing Overshield and Septify's hand get put to use. A kill comes through. Can he get the double onto Zion? Bottom middle, the Dynamo grenades are both going to miss. That's an easy kill for Septify to clean up. And just like that, an Overshield translates into 2 kills for him. But not only that, instant pressure into Space Station's base.
But this is where you pressure, you block thrusters, and the rest of the team needs to join you. You get the slays, and then you move the flag. You don't want to move this a little bit too early, prematurely, but now with the double kill, this could be the perfect time to move that flag. One grenade could really slow this one down, and as long as they don't spawn thruster, this flag should be able to move, but I'd like to think that Septify had done enough to block that spawn as he was moving the flag.
Yeah, Space Station is going to be coming off respawn, but unfortunately they lose Flazin, so it's going to be a 4 v3 in favor of Fnatic with the flag already across the map. You're seeing multiple members of Space Station overextend. Can they get kills in the base? Tylenol and Ace both go down, and Fnatic continue the numbers advantage with the flag already into tree. Should be able to secure this one, but a player does get a kill. It's going to be Zion in the tree. He's going to stop that flag momentarily. Blazing gets away with his life, and that's massive for Space Station. They get the kills they get 3 dead for Fnatic. Not only that, the return and a flag is instantly pulled by Zion.
And this is one of the dangers of being aggressive and looking to try and push that advantage and get a second flag. If it goes wrong, if that flag is moved in a slightly wrong route, you do open up the opportunity for a counter gap, but maybe with that grenade, maybe with that kill, that allows Fnatic to potentially stop this one. A big double from Envoy, and they might be able to get the re here, you'd have to say, but there's going to be a player there to contest, and that's going to be another touch.
It was the last guy alive, and Envoy not able to get that return, and because of it, Tylenol with 19 kills and a flag cap to his name tied this one up for Space Station. We have ourselves a game with 4 minutes left and tied 1-1.
This overshield could be important. It could just allow that little bit of extra control. You can see there's several players. It's actually almost a mirror match on either side of the map right now. Both teams trade out 1 kill, but Tylenol, he has the vision. He can see everything that's going to happen. Can't allow Envoy to poke out. He doesn't, and surely this overshield should go in favor, but there's Septify. What a big kill this could be.
Septify chooses to try and stay alive in this situation, does get away, able to activate that overshield, and because of it, he finds the kill onto Tylenol, able to get that kill. Not only secure overshield, but gain mid-control for his team, and now Fnatic need to figure out a way to get some momentum going. It feels like they've been on their back feet for the last few minutes. It's up to Septify with bar control. He's got the Mangler in hand. Good damage onto the player on flag, able to stay alive as well. Envoy with the double and the kill feed. 3 dead for Space Station. Septify knows exactly where Ace is hiding, takes him down, and just like that, Fnatic have all 4 dead, respawning bottom shotgun, and Fnatic have the middle of the map to play around as well.
And they've got rockets, got to get kills here. Off the rack finds one, but off the spawn, where a Space Station, it's Flazing, gets the rockets. This could be a huge kill. We'll find one, and there is a lot riding on Flazing right now.
3 dead for Fnatic, so just like that, Fnatic looked like they were in such a good position to get a flag run, secure rockets, get the slays they need, but Space Station somehow, some way, they get the kills. They get another touch. Ace is going to try and fight for this flag, but it is going to be returned. Fnatic doing a good job of coming off respawn there and getting kills, so we're seeing such good defensive plays back and forth from these teams, overextensions. This is such a highly contested game. It's going to come down. You have to think to the next flag wins with just 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining.
Of course, overtime on the horizon as well if neither one of these teams can actually find that flag capture. Overshield is going to be there. Envoy going to take this fight, but will lose it, and Space Station get a slight advantage on the map. I think what impresses me more, that Space Station are in this game, despite the fact Elam, Ace, or I'll just call him Ace, has been struggling a little bit in the kills department, but you could say the same about Jazero. That Overshield is trying to be escaped with, but that's a big kill, but I think Envoy should be able to slam it in here.
Tylenol with 23 to his name, trying to keep his team in this, trying to deny Overshield, but we're seeing Envoy on screen activate that Overshield, find himself a kill. Not only that, but collect some dynamo grenades. What does he choose to do with these? Here's a player behind him, able to get some good damage onto him as well. Nice job with those dynamo grenades. Not only do you get that kill, though, you're able to get so much off of this if they play this correctly. A player is spotted top rockets. I love the ping system being used by Fnatic. Give that exact location out. And this is going to be an easy one for Envoy to pick up. Tylenol, where you going, bud? To the death cam is where you're being sent. 2 players last alive for Space Station need to make a play. They do get a kill onto Envoy. You're seeing CC try to capitalize on that damage, but unfortunately, spinning in circles, Ace able to take him down as well. And although you have 8 kills to your name, make it 9. These kills could be the big ones.
Ace really struggling again, losing yet another fight here, but I have to say that Fnatic may be pushing in a little bit too aggressively there after losing Envoy, but sometimes the callouts come, you want to finish up those kills, but they allowed Space Station to regain a little bit of control with 45 seconds as well, and the position that Space Station are in, it's down to their dictation of pace here. They are going to be the ones to take the initiative and look to push or not, otherwise we're probably going to overtime.
Yeah, we are seeing 35 seconds. Middle of the map is controlled by Space Station, but a good job by Fnatic to spread out. Unfortunately, they are going to lose 2 players. Envoy and Septify lose their life. Super CC, he's spotted out bottom middle by himself. He gets taken down. A big one-on-one. Both players had thrust. Tylenol comes out on top. Give him his 25th kill. Not only that, but an opportunity to potentially get a flag run going at the end of this game.
Fnatic going to be on the defensive. Tylenol has to get aggressive. He's got 12 seconds to get a pull, but has to win the fight first. And with that death, you'd imagine with there's only 7 seconds left, we're probably not going to see a touch here. We will be going into overtime, and we cannot separate these two, not just after 12 minutes, but the previous 5 minutes we played before the reset as well. So this is almost like an overtime. And honestly, I don't know which way it's going to go, because every single time I think one of these teams has enough to get that flag run. There is one clutch moment. There is one player who gets that grenade, who gets that slay to keep this game alive.
Which one of these teams is going to catch on to both of their strategies of overextending when they lose control of the map? So far, they have been able to clutch up on some of these flag runs with those overextensions into the base. Right now, Ace battling for the middle of the map at the start of Overshield. It's actually Zion's point of view. Blazin is going to be on screen, though. He's got not only the Overshield, but a kill to his name. You're seeing Envoy get caught off guard with the Kneeler. Can't get the kill because a great thrust from Envoy makes it so difficult to acquire. But a team nade comes through. Envoy gets taken down, and Blazin might have just found the opening. 3 dead for Fnatic.
Well, one thing that Fnatic said during the interviews was that Space Station are very good at using the weapons that are available, and Needler certainly is a tool that can get you kills at certain times. Zion running this flag, and remember, it's overtime, so next flag will win this game.
2 dead for Fnatic right now. Last guy alive is going to be Septify. Where is he? Tylenol looking everywhere for him. Need to come back with the flag, knowing that this is going to be the last one of overtime. It's sudden death, and it looks like Space Station have done enough. They throw it up, and they punch it in. Space Station from down 0-1 in Game 3. Down 0-1 in the series now. For the first time in this series, have the lead 2-1.
And I think we just saw a little bit of more experience demonstrated by Space Station. It was something that you highlighted earlier, Wes, where you said, you know, it's all well and good being 1-0 up against a team, but this is a squad who's been through the ranks. They've been through every single test you can put through them across the years of Halo history, and Space Station have demonstrated just that. Even though their backs were against the wall, arguably the reset didn't really favor them as well, but they were still able to clutch up and ensure they got that flag. In an OT situations like that, it's always so difficult knowing that one little mistake could cost you the entire map, and it means that Space Station take a 2-1 lead here going into game number 4. And I wonder, are Fnatic going to be kicking themselves a little bit? A couple of opportunities missed, maybe some overextensions at time, but certainly it was an exciting game. Every single time you thought a flag gap was going in, someone was there to change the pace.
Yeah, I'm trying to put my head in the members of Fnatic right now, and it's very difficult for me to kind of go through what they have to be thinking, because this series could have very easily been a 3-0, Dan. This series has had Fnatic's name written on each score lead throughout the first 3 games, and unfortunately they find themselves down 2-1 now, having been up 11 kills in the Slayer and losing it, having been up 1 flag in this game, feeling like they outslayed Space Station there in Game 3 as well. They have to be kicking themselves for not being able to get a few more flag caps on the board. And you wonder, is this going to dictate how their tournament goes? Because this series, we've pointed it out throughout each of the games, it's so crucial for both these teams.
It is a crucial series, and that was a crucial map and probably a crucial flag, it has to be said, for Space Station, because otherwise this could have looked very different, of course. And it was all down to some of the individual plays. And there was a lot of individual ability that was demonstrated throughout this game, and even though for the majority Halo Infinite is predominantly a teamwork-based game, there are still those moments where individuals can shine, whether it be off the spawn, getting an important grenade to stop a flag, or overextending when you are on the back foot and being able to take down one player to delay that flag being moved, or just being that guy to actually get in that base and get the bloody flag. Because how many times in Bazaar do you just see no one touching that flag because they're so scared about the potential spawns on thrust? But I will say, both of these teams were constantly looking to pick up that flag, arguably maybe at the wrong times at certain periods, but at least they were trying to get it on the move.
What I didn't like out of these teams is when they had control, when they had the flag on the move. Overextenders are probably the most obvious play, right? You always see players spawning bottom shotgun, overextend to either your pillars or going into your base. How neither team was able to kind of stop that from happening was almost shocking in a sense. Multiple flags, I think, that were guaranteed flag caps were all denied because of how good of plays they were making individually on those overextensions. But as we go into a Strongholds on recharge day, and I have to ask the question, is this going to be much like Game 1 as far as the pace is concerned, as far as the rotations are concerned? Because if it is, does Fnatic once again get an opportunity to have leverage going into Game 4?
Well, it's just going to be Oddball rather than Strongholds. Sorry to correct you, Wes, but this is certainly going to be a difficult game, but it is a game that we've seen Fnatic take against SSG. In a scrim, they won it 2-1. It was only a couple of weeks ago, but they will now being the mentors of, we've done this before, why can't we do it again? And I think it's all down to this starting strategy. Managing to get a couple of kills on the board and get that first camo can really dictate the pace of it, but it's going to go to Space Station, and I don't think they're going to be able to escape with it.
He stays alive!
He stays alive, that's huge!
Massive job by Space Station to keep Tylenol alive there. He had a melee on him, and you almost could guarantee he was going to go down, but no, 4 straight kills for Space Station Gaming right here. Still all players alive, and with the ball in hand in a great position to rack up some time, you're seeing Tylenol on screen try and put this camo to use, get so much information at where Fnatic is coming from. Can they get this player bottom middle? He says, I'll do it myself, pulls out the BR, but unfortunately there's a second player for Fnatic that not only gets that kill, but a second kill on the Zion has broken what the potential setup for Space Station ever looked like.
And with how closely contested this series has been and how scrappy some of the games have been, I'd imagine we're going to see a very back-and-forth ball-holding situation where both teams are going to try and hold it in these areas where you're reluctantly pushing to, like tower here at the elevator here at A. This is the best place to hold the ball, but sometimes you have to retreat to this scenario because you're not able to get it to that ideal setup. And it's about making these kind of half situation setups work. You've got to actually manage to do the job here and get as much ball time before you have to play it, but playing it is key. And there we go. We see a play ball as soon as there's a little bit of pressure.
I like that play, but unfortunately, CC, a little bit of an overextension with that shock rifle, took way too much damage, loses his life. And that's the reason Fnatic is forced to play this ball. Trades are going to be coming through on both sides, but Space Station Gaming actually lose 3 of their members. Great shots from Septify on screen there to keep elevator control in his team's favor. That's going to award his team the ball time and the rotation potentially to bomb elevator. You're seeing all of Space Station forced into this BR control right now, and it's going to be very difficult to push Septify.
He's holding a very important place right now, but he's trying to hold back several players, and you know full well the Mangler could be coming your way because it spawns just below him, and he's not able to get the trade. So that could be a little bit of an opening here for Space Station, placing in some trouble. But Fnatic, they got that early ball time, and that's so important in what is going to be a scrappy series. Another camo up here.
Another camo up, another camo in the hands of Space Station Gaming, but Flazen does get spotted out as he's taken down to half shield. He does end up playing his life. That player that was dealing damage is forced to back up. A great relocation from Flazen, picks up an easy kill on that player. Top shock rifle spots another one, but his camo is spotted. And Envoy with the biggest kill of the game so far takes down Flazen with that camo, gets pipe control for his team, and Fnatic get the ball at this as simultaneously.
That's the thing with camo. You think you're invincible, invulnerable, invisible, but actually you can be seen a little bit. So you've got to be careful about where you're going to be pushing, what angles you expose yourself to. Now in gold, you can see a big battle going down here. 2 players very weak on the side of Fnatic, but Septify playing his life well enough, but might be taken down.
I like this by him, though. He's going to relocate with the ball, but Flazen out of nowhere able to take him down. So good job by Flazen there to deny ball time for Fnatic briefly, but someone from Fnatic able to pick up that ball almost immediately, able to get it towards the elevator. And once again, Fnatic, they've got the ball towards this elevator spawn. You're seeing a team has the potential to rack up some significant time here already. 50-6.
You got to credit Jazero here. He's put the most objective work in, but hands it off. And I've got to say, between Super CC and Jazero, they've been handing that ball back and forth. If one of their shields is low, they drop it. The other person will then focus damage.
Yeah, I like this play by them because he has the Mangler in hand. Unfortunately, not able to find that kill. Another big kill from Flazen to help try and break this setup of Fnatic. Space Station Gaming, however, do lose 3 members. And Super CC spots the last player alive. He's going to back him down as well. And you're seeing this round start to get out of hand. It's going to be 70 points to 6 right now. Fnatic showing you they have what it takes to push this to a game 5.
Really interested to see how they play this camo as well. Because you've got so much map control, you just watch it, try and expose Space Station and try and pick up a free kill. But with Envoy going down first, the opening could be there for Space Station to not only get camouflage, but also being able to stop this setup.
Flazen's the last guy alive, though. So Fnatic do a good job of not only losing the first member in that battle, but slaying out from there. A great job by Septify to try and pole dance around that pillar right there. Good job staying alive, awarding yourself some ball time, making it look good too.
That's what a lot of players wouldn't have done. They would have just hid or taken that fight. Not many would have thought to actually hold on to that ball and pick up that extra scrappy time, because 3 or 4 seconds could be the difference from winning this game or losing it. Finally, Space Station is starting to score, but with Envoy having this camouflage, he has a real opportunity to break this setup.
Yeah, one more round of Slay should do it for Fnatic. Just 13 points is going to be needed. And Envoy with this camo. Mangler finds a double kill. Nice job pushing bottom elevator. It's unsuspected by Space Station, and because of it, you're seeing 92 points and climbing. Ace has got to do something quick.
He does fly in, will get the melee, but that time is starting to tick up. 3 seconds away. The ball is played out, so Ace has put enough pressure to at least keep this round alive, but this is going to be very difficult from this point onwards.
He's got to play perfect Halo, and a great grapple on the Oddball is going to get Ace to a safe space with this Oddball. You're going to see Space Station with their first real opportunity at an elevator setup since the very beginning of the this first round. What can Space Station do to keep numbers in their advantage? Because you saw how good Fnatic was at continuously making it a 4v3. Space Station need to apply the same kind of pressure, but unfortunately, the pressure is on Ace, and Jazero with some great shots denies that ball time from being accumulated by Space Station once again.
Well, that's all well and good. I mean, Fnatic don't want to be able to put themselves in that scenario where they're allowing Space Station to get that trade over and over again whilst Fnatic have a couple of players down. This is scary territory here for Fnatic, and Super CC has a lot of responsibility with this sword, and I think he knows that. That's why he's playing so cautiously right now.
Yeah, he knows he's got so much time to work with, but you can't take too much time because right now Space Station's starting to build some momentum, a big kill on the FaZe, and unfortunately, you're not going to be able to trade with that sword player. And with that, Space Station lose 2 members. A great rotation from Ace with this Oddball, however. He went all the way from elevator to pipes to long haul. But how long can they keep this up if they don't get the slays to match?
I have to say, Ace hasn't impressed me, but just like that, right from under their nose, they take the ball. They get 2 more seconds, but they still need 1.
Big double kill from Envoy. Can he get the triple? Oh! He does! Triple kill from Envoy. Let him hear it, Envoy, as he closes the door to round 1 in game 4. A little bit of trash talk, 18 kills to match, and Envoy starting to feel himself as we go into round 2.
And we may not have a crowd, but that was a roar that was heard around this hall right now, and Envoy, that will give him so much confidence bleeding through into this next game. He's going to probably take this fight as well. Eventually gets taken down, but Fnatic, they open up this game in the perfect way. They had so much control for so long, and Space Station, they find themselves on the back foot here on Recharge Oddball.
Space Station actually looked like they had control of the map early here, but they get removed from Septify there. Jazero snuck away with camo, so it's actually Fnatic that get the better of the start here in round 2, and with just 1 round away of pushing this to a game 5, we could be looking at Fnatic and the story that they're trying to write themselves for the tournament. A double kill from Jazero, great shots from him. Even better patience. The Plasma Pistol doesn't find home. And with that, Tylenol does get that kill, removes camo from the map, but Jazero has done some significant damage to the numbers of Space Station so far.
I like the aggression with the Plasma Pistol, but at the same time, he could have maybe tried to play his life a little bit longer. But I think he wanted to go for the highlight reel and push for that triple and maybe do something similar to what we saw from Envoy just a few moments ago. 8 seconds on the board for Fnatic at the moment, and Super CC in a really important fight to try and take down Tylenol here. You've got to at least call this out and try and prioritize staying alive.
Space Station actually had 3 dead right there, and Tylenol able to just be a nuisance. Deny ball time from being acquired from Fnatic was massive. Now you're seeing Space Station has an opportunity to come off spawn, but just like that, they're putting respawn, Dan. Fnatic, 4 dead for Space Station. The kills all come through, and Jazero and Septify with 5 already in this round have now acquired the ball as well. So Fnatic look to press this round 2 and take this game 4.
And you can really see why Fnatic were winning this game type in scrims against Space Station, because they seem to be far more comfortable. And look how quickly we see the assist coming through. Jazero cleaning up that kill from Super CC. But with Shock and Sword going down, that's going to mean there's less control here for the map on Fnatic. So Space Station, perhaps that's going to be the opening they've been desperately searching for, and a camo would really help out too.
What can they do with this camo though? Because they've had power-ups throughout the series. What can they do with it?
Oh,
but Envoy removes it out of Tylenol's life. And with that, that's a massive kill from Envoy once again. That was 3 dead, last guy alive. Zion, let's get some ball time. And if Septify can find this kill onto Zion, that's going to be Fnatic once again with the setup. Space Station just unable to get the kills they need to stay in this game 4.
Forget about calling him Envoy. How about Encore? Because that is a second time we've seen him pick up such an influential kill here in this series. As Super CC absolutely annihilates Ace in what was so important to keep more ball time going in their favor.
Good damage onto a second player as well. Unfortunately, no one there to clean it up for Fnatic, and FaZe gets his shield back. Double teams a member of Fnatic there. Now Fnatic forced to play the ball. Septify, he gets removed from the map. A good trade comes through, but Space Station can't figure out a way to get ball time. While they get the slays they get, they need to figure out a way to get a setup going because they have 0 points to their name, 58 for Fnatic here in round 2.
And I love that Fnatic are playing that ball so quickly. Where they're holding it, where they're rotating it to, they make it so difficult for Space Station to pick up time after they play it because that ball is always going to be in such vulnerable areas. A big moment here, have to hit those shots. Zion does, gets the perfect, and now there's a bit of ball time available here for Space Station.
What kind of confidence can he gain from that kill? Because that could be a massive one for Zion. He does try and push out on these batteries. Unfortunately, he gets removed. A good job from Fnatic to make sure they're listening to each other, able to use teamwork to get several angles on those players. Envoy trying to push with a great grenade, Dan. Oh my. A double kill for Envoy, gets 3 death for Space Station, and just like that, Jazero in a perfect spot to capitalize on some ball time.
So important you know what nades you've got currently selected, and that plasma allows Fnatic to gain even more control and even more ball time. Camo's going to be up in 5 seconds. If we see Fnatic grab this camo or he stops Space Station from getting it, this could be the game.
Yeah, Ace does a good job to get that kill on Envoy, gain numbers for his team. Now Space Station with this camo, what can they do with it? They look to push, but you know the ball is going to be played. Unfortunately, 85 points and counting right now. Fnatic have so much room to work with. Space Station need to act quickly and nearly need to play perfect, and unfortunately, that's not perfect Halo as they lose Ace.
Blazin trying to stay alive, and he has to stay alive because this camo gives so much information to the rest of the team right now, but he knows full well he has to be doing damage at the same time. A great set of kills coming in from Space Station to keep them alive in this game, but if Blazin goes down, Fnatic could potentially pick up this ball that is in a vulnerable area, but there's Ace. He has been objectively minded throughout this entire series, and he needs to step up now with these rotations.
Yeah, I want to see Blazin get closer to his ball carrier because he's actually under pressure. Unfortunately, he gets surrounded by multiple members of Fnatic, loses his life, and Fnatic just looks so clean right now, Dan. They're executing perfectly off respawn. The second Space Station kills that they have, they're not able to do anything with it because Fnatic is so buttoned up coming off the respawn.
Blazin and Ace have gone down. Fnatic are a 3, and they've picked up the ball. So there's going to be 2 players off spawn for Space Station. They have to move now.
Yeah, this is going to be the last push for Space Station Gaming in this Game 4. Can they deny this ball time from being acquired? It doesn't look like anyone's going to be there. He does get actually taken down from grenades as the rotation to blue tried to come through, and that ball is going to be down, but Envoy, who other than Envoy, is going to be able to get that kill, secure the time, push this team to a Game 5. And statistically, Dan, Envoy popping off in Game 4 has got to make Fnatic fans going wild back at home.
I mean, you look back at that triple kill in round 1. How important was that? That was the difference between winning the game or not. There could have been, you know, a setup in gold after that. I know it's just speaking about potentials and what could have happened, but that just shows how integral of a part of this team he is and what he was able to do. Every single time that Space Station thought, oh, maybe we'll get some ball time, bang, here comes Envoy. He's there over and over again, just being a thorn in the side. And we're going to a Game 5 in a series that definitely deserved it as well. There was always the potential this could have been a 3-0, this could have been a 3-1, it could have been a bit of a wash in favor of either side, really, depending on who played well on the day. But we're certainly seeing some of these game types are favoring certain teams. We knew full well that Fnatic had won this in scrims, and it shows why. They are looking so much more comfortable when it comes to recharge, and we do find that in Halo Infinite, teams do have their more comfort picks when it comes to not just a map and a mode, but maps in general. Like Bazaar, some teams are awful at, but then they move over to Aquarius and suddenly they're the best CTF team in the world. Right. So it's really difficult to try and analyze who's going to be able to perform in what way, but this Game 5, this is going to have everything.
You can throw the stats out the window. Game 5 is all about players making plays in the big moments. And as we look at the highlights from Game 4, you can bet that Envoy is going to step up in Game 5. The way he has really turned it up here towards the end of this series has got to have Fnatic fans confident in their players because Envoy was doing so much work. I mean, just take a look at the statistics. This is round 1, Dan, and he ended it with 18 kills.
And that triple kill was just so massive, but then again, you look at even the plasma, the double, like being able to have that intuitive nature to throw that plasma grenade knowing you're going to die, being able to pick up 2 kills because of it. I know that we have some really talented pros in every single team here, but Envoy has really been impressing me throughout these series. You saw his disbelief in that game earlier when they lost, when he didn't get that beatdown trade, and that could really change the mentality for some players where they would crumble, but it seems to have really raised Envoy here. He's turned into a different beast, and we're going into Live Fire Slayer as our game number 5.
As close as a series as the desk projected before it started. We were neck and neck. It was a split decision from the desk, and just like that, we're in Game 5 with these 2 teams. So much on the line here in pool play. Both these teams looking for their first win of a series in pool play. It would rewrite the ship that has been off its course so far. Who is going to take this game 5? Space Station Gaming or Fnatic? You have to think. You favor Fnatic the way that they're playing, the way that they have outslayed. In games 1 through 4, they have outslayed Space Station. Besides game 2, that magnificent comeback from Space Station, down 11 kills. Do you think that they're able to get a lead, or do you think that is Space Station going to actually come out hot for once in this series?
Well, Space Station are going to have to. I feel like after the momentum swing, now back in Fnatic's favor, everything rides on their starting strategy. Get yourself ahead. Show what you're made of in this game 5.
Who else other than Envoy to start this one off as he picks up the first kill of the game? It is immediately traded out on the Super CC. However, he does still believe that Ace is over here towards his tower. Actually clears it out though. Spots Ace, and this is going to be a great push from the elbow. You know Ace doesn't expect his Zion as well, but Envoy doesn't have the ammo to actually win this one-on-one. Tries to buy time for Septify to trade it out, and yes, it does get traded out. And just like that, Fnatic jump out to a 4-3 lead.
Overshield's going to pop, and Overshield is going to be such an important factor of this game. Super CC escapes with a sniper rifle. That's going to pay dividends as well. You'd imagine that he's going to be able to pick up at least one kill here. And it was there. It was waiting. It was in his sight lines. But because of that miss, Tylenol picks up not just the Overshield, but a double kill as well.
Unfortunately, CC is going to have to run with his tail between his legs. I actually love this play by him. He's going to throw that snipe off the map. Tylenol, he knows multiple members of Space Station or Fnatic are back here, able to find one. That snipe does get thrown off the map. So that was actually a great decision from Fnatic, because you lose that snipe, you give it to Tylenol, you might not have a chance to rebound here in game 5.
A lot of pressure on the spawners over at green. And you can see just by the movement of Tylenol, he doesn't really know where to go, because everyone else on the team was in engagements. They were in fights.
He didn't
and that
throw it
sniper
off.
rifle did not get thrown off. It actually got thrown towards the rest of the team. Well, actually, no, he just kept it in his back pocket. He stayed alive somehow.
It looked like he had every intention of throwing it off, but as we switch screens, I guess he changed his decision, and that looks to have been rewarded. Unfortunately, can't land the body shots, but does find himself a heat wave. So a great job by scavenging him. A relocation could be massive from Super CC, but Flazen shuts him down, picks up that heat wave of his own, and his Overshield's about to pop up, Dan. It looks like Fnatic or Space Station have all control they need to secure this one.
Very minor things, but by reloading the heat wave there, I think Super CC gave away his position and Flazen heard it. You can be very loud when sometimes you're regenning shields or you're reloading weapons. You've got to be very careful with when you do them in certain areas. It's just an absolute carnage situation, top middle. Overshield's popping, and if Septify can pick this up, it would be big, but he goes for the... Oh, it's the repulsor.
He has the repulsor. He can't pick up the Overshield. He doesn't drop it. He actually repulses on accident, but the rest of Fnatic is there. They do secure this Overshield. And now Mangler, Overshield in hand, Super CC has an opportunity to make a name for himself. Game 5, baby. It's where legends are made, CC. What do you have for us? Artie. 0 kills to his name, though.
But 6
assists. Let's see if he can get a kill on the board. Does get good damage on the 1. Second has good damage, and this is going to have so much attention onto Super CC that look for the rest of Fnatic to be able to capitalize here on this damage. Unfortunately, CC having to try and back up all the way towards Key Door. Zion runs him down.
And a lot of people will say, stats don't matter that much. Doesn't matter he's not got any kills because he's got 6 assists. But I know full well every player that plays Halo looks at their own stats, looks at their own kills and goes, oh crap, I haven't got a kill yet. And he would just want to get that one on the board to give him that confidence. And all the meanwhile, Space Station have got 5 kills without any sort of answering back from Fnatic.
I mean, we saw Fnatic in a phenomenal position there. Overshield, Mangler in hand. They look to push on tower. They don't get any kills to their name. And in fact, it all gets erased. Space Station now take the lead. They get Snipe in the hands of Ace, Heat Wave in the hands of Zion, and somehow, some way, they have fought out of this deficit. They have managed to secure some power weapon control. Now let's see what Ace can do with it.
Is this just going to be one of those situations where experience starts to kick in a little bit for this Space Station roster in that Game 5 moment, in this clutch scenario where you know your backs are against the wall? You've maybe put yourself in a situation where you're going to allow Fnatic back into this series after Game 4. Ace has the sniper rifle, and there is potential for some really big kills here if he can hit his shots.
Wouldn't be the first time Ace has done it in a Game 5. Let's see if this is going to be a repeat of history as Ace tries to find that player pushing him from open field, misses that quick scope, does get a little help from his friends too, go down for Fnatic, and I love this by Space Station, just anchoring this house style. They do secure the next Overshield as well, but it looks like Zion's going to be the one that secures it. He's got Mangler in hand as well, so you're seeing how great Space Station is at scavenging some of these weapons. It does get traded out, and a little bit of an overextension there from Space Station because Ace had every intention of sitting back with this snipe. They don't have nearly this strong of a push as you would think, and because of it, Fnatic makes slight work of that overshield and stay in this game for now.
It is worth noting that in Pro Series, in clutch situations, in Game 3s and Game 5s, Fnatic do have a better percentage record of winning those clutch games. But Space Stations is not bad either. It is a situation where maybe we'll see players like Ace, historic players who have been there over and over again, get those huge kills, or is it going to be players like Tylenol, these new up-and-coming players who are demonstrating they can hang with the big boys now. They are now the big names of Halo Esports, and there is a 4-kill lead for Space Station, but they've got to keep pushing. They need to make this gap even bigger.
So far, everybody on Space Station doing their part here in Game 5. They're going to all need to continue that as we enter the mid-game right now. 30-27, Space Station, they lose 2 members. Fnatic do a good job of pushing right there, but we've seen them fall short on the rebound here. Let's see if they can have, once again, an aggressive push that works out. But unfortunately, that frag grenade, it gets Super CC taken down, and they lose all of their space. See, they're forced to fall back to house because he loses his life. They do have snipe in the hands of Jazero. I'd love to hop on board with him and see what he's capable of doing.
Sniper rifle in one hand, and we've got the heat wave as well. Jazero, though, the player that could maybe make a difference just watching top middle. 31-28, and everything slows down ever so slightly as this new sniper rifle is coming up in 10 seconds, and that's why it slowed down. We've got a mirror match on either side as both teams just watching patiently for it to drop, knowing that one team is going to have to make a move.
I love this by Jazero. Great job. Great use of the mangler to secure some good damage, but overshield popping is going to be rare. You see Fnatic prioritize their numbers. They get the kill on the Flazin. They get the kill on the Ace, and that's going to be overshield in the hands of Fnatic once again. Do they get the snipe as well? Could this be the power swing that Fnatic have been waiting on this entire Game 5?
SSG retreating right now, having to go back towards green. We'll get the spawns, so it's going to be a 4v4 once more. Even though they lost so much of the map there, they only lost 1 kill for it.
Oh,
So
this
you've
is tough.
Gotta push out quickly.
They're stuck back green. This is a very difficult position for Space Station to be in to try and fight out of. You're seeing overshield heat wave being pushed on as Zion gets taken down. Envoy with the double kill. Envoy spots a 3rd player. Although Tylenol has snipe, you have to think his life is shortly lived. He jumps off the map with it, and that's 4 straight kills for Fnatic for them to take a 1-kill lead, 34-33.
And they know Space Station are on the back foot right now. They know where the spawns are, but that's a big melee kill from Ace. Envoy screaming to his teammates where those weak players are, and that's going to be another 3 kills going in favor of Fnatic, and a 3-kill advantage to follow, and only 13 kills left now for Fnatic to find. But naturally, Space Station will try and slow this game down a bit, but they are stuck in-house.
They have been trapped off their spawn for the last 3 spawns they've had. They need to figure out a way to create some space, trade a few kills out. It will do dividends in the amount of space you're able to play around. Right now, Space Station trying to fight front house, but great nades from CC and end up in a kill for Fnatic. And right now, 38-36, CC behind enemy lines right now. They are not going to expect him to be here. And Tylenol forced to taken down as well. Great teamwork. 3 go down for Space Station again. And you're seeing Fnatic hit stride.
Over and over and over again on spawn, Fnatic are relentlessly pressuring Space Station. And Super CC, 12 assists. He's emitting so much damage right now. And this next overshield could be make or break for Space Station. If they allow this to go too comfortably in the hands of Fnatic, that could be the game. So they've got to fight tooth and nail for it.
What a push from Space Station right there. They get the first kill. They should be able to secure overshield, but Jazero tries to flank from the sandbag position, able to anchor a couple of players down to no shield. He can't figure out a way to finish any of them, and with respawners from Fnatic coming from green, Space Station is going to secure this overshield. Now, Ace, you're down 3 kills. You get information that one's back green. What can Space Station do to sandwich some of these players? Because it wasn't too long ago we saw Fnatic in a very similar situation have so much success. Now Ace needs to find a way to push these players. The cavalry has arrived, and Space Station Gaming get 3-1, tie this game up. And I love this by Ace, already pushing towards tower, is going to relocate and try and get in a power position before Fnatic can get off their spawn.
Worth saying, a massive kill from Septify there to make sure this is 43-43 and not 43-42 in favor of Space Station. Fnatic fighting with their backs against the wall at the moment. 45-43, 2 quick kills for Space Station will give them so much control here, but they're looking to find those remaining 2 players.
Yeah, no damage gets capitalized on either. You saw 2 members from Space Station running no shield pillars. They both get their shield back, play their lives perfectly, and now you have a little bit of a lead to play with. Zion with snipe, smells a player pushing back, plasma pistol, he gets spotted out, Sentinels down. You see, they have numbers. What can they do with it? 47-44, Space Station in the lead.
This is the thing. If Fnatic slow this one down, they're going to leave themselves vulnerable to maybe getting sniped from certain angles. You know full well Space Station going to be watching every single route right now. Ace just making sure no one's going to be behind them, but Fnatic have to be careful.
He wants to snipe so bad. Can he get to it, though? It doesn't look like Fnatic's going to compete for it, but yes, Jazero there to deny it. Ace takes the bait. Jazero punishes him, makes it a 2-kill game.
So important, Jazero got that kill. Perfectly played, 47-47, and overshield in 15 seconds as well. If Fnatic can stall these kills, if they can control this side of the map and grab that OS, that could lead to a victory for them. 3 kills in it. Space Station have to be careful, but this is down to a wire. 47-47 in Game 5 between these two teams. So difficult to call which way it's going to go.
So Talonel does look at that snipe, but Envoy is right below him. He does not know Envoy is down there. How is Envoy going to be able to impact this? Oh! Envoy with the assassination! Envoy with the double kill! 49-48, the battle for Overshield continues. Ace tries to make a play, he's knocked to no shield, there's a player bottom middle. Envoy and Fnatic get the 50th kill, and that's gonna do it. Fnatic take this series 3-2.
Fnatic pop off, Envoy screams through the LAN hall. And what a game, and what a series it was from that man, but what a series it was from Fnatic in general. There's been so much questions around this squad ever since they were the last ones to be picked up by a partner team, but they have answered any doubters. They came into this group the bottom seed, but they've just taken down the 2nd seed in the group and have given themselves a real chance of starting in that winner's bracket, if not almost guaranteeing it. As for Space Station, 0-2 in pool play. They're going to have to hope there's results that go favorable for them elsewhere. Otherwise, they're going to be starting in that lower bracket after that. And what a Game 5 it was. So close. It could have gone either way.
Dan, you got to look at 2 plays that Fnatic made at the end of that Game 5 that stick out in your head. Jazero baiting the snipe with that heat wave, waiting for Ace to go for it. He knew Space Station, it looked too good. The piece of candy out on the wire was too much. And Jazero getting that kill was massive because it opened up the field for Overshield. But even bigger, the best play of the game, the best play of the series, Envoy hiding below that window, waiting for information, waiting to hear that snipe bullet off. As he jumps up with the Mangler, he finds a back smack, a double kill, helps this team not only get those 2 kills, tie the game up, but more importantly, creates so much space for that next Overshield that it forced Space Station's hand once again, and it just put Ace in an unwinnable situation. I mean, those are veteran plays being made by the newcomers on Fnatic. And if they can keep that up, they can do it against anybody.
How far can Fnatic go? That's my real question, because this is going to give them a lot of confidence. As for Space Station, it's arguably you're going to be doing exactly the opposite. There's going to be a lot of questions asked by that squad. They're going to be looking at each other saying, could we have done better in X game type or X scenario? But certainly it was a close one that could have gone either way in very different situations and scenarios there.
All right, Dan, that's going to do it from us. We're going to hop on board on the main stage with Blaze. He's got an interview going on with Envoy now. Let's hear it from the man of the series, Game 5. Envoy, how you doing?
Man, thank you, Wes and Gaskin. Ladies, I am with Fnatic on the main stage. They have finally entered the HCS scene. The squad is here, and you guys get a W for your organization to kick it off. How you feeling right now, Envoy? Because you played a fantastic series.
Definitely felt great. Went back and forth with SSG. It was really energetic. Definitely a little bit thrilled for sure, you know, representing black and orange.
Yep, exactly, you know. And I ain't gonna lie, I brought the skin. I was like, who is gonna be representing the black and orange? And I ain't gonna lie, I'm happy I brought the skin now. And so when it comes down to this series, I gotta talk to you about games 2 and games 3, because you guys had an 11-kill lead in game 2. We were watching your screen on some of those final 2 kills, and where it didn't come through and you didn't get it, it slips through your fingers, and then you guys go over to game number 3, and that slips away as well. It seems like you guys beat yourselves there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I just think that we just needed to collect ourselves. We definitely weren't playing like how we should have been, for sure. So it was just nice to sit there and be able to bounce back from game 2 and game 3 and show up and sit there and just dominate.
Yeah, and so what was the changes that you guys made going into games 4 and games 5? Because that last Slayer went down to the edge once again. What happened?
We started playing a lot more energetic. Anytime we got the kills, we sat there and started, you know, just stacking up on top of each other, get the rest of the kills and stuff. It kind of got a little bit chaotic, but for the most part, we were able to sit there and just stay composed and make sure we get those kills and just take advantage of the sandbox mostly. The sandbox is going to be really the biggest thing, having to play Infinite.
Now, you talk about staying together for those kills, okay? Because you guys were wolf-packing throughout the entirety of the map. Tell me about your teammates and what makes this Fnatic squad so special.
Well, all my teammates, they're all very energetic. Anytime they get a kill, they're having to sit there and scream, get hyped about it. And the thing about that is that I feel like it's a domino effect. Once it hits one of us, it's hitting all of us. And when all of us are in it, it is just very easy, and we just keep going with it.
Keep going. Well, I hope you guys keep going with that same intensity throughout the rest of the tournament. Any shout-outs that you want to give to the fans out there?
Shout out to Fnatic for having to get us here. Also, shout out to Fatal. You know, a lot of boys out there that definitely supporting me, and also to my girlfriend, Lizzie. I appreciate you also, babe. You've definitely supported me a lot.
All right, y'all, give it up for Fnatic on this main stage. Envoy coming from Mississippi. They lit it up. That's going to do it for us. Lottie, guys, break this whole series down.
Thank you so much, Bex. I'll tell you what, though, Oddball, he is such a gentleman on stage, but not so much. He's a bit of a brute force when it comes to Halo Infinite because his gameplay says something else entirely. But what an absolutely incredible result there for Fnatic. And boy, watching that game, what an incredible result for us, because it was so incredible. That series was so down to the wire, and I think, you know, Blaze put it really well there in the interview that, you know, a couple of games really didn't go Fnatic's way basically because of what they were doing. And I think that is definitely the story for Space Station as well. I think, you know, both of these teams at times were kind of beating themselves, but I want to kind of go backwards. That Slayer was very intense, and there was a moment there, Golden Boy, where I know you were like, okay, well, this is Space Station's game, this done, 47, they managed to come back, but that wasn't the case at all.
Oh, on the last layer. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So, you know, you see 47, 45, right? Yeah, OS control, sniper control. You're like, this is kind of over, right? Like conventional thinking would be that the game's over. But there was that one moment underneath the bridge where the sniper was literally there. It was like a delicious piece of candy, as Wes had put it. And it's like, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy. And he went for Ace went for it.
It's the last biscuit on the plate when you're in a group of people. Like, everyone wants to put their hand in, but you know you shouldn't. It's like, it was
a beautiful series.
It was an amazing series, and I think it's the first series today where we've all kind of like woken up and we're like, holy, like every single team here is here to play in like the craziest way, because this play at the end, by the way, like from Envoy, like to have the cojones to go in and make that play, knowing that if you don't make that play, you probably lost the game.
Yeah,
like,
you're just giving up a free kill,
exactly.
Your team's down a member, like, yeah, there's just so much that goes against you if you do not hit that mark.
Yeah, you know, this was just such a big game, and honestly, I think that this was kind of like a coming out party for Envoy, because, you know, I think now people, he's putting people on notice, I think. He's so talented.
He is talented, and I think what I love about Envoy, and I think what I love about the direction of Fnatic and how they're playing based on what we saw, is that Envoy is very aggressive. You can see that he wants to get in there, he wants to get in the mix, and he wants to have these risky kind of moments and challenge. But what his team do really, really well around him is give him that support, the support that takes a little bit more of that risk away from those situations. And it feeds really well into it because he has the confidence to go in and just do what he can do best. Walshy, what did you make overall of Fnatic and their gameplay?
Oh, man. They just seem to thrive in that chaos. Like, anytime that game pace picked up, it just seemed like, you know, double kill for Fnatic, triple kill for Fnatic. They would get the trade. They would walk away with the oddball. So it just felt like they, you know, if the plan, you know, kind of went awry and just things were going down, it was like a free-for-all, they were winning that. And that shouldn't be much of a surprise. You see some of the players they have on their team, some like Jazero. He came up through free-for-all. He was like one of those top Halo 5 free-for-all players. Like, yes, it didn't have the same sort of presence as free-for-all did in earlier Halo years, where like everyone was competing in it and forced to compete in it. But like, if you're at the top of individual skill and you are comfortable those times where you just run around and someone could be like behind you or to the side of you and you just have to win those fights, he just does it.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Tony in the back, and he was talking about how these players who come from twos, right? Like, they play a lot of twos. That's kind of the duo style, to like just, you know, fly, be aggressive, hold hands, like ensure that you have each other's back as like you're taking these fights. Now you apply that to a game like Halo Infinite, where you can really get some crazy speed, and on top of which, you know, you're
kind of collapsing on your targets. We've seen Cloud9 do that a few times, and I feel like Fnatic, I don't want to say that they're at that level, but it does feel like Fnatic have the pieces to be able to play like that if they keep this going. And to be, you know, I don't want to beat down on Space Station because, you know, I think that the results right now certainly are weighing heavy on them, but they had to have known that that kind of style was going to be present from Fnatic because these players have been in the trenches for a long time, and everyone knows how they play.
One thing I loved about Fnatic as well is how many teams would you see fall over and crumble after losing the 2 games they did, and it's a 3-1 Space Station walk off the stage and Fnatic are beating themselves up. I always look at a series and I'm like, all right, what's the fortitude like of this team? You know, what are they like when they're down? Because it's easy to play Halo. It's easy to have a smile on your face when you're winning games, right? Because everything's so simple. It's how people react on the back foot when they go down in series, when they go down in games, and I think we've learned a lot about
and
this
how
lineup.
They go down too, right?
Exactly.
Because
to bounce
they
back
lost
is crazy.
Yeah, they lost 2 and 3, and it looked like it could have gone real sour real fast for them, but yet somehow they dug deep and was able to pick up game 4.
It's not just losses either, was it? It's like it's a 50-48 loss. It's an overtime loss.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that takes it out of you even more. So I was amazingly impressed by what Fnatic managed to do to turn that series around.
Something I wasn't so impressed with, I'm just gonna throw it out there.
Call the shot. I know where you're going.
I want to talk about Strongholds. I want to talk about, you know, looking at the way that these teams managed to get trip caps a couple times, but didn't know what to do with the trip caps. Talk to me about that. Walsh, I want to know from you, and boys, feel free to jump in here, but when you're getting a trip cap, what do you need to do to hold it and to utilize it best? You know, you've gone through all of this effort, you've slayed your way to the trip, and you're just not using it to the best of your advantage.
It's all about controlling spawns at that point, because as soon as you put too many resources in an area to like help control that trip cap, they're just gonna get split spawns. And so it's all about understanding and having an awareness of where they can spawn after that and how you should allocate your resources. So it really can be difficult to do a continued trip cap against a lot of these teams, especially depending on the map. Like there's certain maps, you know, something like Recharge, where you can't just send all 4 people over in towards A, because then they're going to spawn out towards C or get wherever they want.
Yeah.
So I think it is a fine balance, and I would be interested to see how like some of these top teams do continue it for a long time, because to me it just seems more of like a staggering spawns game where you just have to try to continue to find 1 or 2 and outnumber them, pick them off, and then continue to kill them and never let them have 3 or 4 people.
I think we kind of saw a little glimmer of that as well, the split spawn in Li-Fi, where Fnatic managed to get a split spawn. They're in a really good position, but we actually saw Space Station just totally take control once again. They actually got the lead from that because Fnatic didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to control that split spawn to their advantage. So I think, you know, Onset just tying a bow in the series, just getting things out of the way. For Fnatic, do you think that they really now need to kind of improve on the knowledge, the awareness of what they're doing, what they're trying to do, recognize that they've done it, and then really just take the next steps to capitalize on that?
I think it's crazy that the example you used is a really good one, because it was right at the end of the game, right? And they killed 2, and it's like, we could collapse on these last 2 players, but we also have map control. And like to have that in the back of your head as a team, it's like, okay, we might be able to put them on splits here, but we might sacrifice map control, hike towards the end of the game where an overshield's coming up and kind of looking forward, and they were like, hey, let's just hold here. We've got our 2 kills, we have map control, and we're going to be able to have angles in this 4v4 where we should probably get that first pick. So to recognize that, that's another thing that's like maturity, right? As a team, recognizing where, even though it might be something you could do, it's like, the bigger picture here is to win the game in these last few moments. Maybe when it's 10-all, you make that play, you get a bit more aggressive. But as I say, there was a lot to love about Fnatic and the way they played that series, and I think that they're going to take so much from that.
Yeah, they will indeed. And I'll tell you what, that was a very well-fought series. Absolutely incredible. I hope you guys at home really enjoyed that one and what both of our teams managed to deliver across the screens for you today. And I hope you guys have also been checking out all of the rest of the action on all of the streams. We are streaming every single game today and through the rest of the weekend. But let's take a look right now at our pools. Let's see where we are, because things are happening behind the scenes away from Alpha, of course, in this stream. And we're actually next going to be ending up in Pool C, gentlemen. So a lot has been going on behind the scenes. I'm trying to kind of just fill myself in here, looking at the graphic at the same time. But we do actually have Optic versus Complexity next. As you can see, Optic have managed to already secure a win here. Complexity did go down to G2 Esports. I gotta be honest, and I don't like you know, really kind of disrespecting any team here whatsoever, but based on the way that Complexity kind of came out of the gates against G2, it's hard to not really think that right now for Optic, this is going to be a pretty easy series, and they're probably just going to want to look to clean up on a couple of different things.
Yeah, Pool C, you know, if Optic didn't win Pool C, I think everyone would have been like, well, there's some problems there. But my eyes immediately focused to Pool D because Pioneers beat E-United. They're up 2-0.
Wow,
and
okay.
I said it before and I'll say it again. The Pioneers lineup, watch out because they are a scary, scary team. They remind me a lot of Fnatic. Lots of talent. We keep asking the question, you're an online team or are you a LAN team? Right now, beating E-United, who just finished second at Raleigh? Oh yeah, this is a LAN team for sure.
Did they take down E-United?
Yeah, they beat E-United.
I love how Walsh like questioning GB.
Did you look at the graphic?
Of course I'm questioning GB.
Production, can we bring the graphic back again?
If GB says
You
something,
just refuse to believe it.
Yeah, refuse like
I'm just saying, look at the thing.
Walsh, nah, GB, what are you talking? Wait, no,
I'm partially intelligent on like, you know, on like a Tuesday, you know,
well,
depending where the moon is.
It's a Friday and the moon is way off. But I'll tell you what, though, that is some news because we were honestly earlier talking about United and what they've got to do and kind of where they're at in terms of this LAN. So that is absolutely huge. And we're going to have bigger and better moments coming your way as well on Alpha. So make sure you're going to be tuning in. Next up, though, we do have Optic versus Complexity on that stunning main stage. We're going to see you guys right after this quick break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We are live from Anaheim, California. It is absolutely gorgeous outside the building, but it's even more beautiful inside because we have some of the best Halo Infinite action to show here in North America. Now, before the break, we did see a grueling Game 5 between Fnatic and Space Station. And I'll tell you what, it really did split some thoughts on the desk going into this one. We weren't sure who was going to pick this up. And at times, it looked like maybe Space Station were going to take away the win and walk away with it. But unfortunately for them, Fnatic had something else to say about it. Fnatic looking really, really good.
Look at this pop-off.
I know, the pop-off was huge. Envoy was going nuts, but then he was pretty reserved on the main stage in his interview as well. So I like to see that. You know, he saves all the aggression, all the excitement for in-game and off the sticks. He's pretty chilled out. He's pretty chill. Tell you what, though.
Look at this guy.
Look at this guy.
I'm doing things here. I'm saying words.
The Shurs.
How has this happened?
Everyone, the Shurs.
I'll tell you what, Shurzy, that's exactly what we need you to do, is to say words.
I don't know what to do. I'm freezing. I'm saying words.
He doesn't know what to do with his hands.
Where do I put them? Put them down full
Ricky Bobby on us.
Wouldn't be the first time.
It's lovely to have you.
But it's great to have you here, Shurzy.
It's great to be here.
It is. Shurzy, Bravo on set. Lovely to have you on the desk. And obviously, you've been absolutely crushing it on Bravo, and it's been absolutely amazing to have you voicing over some of the best Halo that we have to offer. But you're on the desk with me, and we're going to be talking about our next matchup, which is happening on the main stage, mate. We've got Optic versus Complexity. Did you manage to catch a little bit of the Complexity game? I know you've been casting.
I have been casting quite a lot. I haven't seen
G2.
Any of Complexity. I've seen quite a lot of G1 actually, who've been very, very impressive over on the B stream. We've also seen obviously SSG 0 and 2. So stories that are just coming out the wazoo.
Yeah. They are indeed. I think right now, you know, the storyline between these two teams is going to be that Optic should be walking away with a pretty easy victory here. And that's no disrespect to Complexity, just based on what we've seen today. It wasn't up to par with G2, and I just don't see it, you know, becoming any kind of a problem for Optic. But let's just talk about Optic right now, right off the bat, because this team has had a little bit of a roller coaster online. They had a bit of a roller coaster on LAN in Raleigh. You know, they obviously didn't place where they wanted to. I think they were honestly gunning for that their first place at Raleigh, and it was difficult for them. They had quite a treacherous path. What do you make of Optic Gaming so far, Shurzy?
I think form has been very up and down, isn't it? Hit and miss. You don't know what you're going to get at any real given time. I think the issue we have now is they're on land. They're going to be different beasts, and they're going to be looking to top the group.
They are indeed, and I think, especially with Optic, I think earlier on they really had kind of a large head start in the game. They knew exactly what they were doing. It was pretty difficult to take them down at times, but a lot of teams have been catching up, Bravo, and right now they're finding themselves trying to prove themselves once again.
Yeah, I think we have a really pivotal point here in the Optic Gaming story for the season. Huge hot start. They were the most talked about, right? Trippy and Lucid doing freakish things, huge numbers of Twitch viewers, just like running the show. Things have changed since then, and of course, personally, I think we're at a point right now, as they find some stability in the Pro Series, I think everyone's saying, okay, Optic Gaming's still here, but where do they go from here? Do they remain a top 4 team, or are they instead a top contender?
I think Optic is such a fascinating thing to talk about, and you could talk about it for hours, right? Because of the hot start they had, they were always going to be compared to the best team, right?
Yeah.
They always were the best team after the first 2 Pro Series, and then as soon as it wasn't first, it was like, oh, Optic are in bad form. And it was like, you know, still placing pretty well. But the real standout thing for me, when we look at some statistics that we actually have in front of us, is that Optic, out of all of the top teams that we've seen, you know, getting into that top 4, top 5, top 6, they have one of the worst clutch records. And what I mean by that is when it gets down to a Game 5, it's a series-deciding game, they struggle a little bit, and I don't know what that is. I mean, if you look at this is clutch game 4, 3, or 5, depending on the series. Out of the top, I think it's the top 6 or 7 teams here, Optic have the lowest rate. It's 6 and 6 that they find themselves on. If you compare that to the likes of Cloud9, 6 and 3.
Even Sentinels, I think it's 12 and 3.
12 and 3
in a game 3 or
FaZe
game 5.
Clan 9 and 5, and that's the difference between these top teams at the moment. It's not the fact that they're getting pushed aside by these teams. It's just the lack of clutch factor, whatever it might be, that has happened so far today. So for me, I'm watching Optic this weekend, and all I'm thinking is, if it goes to a game 3, a game 5 decider, can you win that game? Because I think it just takes one, right? That one win in those game 5, and then all of a sudden they believe they can win the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And I mean, listening to what you were saying now, at one point I was like, well, is it down to their Slayers? I know, but the fact that you're bringing the game 3 into it as well, it's just like, I think you're right. I think it is a mentality thing. I think it is about the confidence and being able to just seal the deal at the end of the day. But where does that come from? How do you produce that confidence, that clutch factor? You know, how is it possible as a team to improve to the point where you're kind of looking forward to a potential game 5 or a game 3, knowing you're going to be in the ringer and being able to clutch up like that?
I mean, you might be able to speak on this, Andy, but the longer it goes on, the worse it gets, and the harder it gets, right? Because it's a mentality thing. Like you mentioned, it's like, oh, we've been here before, we're under pressure, we've lost these, we've lost these before, and all you have is this negative memory of these games, right? The longer it goes on for Optic, the more of a concern it is going to be. If they put that to bed in an early series against one of the top 5, 6 teams, say they play against, you know, Sentinels early on in the bracket, they play against Cloud9, whoever it might be, if they clutch up one of those series, they can beat anyone, and they will beat anyone. It's such a weird thing, right, in esports, in these series where you go back and forth to keep losing at the last hurdle. For Optic, it's one game. It is literally one game that could decide if this is the team who's going to be holding up the trophy at the end of it. It's a crazy thing.
Yeah, I think there's a few things that come to mind. The first is like the veteran experience on the team, right? Do they have main check experience?
Yeah.
This team does. So that is like checked off for me. The other things are like trust between teammates. You need to trust that your teammates, when they make a push, it's going to be the right push, things like that. And it's also in-game leadership. Whether that's the IGL or it's Lunchbox, it's about who's making those calls. I think Lunch has to take this on his shoulders. He has to realize, okay, we're not clutching game 5s. What's going on there? What do we need to do at the end of these game 5s to make sure that our rate is not a 50? You can't not go 50-50 on game 5. You're not going to win a tournament. So I think that there's a lot of pressure on Lunchbox to help the team figure out what that is.
Definitely. I think potentially, do you think that there might be a sort of imbalance of risk and reward there? Because you get to a game 5, you get to these positions where you need to clutch up, and you don't do so. Is that because you're not taking risky plays and maybe other teams are and pulling them off, and you're being too patient or too reserved because you're sticking to what you know rather than maybe in that situation what you should be doing?
The issue is you obviously have that fear that you don't want to throw away game 5. Maybe you can freeze in the moment, but I think when you have players like Lucid, widely respected, and most people will say the best player in the game for the most part, you need to put him in the moments where he can do the most damage, and perhaps in the game 5s, Optic are just not doing that.
Exactly, you know, work to your strengths. Now let's talk a little bit about Complexity on the other side of the stage here. I don't want to count them out before that they played. This is going to be very difficult. This series is going to be so hard. I'm going to start with you, mate. I want to know what Complexity can do in this series. What are they getting out of it? How can they steal some maps from Optic?
I mean, one thing they've shown is that they were able to hang him in Slayers, right? And I think in any Slayer you can hang on this game as long as you get the power weapons, all the classic Halo things we always talk about, right? And they need to be able to be competitive in the objectives as well. And I think one thing they have to do a little bit better is just play their lives a little bit better. When they go down numbers, they were kind of funneling one by one and giving away a 3 dead, a 4 dead, and then, as we know in Halo Infinite, if you do that, it can be 30, 40 seconds of pain for you, especially against a team like Optic who are so good at taking that advantage. So if you do lose a battle early on and you find yourself down numbers, just take your time. Just give away a few seconds of objective, whatever it might be, to make sure that you're back in a fair fight in 10 seconds time instead of a minute down the line with the first time you get a 4v4 again.
And I think the pressure will come onto Complexity where they need to be winning, just because of how the chips will fall, they will need to win certain one-on-one battles. The pressure will fall. As we saw Complexity earlier, we'd see players who were teed up for a triple in the earlier series, but Hysteria would win that 1v1, deny it. Hysteria, I got to say, is not missing. His shots looked really good. What we need to see is that from all 4 players on Complexity. If you find yourself in an inconvenient one-on-one, how do you fight your way out of that? How do you either stay alive or win that one-on-one battle?
Yeah, it's going to be really hard, but I think you guys have put it perfectly. I think that's exactly how you work your way through this series and take it step by step and kind of break down the layers of Optic and try and capitalize on where potentially they're going to be going wrong. Because look, nobody's perfect, let's be perfectly honest. I'll tell you what is perfect though, is Twitch drops, and I hope you're listening up carefully. I hope you have tabs open. I'll tell you what, you're pretty perfect too, boys, I'm not going to lie. But this is looking good. Now, you can also catch all of the action with our co-streamers as well. These lovely lot are going to be actually watching all of the action here this weekend in Anaheim. They're going to be giving their 2 cents on what's going on. They're going to be an addition to the desk, so to speak. But make sure you guys are tuning in because you can be looking at these gorgeous, gorgeous in-game skins. You've got loads of different weapon colors to be going through as well. We've got assault rifle skins for weapons. And if you're also going to be watching the grand finals, this pose is going to be gorgeous. So make sure, but the boys are actually going to be doing that and demonstrating it for us right now. And I'll just join in. Why not?
Well done, lot.
So just make sure you're tuning into the grand final. We're going to point to you.
Team of 4, by the way.
How do you stop once you do this? Though?
No, you're locked in.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Just throw to something.
Deep breath.
It's a championship pose.
Well, I'll tell you what, Shazzy, we're gonna let you stay like that while we talk about some of our teams and how they're feeling heading into this weekend. How are they feeling about this matchup itself? We'll find out. Take a look at this.
Well, coming into this tournament, we're all feeling great. We've been grinding a lot. I haven't really left my house. Watching Halo, thinking about Halo, playing Halo, and the same for all these guys. So.
From B or pillar side, and then decide where they can go from there. It looks like Lucid strives to grab the sniper.
So our first match on main stage is going to be against Complexity. I think it's going to be a really good matchup. We need to play our game, which is obvious, and that's kind of something we've been trying to get, like, don't be too fast in this scenario, slow down right here.
That down. Trades bottom mid, APG, snipe at hand on House, needs to hit this fun Renegade.
So as long as we kind of get in our rhythm, I think we'll be able to just honestly dominate.
It's up on Lucid screen. Frosty, goodbye. Anybody else fancy a piece, Lethal?
Yeah, we're going to be playing against Optic Gaming in our second match of the pool. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. They're a very good team. Their strengths are going to be they're very objectively efficient also, and they're very slaying dominant.
Optic have the ball in their hands. They have the lead. It's a 4-point difference. Pistola is going to stay alive somehow. Oh my God!
They have a lot of firepower on their team. They really control the sandbox and use it to the best of their ability. But the things that we're going to try and attack is just going to be out-teamworking them and just being quicker and more efficient on the map. In the series against Optic, it's going to look like a Complexity win. And the message to Optic Gaming, Judy Chap.
Oh,
amazing.
Oh.
Judy Chop.
Okay. Is that
Judge Judy
Judge
Chop?
Judy Chop,
Yeah,
not a
Judge Judy
judo
Chop.
chop. Different.
Wow.
Very different things.
Gotta say, that is that's quite a message to send their way.
Very specific.
I tell you what though, this is going to be very difficult for Complexity. I'm going to say it 100 times. I'll probably say it 100 more, and maybe even post-series. I think right now they need to be focused on their game plan against Optic in terms of what they're going to do to try and take them down. Let's take a look at the series layout now and see exactly what's coming their way today. And as you can see, we do have the live fire, obviously Optic's favorite map, but it's right at the end here for that game 5, and I think it's going to be very difficult for Complexity to get there. So that's kind of good news, I think, in terms of maybe not getting annihilated on their favorite map. But I think, really, I would be looking at Lucid right now. I'd be like, look, this guy wants the entirety of the sandbox on every single map. He's going to want everything in his hand, anything that's going to benefit him and his team. Take that out completely. Why give Lucid the luxury of having anything in his hands? Because we all know that he can use them to the highest of their capability. Is that kind of what you'd be telling Complexity right now?
He's a greedy boy, is what Lucid is. So shut him down. Don't let him feed. He's getting quite hungry out there. Also, they spoke about needing to match the pace or even outpace them and outwork them. We're going to find out straight away. Street Strongholds, you can't bluff it.
No,
you need to do it right there and right now.
Yeah, I think Stronghold in itself is very, very difficult. You can't bluff it. You're going to have to be really on top of your game. But also, let's talk about the Slayer real quick, because Onze, you said that, Slayer could be a pretty momentum-based game for Complexity, trying to get through, trying to get as many kills as possible. Everybody has incredible skill when it comes to shooting and being able to kill people, but it's what you do on the other side of things. If you get all 4 dead, when you're controlling the spawns, like what are you going to be doing with that momentum and how are you going to snowball,
Yeah, I think it's any team who's a lower seed at the moment is going to be looking at Slayers and thinking, hey, we can take this one away. I think we've seen that in the Pro Series when it's a best of 3, and that's where a lot of the upsets have come, right? Game 1 will go the way of the favorite with the objective game type, where maybe you have to be, on top of things a little bit more than you do in a Slayer for the majority of the game. But a Slayer falls away, and then all of a sudden the other team's thinking back, going, oh, it's 1-1 in this series, and then you slip up. But now we have best of 5s. The Slayer isn't quite as impactful in a series. So Complexity have got to look at that as a game that they've got to win if they want to win this series. However, it's going to be tough. I think that Optic are out to prove a point this weekend. I really do. They've been quite quiet about their business coming into this event as well. I know they've been playing a lot, and I think that they're going to put in a big performance.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they do have a lot to prove here. I also think these two players have a lot to prove. Let's look at our head-to-head on the main stage. We've got Trippy versus Hysteria here. Now, I've got to say, Trippy has been such a fundamental player for Optic. He's really come into his own in this title, and I think Halo Infinite is looking pretty damn good on him. A main Slayer, also getting objective work in, and I think really controlling things very well for his team. And I think right now, if Trippy is performing at his best, this could be pretty difficult this weekend, not just for Complexity, but for a lot of teams here, Shazzy.
Yeah, I think Trippy and Lucid work so well in tandem together. They're the duo for a reason, so good together. So if you have APG and Pistola playing with them on that same level, they're going to be a tough test to take down here.
You know what time it is, boys?
Game time?
It's nearly game time. It's game time for us.
It's prediction time, isn't it?
It is prediction time. I have mine at the ready. It's a real quick one here. So what are we thinking, lads? I think I see...
Are you going to count it? I saw the last desk just totally botched it, so
they did.
We'll wait for your count.
They did. Are you ready?
Old.
On 20. No, I'm joking.
Old.
On 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Green wall, baby.
Green.
This is a green wall right
This
here.
is a green wall.
All the way.
Brick by brick.
And with that being said, it's green wall. Golden Boy, Walshy, is it green wall for you guys too? Are you building your bricks, brick by brick, painting it green? What's happening over in your camp?
I was thinking about some Legos, Like, I was just like, oh, I love, I'll watch Lego Masters. So, but here's the thing. None of them are wrong, right? Like, Optic is, if they lose this, it will be the upset of the tournament.
Yeah.
They're clearly the favorites.
It'd be crazy. I'm going to hand it over to you guys. Enjoy the cast, and we'll see you a bit later on.
Thank you so much, Lottie. And yes, folks, I mean, look, Complexity, I love the org, all the players on the team, fantastic folks. But the reality of the situation is that Optic Gaming right now, like Sentinels, like FaZe and Cloud9, they're just in a league of their own right now, kind of battling amongst themselves. Whereas a lot of these other teams are like looking to see where they stack up against them. I just think that for Complexity, their key to victory is going to be for them to just take it easy. Just calm it down, right? Don't let Optic get away with shenanigans. And Optic, they're going to try and get away with shenanigans, Dave.
I could see the match playing out that way. Like you said, it is going to be around controlling that pace. Even Ola said that during his interview, saying that we've been learning when to control the pace and attack and when we've been trying to slow it down.
Yeah.
And, at some points when you start to get a roll, it's hard to really put the brakes on.
Yeah, of course. And I think that if Optic Gaming, get that momentum going, get that roll, like at this point, there's just nothing that they're going to be able to do. There's nothing that Complexity is going to be able to do here, right? Like Cole's really trying to find themselves as a squad. They're coming into this with some fresh faces and some veterans as well. Obviously, Hysteria being a big one there, and Rob the Turtle as well. But Hysteria has such a prolific history, and you were playing against him all the way back in the day, and I think that there is a lot of good that can come out of this Cole roster. But against Optic Gaming, like they simply just don't stack up right now. That being said, there is an opportunity for Complexity. It's not all doom and gloom, and it comes in the form of that, Game 2 Slayer. But hey, they could also have a hot start here on Streets, man. This is a map that could snowball very quickly if Optic isn't careful.
Yeah. Streets, I definitely have been feeling and seeing these teams really snowball as leads or get like those back and forth trip caps and such. So yeah, we'll have to see how it does go on Streets here for Complexity. I believe we're going to quick remake that game so we can talk through the beginning of this just a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But it's still just a heavy feat in front of them because, as you said before, these teams really are kind of in tiers. You have a tier, the very top tier, which would probably be like, Cloud9, Sentinels, Optic, and
FaZe.
And United phase, I would say.
I don't know. I'm looking over at the Bravo stream right now.
You can't not have them in the top tier. They took second last to that.
I know.
But regardless, what basically happens with these tiers, and we've seen historically throughout Halo, is you have these different tiers where teams are placed at, and generally people at like the top of like, let's say tier 2 or tier 3 can take the teams from the bottom of the tier above them, or they can drop games to the a tier below them, just from people at the top there. But for the most part, if you're more than like a tier away, it really just doesn't happen. There's such rare upsets that happen there because there has to be so many factors going in place. The top tier team has to be playing a little off. The bottom tier team has to be just on fire, and and just their consistency, because it's just the beautiful thing about Halo is that it's not just one montage-like play that turns the tide of a game. Yes, that has an impact on it, but it's just the accuracy over the course of the game, the decisions that are made over the course of the game, that just all adds up when you're making the correct decisions, and it all chips away at your team when you're making the incorrect decisions.
Yeah, and for that, there is a lot to talk about with Optic and their decision-making and how they play for each other. And one of those players that I'm going to be keeping an eye on this series, we heard from him in that package, Pistola, right? The veteran. This guy has a knack to stay alive. We always harp on it. He's a wizard for a reason. But look, man, I mean, the reality is that, for this Optic Gaming team, this is an organization that wants championships, that wants Ws, they want wins. And this is the event where I think Optic really have to start putting it together. And I like hearing that they have been in the lab prepping and working so hard getting ready for this event, living and breathing Halo.
I was just going to say, not even just in the lab, living in the lab, according to Ola. He's like, I have not been leaving the house much. I've been kind of gaming, and I'm really ready for this. So bring it.
Yeah, right. But now here we are. The action begins on street Strongholds, and out of the gate, not the worst start here for Cole. In fact, actually a pretty decent start for Cole. They were able to get power weapons, right? They also have presence up top. Like, they simply just need to put together. Oh, I stand corrected. They were not able to get the rockets, but even then, there wasn't really much that they could build off of that. This is where now Complexity have to just force the issue on B, or maybe even go for the overextend. Like, it's just going to be so hard, especially with Trippy with the Stalker rifle on balcony like this.
Yeah, and I like this play. It's interesting how Trippy just decides to stay there, but it's a pretty powerful position staying on that C
Already
balcony,
a killing spree.
Especially when you have that Stalker rifle, because getting one little shot weaved in there across the street makes such a big difference for your teammates, because they're like, now can go around the corner and two-shot PR somebody, or just get the melee / shot on somebody, get the kill.
That was a beautiful play there by Trippy. He was challenged from behind. Players were trying to force him off of C. But yeah, Dave, you called it, right? It was like an odd play, but not really when you think about it, considering his positioning, what he had, and he didn't even need the assistance. He just needed the big red to give him what he needed.
We've seen this position be so strong, and it's not just in Trippy's hands either. I mean, when we were all commenting on Formal's massive Game 5, where he got, 25-ish kills here on Street Slayer, a lot of that was him parked over at the C balcony, doing damage with the Stalk Rifle, picking off players that were coming out in the middle. Obviously he went to other spots on the map during that game, but a big part of it was this anchor position.
Yeah, that is such a strong area to hold. Now, Hysteria does manage to get the rockets, as well as capping on A. They have C control, but it's a little flimsy. But this is exactly what I wanted to see Complexity do here, right? Like, play them hard, play your game. Don't lay out their Optic Gaming. Yes, you got a lot of great players on this team, but Hysteria knows what it's like to be in combat with these players. So he's like, don't give them the time to breathe. Go at them. Don't let them think that this is going to be a free win, because the moment that happens, yeah, it's a wrap. And now they got a trip cap on Optic.
Yep, I was just going to say, it's kind of gone that back and forth thing that I was saying before, Alex, that this game can get snowbally, even though Optic looked like they were just running away with the game with a 102-0 lead. That lead is now halved.
Huge from Complexity, as they've been able to hold A and B. They have that trip cap. They're within striking distance of catching up to Optic Gaming here. And something that I'm not very used to seeing this late into the game is APG sitting at 0 kills, but he does have 7 assists. So he's still contributing a lot to kills, but you definitely would like to see that donut become a breadstick if you're APG.
Actually, you know, I'm a big fan. If a player out here comes into an HCS event and their team wins the game with them having 0 kills, I think that is such a massive statement showing their team, like, not even a joke.
That almost happened in the SSG game. Unfortunately, not to dog on Ace, but he didn't have the best series, and yet they were able to squeak away with that. I believe it was the Game 3 win on that CTF. So
that
yeah,
bizarre flag, right?
It's certainly an interesting narrative to have here. But right now, Complexity have the lead over Optic Gaming. And if you came into this match looking at these two teams, you're like, oh, Cole versus Optic, yeah, Optic should definitely win this game. And now we all kind of have pie on our face here, Dave.
Dude, what a nice step, though, from Complexity. What I've seen a lot of teams do when they have control of A and B is, yes, they put some pressure on towards C and making them work together, but not as much pressure as I saw from Complexity. They had Hysteria all the way over on Purple Street. They had Rob the Turtle out front in the pillars in front of C. And then they had their players over on B Street attacking that driveway. They just had such a restricted, limited access to get outside of C. And I really like that. They're just really doubling down, saying, all right, if we're going to try to lock them in here, let's truly lock them in here and let's put so much pressure, make them guess every which way they're trying to turn when they're leaving C.
But was that the last swing that goes in Complexity's favor here? They're capping B currently. Trippy's trying to go there for the stop. They do secure it successfully, but how does this fight go here for Trippy? As he's going to back away. Help from APG comes, and there you go. The 1 kill for APG. He's got himself 11 assists, so I ain't trying to take anything away from my boy Brad. He's contributing at the very least quite a bit here. And now this is where maybe Optic Gaming starts to cook, but Lucid waiting, biding his time. He's got 2 targets in front of him. Easy pickings there, and a killing spree, double kill to boot for Lucid.
Such a good position. We saw, Penguin utilize that so well when we saw him in the finals over at Raleigh, and I love seeing Lucid do that. The thing that was most impressive there from Lucid, though, is just the patience and timing, making sure he's doing that right balance of not fully baiting a teammate and let them die for no reason, but also letting the opponents get a little comfortable, letting them overextend and push out from the B driveway.
There's that Stalker rifle, another double kill perfect for Vetra, the new add to this team, a young player. Made his name in Halo 5 and he really started to find his footing in FFA. We'll see what he can do here, right? Sometimes you can always find that diamond in the rough, and Vetra can certainly be that player here. But now a trip cap was a quick trip cap, but it's not really going to be all that much because you're going to get the flip immediately for A and B. But the Bulldog needs to come out clutch here. Definitely does with Rob the Turtle holding it. And now Optic Gaming have to figure out how to break this yet again, but I think the Rockets should help him out here.
Yeah, Rockets are good in this position.
Oh, no!
Unfortunately, I mean, just getting caught off guard, and that's just so dangerous. At this high level of play, Rockets are near guaranteed kills, but not quite so, especially in those chaotic times where you can't just, know that your back is safe. Someone could be coming down the center. So, yeah, just really difficult position there for Ola.
B has been gained by Optic. They know where the spawns are. They got him pinned inside of A, but you got to watch out for the players on the split here by C. Huge fight coming up for Triton, and Trippy was getting shot from behind. That's going to be, was that 2 players down, I believe? So they got to really profit off of this Complexity, and they do just that. Spawns, though, are actually going to be in the favor of Optic over here by sub. So they're going to cap this one, but they'll be happy about that because they managed to secure A and B, and now Optic are back in a very familiar position, but they've been able to hold on to their lead enough, Dave, that if you're an Optic fan, you're not quite sweating yet.
Also, I just want to show something with Slane right now. Complexity has 35 kills total. Optic Gaming, Lucid and Trippy combined for 31 kills out of those 2. And that's just it seems to be kind of a normal stat line that we've been seeing with this Optic roster and the way they operate, that APG and Ola just enable and allow players like Trippy and Lucid to go off. They're there, those are supporting roles. You were talking about before with APG having, 7 assists and no kills. That's because he's laying down shots, being an anchor, being such a great teammate, and then Lucid and Trippy have that freedom and ability to roam around the map and just do what they do best.
Yeah, I was more celebrating the fact. I was glad that APG got the kill, but hey, I agree with you, man. Like, you have someone that can slay when he needs to in APG, but also can lay down that covering fire and support as necessary, really activate the rest of the squad. Complexity, though,
looking to turn this into a victory potentially. It's a very close matchup between these two teams, and I did not expect to say that at the start of this series. But I also know that Stronghold Streets has that tendency to be a little swingy, a little chaotic from time to time. So perhaps this is where it's very much working out in Complexity's favor.
And this is just, I don't think any of us casters or on the analyst desk expected it to come out this way. We know Complexity is a strong roster. Do we think they're strong enough to take all these games off of Optic? I did not go into this match expecting that.
Yeah, it's still only game 1 though, and clean shots from Pistola is going to look to potentially, go ahead and cap A, or cap C, excuse me. A is being capped by Hysteria presently, which that flip should come in. Now
I
the
love
fight for
that
B.
spot from Ola. You know, like there's so many times where it's kind of, when you're in C, you really can just hide from any sort of fights over from top A. But right there, I didn't realize you could just be hopping off that little planter and actually engage in somebody who's trying to hide from you in A.
Pistola inside of Red Room secures himself a double kill, holding B down still. Only 20 more points for Optic Gaming to walk away with the Game 1 win. Complexity want this dub so bad, but when Pistola's have a killing spree, I mean, it's going to be pretty difficult to do so. Now the push comes in. What can Pistola do here? Is Vetra's going to be rounding out the rear. You also have Hysteria over at the corner. A still being held. They need to make a move right now. Only a few seconds, and a huge stick there for Pistola, but a melee is going to come through, but it ain't going to matter because Optic Gaming picks up the victory, but a strong showing from Cole. Complexity keeping that one a little close there, a little hairy for a moment. 250 to 214 for the green wall.
Close it out, but like you said, that's with them getting a 100-point head start.
Yes.
They earned it clearly. They got all those kills, they got control, but to have the game that close when you had that much of a lead, it just goes to show that both these teams, when they get control, they can be so scary.
Yeah, and I think that there maybe something can be said for the like APG kind of having that slowish start, right? Like had he been fragging like at the start the way you would expect, maybe this game doesn't get as close. But at the same time, though, I don't want to take away from Complexity because they played really well.
Ultimately, what you have to also look at is the time where APG was having what you'd call like that slow start with the 0-1 kills. His team was up 90 or 100 to 0.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's like, yeah, at that point, it's like, no, don't overanalyze anything. It's like, what you're doing is working. The stats aren't always reflective of exactly what your impact is to the team.
Yeah, well, folks, it has been quite the day here in HCS Anaheim. Some great games across the board, especially that last one that we had between Fnatic and Space Station Gaming. Complexity, though, they want to make this one into a series. Can they do it in the Slayer? They got close here on Stronghold Streets, and perhaps Complexity is going to show us a different side, something that maybe they didn't quite find, and who knows, maybe after the G2 game, they went back, they talked about what they needed to clean up, what they needed to change up, and they're putting that into effect here. Just they're going up against, one of the top 3 teams in the game right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you're putting up that sort of like score against what we consider one of the top 3 teams in the game, you can't be disappointed. You just have to play your game and move into the game too. Also, when we were talking about Complexity and their match earlier against G2, they lost one of the games. What was it? Was it a Street Slayer, like 50 to 49 or so? I just remember it going down to like the last couple kills and being like, oh my gosh, I can't believe Complexity barely lost that game.
Yeah. I mean, that was a situation where like, is G2 kind of doing the thing that has been plaguing them this whole time, right? Like the necessary, or the need, excuse me, to clutch up at those moments? Or was Complexity just playing some damn good Halo? And I would like to think that it is Complexity really finding themselves as a team. This is still a roster that is relatively fresh, going up against an Optic squad that have been established even before the game came out. So there's a lot of chemistry there with these 4 players, whereas Complexity still trying to figure it out. That said, Optic, I mean, you got Lucid on your team. Yeah. Like he's statistically like one of the best players to grace the game right now. But yeah, man, this has been a quite the showing for Cole. And hopefully this game too will lead to more prosperous results for them. But for Optic, I think they really just want to sweep this one under the rug and just get to the next one as fast as they possibly can, because they have some big games coming up here in HCS Anaheim.
Yes, they do. They want to make a statement. They want to get out of this pool as #1. They want to, it's weird to say, like, redeem yourself from Raleigh, even though they had such a strong placing. They are just still such a strong roster. So We're going to have to see how Optic turns out after the series. But first, they got to get through complexity. We thought that this would be a cakewalk. Lottie made it seem like this was going to be a really
Lottie.
easy. Yeah,
I blame
yeah,
Lottie.
exactly. Maybe we should start ganging up on her. But like, she, yeah, like,
No,
and the whole
we can't
analyst
do that.
desk were
She's a
saying
gem.
that that Optic were just going to walk away with this. But based on this series thus far, I mean, I'm expecting another close game. Complexity showed that they could be down 100 points in a Stronghold game. Bring it back. They've showed that they can get the Slays to match the firepower here with Optic. So let's see how they do it in a Slayer here on Aquarius, and Lucid getting a pick right off the start onto Hysteria. Just, they have their starts down, looks like, for Optic.
Oof, yeah, now, another thing to note as well, we were talking about this in the G2 Complexity game when Complexity had that advantage and they needed to pull away with the win. It was almost as if there was a moment where Cole were kind of doubting themselves, like, can we do this? Can we actually, you know, play to the advantages that we've created for ourselves? Optic are never going to give them that moment to breathe, and this game, Aquarius can it's a very hot and cold one, at least for me personally. This one could either be over very fast or it could drag on. I think for Optic Gaming here, they want to just go at Complexity and make them feel as uncomfortable as possible so that they can end this one in 6-7 minutes.
Makes sense, yeah. I mean, we've heard about from Optic, you just want to get that pace of the game. Teams that control the pace of the game are probably controlling the game.
8-4 right now for Optic Gaming. They got themselves the Sizzle Sticks. Kind of mad I didn't get myself a shirt. You know,
yeah, who got one of those? Where
it was Jersey. It was all
there
Jersey.
Yeah, was there like a shirt order list?
Jersey just hit up his friends, you know, and I thought I was Jersey's friend, but no, today I learned I'm not cool enough for the Sizzle Stick shirt. Very excited to have Jersey with us here, by the way. He's been a homie for such a long time, so it's great to have him here with us. But also great to see Optic continue on this lead, 14-7. And at this point, Optic, they are not holding back and not giving Complexity any room to operate.
No, they are not. And they just have control of so many different spots of this map. You know, you saw them at the very beginning of this game. They had Complexity all stuck inside the blue base. Now we're in a position again where they have them stuck over towards the utility side of the map. And then look at this collapse coming in from this back view we have from APG. Just all these players flying in sort of util, Lucid and crew getting the kills, and then reverting back over towards top pink and top car so that they can get shots across the map and get the power-ups.
Just another clean camo pickup for Optic. And that has to sting for Complexity because there's just no opportunities for them to gain control in this map. And another power item, like I feel like if they were able to get their hands on that, they could probably take advantage of it. But even then, right, like Optic will know immediately that they have to shut that down. You're also in a really, really tough spot here because every spawn you have someone flying at you. And if you're like Rob the Turtle, for example, you're never able to get something going. Each spawn you come up, you're like, all right, this is a new beginning. And then you're getting shot up instantly.
And APG getting control of those. Oh God, is the new name Sizzle Sticks? Are we just
we
going
call
with
them
it?
Sizzle
We're calling
Sticks.
Sizzle. All right,
They're Sizzle Sticks. Anyone who says otherwise, or there was one guy on Twitter who told Jersey it was called the Fizzle Sticks, but I think that individual is woefully wrong.
Yeah, absolutely incorrect. But just
nice double from APG.
It's interesting, like how they're controlling everything. Like when it even comes to getting control of, like we said, the Sizzle Sticks. APG and the Optic crew are on top of that even, and it reflects in the score right now. Like, look at this dominating score, 27-11 off the bat here in Aquarius. I don't know how you come back from this against a squad like Optic.
Something I've never seen as well was APG dropping the battle rifle, which is like the strongest gun in the game, unless he ran out of ammo. But even then, even if he did run out of ammo, he was still putting that commando to work, and it just, they're so comfortable that they could do stuff like that, right? They don't have to worry too much about it. Now with 30-13, it's only getting worse here for Complexity. Every respawn they have, I mean, look at that. Trippy's literally fighting someone else, and another guy comes in, and then Trippy's like, oh, hello, melee to the face, and then I'll just keep focusing shooting this other, you know, poor soul here. This is rough for Complexity.
Trippy trying to give him a chance by nading himself there for a moment, but it looks like it's not even enough. And look at just this movement here.
I was about to say, bro,
that's
if
one
he got
thing,
that,
one thing we take for granted here with these top teams and players is the movement and the accuracy.
Yeah.
Like, they just make it look so smooth. Whereas when I'm pulling up this game and playing it, like, I'm snagging on all these, like, little pieces of geometry. Like, there's, like, like it's almost like sticky floor like at the movies or something like that. Like, why am I walking a little bit slower? Why is my shoe stuck to the ground? But these players, they all just move so swiftly across the map and then just hit perfect shots to boot.
All right, well, big win there for Rob the Turtle, and also for years I thought, why was the floor so sticky? Why does it smell like really bad popcorn? Today I've learned. But hey, Complexity, even though the score is looking a little dire, you don't want to count them out quite yet. Anything is possible in Halo. Is the comeback possible? That is going to be a little difficult, but they're going to have to do the same thing that Optic did to them, right? They're going to have to swarm them off spawn, recognize where they are, give them no room to breathe, take those one-shots, shoot together. And it's kind of what we're getting a little bit right now, but is it too little too late, especially when there are only 12 kills left for Optic to get?
Yeah, it feels too little too late. I mean, they've gone a little ahead in slays here for the second half. We talked before how it's 27-11. So Optic have gotten 11 kills to Complexity's 13, which isn't that substantial when you think about it. You know, they're basically trading kills at this moment, and Optic is welcome to do that the rest of this game to close it out if they want.
Yeah, there's like really no sense of urgency for Optic at this point. Oh, Vetra, a fortunate series of events there. An APG, a big win for him. He's going to get that heat wave. You got only a few kills before a steak dinner. I don't quite know if that's going to happen yet, but hey, all right, with the way that Optic is playing here, they're flying at their opponents, giving them no room to breathe. 44-28 now. And with some top mid control, maybe Complexity can get possession of a power item at the tail end of this game, which they do. It's going to be the camo that they secure. And this is the Complexity that I wanted to see at the start of the game, but it's so hard against Optic when, you know, Lucid just starts off, he gets 2 kills like it's nothing, and then there's just really, like, you're staggered off of your spawn endlessly.
Yeah, I truly do wonder when it comes to this Optic roster how much they've practiced their starts. Like, yes, teams practice their starts without a doubt, but I wonder how much they've practiced and perfected that, because it just feels like these last 2 games they've gotten off to such strong starts that's like, all right, is this just a small sample size of games, or do they really have it down to a science to know how to get like that first kill or 2, which just snowballs into more and more?
Well, no steak dinner here. Not quite yet. Okay, not today, they say. Instead, it'll be more like a chicken parm. 40.
Pretty good.
Like, you know, I think that'll be another medal, right? Chicken parm, right?
Guys, let him get a couple kills. I want parm.
Actually, no, I want chicken parm. But Optic want this win here. Only 3 kills remaining. APG's in a bit of a pickle, but he's got some teammates to back him up. Ola's putting shots toward the player in the corner, and with that, APG's going to get the Q, right? Time to move. Time to get these last few kills lined up. Triton's going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's a double kill. 1 more remaining. Lucid's got the mark. Rob the Turtle, melee, goodbye. And Optic Gaming go up 2-0, and they started that Aquarius Slayer cleanly.
Yeah, they looked real strong there, and that is, like you said, going to be a strong 2-0 statement from Optic thus far. And based on how it's going, it just feels like Optic are kind of picking up speed. I feel like they're just going to close this series out 3-0, which was the original prediction we had, but that first game kind of threw us for a curveball.
Yeah, you know, and that just goes to show you that even though something, especially in Halo Infinite, like, yeah, there are players that are establishing themselves quite quickly and really being the focal points of a lot of these events. It's still early days for this game, right? People oftentimes forget this. Like, the game just came out.
Yeah.
But you know, it's Halo, so everyone's been playing this for such a long time. The games may change, but you see a lot of these faces, and they're very, very familiar. So, you know, I feel like Complexity, they knew that if they came out of the gate in that Strongholds game aggressively, if they came out strong, maybe they have that opportunity to win. I always felt like, though, that this Aquarius Slayer game, it was just going to be really hard for them to just get a groove going. And, well, I mean, it kind of shows in the stats here, right? Just straight domination and control. Lucid, 4,200 damage. I mean, the man just doesn't miss shots.
Yeah, I mean, when we were getting our stats earlier, it showed that Lucid had the most damage of anyone on average per game.
First place.
Which isn't surprising watching his gameplay. I mean, he's just so active. He's moving around so much, laying down so many shots. But yeah, I mean, just out of every other pro player, also taking into consideration teams that maybe have more or less difficult matches, whatever it happens to be, or longer matches, like, doesn't matter. Lucid is #1 right now across that, and I feel like you don't even have to throw any caveats in. I'm like, all right, that one does seem accurate. Yeah, there could be a couple changes to that stat, but that one seems about right.
You know, because Lucid's been at this for, what, like, I would say 2 seasons, MCC Pro Series, H5 Pro Series, as well as H5, right? He was formerly known as Saiyan beforehand. You know what he reminds me of a lot of? When I was watching Scump early on when I was casting COD back in the day. It's like a player that could just be put into any situation and would somehow just find a way to succeed. That is what Lucid reminds me of. So if you are a fan of Optic Gaming, and we know that there are a lot of you out there, we get it, you have to be rallying behind this young man because the talent is absurd, and he's I'll tell you, he's repping the green wall very well here. But now we're going to CTF Bazaar. And for this one, Dave, this is a map all about control, and Optic Gaming have very much controlled this series and complexity. They're picking up the pieces.
Yeah, I was going to say, these last couple games felt like Optic were increasing the pace of the game in many ways. You know, there was a flip of control here or there.
Yeah, like a slow
But Bazaar is going to be one of those that you cannot just go nonstop the entire time. Like, you have to take some breaths. You have to slow it down. It's going to be like very segmented battles. Like, all right, when you're on the defensive end, you got to fight and get out of your base by getting control of your tree or your BR. And then you go have the battle in the center of the map. And then you go have the battle on their side of the map. So this is going to be one that they, you know, even if they get on a hot streak, they might be able to get a cap or two out of it. But they're not going to be able to rally that the entire game like they could in a Strongholds or in like an Aquarius Slayer.
Yeah, Bazaar CTF, has been a point of conversation in the community over the last few weeks. I'm beginning to see some animosity for the map in game mode because it is one of those regimented, segmented games, you know, where you kind of got to go through the paces before you can get what you want done. And Optic,
Ola was just shown right there too. He's like, there's an alley over here, there's an alley over here, and these two you can't fight together.
And trust me, listen to me, I've been in the lab. Complexity though, you know, what are they like? How do you kind of dig yourself out of this situation, Dave? Right, like you're 2-0. That game 2 was a rough one. Game 1, you saw signs of life. If you're Hysteria, you're the veteran here. What are you telling the squad?
I mean, you have to be confident in your gameplay. You can't just get onto the main stage and be like, we have to change everything up. And lucky for them, this Bazaar map is going to help curate that. There's going to be so many situations before where like, all right, they were all stuck on their base in Aquarius. I mean, if you're stuck on your base in Bazaar, it's not ideal, but you still have, like we said, different small fights you can do. It's not like you're getting shot from top center of the map from Aquarius and all these other angles. Instead, you have a bit more breathing room. You can be like, all right, well, we can go double team and fight somebody over towards the alley side, or you can just run into Palm and fight a 2-on-2 or something like that. So you really do get to have some more separate battles without the team that has you know, a numbers advantage, be able to press that as much as they would on many other maps.
Well, let's see what this start is going to be for Optic Gaming. And emphasis is actually going to be placed on the grapple hook, as it should be, because the grapple shot is one of the most vital weapons here. But they managed to get rockets as well. It seemed like they were putting more effort on the grapple shot than they were the rockets in that exchange.
I was just going to say, I was like, I think Optic has like their starts figured out, like as he was shooting that player, that grapple. But like, that start of that map started way different than I ever expected. I just see someone Spider-Manning all the way up towards the BR, and Lucid has the, you know, Mangler shooting from bottom rockets, and he gets rocketed. Like, it just felt like focus was so disoriented in so many different ways that I just did not expect.
Well, now you got a few players that are going to be hovering about inside of the Optic base. Let's see how APG and the crew can fight out of this one as we jump into an Astro listening.
Killed the guy.
Two bottom middle. Our cubby and bottom middle.
Our jump up.
I heard that. I'm looking for one shotter. I got him. Our cubby guys. Our cubby.
Cubby 3 shots. One shot our cubby.
Nice job. Nice job.
They're gonna be pushing. They could be OE. They could be OE.
Hey, there's a thrust down.
Still.
I'm coming to you, Tommy. Wait.
One shot
BR.
There's
a grapple down there.
They're big door shooting you. I'm staying our cubby for now. I'm
pushing out
the tree weak, Rob.
The tree is weak. I shot him again. I'm pushing down bottom. I'm bottom middle. Hold on, I'm trying to mill.
Didn't have much eyes on rocket side. They could be OE.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch. I got one guy shot from their tree.
I'm at rocket.
They're flagging, sir. Kind of weak.
Watching you, Brad. I'm watching you.
I think I'm getting pushed, guys.
He backed up. He's their balcony.
I'm getting killed by top rockets.
Yo, they're big door.
Pushing these guys.
They're flagged weak.
One shields. They're big
doors.
They're thrust on me.
I'm
trying to run away.
Playing for overshield.
Alley on me?
See? I can help you. Alley behind you, Rob.
Oh, one dead.
A few little small details in that listening that I really love because, you know, when you think of coaching in Halo, right, everyone always has this like skewed perspective on it where they're like, oh, it's just a person who just keeps track of time and stuff. Not when Lunchbox is behind you. And you can hear that he was actively contributing in the conversation and the call-outs just like the other players were. And that is the reason why they've been able to apply so much pressure to Complexity, because Lunchbox is also like just keeping track in the back of his head, like where these players are, and let me go ahead and make the call out. And they're hearing the responses from the players because they know if Box is making a call, you pay attention.
Yep, that's so strong to have a coach that you trust as far as like when it comes to like flag routes or when you should be pushing or doing something. And so that's yeah, it's really special having someone like Lunchbox there. The other thing I just noticed is how they're just talking and saying like, you know, I'm backing this person down or someone shoot me from here, but it's not super panic. It's not like someone shoot me from rockets, this caught me off guard. It's almost like they have almost all the information out there and just kind of like reiterating. It's like, all right, someone's over on this side, someone's back down. But yeah, high level Halo, the way it's played here with these top teams and something like Bizarre is the team that has control, the team that has, you know, center control, they're kind of dictating the pace, so they shouldn't be putting themselves in positions that they could just die randomly at any time. Some maps, that's unavoidable. Some maps, you're just going to get shot in the side at streets and you can't be protected from everywhere, but somewhere in Bizarre, you can be in much safer positions and you should be able to hide away from somebody shooting you, pushing out of their base.
Well, with those round of slays that just came through from APG, the spawns are going to be happening on the right side, right in the front of the base and also inside of the palm tree. APG needed his teammates to start to collapse inside of palm so that this way they could force spawns over toward alley. Does not happen, though, and a great response from Cole to force Optic Gaming back. And now we can start to see Optic go on some kind of offense here, but it's about taking out some of these targets. They're going to be located on the lower end. An unfortunate grapple shot there for Ola. Could not get away, and that is going to leave, I think, the power item's going to be up here in a moment, so they can't
I like
go
this play, though, from Rob, though. What I would do, and I agree with this play, is if you're the one that's furthest pushed up, keep that distance, keep that buffer room. I guess he has grapple so he can bring it up to himself, but I was going to say keep that buffer room, push over on the Optic side of the map, and that way when someone from Optic is going to try to contest at OS, they're going to get flanked from two different sides. They're going to get shot from the side. They have to deal with Rob before they have any sort of chance of grabbing that overshield. You basically want to divide the opposing team's attention when going for those power-ups.
So Rob has gotten the call. Go inside of the enemy base, cause a distraction, cause some problems. He is going to get burned out of that overshield, but he does have assistance here. Waiting for those shields to come back up is going to be crucial. Unfortunately, that nade is going to make that a little bit more challenging for him to do, as both players inside of Palm are going to be weak right now, and Optic can profit off of this, but not going to be the case. Actually, swing around from behind, though. The timing on that one, just as they thought that they could start to put their focus and attention on Flag, they got someone coming up from VR right behind them, and now here comes another Optic push and Complexity playing from the back foot again.
Yeah, it felt like Complexity had control for, what, about 10 seconds where they got like control of the palm and stuff and had a chance to maybe push in for a flag, and that just got deleted. And in fact, think about how quick we see someone like Lucid and this Optic squad pushing on over towards the Complexity base. They wasted no time. They sprinted on over. We had Lucid in a position where he probably could have pulled the flag if he wanted to.
Oh,
Wouldn't have been a good move because he would have just got killed right away. But whole point being is they're right there immediately.
Okay, I thought that the spikes were going to kill him. This is ridiculous. He still stays alive. He might be able to get this double. No, he does. Lucid is absurd. What a player. Just the fact that he stayed alive, the fact that he delayed as long, and he pulled so much attention over there is so impressive. Let's see how Optic are going to play around that huge play.
Yeah, stats check out. He does a lot of damage. The numbers are in. The dude does a lot of damage.
Excuse me, sir. The numbers are in. He's kind of cracked. Thank you. Man, what a play from Lucid. But still, this goes to show you Bizarre, how bizarre is. Because even with all of that, it was still not enough for Optic to get a flag outside of the enemy base. But maybe these rockets could be the difference maker here if they could take advantage of it.
Yeah, Rockets OS both going in the hands of Optic. This is going to be the best chance that they've had thus far throughout this entire game to try to turn this into a capture.
Oh, no.
I like this play.
Oh,
that's a
two bad.
for one.
That's a pull. That's a pull.
And that's a pull. That is 3 down. I don't know where Vetra is at the moment, but he was spotted. So we're going to see Vetra being called out over on the locker side of the map.
Oh, I really like this pull here. But I think Trippy has another rocket.
No,
he doesn't. He dropped it. Sorry. Yeah. He would have already blown him up there. But that, oh my goodness, Trippy. A double kill for him. He's going to get shut down, but the flag is on the other side of the map, and Optic Gaming puts it in 1-0 for the green wall. But that was a beautiful series of events from Optic that led to that capture.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how much you have to coordinate here on Bazaar to have those flags go in. That's why it's so difficult, you know, for those at home playing this like in ranked or matchmaking. It is a really tough map to coordinate with your teams unless you're fully outslaying the other squad. So you notice there from Optic, like you said, opting for that alley run. I'm interested to see if that's going to be something that more top teams do throughout this weekend, because that was less common, I would say, over at Raleigh.
And also another thing you should note, we should really make note of here, Dave, Optic always has someone in their enemy BR. Every single time, and it is a constant pain in the back of Complexity to just clear that player out. In fact, there was even one play earlier where I think they staggered the OS, it saved it, and then they forced 2 players, and even then had to just dump every single piece of utility. They had to get rid of that player. They're playing so well to force Complexity in bad situations.
That's great insight, Golden Boy. The reason that the BR area is so strong is because you're realistically only going to get attacked from one angle from the other team, which is from their flag side. The reason that you're not going to get attacked as much over from the front entrance or the bridge side is your team has control of the center. If you're over the other team's BR, you have control of the center of the map most likely. And so you don't have to worry from that angle. In fact, you're almost welcoming somebody to attack you from that side because your teammate's going to put a couple shots in their back and you get to clean up that kill.
So now you're going to get this flag pull from Complexity, but the problem is not a lot of map control. APG is going to be sitting in their corner. You got 3 players located by rocks. Vetra's going to need to make a heroic play here to allow that flag to continue to progress. Hysteria goes down. 2 players are actually out, and you make a flag pull with no control, you're going to pay the price for it, and you're seeing it happen in front of your eyes, folks.
I mean, we're in a kind of a counter pull situation. Both these teams were at each other's bases and said, you know what, let's play a game of chicken. We'll both pull each other's flags. I like this play from Ola, where he's not just going to sit and go for that recov. He's just going to bring this back, and there it is. Trippy up there for the catch. Trippy's going to put that one in, and that's a 2-0 lead here for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I want to give a lot of credit to Complexity, though, because their power item control has been very, very good. And it's been mostly grapple shot to obtain the overshield, and they've done it a few times here. And heck, they've even been able to get power weapon control too. But Bazaar is the type of map where like you can. Oh, Trippy!
Didn't see him.
Ooh,
did not see him there.
He must be having some conversations with Ola.
What a wild challenge there from Trippy, just deciding to thrust back and realizing that this player with the rockets might get a little greedy or bring out the rockets, and did not get finished off from it. So that's such a huge win from Trippy's side because he was able to make Vetra waste a rocket.
Overshield's going to be up in a few moments. The Complexity's trying to do the same thing again, and I think Optic is wise to it now, which is why they sent APG right to it. Got a little bit of a mangy as well. No confirm on the kill, but here we go. So there goes the grapple shot play again. Pops it, gets the help as well. And Ola actually ends up getting the melee, a double kill to boot there for the veteran. 2 players are going to be located on the left side of the map. 1 player inside of their flag. They're going to have to deal with this next push here, and Ola knows that there's someone low. He has to handle business, but the overshield goes away. Rob the Turtle is going to make sure of that. But he should have been cleaned up here in a moment, which it ends up happening. The help comes through, but they did invest a lot to remove him. But both teams kind of had to do that there as they both are down 2-0. And
yeah, you don't really have much choice there. I would expect Optic to play this one smart, though. At this point, they're not going to force any flag pulls. They're just going to go for some slays. Maybe if they get like all 4 down, they'll try to run the flag across the map. But at this point, any member of Optic running a flag is 1 less member slain. The really only way that we're going to see Complexity get back in this is some sort of semblance of a large amount of control, getting all 4 down, and running some cap and keeping control.
Yeah, and you only have 55 seconds to do it here, so at this point, the onus is going to be on Complexity to have to force the issue, and Optic's not going to give him the comfort to do so here. A big fight, bigger fight for Hysteria, but the cleanup comes in immediately. Lucid is there, ever present on the map. He's like the watcher. He's everywhere he needs to be, watching, waiting, and you know, giving us episodes of What If. But yeah, this has just been a great display from Optic Gaming, and it could very well lead, with the time dwindling down, a clean 3-0 for the green wall.
And look at this defense. They're just catching all these stragglers, someone trying to slip by, flank out, get a flag grab. They just realize this is the only way that they can really lose this game, and they're just,
like it's their game to lose.
Patting those little stats with it.
And there you have it, folks. I mean, as time dwindles down, 10 seconds remaining, 2-0 for Optic. It would have to take a miracle, just everything going wrong, but hey, we know that ain't happening. So, folks, Optic walk away 3-0. I would say in that map in particular, I give a lot of credit to Complexity, but the problem comes into, you get the positioning, you get the control, what do you do next? Optic have answered. They've solved that puzzle. Complexity still have yet to figure it out.
Yeah. I think when I try to break that down there, it felt like many times where Optic would get over the Complexity base, they would be a bit more comfortable spending time over at their Palm or over at their BR and getting a few slays. Whereas once Complexity got over towards the opposing BR or Palm, they made a do-or-die push right then and there and kind of decided the fate of that next potential flag pull or control.
Yeah, that flag pull that they ended up doing, as you mentioned, the do-or-die one, that was the game.
Yep.
That flag pull works out. That was the furthest they were able to get out the Optic flag to the middle of the map. If they managed to bring that flag further, if they managed to make that cap happen, oh yeah, we were looking at a game here. But Optic were very prepared for that. In fact, they were able to counter cap while that whole thing was going on, which again just speaks to how put together this Optic team is, and this was the result that they were expecting when they saw the schedule, and I don't think anyone is shocked that Optic won 3-0, but now this is where the real work begins for Optic because they know that this is a big event for them.
Yeah, such a tough road ahead. I mean, they have to play G2, and then they start to go into the actual bracket play. That's where the tournament really heats up, but they're off to a strong start thus far.
Yeah, courtesy of Lucid going 23-13 with 12 assists. Oh, Pistola, don't forget about him. He's got himself a solid few kills as well, and APG really lighting up in that game too. That's just the beauty of this squad, right? Because I do feel like it's reminiscent of Cloud9 and Sentinels. You got 4 players that play their roles, that do what they need to do, and at any given moment,
hey, look at the stats there. The dude does some damage.
Yeah, the dude does some damage. Yo, he was mad close to 7K. Imagine he gets 7K. What did I do with my body? I was sure as he didn't know what to do with his hands. I wouldn't know what to do with my body. But yeah, this was just a beautiful game from Optic Gaming, and now they just have to look forward to the rest of this pool, but they know that there are some challenges that are going to be laying ahead of them, not even in the pool, but just in the tournament in general. Do you feel like Optic are in a position to potentially, do the thing that they had set out to do with this lineup and win this event?
Yes, there's the potential. I don't think they're the favorites.
Yeah.
But there's absolutely potential with this roster. I mean, they're already looking scary good. Just the players they have on their team, they're just so good.
Yeah, well, folks, we got Blaze standing by with the man, the myth, the legend, one of my favorite human beings on this planet, Pistola. Blaze, what you got for me, brother?
Thank you so much, Alex. Guys, we are on the main stage with Pistola as Optic Gaming coming out on top with a 3-0 victory. Oh, man, I'm happy to be up here interviewing you and having a conversation. Big fan myself. But now, as Optic Gaming, 3-0 to kick off this tournament, how are you guys feeling coming in this tournament versus Raleigh?
Oh, we're feeling really great. Honestly, this game is super fascinating because the meta is changed so much. Because it's the same maps, same weapon placement, everything's the same. But I went back and watched last event, and I was like, it's crazy how different it is. So in general, I'm assuming every team kind of feels this way. But for us, we feel more comfortable. We kind of understand the game more. It's in general, it's all about learning.
Yes.
And I feel like we've learned a lot. We haven't taken a day off. I mean, after the event, I got sick, and I took a 2-week break in that sense because I was sick. But after that, we haven't taken a day off. So it's just grinding. So we feel good.
And that's awesome. Okay. So everyone's feeling a little bit more comfortable. They got some time to practice Halo, get more in depth from the game for Raleigh. Now for Optic Gaming, you guys, have a little bit of trouble closing out some series in Game 5s every now and then. What have y'all learned to really try to be better, be more consistent in that end, and be the Optic Gaming that the fans want?
Well, in general, it actually kind of goes back to learning.
Okay.
It's whenever you're in those in-game scenarios, a lot of the teams that lose is whenever they try to do too much.
Yeah.
You don't want to just... You're like, oh, you got to go for that triple cap. It's like, no, you don't have to go push this. It's like, you don't have to go make that hero play. Sometimes the best thing to do is just play your life and just play the situation, the moment. And so we're kind of learning more and more when to kind of pull it back and when to push forward, kind of be on the same rhythm. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Nice. And that's great that you guys are learning the flow and learning the pace of the game a little bit better and starting to pick up your speed gradually to be the best out there, okay? You know, Pistola, when it comes down to the competition, this tournament, we got 16 of the best teams out there. Who are you looking forward to playing the most?
Honestly, I'm the kind of person where at tournaments, anything can happen. So I always like to just play the people who are just playing the best. If we're on our game, if they're playing their game, it's just fun to watch and it's fun to be a part of because it's just, you see people when they get in that momentum and they get in that flow, you know what I mean? So it's really whoever, if we're playing well and they're playing well, I'm down to play anybody.
You ready to just lock into the moment, ready to play some good Halo and get into the competition,
100%.
okay? A true competitor on our main stage, ready to play anybody, all right? As Optic Gaming gets ready for their next matchup, that's going to do it for us for the main stage Pistola. Lottie, guys, I know y'all got a lot to break down from this series, and Pistola just gave us a ton.
He did indeed. Thank you so much, Blaze. Thank you so much to Pistola as well. Yeah, let's get the Optic Gaming cards. There you go. Here you go, Clutch. Go on.
I didn't vote, but yeah, I would have voted for Optic Gaming.
There you go.
I think that was a safe play for all of you.
We did indeed.
Congratulations on your point.
That's quite big, actually. Congratulations from Clutch. Just saying that. You know, I think we actually got a lot to talk about there, especially after what Pistola had to say and about how they're learning here. And Bravo, you know, you noticed in particular something that he talked about when to push, when to pull back. What did you notice based on what he'd said?
Yeah, one of my favorite things we heard from Optic Gaming during scrims before this event was them discussing the fact that, hey, we don't always need to create this crazy panic situation. This is not Halo 5. You do not have to sprint slide into every single spawn and always be doing something. There are actually times in Halo Infinite, like Halos of old, where you actually need to slow down to do nothing. And if you're an Optic fan, you heard them talking about that in scrims, and that could be the difference maker in Halo Infinite.
It really can be a huge difference maker. In terms of learning, though, Clutch, I think, you know, somebody who follows very closely what these teams are up to, how they're scrimming, how they're performing, and especially when it comes to tournament play, what they're doing and how they've kind of adapted. What do you think Optic have learned so far?
Yeah, I think they've learned that they don't have to play at an insane pace. I know, not to be redundant on what Andy just said, but it is like learning your own style of Halo Infinite. And I think that that's important for every team to acknowledge that we're not all going to be able to play at Cloud9's pace. We have to figure out what makes us successful. What are we best at? And I mean, who better than Pistola to tell you that he's going to prioritize staying alive and playing his life. He's been doing it for what feels like 100 years at this point.
He's a wizard. We actually don't know how old Ola is.
Right. and at the point of him staying alive to a T every single year, every single game, doesn't matter what Halo game he's playing. It could be Halo Wars, for God's sake. The man is alive.
It's true.
I think on the back of that as well, one thing that I took away from the interview at the end as we see the series score was just, you know, they didn't feel like they were putting too much pressure on themselves when that question was asked about Game 5s, because that's the one we were asking on the desk, right? That's the one that I was asking specifically. How are we going to change your fortunes in those big games and those big moments? And Pistola, he's always very philosophical about things, and he's like, we just got to play the moment. We haven't got to overthink it too much. We've just got to play off instinct. And I think sometimes that's the smartest thing to do, because when you get into those situations, if you're going over it in your head as a team too much, sometimes you can get in your own head and you start to maybe do things you wouldn't do as a team or wouldn't want to do because you're feeling that pressure. So I like the approach that Optic are actually taking to those situations. Like, hey, we believe we're good enough to win those games. Sometimes it hasn't gone our way in the past, but who's to say it won't this time around?
You also have 2 out of 4 members of Instinct on that roster, so.
That is very true. I think also it's one thing to be able to say that and another thing to get every single player on the same page as that mentality, because I think that is exactly what you do need to have ice in your veins to be able to clutch up like that. But I think there is something about a team being able to be totally transparent with one another and really be able to read off each other. And I think if you have a team like that, Cloud9 is kind of like that, to be perfectly honest, then that's when it becomes dangerous. And I think Optic is still lacking that just a little bit. But I think the fact that Pistola kind of said, look, we're still learning as a team. And I think half of that comes from learning each other and what you want to do together.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they're still trying to figure out the best way that they want to go about every single map mode. I mean, you heard it from Ola. He's still trying to create the meta. He's not finding the meta and trying to polish the meta. It's more so, how can we play the best Optic gaming style of Halo Infinite? I think the longer that they keep that mentality, the professionalism behind it, like, the sky's the limit with these guys.
Very true. I want to quickly talk about something that was a little bit of a standout in terms of the results, was the first Strongholds game. How close that was. I mean, on streets, that was crazy close, to a point where actually Complexity were leading a couple of times. We saw a few trip caps come through, and I was a little bit worried about the shaky start that we were seeing and how back and forth it was. I want to know from you guys, what were your views on Optic there? Obviously getting pushed in a corner a little bit by a team. I think they probably came into this thinking, okay, this is going to be kind of breezy, but Strongholds was a little bit of a tighter story, right, bruv?
Yeah, for me, I'm not putting too much stock into it. I think it was uncomfortably close, and I think every player on Optic is going to think the same thing. But for now, I think Optic looks good. I think they found form through the rest of the series. Do we have the convincing information and evidence that we need that they're here to win this tournament? I don't know if we have that yet.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Well, let's take a look at the pools, though, and see exactly where we've landed. I just want to say something as well, because earlier on, Golden Boy was on the desk, and he was chatting away about how Pioneers beat E United. That did not happen. That has not happened.
Classic Golden Boy.
Everyone,
prediction.
As soon as he said that, everyone kind of wondered what on earth he was talking about. Yeah.
I looked at him, and I think I said something like, well, that's a wild result, and then I think I threw to break pretty quickly after that.
You had to.
Yeah.
He left you no choice.
Walshy called him on his BS. I'll just say that. Walshy called him on.
Thank God Dave was there.
Thank God. Dave is honestly really a childminder here. He's also casting at the same time. But we do have our pools for you guys, and a bunch of results have been updated on them. But I want to talk about our next matchup. This is a big, big game. This is going to be huge. Yeah, rub your hands together, folks, because we do have Sentinels versus Cloud9. I'm not going to ask you boys anything about this. I'm going to wait to set it up. Right after the break, we're going to head to one right now. Get some water, get some snacks, get comfortable. We hopefully have a pretty incredible series ahead of us. We're going to be right back after this quick break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
This facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals live in Anaheim, California. Now before the break, we saw a cool, calm and collected Optic go head to head with Complexity. After a tight start out of the gate on Street Strongholds, Optic closed game 1 with a dub and proceeded in the same fashion through the rest of the series. Now shortly after on main stage, Pistola offered us an insight into the Optic camp and said that they are still learning as a team with an ever-changing meta, but they are learning and burning teams as they go throughout this weekend. I'm so excited to be following their journey on as we head into day number 2. But back to day number 1, we of course are still in pool play and we have one hell of a match coming up very shortly on main stage. I'm really excited to start breaking this one down. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Say learning and burning. That is a great phrase. I like learning.
you.
I'm going to steal that.
You're going to steal it?
Yes,
learning
I
and
am.
burning and turning and burning. We see that
yeah.
mid-game. Turn and burn.
You do turn and burn. That is very true. That is very true. Well, I'll tell you what. This is going to be a pretty scorcher on stage. There's going to be a lot of burning going on, right? There's going to be a lot of burning going on. And Sentinels versus Cloud9, you know, two absolute titans in their own regard. And I kind of see this one, bear with me, but I see this one a little bit like ice versus fire. You know, the battle of fire and ice here.
Who's fire? Who's ice?
Yeah, very good question. So this is kind of what I've come up with. I feel like Cloud9 right now are fire. I think they're on fire. Okay. They're producing the goods. Nobody can touch them. You know, you touch them, you get burnt, right? But Sentinels, when Sentinels have beaten Cloud9, which they have done this season, right? They do it because they've clutched up. They've managed to reset brackets. They managed to kind of come back and reverse sweep in the first series of the reset of bracket as well. So the ice in the veins of Sentinels for me is creating this battle of fire and ice. Now, Clutch, you can say what you want about this, but I would like to know what you think about this matchup in general.
Yeah, the analogy just doesn't sit with me, right? Because Cloud...
Wow! She spent all that time laying it out for you.
That was a great setup.
It was beautiful.
Cloud9?
You shouldn't have started with Clutch.
No, stop. All right,
okay.
Everybody get a grip. We got a very important series on our hands. Let's do it justice. But if we're going to talk about ice, and anything we've seen so far throughout Halo Infinite, it has been all of Cloud9's ice that have gotten them to this point. It has built the storyline that we have in front of us. Cloud9 coming off a 5P. Let me repeat that, 5P.
I don't think that's ice,
I'm about to run out of
fire.
fingers on one hand.
Yeah, but
okay.
I don't think it's ice. When I
I
think of ice, I think about clutching up.
Yeah. It is ice that they get the job done with. It's
every time
the game is close, they clutch up.
Lottie.
Renegade said it himself in the first time they won. This is before the next 4, let me remind you. I have the iciest teammates on the planet. Are we trying to take Cloud9's ice away from them? At this point, it's damn near reckless.
I'm just going to say, the only reason why I agree with Wes, was very rarely, is that, you know...
Because I'm right.
Well, Cloud9, the way that they play, the demeanor of these players, it is very ice cold. And I feel as if Sentinels are playing, especially with Royal2 on that stage, with a lot of passion, with a lot of fire, because they have a point to prove. These are two teams that have squared up against each other multiple times in the past, you know, and yes, they're having some changes on the Cloud9 roster, but let's not forget, you know, this was a World Championship matchup as well. So there is a lot on the line here. It's about whether or not Sentinels, you know, they're still finding that mesh right now, but we know that they have it because they're Sentinels, and these 4 players believe in each other. They play for one another. But Cloud9, man, they are... Woo.
They're on fire.
Their
play style is
I'll
hot.
tell you what, the colours behind me aren't really helping my my cause either.
You're right,
to be perfectly honest. But I'll tell you what, regardless, you know, both of these teams are fairly icy and both of these teams are fairly hot when it comes to gameplay, okay? So I think you can argue it either way. I've got to say, I do change my position on it after hearing the experts talk, and it just proves why I am here doing what I do.
I sided with you.
The experts were talking. You go ahead and say
I do appreciate it.
That's the first time I've been called an expert.
There you go,
Bye
Golden
con
Boy.
Dios, you know,
Well, earlier on I did say Walshy was your childminder, but apart from that, I'm just going to put that out there because I can't lie. But, you know, we do have 2 incredible teams when it comes to caliber. Now, obviously, in this situation, Sentinels are on the back foot. Cloud9 have proved their dominance many, many times. Like you said, a 5-peat. This is huge. In the history of Halo, have we ever seen a 5-peat?
I feel like Final Boss did it multiple times,
Fair.
but
Okay.
it had to be a long time ago. And then maybe CLG did it back in the day as well, but I think that they were disrupted in that Olympic Games.
EG maybe?
EG definitely did it.
What's beautiful about this, though, is, yes, you know, back with CLG, with Tox, with Sentinels, they did dominate. Who shut them down? Splice shut them down. Who is C9? It's 3 forces Splice with Penguin instead. This is the biggest match of the day. This might be the biggest match of the tournament. We've got question marks for Sentinels. We have no idea how far they could go because we haven't seen them on land since 2018. And then we got C9, who, like you said, is on a 5-peat. I mean, my God, as a viewer, I can't wait.
And I want to preface as well to Shabe's point. We haven't seen this the foursome as a duo, or sorry, as a team on
as an ensemble.
There's a lot of words in my brain. I'm very tired. I'm very old. But we haven't seen Royal2 up there, right? And now we're gonna find out how this Sentinels lineup with all 4 members, matches up against Cloud9, who have been dominant.
Well,
thus
this is
far.
the match that Sentinels wanted, apparently. Obviously, they got put in this pool. They're in Pool A against Cloud9. But this is, you know, they don't get to play these guys very often because a lot of the time with their situation, they didn't manage to get there or they haven't been scrimming them. So really for them, this is quite a good telling into what they want to do against Cloud9 and how potentially later on in the tournament they can also face them again. But I'll tell you what, these guys actually got questioned about this a little earlier on, and I'm very eager to find out how they're feeling about going up against one another in this matchup. So let's find out how Cloud9 and Sentinels really feel about one another.
C9 take the lead. They're up by 1. Make that more as they go up by 4.
My name is Jonathan Willett, my gamer tag is Renegade, and I play for Cloud9.
Rather than later, because C9 looking like they just want to put another win on the board.
Oh my, look at the perfection. Renegade with the confidence flying in PD.
Our team is on fire right now. I think they're really good, but I think our team's just on fire. I think we should be able to beat everyone.
Just flies right in and picks up the perfect kill. Not done yet, picks up another kill on APG. Oh my, doing everything across.
My name is Matthew Ferrante. I go by Royal2, and I play for Sentinels.
On B stairs, just like that, 46 to 41. Oh, he's trying to hold on to them.
Seeing C9, you know, win all these tournaments and stuff, and us not be able to play, actually like lights more of a fire. So I just want to, you know, maybe dethrone them and return as kings.
And Royal2 makes it a 25-kill game.
They actually won't practice versus us online, so we have really no idea like what to expect going to for both teams. So
the reasons like we don't scrim them is because like we believe that like if they don't know how to play against us, we're a lot harder to like beat.
Cloud9 making a rotation towards C. Optic have a hold on A, but here's a microwave, and you never want to get hit with a microwave.
Cloud9, hopefully you scrim us after this.
Ooh,
Hopefully.
shaking. I think it's a very cool insight to kind of see how both of these teams feel. And I think, honestly, in terms of all the matchups that we've had so far and having teams talk about one another, you can kind of feel the respect for one another in what they're saying.
Right.
You know, they don't want to say too much. They don't want to say too little. They don't want to give away much. And I think that is kind of testament to this matchup that we're going to be seeing and how serious this is going to be on that main stage. I'm really, really excited to see really what goes down. And I really do hope it also goes the distance in this Game 5. Before we get into all of the specifics, the details, what we're going to be seeing across the board here in this series, we also need to talk about our US Marine Corps service record, which is going to be Snakebite from Sentinels. This is the captain, the Capitano of Sentinels. This guy, Capitano,
El
I mean,
Capitano.
you know,
Take it. Yeah.
we'll
General
take it.
SP.
It was in an English accent. Well, I tell you what, though, this guy, he
Here he
is
is.
very, very special on this team. He does a whole bunch for this team. Talk to me about him, Clutch. You know, you've known him for a long time, but he does deliver the goods when it comes to Sentinels.
Yeah, the segment isn't long enough for me to tell you everything good about Snakebite, but just to make a couple things clear, he's the IGL for this team. He is the leader in and out of game, actually. He sets the tone not only with the way that they practice, not only with the way that they learn and how they want to play the game, but also through gameplay. We sleep on Snakebite's gameplay too often. Does he go unnoticed when we reference Royal2 and Frosty and how great of players they are? Lethal obviously having the illustrious second greatest of all time career that he's had, but it really is Snakebite that is in your face and a real difficult problem for the likes of Cloud9 to try and deal with. If you want to shut down Sentinels, it's not about stopping Royal2, it's not about stopping Frosty. It is about killing Snakebite before he is able to dominate your team, because when he does that, objective gets done, Frosty and Royal2 get into comfortable spots, and then you can bet your bottom dollar Sentinels runs away with it.
Yeah, very scary player, that is for sure. Let's take a look at the series layout to see exactly why maybe Cloud9 should be a little bit scared. Let's talk about how this kind of works out into the favor for both of our teams here. Golden Boy, is there anything really sticking out to you that potentially could be a bit of a problem? I do see a recharge coming up, creeping up in map number 2 there.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's just be honest, right? Like, yeah, there are going to be some stats that go, you know, their way. There are going to be stats that you can always reference. But you heard both players in that package, right? They were talking, the word was brought up again a lot, fire, right?
Yeah.
There's just a fire in both of their bellies.
Sure.
I don't think that they're going to, the maps are purely just playgrounds for them to do their thing. And at this point, these two teams, these two titans in Halo have a score to settle, and it's crazy that it's happening simply in pool play. This is the matchup to watch out for. I don't know where this goes. I like, again, this is kind of like
You do have to predict that at some
Yeah, but
point.
that's the thing. It was like Fnatic and SSG. Like, I genuinely had no idea where to go. But like I was saying it before we got on camera, my heart wants to go with Sentinels. I've always been a fan of those 4 players, but my brain tells me Cloud9 because
I mean, why wouldn't it?
the stats don't lie.
Right.
They're playing the best Halo that they've ever played. Renegade, you heard that steely voice from Renegade. They're not afraid of anybody in this tournament.
They're not. And I think it also kind of attributes to the fact that we've seen what Cloud9 could do. It's a proven fact. We know what they're capable of many times, 5 times, in fact. Sentinels, you're kind of hoping for a whim here. You're kind of thinking about what this squad can potentially do to this team up here. So you don't really know yet. So I think they're an unknown entity, and I think this is going to prove a point. Let's talk about our head-to-head, though. And Shira, I want to get your verdict on this, because we do have 2 incredibly talented players up here, Renegade versus Frosty. We have montages in the making. I think on one side, Shyway, we've got...
What is he saying?
I think on one side, Shyway, we've got obviously Renegade, who I think, puts a lot of attention onto, the aids on the map, you know, what you want to pick up and really prioritizing things that you need to prioritize as a team. And then we've got Montage Maker Frosty on the other side. What do you make of these 2?
I mean, Renegade, you want to stay out of his way. He's just, they call him the demon for a reason. He hits his shots. He's very aggressive. He goes in. He goes for the 50-50s, and he wins them because he knows he can. Frosty, on the other hand, he's a massive playmaker, but he's a brilliant mind, too, and he works really well around his teammates. And that's why, we're talking about stats coming into this series. I feel like I'm going to kind of play devil's advocate and say you could take the stats and throw them out the window entirely, because with Royal2 in the mix, everything changes. Frosty and his playmaking ability completely changes with Royal2 on the map, because Royal2 gives him opportunities that Formal simply wasn't able to. And it's not because Formal is not an amazing player. He absolutely is. But in previous interviews we've seen with Snakebite is that, Formal being new to the mix, he doesn't quite have that defined role for himself, whereas Royal2 knows exactly what to do. exactly how to play and knows how to give Frosty the best possible opportunities to pop off. So I think now that Frosty's in that sweet spot, and now that there's not a single router on either table, I think this could go anywhere.
I just want to say, you know, that graphic there, I think you're looking at the #1, #2, and Lucid #3 players in the game right now.
Yep.
They are so gifted. They're so skilled.
Yeah.
But Renegade, and to Shyway's point, just the confidence that he has. Like, we always say, like, you never want to take a 1v1 and you want to work with your team, right?
Yeah.
No, not for Renegade. He is the team.
Take everyone on one.
Take everyone one-on-one.
You get a one-on-ones, let John do his thing.
I do also feel like Frosty's kind of been waiting for that moment to jump back to #1. Like 2016 Halo 5, he was kind of definitively like the top player in the game.
Course.
Now that Royal2's back, I think it's, you know, Frosty, I want to say he sits in top 5. Depending on how this tournament goes, he could shoot himself up to the very top if he plays really well with Royal2 and Sentinels in this tournament. I think this is the opportunity he was waiting to showcase it. I mean, we hear him on his stream too. We know the man's a freak.
Yeah,
He's a freak.
I don't think anybody on Sentinels is worried about individual accolades here. I think that there's a bigger monster in the picture, and that's their throne being taken away. You hear Return of the King, Hail to the Kings, yada, yada, yada. Sentinels call themselves the Kings. Well, it's been Cloud9's story for a long time now, it feels. If we're waiting on the King to return,
sure.
Will it be today? Will it be this weekend? I'm not so sure.
That is very true. There is a throne that is waiting for somebody at the end of this weekend. It's going to be in Anaheim. It's going to be on that stage, and we'll see exactly who's going to be sitting on it. And this is definitely going to aid in that story going forward. So without further ado, gentlemen.
Oh, Lord, I don't know.
Get me into it.
Trialing.
Do you have your stuff out? You know, you got to get your.
Wait,
we're going
oh,
to do our predictions. We got to do our
Challenge.
predictions, Shy. Come on.
Yeah,
do I have to hold up the?
You have to hold up one of the cards.
Yeah, it's the
stupid
trialing
cards.
challenge of
There's a
thinking
skill
who's going to
gap
win.
to the desk too. My bad. Sheesh.
So
if there's not a jump, if I can't, if I can't jump on it.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Stay off the desk.
we're gonna do it in 3. Okay.
Oh.
It's hard. It's hard.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't know.
I would go with your guess.
Go with your gut.
Yeah, no worry. I got a lot to work with here. All right, let's just count it down. Count it down.
All right, here we go. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Sorry,
it's a split
PJ.
decision.
I like this.
It's a split decision.
No apologies. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, absolutely. True. And you know what? I think it's totally warranted that it's a split decision as well. I'm actually shocked that it really is split. I thought maybe more Cloud9s would be coming forward here just because of the proven fact what Cloud9 have produced.
I'll say one thing. I don't think this is the last time these two teams match up this weekend.
Yeah, for sure.
I think if all bodes according to plan, these two teams will see each other in the winner's bracket later on in this tournament. It's unfortunate they have to match up in pool play, but I do think there is something to not scrimming against Cloud9 is one thing, but playing them in a tournament once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times, and maybe you can start to catch on to their play style down the road. I think early on it's going to bode well for Cloud9 to have that lack of experience against Sentinels.
This is the most valuable type of match that Sentinels can get against Cloud9, because even if you lose here, you're still pulling a lot of tape. You're getting a lot of info from C9.
I call it playing with house money, right? I call it literally playing with house money. Sentinels knows that they're coming in maybe a little bit under practice, unexperienced in Halo Infinite, and with that, I mean, they got nothing to lose, and when Sentinels has nothing to lose, that's something to say.
Let's just play the damn game.
I want to see it. I went with my heart
like
for the
that.
record. I know
I
you said gut. I went heart.
You went heart. Okay. So did I, Shyway.
Come on, Sentinels, come on.
Let's talk to our casters, though. Let's see exactly what they're thinking and feeling on Step Brother. You have, I think, quite a big road ahead of both of you here. I hope your voice boxes are ready. I hope you're ready for the hike that this game is going to be bringing. And I also want to know what you're going to pick. I want to put you guys on the spot as well. So on Step Bravo.
We don't have to.
Come on.
We don't have to.
Come on. Let's go.
We do not
have
enough
cards.
cards.
Run back there and give me cards right now. Act like I won't.
Don't run, GB. Something drastic could happen.
Hey, we participate when we're on the desk. When we got to cast, we got to cast.
All right. I'll let you off just this once, but I'm coming for you guys and your predictions.
Give Golden Boy a good 2 minutes. He'll be there.
I know. I'll hand it over to you guys.
Do not send him.
I'll hand it over to you guys. Go for it.
All right, we're going to take this away from you guys. It's getting a little bit rowdy here because this is the biggest of matches. A big match feel about this one, Andy. You've got Cloud9 and you have got Sentinels. And not only are we going to learn a lot about either of these teams, both of these teams, but as the tournament as a whole, we are going to learn so much from one series.
This really is the table setter that you do not expect on a Friday evening in a 3-day major tournament. You're going to learn a lot, not only a lot about these teams, but also about North American Halo. Where are we at? These two teams pushing the boundaries of what it means to be one of the best teams in the world. Right now, C9 has that throne. here is Sentinels. You've heard them say it many times. This day is the start of their season. They have their full squad back together for the first time in LAN in many years. Game number 1, Aquarius CTF.
No messing about anymore. We're ready to get into our first game. I have been looking forward to this series all day, and I'm sure every single person who is sat at home right now in front of your monitor, TV, tablet, whatever it might be, is just as excited. Aquarius capture the flag is where we start things off. It's Cloud9 versus Sentinels.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold your horses. Not
By the way,
yet.
I just want to say that I nailed that intro.
You really did.
That was really good.
You really
but
did.
Unfortunately, we've got to start again. Sorry, everyone. Let me see if I can repeat it almost word for word.
I think you can. I was ready to get into it. Everyone at home was ready to get into it, but it sounds like we did have a player drop right at the beginning of the game before the game started. So it will be a false start. We'll be getting into Aquarius CTF in just a moment, but gives us a chance to talk about historical record on this game type. These two teams have only played this game type in the Pro Series once. It was a C9 win. We'll have to see if they can repeat here, but to be honest, it gives us a hope for Sentinels. Not a lot of game data to go off of, and now with a full roster, they might have a chance to steal that game back.
Yeah, it's very, very true as well. It also gives us a couple of seconds to highlight some of the players we're certainly going to be keeping our eye on during this series. Understandably, for Sentinels, I think a lot of eyes are going to be on Royal2, right? What is he going to bring to this lineup? Is he the missing piece that's going to propel them to be able to push Cloud9 to the limit? Because I just want to put it on the record here. Cloud9 are without doubt favorites for me in this series. You don't win not only one LAN and back-to-back online tournaments, which is a huge achievement for Cloud9 in itself, without earning the right to call yourselves the favorites, the number 1, right? For Sentinels, this is kind of a, where are we in comparison? And if they can push them all the way, I think it says a lot.
It absolutely does here. Now, we're going to get right back into this once again. Welcome to game number 1. As Onset said, this is not the series you expect on a Friday evening. This is pool play due to some crazy seeds coming in here. You have 2 of the best teams in North America finding themselves in the same pool. It's your 1st seed and your 8th seed.
You could not have more respect between the 2 teams either. I think the fact that Cloud9 are happy to say there's a reason that we don't want to play against Sentinels, we don't want to give them the practices because they know how good they can be. This is the real one, ladies and gents. This is live, game number 1 of the series.
Here we go. I'll have to see exactly who gets the opening first. No kills in just yet, so a little bit of an interesting opening. Looks like Royal2 will get the first one.
Lethal picks up one as well. Snakebite gets taken down by Renegade. So 2v2 could not be a more even start if you asked for it. Let's see where that camo ends up, though. It looks like Renegade's pushing across top middle. As Royal2 managed to snag it away, he's going to get taken down. It looks like, from what I can see, it might well have been a burn off the rip.
Yeah, based on what we're seeing, I agree. It looks like it might have been a burn, so we'll have to see. Eco's already got some ideas in the back of the base.
2 dead here for Sentinels. That was 3 dead momentarily as well as Eco picks up the kill onto Frosty. And almost in the first few moments of this game, it feels after that initial skirmish went down, it's Cloud9 who are trying to get that objective moving.
And they are doing it very quickly, very efficiently. Renegade tries to dipsy doodle and dance up top. He'll get taken down in the 1v2.
3 dead though. Penguin is last alive. Is he going to try and force this flag in? It looks like he might do. Penguin is going to manage to actually get that almost home. Snakebite has to make the play. And now Sentinels have to make a defensive play because he Snakebite is on that flag. C9 get a touch.
Yeah, flag is pulled as well. So this flag is out. We'll have to see if they get the re. Stellar gets a touch as well. So if that re comes in up front, should be right now. The flag goes in. C9 scores within the first minute 20.
C9 strike first. No defensive stand to come in that time from Sentinels. It was Cloud9, and I've got to give a huge shout out to Penguin as we see Stellar pick up that kill for the way that he played that situation almost to the tee.
Absolutely fantastic. Also great shots from Frosty. Also do want to highlight the one time these 2 teams played this game type. We saw some great team shots coming in from the side of C9. Big assists, heavily outshooting their opponents in terms of team shots. What we need to see from Sentinels is really a little bit more team shots, more assists on the board in this game type.
Yeah, I think the one great thing for Cloud9 here on the other side of that is how objectively efficient they've been. 1 flag pulled, 1 flag capped. If you do that 5 times, you win the game. It's as simple as that, but Royal2 is going to make Stellar put his mind into the respawn screen for a few seconds. He did have that heat wave, but Royal2 not missing too many shots. Frosty picks up another. Now a chance for Cloud9 to have to play defensive as Sentinels have some map control.
Look how fast Eco plays, even against the heat wave there of Royal2, just able to fly in right away, beat the heat wave there in the melee battle. Eco picks up another one, though. 3 dead there for the side of C9.
Look at Renegade as well, just flying forward onto Lethal. A lot of time, you will see players maybe just let those spawns come in on the fridge, but C9 collapse almost immediately. Renegade will be taken down. Stellar, though, once again behind enemy lines, just being a nuisance inside a utility here.
Yeah, look at the nades, too, on the stairs. He knows exactly what he's doing. Even takes the lethal battle as well. And that's a bold one. This is confidence coming out of C9 without a doubt.
I mean, the amount of defensive plays that Sentinels have had to make already in this game tells you a lot about the pressure that C9 have had on the map. 2 dead here for Cloud9, but even from this point of view of Lethal here, you can see with 2 dead, he's not even past the 50-yard mark yet. Snakebite has managed to get into a position inside of the courtyard, at least to maybe capitalize on some of the damage that will be done. There's the first kill. Lethal gets a trade as well. That's 2 dead for C9 once more. Sentinels in charge of the middle map now.
Renegade and Eco both popping off already, 8 and 4, 8 and 5, respectively. We'll have to see if they can make this one go all the way home.
Snakebite picks up a double, takes down Penguin and Renegade. Now, where is that flag? And is anyone in position here for Sentinels to get it moving? It looks like at the moment, no is the answer. Heat wave in the hands of Royal2 though, as he set up top middle. Penguin might be taken down. The flag's still out. That was 3 dead here for C9. The flag will go back home though, so it's now time to reset the map. Kills inside the base here, the priority for Sentinels.
Royal2 knows there might be back at base spawners as well. Gosh, that Dynamo hit hard, and it's a great play there down low. That's going to be 3 dead once again for Sentinels.
Yes, defensive play from C9, and Sentinels really didn't make the most of that opportunity, I would say, to get that flag moving, to move across the map as quickly as they would have wanted to. Maybe just a little bit of a misstep there.
Absolutely. Once again, if you're just joining us here, this is C9 Sentinels. Don't adjust your television screens. It's one of the biggest series of the weekend already here. These two teams, finding themselves in the same group. 1-0 right now in favor of Cloud9. This is game number 1.
Yeah, Penguin managed to pick up the camouflage as well. Eco with the heat wave and the flag moving. C9 set up perfectly here. Dynamo's being shut down. P1. Snakebite's going to be ticking. Penguin's going to be there to clean up some kills as well. And this is going to be the second flag going in here for Cloud9. Nobody there to stop it for Sentinels. It's 2-0.
Nice little camo work here. More kills bottom mid as well for Penguin. They're not done yet. Still 3 dead for the side of Sentinels. They're going to try to find those fresh spawners. First one out, it's going to be Lethal.
Penguin in front of the base trying to keep that pressure on. There's the help coming in from Renegade. Now Snakebite's trying to clean up the kill on Penguin, but look at him slipping and sliding, living up to his name here and managing to get inside a utility as Eco not only picks up a perfect, but another medal with that killing spree to boot.
Yeah, not too bad. Doing well for himself. Got to say, these players are not just sliding away. They're sliding and mid-slide, strong sliding away, turning themselves away. And once, as again, we said, just min-maxing every single little mechanic in this game. And it's, as Ola said earlier, this is really a different game than we saw a few months ago.
And look at Royal2's stats. We kind of highlighted Royal2 and what impact he has to be here for Sentinels. Struggling right now, 4 and 10 in this game. Not the stats you would expect to see from Royal2 as Cloud9 have that flag moving once again. And I tell you what, Penguin ain't missing too many shots here.
It's the confidence out of Cloud9. You can see on every single POV when we cut to their screens, they are not backing down from fights and they are hitting their shots without a doubt.
Frosty going to be challenging Penguin, but Penguin does not miss in this series so far. Another kill coming in for him, but with that kill, Sentinels actually managed to get some numbers back in their advantage. Lethal inside a utility, and at the moment for Sentinels, you have to say, this is kind of nosebleed territory. It's the first time they've really got past 50 yards for quite some time.
Yeah, it's great plays from Lethal here. This is what you expect to see all game long. Might even pick up another one. No, he dies from that 1v2, but good signs of life coming in. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, though, a little bit of a reset maybe coming in here. You see players slowing down. That will be 2 flags on the board, and it looks like we'll have to hear from admins and league operations, as it looks like this game will get reset at presumably that 2-0 score in favor of Cloud9, but we will have a game reset coming in.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation from the admins as soon as we can that just what the score will be. Snakebite doing the polite thing and making sure he runs the flag home to see if it goes, hey, it was 2-1, man. 2-1 when he's disconnected. Go back and watch the VOD, trust me. But I think we've already seen a lot of what we can expect from Cloud9 in the series. I think they want to make a statement here. Yeah. There's been a lot of talk about, are Sentinels going to be the team that really pushes them all the way, the return of Royal2, all the storylines behind it, right? We were talking like off the desk, we were saying it would be such a C9 thing just as like C9 just 3-0.
Yeah,
and just remember, we're here for a reason. There's a reason that we've won everything.
And what's interesting is this series, the reason we're talking about how much is on the line here is because this series is such a tone setter for the weekend, and it goes one of 2 ways. There's no middle ground here. Either this series, right, C9 is just as good as they have been, or Sentinels is a different team this weekend, right? There's really no middle ground where we say, we're not sure what we learned. I think we're going to learn one of those 2 things, and only one of the 2.
I will say this, though. Let's kind of put this into context as well. This is pool play. This is pool play, and I will say that it's sometimes difficult as a player and as a team to fire yourself up because there isn't quite as much on the line as this is say a winner's bracket final. Knowing that if you, for example, if C9 beats Sentinels in a winner's bracket final, then Sentinels have to beat them twice if they come back. And on the flip side of that, an elimination game where you know, you're going to be packing your bags and you're going to be going home and not spending too much time in the sun here in Anaheim, and the tournament's going to be over. So let's keep that in context as well. And I think it was actually a really good point, which is a very strange thing to say, that Golden Boy brought up on the test, which was this is a real opportunity for Sentinels to learn. They're going to take a lot of information away from this series, and I think being in C9's pool, in context and added onto the top that they haven't wanted to play Sentinels C9 to give them that opportunity to play, is the best possible situation for them to actually find themselves in.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. You see Hoaxer and Penguin there talking with League Operations, presumably on exactly what that scoreline was, whether a flag was out, etc.
I just want to say, by the way, Golden Boy makes good points all the time. Like, he's too easy a target. So, do you know what? I'm going to stand up for GB sometime. Like, I'm going to become that guy.
You would
I will say,
you would be a trendsetter.
Yeah.
In
do you know what? This
up
is it.
for
Golden Boy, you got a friend in me. I'm going to war for him.
You know what? I'll support him too. I mean, that's what we're here for, right? Come on, everyone's had a rough go of the past few years. We got to support each other here, and we're certainly in support of getting this match underway once again as fast as we can. As we said, presumably will be a 2-0 in favor of Cloud9, and we should talk, Mark, about what we saw in that opening, because I think it's pretty indicative of where the league standings are, of their past meeting and Pro Series in this game type. I think we're seeing mostly what we expected from these two.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said right at the start of the series, there's a lot of talk about can Sentinels beat C9, all this kind of stuff, right? C9, for me, undoubtedly the favorites. And I think we just saw why they are at the start of that game. Even though we only saw 2 flag caps go in, the majority of the game was played inside and around Sentinels' base. I mean, how many times did we saw maybe a desperate last-minute stop that they tried to get on that first flag? Even then, C9 managed to convert. And then the second time that we saw C9 on the back foot, they managed to get a 4 dead. And then the last time that we saw Sentinels get in the base, they got the flag out, but it got returned almost immediately. So C9 really did spend a lot of the time on top of Sentinels, it seemed, in that game. And the man on your screen right now, I mean, it's so difficult for me when I say you don't talk about this player enough. You don't talk about this player enough. But it's true. Every single player on Cloud9, I could sit down and have a conversation with anyone about how good they are at this game.
I think they're all criminally under-discussed. In the history of the past few years of competitive Halo, I think oftentimes it's because, right, they're quiet guys in general in their demeanor, maybe Penguin the exception there, but the fact that they're just cool, calm, quiet, and they just win tournaments. And I think a lot of people, right, have not thought about the fact that these guys are just clinical and surgical in the way that they do things. And I agree, you can't talk enough about what they've accomplished over the past few years and even the past few weeks specifically.
Yeah, I want to see an eco vlog. That's what I want to see. You know what I mean?
Give me a full series.
Yeah, give me a series. I want to see an eco vlog. Hey guys, Eco here, Kevin Smith.
I think we gotta get in touch with his wife, because then we could force this to happen.
Yeah,
a day in the life of Eco.
Bit of pressure on him.
Yeah,
exactly. Okay, maybe we can see if we can make that happen. I
feel like she has more sway than we do.
Yeah, probably. Sure. Eco's not going to listen to us, but you know, understandably so as well. It's probably not the best thing to do. But let's talk about Sentinels a little bit here, because even though they struggled a little bit at the start of that game, I will say. I will also kind of caveat that with the fact that I don't think Aquarius CTF is one of their strongest game types across the game types that we have in Halo Infinite at the moment. I feel like they're still trying to kind of figure the pieces out on how they want to approach it, if they want to control X side of the map or if it's going to be, you know, the more classic side of the map. For me, they're still trying to kind of work that out. Whereas, you know, the pressure that Cloud9 put on, I always find it fascinating to watch. It's almost as if everyone fills it in the space they need to almost instinctively. It doesn't have to be like deep communication of like, oh, don't do this, I'm holding here, I'm holding that. It's almost as if it's so natural for these guys to play together.
That's right. And the one thing we talked about earlier is that Sentinels does have that clutch factor on their side. If they can push this series a little bit further, right? 12-3 in series deciding games. That's a huge ratio. We'll have to see if they can just hang on and get us there. It would be a huge statement, but long way to go. We're hearing now from League Operations that it will indeed be, as we had anticipated, a 2-0 start in favor of Cloud9. They will play the game from the full timer, and I believe it will end around the 4-minute mark if the score is not tied in aggregate score.
It will indeed. So C9 are going to be understandably 2-0 up after the performance before. Unfortunately, we had the disconnect. Hopefully we can get it sorted as quickly as possible. I've got a lint roller, by the way, that I can lend a lethal just for that hat. It's a more expensive hat than anything that I own. But,
careful, that lint roller might destroy that.
That's a good point. It's a very low-quality lint roller
exactly,
as well.
I've seen it. It's not good.
It's barely holding itself together, let alone, you know what, maybe not. Let's just leave that to the side. Let's leave the lint roller aside. But, I mean, let's talk about Sentinels a little bit, because it's been a really weird season for them. A really weird season.
Not how they expected to start the season, not how anyone who's a fan of these players or this organization, and I would say, you know, of course, organization management as well, not how they expected it. And you have to think, now they finally can look at this season and start the way they hoped to, intend to. back in November. And now, as we said, the first time that they're sitting next to each other on land for a long time. Of course, Royal2 unable to play due to league rulings, and now finally back with this squad. And as you said, slow start for him. I believe 4-10 when we checked in with his stats in that game number 1. And you have to think maybe a little bit of a restart here to get him back into gear and maybe put up the Royal2 numbers that we expect in this game number 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a correction as well, for just hearing from the back. It's going to be played to the 6-minute mark. So it's going to be, instead of the 4 that we originally thought, a little bit of an update for you, it's going to be the 6-minute mark. Someone in the back obviously was, my kind of maths, to be fair. Right, so I understand it. It happens.
So it should be with 12 minutes total, right? It should be a 6-minute game in total, stopping at the 6-minute mark.
Which is half of 12, just to throw that out there.
It is.
Mathematical genius over here.
That's not bad, actually. That's some of the best
for me, that's pretty good, yeah.
And as we said, 2-0 in favor of C9. You have to also think C9 is going to be able to play very fast, but that 2-flag cushion going to be even more difficult for the side of Sentinels.
However, as we know, it is a possible thing that you can do here on Aquarius is to go back-to-back, right? You get a 4 dead, you get inside the base, you can go back-to-back. A little bit like Onslaught, how we used to see, back-to-back flags being capped. It's a little bit less frequent because it's a slightly larger map and the sightlines aren't quite as open on those respawners, but it's very possible. And we have seen it numerous times from different teams in the Pro Series in recent weeks.
And what you have to do is, to do that, you have to kill the last member of C9, which is maybe the hardest thing to do, and the tallest order in all of Halo Infinite is you need to not only kill the last remaining player or players of C9, but you probably need to do it twice at least, at bare minimum, to run those 2 flags. So that will be difficult. As we've seen time and time again, it doesn't matter the map. Onset, you and I have watched so much VOD from this team. If there's one team that knows how to keep their players alive and in dangerous positions, it is Cloud9.
Yeah, something I want to highlight about this tournament as well. It's obviously it's not ideal that we don't have everyone at home here. We'd love to have everyone at home here cheering these guys on, but it's almost like this is the purest form of Halo that we could possibly have, right? It's 2 teams sat in a room, LAN, and nothing else.
No external factors.
No external factors whatsoever. It's almost like, it's almost like the sterile Halo. It's like there's just a control Halo. It's like whoever is the best team is the best team. Yeah. There's no hype coming from the crowd. There's none of that. Obviously, I'm sure everyone who's at home in the chat right now is dropping the, the C9 win, or they're dropping, Sentinels emotes all over the place. But it's different here. It's different here, and I think there's no excuses whatsoever.
It's true. I think, and both of these teams know that. They know that this is a tournament environment that they're very familiar with. This is essentially a one-on-one LAN on this main stage with huge stakes, not just in terms of prize money, but also points, bragging rights, and everything for the rest of the season. I think most importantly, though, these players on the main stage, they've all seen and tasted victory. They've won a lot of money playing professional Halo. For every single player on the stage, all 8 of them, and then also coaches included, this is so much more than that. This is really about which team is the best in North America right now. And on both sides of the stage, both of these teams want to come away from this series to set a tone for the weekend.
Yeah, and apologies to everyone at home. We want to get back into this game as soon as we possibly can. We want to see this first game conclude and the rest of the series kind of tell the story. But I talked to you a second about how I could talk about any member of Cloud9 for quite some time. We have the opportunity to do that. Let's go. So let's grab a chair, everybody. It's time for story time with Onset and Bravo.
I would say grab a beer.
And maybe something stronger, to be honest with you.
We're going to ask for some beers over here.
Yeah, we'll get that brought over in just a few seconds. But I want to talk about Stella, because Stella, for me, is...
You want some Stellas?
Tell you what, I'm not far off if this series doesn't carry on pretty quickly. But I want to talk about Stella, because here's a statement for you. I think that Stella's the best player in the game right now in Halo Infinite.
It is a statement.
Because the man does not make mistakes.
That's true. I don't think it's a crazy one, but I do think he's underrated enough that a lot of players
People would be surprised by that statement.
Exactly. I think he is underrated enough, or at least under-discussed enough. But you talk about Stellar right now, he does have the highest KD through the Pro Series over these past 4 weeks. 1.39 KD, 3rd overall in North America. The man is a monster, and I think he's been putting up the numbers you expect to see. An average of 17.5 kills per game.
Which is ridiculous. Which is absolutely absurd. And
scary.
When I say he's the best player in the game, I always look at, you get into these big games, you have like Optic going up against C9, you have Sentinels against C9, you have whoever it's going to be versus C9. If you watch Stella's POV for the entirety of a series, it's shocking when you see him make a misplay. And I mean, like, not just miss shots. I mean, just like situation recognition. If he realizes, hey, look, we've got an opportunity to push here, there's no second guessing. He's always there to support a teammate. He's always winning an individual fight. He's always finding the quickest way to get from A to B to support a teammate. Or if they're down numbers, Stella goes missing on the map. He becomes almost invisible. I'm sorry, everyone. Story time's over. Hopefully we can pick this up. Maybe we should start a podcast, Andy. But for now, it's going to be our voices casting over some gameplay because it looks like we're ready to get back into this. A little reminder to everyone at home, it will be a 2-0 lead here for Cloud9. 6 minutes left to play. Let's see if they can close this one out.
That's right, 2 flags already at home. You have to wonder if that's going to influence the way that C9 does play it. Keep in mind that will give them enough of a cushion to play a little bit more control-based gameplay. They can control top mid. They don't have to force flags. There really isn't pressure to bring those flags back home, so it will give them just a little bit of an extra oomph. Here we go, back into the game.
Hey, I tell you what, sometimes a break can do some funny things to players and teams, and it might have been a chance here for Sentinels to regain, to have a little chat about how they want to approach things, or maybe it's going to be the same old, same old. There's Stellar not making mistakes at the start of this game.
If this is any indication, it might be same old, same old. 2 dead already. Stellar is already in the back of the base and somehow even avoids the damage from the melee and gets away with it. It's those little differences like that that make such a big difference.
And look at this now, waiting for the shields. Frosty will trade with Renegade, but this is just such a difficult situation for Lethal. Has to turn his attention towards that flag, but Penguin reacts to the call out perfectly. Royal2 will be taken down as well. 3 dead, 4 dead. It doesn't matter because there's going to be another flag going in just a few seconds here. Cloud9 are murdering Sentinels in this game.
Finally gets taken down, but my God, what a start there. And just constantly killing the fresh spawners, doing so much damage. And Onset, you called it perfectly. We could not have asked for a better start and a better POV to start that game with because Stellar connected all the... My God, look at Sentinels running like chickens with their heads cut off, just trying to find a safe place to play.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. This is Frosty POV now. Eco's going to pick up one as well. Penguin's inside of the base. Commando versus Commando. Well, that's going to be a little bit of an interesting instigation between those two players. Lethal finally picks up a kill inside of the base. That's 3 dead here for Cloud9. Now this is the opportunity for Sentinels. Let's see if they can do to C9 what they did to them a few seconds ago.
Frosty manages to trade there, did just pick up the thrust, hoping to maybe get a little bit more out of that one. A nice double kill, though, comes in from Stellar, and he's got the heat wave as well.
Last player alive here, Stellar, but on the same side, Sentinels only had one alive. So Sentinels, again, on the back foot just because of Stellar's positioning now. He has to force the rest of Sentinels to rotate to get back inside of their base to clear him out, because otherwise he's just going to be sitting here, playing pretty, doing his hair. Without even get a little,
yep, why not? Why not toss that flag out? Stellar's going to continue to cause havoc, force their opponents back. They're going to now look for those kills around top middle. If those do come in, love to see they pick. Oh, wow. Frosty very well handled on that heat wave.
Yeah, needed to handle it as well and does such a good job. Camo's pop in as well. Royal2 is top middle and picks up a kill onto Penguin. There's a little grenade that's going to roll towards that Camo. Eco picks up the kill onto Royal2. But now this is the chance here for Sentinels. Frosty has Camo. He has heat wave. He needs to make something happen.
Yeah, they need to pick up some kills here, and they need to do it quickly right now. 3v3 on the board momentarily, and they need to make sure right now they lose Lethal and they lose Snakebite, so it might be a moment here where Frosty has to wait, has to play this very strategically.
One up Stellar. Stellar gets a beatdown on his way towards that thrust, and that's not going to be the most productive use.
That's the win for Stellar.
Of the Camo, as I say, and that heat wave. Renegade now picks up a kill onto Snakebite, and Penguin is going to be charging forward with the heat wave in his hands. There's one thing is difficult to deal with. It's a player in your base. You're given the weapons up close. It's even more of a problem here for Sentinels.
Cloud9 keeping up that mid-shiv or onslaught-style toss. Just keep tossing the flag out. Make your opponent panic. That's exactly what they're doing. Penguin's a little bit crazy here. Whew. Somehow gets the assist and kills Royal2. That's the difference maker, right? Those bold plays there where he's able to do a lot more damage than you might expect. Eco's going to keep this thing going.
He is, but look at the other side of things. Snakebite picks up a double kill. Eco gets a touch on the flag and now has to turn his attentions towards Royal2. Not only does he turn his attentions, he deals with him, but a trade comes in, and now, as we see a 1v1, Penguin gets taken down. Snakebite starting to warm up a little bit here, but as I say that, the house of cards full of all the Sentinels players find themselves in the respawn screen.
Yeah, it was 4 dead there momentarily, so we'll have to see. But good numbers, like you said, on the board for each side. Right now, Cloud9 slightly outslaying the likes of Sentinels.
Touch comes in, though, from Royal2. Frosty taken down. Who else but Stellar? Now he's on that return, trying to finish off the kill onto Royal2. Such an important double, make it a triple. The man does not make mistakes. The return will come in just a few seconds as well, as Eco is there to shepherd it home. It's 1-0 the score here, and it's going to be 2. That's 4 overall now. We're playing to 6 minutes on the game clock, remember, but C9 now just need 1.
It's just like you said, Stellar once again with a beautiful triple there, gets a lot of help from the team, just great comms coming in, and Stellar's able to jump on that return and does it without all the information, but his team was able to help team shoot to get him out of that one. Now it is 4-0 in aggregate score from our game number 1, only 1 flag away, and also a minute 40 away from the game ending.
Eco just playing a little defense inside his utility at the moment. Penguin trying to escape. Royal2's trying to close him down, but look at the help. Again, the positioning just
how they play together so good here from C9, but you can say on the other side of things, even better in that circumstance from Sentinels. Snakebite's got that flag over halfway. Stellar and Renegade last two alive, but it looks like he'll be able to at least get this back into the base, run it through that pink corridor, and if he's going to play this one well and avoid these grenades, that will be the first flag cap on the board here for Sen.
Wow, great work there with the flag toss. Look at that, how he uses the thrust to avoid the nades and the shots. They bring that in, not over yet. 1 minute 5 on the clock here, but my goodness, do they need a few flags to tie this one. It's going to be a tall order and likely impossible.
Yeah, almost impossible. Let's be real about this one. Snakebite and Frosty pick up some kills, and maybe it's just a little bit of confidence boost, right, towards the end of this game here for Sentinels. If they can get a couple of back-to-back flags, maybe 2 or 3, then they can carry that momentum over to our second game of the series, but for now, it looks like they're going to have to be happy with one. Only 40 seconds on the clock until we call this one done. It's looking like this is a C9 win in game number 1.
That's right, and for those of you joining us here, we do have a restart in this game, so there are actually 4 flags on the board. The game started 2-0 in favor of Cloud9, so that red 2 is actually a 4-1 game right now. Maybe a little bit of confidence at the end, though, but 20 seconds left before the clock will tick down on our restart.
Penguin picks up 1. Snakebite moves in and picks up that kill onto Penguin. There's going to be a beatdown, going to be whiffed, but Frosty's there to make sure that Snakebite isn't made to look quite the fool there. The flag is still out. Stella will be taken down as well, and Snakebite on the killing spree, and also with the flag moving. Sentinel starting to find a little bit of form, but as I say that, maybe just a little bit of step here, but it doesn't matter because that will be the game done and dusted. Map number 1 in the series goes to Cloud9.
Yeah, that's going to be it there, as you see, and looks like players still zoned in a bit. I think they're wondering, making sure that the word comes in from the stage referees that game is indeed done and dusted. You never want to. There we go. Now the fist bumps come in. Now they realize that they have indeed won that series. Of course, a little bit hard to track in terms of overall game timer versus the first match, but as you say, on set, that first game will go in. It's a pretty convincing win for the side of C9.
I think pretty convincing is the understatement of all understatements. I think you're being very fair there. I think Cloud9 absolutely dominated Sentinels. Let's be real, in not only the game before the restart, but post-restart as well. Sentinels managed
maybe
to get,
even more so.
Yeah, but Sentinels managed to get 1 flag on the board, but it was nothing compared to what Cloud9 did to them. It's very rare that we see the Sentinels lineup handled in the way that C9 did. Yes, we have to keep it in our eyes that, you know, this is the first time that Sentinels have played together on LAN in quite some time, and yada, 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 but with the pedigree of the 4 players on stage,
it's true.
They're going to be very disappointed with how that game went.
They are. They're going to be hard on themselves, and for good reason. They've got an unbelievable amount of tournament success under their belt, and this is not any team playing against C9, right? Like, just like you say, this is a team of legendary Halo players, some of the best to ever play the game against C9, and they have high expectations for this series. Here's a look at the highlights.
Yeah, and this is going to be the Stellar show again, which is something that I love to see. As I say, I made the call earlier. I think he's right now the best player in the game, and which is difficult to say when you're playing alongside the likes of Eco and, you know, Penguin and that little man called Renegade who's been playing quite well at the moment. But it's just the little things that Stellar does so well. It's fundamental Halo, but it is played almost to perfection.
It is. Look at this. Look how he jumps on the re. So confident. Make sure to get this cleanup as well. Gets the call out. There's another player coming out. Just great teamwork there. Stellar knew that he was the one who had to jump on that flag. He does just that. That secured their 4th flag.
And another crazy thing about Stellar as well, I'm going to keep throwing praise towards him because I think you need to be honest with you, is that a lot of the time he does it with just a barrel rifle in his hands, right?
Exactly.
He doesn't have too many power weapons to play
one
with.
of the reasons that maybe he's a little bit under-discussed. Because he's just doing the BR.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, he kind of reminds me of Roy a little bit in the way that he plays. You know, Prime Roy, he was just kind of walking around with that battle rifle in his hand, bang, 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 not missing too many shots.
Doing all the dirty work.
Being in that power position to put those shots down and rain those shots down. So Stellar, from me anyway, drawing some pretty comfortable comparisons and pretty recommended comparisons. I don't think anyone would say, oh, you're comparing me to Roy. That's not a great thing. You know what I mean?
Right, of course.
It's certainly something that is a commendable thing to be compared to, and I think he's only getting better and better. That's the scary thing about Stellar, and he's quite happy to just unassumingly go about his work quietly under the radar.
And here we go now. Slayer Recharge going to be your game number 2. Cloud9 versus Sentinels. C9 right now leading in the series 1-0. These two teams have played this game type in Pro Series as well. Cloud9 did win both of those outings.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if Sentinels can upset the form book a little bit here in this map number 2. But I tell you what, it's nice to be on to our second map because Aquarius took ages. Here we go. It's time for some recharge. First and 50 here in Team Slayer, and Snakebite's going to put Stellar on his back to start.
And let's keep in mind, on average, this game ends 50-44 statistically in favor of C9, so still a pretty close game.
Shock rifle in the hands of Renegade. Always an exciting thing to watch. There's the cat ears of Royal2 trying to put him on his back. Royal2 very noticeable across the map with those cat ears poking out the top of the helmet.
Absolutely going to be known on the map without a doubt. The man is freed. He's back in action. A Renegade, though, also in action with the shock, thinking about grappling into control and starting to light things up a bit against Frosty. Finds another one. That will be a double. Can he turn 3? Grapples up, misses it, but might still get this on Royal2. Assist will come in, but not the triple.
Oh, what a play that was from Renegade. I mean, it's just a jungle gym for him, isn't it? This map, when he's got that grapple in his hands and the shock rifle, it was almost more of a surprise to not see him hit the shot. Eco, though, will manage to drop the hips and drop the shoulders as he managed to avoid those 2 grenades being thrown by Lethal. A little bit of a jig, and he picks up the kill alongside it, but look at this health from Eco. Not a lot to play with, but stays alive. There's a repulsor, and it will be a little bit of a swim for Eco.
Nice play from Snakebite there. He said, either I'm going to sword lunge you or you're going to fly off the map. Those are the 2 opportunities here. That's all that's going to happen. Mangler push from Stellar. Frosty on the other end, though, hits the shock rifle shot, bringing the game to 12-7.
Penguin, don't challenge him, because that's going to happen, my friend. He gets perfected with this shock rifle again, and maybe it's going to have to be Frosty again, who just steps up here and puts on a game-changing performance. Lethal versus Renegade. You can see that Frosty can't get the shot, but he doesn't need to, because the 1v1 will be won. Stella trades it out almost immediately, but here goes Frosty again, looking to hit a few crazy shots. Eco is just going to get a little bit singed by that one, but not put his back.
Trying to get an angle here. Connecting just a little bit, but this game has stayed close, 14-12. In favor of C9 and some good control here. Now make that a 2-kill game, 15-13.
Shock rifle making the difference here. As Renegade's going to be put on his back as Eco's now going to challenge. He's going to grab that mangler. Frosty doesn't care. Frosty's going to charge at you and at least get that trade, but I like the confidence in the play as Penguin's going to sneak in and get that camo.
Big opportunity here, 2-kill game, and if you're on C9, you want to blow this game wide open. You do not. Ooh, now sword as well in the back pocket for him. Snakebite does not know about it. He had a mangler. It would have come in handy in that situation, but in the end, Royal2 provides some good pressure, but Penguin, my God, just backing away from the geometry perfectly. Doesn't even take any damage from that nade. That makes for an easy push.
Yeah, this has been the game changer here so far. Still pretty close between the 2 teams. This camo is going to expire in a few moments. Renegade's going to pick up a kill, so is Eco. So the distraction that's been created on this side of the map has allowed the rest of C9 to move up onto Sentinels, who are now trapped inside of tower, but not for too long. As you can see, Royal2 and Frosty pick up some kills.
Still a 3-kill game. Sentinels does very well to keep this respectable. Renegade already 9-4 in this game. Starting to really light up.
Just want to see someone get a shock rifle again at the moment.
I know. Me too.
It's been pretty fun to watch. No players really missing too many shots. Snakebite's not going to have to deal with bullets. He's going to have to deal with a blade, though. As Penguin picks up that beat down, Frosty and Renegade are going to be trading kills for both C9 and Sentinels, respectively. 23-19, 4 kills between the 2 players. Speaking of which, Stella, it's your turn to impress us.
We've seen some great shock rifle play, without a doubt. Pretty different from our earlier rounds as well. When you see the best players in the world on these top 2 teams, they hit those shots. And just like that, still a 4-kill game between these 2. Slows down just a bit.
Frosty making the push from battery. Stella's trying to hunt him down here. You can see it's actually going to be Renegade who's in position to respond to the call out that came in from Stella. Lethal picks up one onto Eco, so still pretty close between the 2 teams. There's another headshot, and with that, we're starting to see that gap extend now between the 2. 27-21, it's a 6-kill difference.
Gotta wonder what's going on between the sides of these 2 teams in terms of comms. Hits the shot again on Lethal. You cannot afford to peek right now. C9 looking to run away with this. Let's get into a listen in here with the side of Cloud9.
There's 3 turbine, I think, guys.
Could be on you, Brayden. There could be red on you.
Yo, get sword,
Kevin.
Get sword, Kevin.
Yeah.
I'm going BR with camo sword. Mangler down right here, John. Top BR weak on you.
You want the sword, John?
What's up, top BR and 1 BR1?
Bottom BR, bottom BR.
Nah, I have a sword.
They're all BR, they're all BR, literally.
Okay.
Double on top cat.
Alright, I'm coming, Kevin. I'm 1 shot. I'm getting my shields.
Coming as well.
Yeah, I'm here.
Actually, I'm going back to red.
One shot on me. Nice, good job.
One.
Yo, Mangler down silo, whoever spawns here.
Yeah,
I'm with you in red. They're gonna be Ellie's. Yo, I'm gonna play turbine here. Fuck it. Yo, hell.
We're spawning them out.
Stage. I got 4 on me. I got 1. I'm out of swords. 1 shot bottom Ellie's, 2 bottom Ellie's. 1 shot under the stairs. You can push this. Back Ellie's now, last guy. To the left. All dead. Spawning red. I'm going long haul.
I'm coming red. Top red.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to me.
Top red, Royal2.
Yeah, I'm hitting red stairs.
1 shot. Okay, I'll go up.
Royal2 is easy.
Last.
Well, we jumped into the listen in. The score was pretty close, and now it's looking like a steak dinner might be on the menu, Andy. What has happened? And when we talked about Stella, we were like, hey, this man does it without the power weapons. He's been hitting all sorts of crazy shots with the charge rifle.
I mean, what an amazing look at C9 there. Just unbelievable stuff. Just clinical. Once again, you heard how perfect the callouts were in bottom elevator, making sure they knew exactly how many players were there and how many players needed to be eliminated. Also, how many team shots. Barely any 1v1s in those battles. Just perfect work. Renegade picks up another one.
Yeah, that was accidental. I'm going to say that. He jumped into the line of sight and the shock rifle hit for the trade. Penguin now going to have the sword in his hand, but look at the score, 42-29. C9 answering a lot of questions, and I think they probably heard a lot of people talking, ourselves included, about how maybe Sentinels can be the team to dethrone them. At the moment, it's looking like business as usual here for C9. Snake right with a stick onto Eco, but again, Penguin with a sword has just been slicing up his dinner.
Love the comms that we heard from them, and just absolutely surgical. And now another camo popping up as well. Only 5 kills to go. Look how Penguin pushes past it. Love this play. And eventually he will actually get caught out. So it's a nice answer back. But wow, that would have been something else. Camo will fall as well.
I was about to say to the Observer, could I be a little bit greedy here? Could I be a little bit greedy? Hey, Frosty, you're losing the game, my friend. 4 kills to go. Maybe, you know what? Frosty's going to do something cool, at least at the end of this game. I can guarantee that, everyone. Ready? Royal2 picks up 1 onto Eco. Just hold on. This is an onset promise. You see that jump? That was sick, right?
No, that does not count. 47-38. No, there it is! Okay, fine. He finds it. Brings it to 39. Might be a little too late, though, for the side of Sentinels. Tried to keep this game respectable, but only 3 kills to go. Looks like the room for error not great enough. It'll just be 3 more for the side of C9.
You say that. Royal2's got a sword. It's 41-47. Now, don't get me wrong.
It's not over. You're absolutely right.
Sentinels cannot make one mistake here. Frosty has the shock rifle. Royal2 has the sword. And maybe with 1 shot here, it could have been a little bit of a turnaround, but the kill that comes in for C9 is going to really make this difficult. Stella's going to be grappling in as well. Takes a little bit of damage on the cross here, and now he's 1 shot as well. 2 kills to go for C9. Surely they can't throw this one away.
I don't think so. 48-42. Let's see exactly how this plays out, though. Frosty does not hit the first shock, which might cost him 49-44. 49 does come in.
Renegade picks up 1. And Renegade is bottom middle, 6 needed. Cloud9 only need the
Dangerous
1.
for
Lethal
Lethal.
taken down to no shields, and Eco will close things out. Got a little bit scary towards the end there for C9, I have to say. But they managed to close things out. It's 2-0 in the series now to C9.
I gotta say, it's actually a great play to go bottom middle. There's a lot of times on recharge where bottom middle is not counted as a potential route, but as you can see, it forces a player like Lethal to actually sit there on the battery's box, on C-plat, and actually look down, and you could tell right away when he didn't get the kill immediately, the shots were gonna come from A, they were gonna come from control, and it was only a matter of time before he was lit up. So expect to see bottom mid used more and more, especially if you're watching scrims these past few weeks. Bottom mid used in different game types in different ways on recharge. It pays off in the end, and like you said, it got a little dicey around the 40 mark, even though it was a 7-kill game, so you have to think Sentinels just did not give themselves enough time.
I think the difference between the 2 teams was sandbox in that game. C9 controlled it a lot more. You saw Penguin with a sword multiple occasions. You saw Stella with a shock rifle. You saw Renegade with a shock rifle. And you're looking at the stats across the board. Speaking of Renegade, you can see 19 and 11. Pretty good.
Enormous numbers here from him in a game where you win by 6. If you go positive 8, I would say it is a pretty damn good performance.
Pretty
Renegade going to be very happy with that. The entire squad going to be happy with that. Sentinels, though, needs to find something in the back pocket, even if it isn't a series win here. I think for this side, they're going to really hope to get a game out of the series, maybe even get 2 out of this series, just to be able to have a little bit more confidence going into the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, a little bit of concern. The stats there coming in for Lethal. My goodness, we didn't catch that on the stream, but that is a nasty play coming in from Renegade. There was another one as well, that double kill. You just almost expected him to hit that one, by the way. It was almost weird that he didn't. He was like, wait, well, Renegade missed the shot. Still managed to turn it around, but Lethal, the lowest in the lobby for damage dealt in that Slayer. Obviously, he was getting caught out maybe by some of those power weapons that were being put to use by C9 at the start, but he's going to need to step up next time we see them in that TS.
Certainly, as we take a look at this next game type as well, and you can just see, I mean, look how these guys win, right? Once again, it doesn't even look like the game has ended. You can't even tell half the time when you watch Cloud9 because they are so used to winning. You got to love and appreciate and respect their approach to these games. Right now, they're up 2-0. Game number 3, Oddball Streets, a chance for Sentinels to stay alive, or for C9 to continue writing a fairly undefeated story.
Yeah, it is an undefeated story. it's at the moment, and Oddball Streets is going to certainly be a game type that they're not going to be shirking away from. They love playing on streets. They've had a lot of success on streets. However, at the same time, I will say this, Sentinels play this map very, very well. They like to play aggressive. They like to always be pushing those spawns. They kind of play it like C9 play it, right? Because it's the right way to play it. I know it sounds like a crazy thing to do, but not too many teams are able to execute it. I think this is going to be a fascinating map number 3. I'm not writing this one away yet.
No, me neither.
I don't think this could well be Sentinels' way back into this series. With the way that last game ended as well, they need to take that confidence in now to this 3rd map of the series. However, don't be surprised if C9 manage to close things out right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, you and I as neutral fans and many people joining us here on Twitch and YouTube also as neutral fans of competitive Halo, they just want to see the best games, and I know we would love to see this series go the distance. We'd love to see what Sentinels has in the tank. Do they have some surprises left for us on this Friday evening? Here we go, game number 3.
Here we go then, Andy! It's going to be game number 3. Penguin we're going to be watching off the rip here. Has that drop ball and a Bulldog. Stella already picking up a kill before Penguin even sees the engagement. Snakebite trades it out though. Couple of kills down on the side of Sentinels. C9 find themselves with just 2 on the map.
Yeah, nice little lead here for Sentinels as they're able to win that exchange for just a second, but here come the Rockets. My God, those were loud. As Renegade checks the rocket pocket, oh my God, finds nothing. And gonna try to stay alive here, so no holds just yet.
Snakebite just heard it coming, you know?
Whizzing by.
Just heard it. Eco picks up a double though. That's going to create some map space here for Renegade to do what he wants. You can see we're just moving as quickly as possible. Point A to point B. The rocket will connect, but not for a kill. But there's Penguin to secure it. Oddball in the hands. It looks like they're trying to rotate to where those kills happen inside a tram for a hold.
And Renegade also just checking PD, making sure there's no PD spawns right away. Look at that, just getting so much information. Finds someone through tires. Royal2 has no idea. He's even been called out already. And now they're going to start to collapse a bit.
Yeah, you just saw Royal2's cat ears just kind of appear over the top of the window still, so to speak, as he made that cross to Arcade. Lethal trying to push down now. 10-0 the score. C9 do have a lead, even though it is a thin one. You can see Lethal's trying to get behind enemy lines here to find this player. Eco, but no. Sentinel beam and a beatdown combined with the thrust. I'm not sure the algebra behind it, but it means a win.
It really does there. That's a very difficult battle to go into. Royal2 does well to stay alive here, though, momentarily. And only a few points on the board coming in for Cloud9, and some very nice shot from Royal2. The man is back in action. He will fall C, though.
Lethal trying to stay alive at the bottom of the B stairs. Manages to do so for now. There's another spike grenade.
There we go.
Fine, that gets the job done as Penguin walks away with the ball in his hand. So it's going to be a hold above where the commando is, maybe just moving towards the pink streets, as that's where those spawns have come in now for Eco. So that's going to be where the rotation options are here for C9.
Look at that. I mean, you might notice that Penguin constantly looking to his right. The amount of screen watching this guy's doing, it's amazing to see in a LAN environment just how much screen watching is a factor, and they're doing so well right now. On the board, though, keep in mind, C9, one of the teams that they might not have huge leads in Oddball, but they play for continuous control the entire game. They might not blow you out immediately, but they will lead in terms of map control the entire match.
And look at the score as well as the weaponry. You're seeing in the kill feed, Bulldog picks up a kill for C9. Renegade, another rocket to play with. Snakebite has that battle rifle. Oh, trusty. But then you're going to see as the rockets get used, once again, Renegade exchanges one weapon for another. He now has that Bulldog in his hand.
That's not the first time we've seen it, right? We've seen the rockets drop for the Bulldog earlier, too. They're constantly just rotating these power weapons one after another, and it just leads to continued control. They still have one dead, and you could just tell now there's 2 dead once again. Just look at the numbers. Now there's 2 dead again, a fresh spawner. Perfect timing. We talk about the speed that Cloud9 plays. They're doing exactly what they need to.
Renegade.
Killing spree for Renegade as well to top it off.
Bulldog, battle rifle, dining table roll towards Snakebite. Grenades, it doesn't matter. He's using everything on the map. Some accidentally, it has to be said, but he's certainly making it work at the moment. 40-0 in this round number 1 at the moment. It's just a massacre here. Cloud9 are playing some phenomenal Halo Infinite, and Sentinels are feeling the pain.
Talk about, I mean, just absolutely beautiful weapon efficiency there. Uses every single shot in the Bulldog, playing that rail so well as well. We'll have to see now, 50-0, and Cloud9 just playing slow and steady wins the race. They've got all the points on the board they need. Sentinel still yet to even get on the board.
Royal2 gets the trade. Currently 4 and 8 for Royal2. Again, not the stat line that we're used to seeing from him. Just finding himself back, or finding his way, I should say, back into this LAN environment. Frosty picks up one onto Renegade, though, and he's going to be a pain here. You can see the rest of these teammates are trying to push up, and it looks like C9 have actually moved away and tried to challenge that second line of spawners, which is going to allow Frosty to move in here, grab a little bit of oddball time, but now you're going to see the push from C9 as they turn around and make that aggressive push onto that oddball holder.
2 dead for each side for just a moment, and Frosty actually just trying to flank around this push as well. I'm not sure if he knows about this last player, PD, who else but Renegade, but very nice shots from Frosty, the man in the shadows.
Yeah, woof, woof, woof as the Bulldog barks. Manages to pick up a couple of kills in his way. Snakebite's going to have the Stalker rifle in his hands as well, which is going to do a heck of a lot of damage. There's a nice shot onto the back of Eco to take him down. Rockets in the Hands of Snakebite once again. There's a double kill and there's a little bit of ball time.
Reset.
Think about that one for a few seconds as that ball gets returned just in front of Snakebite. And if that isn't symptoms of what is happening so much at the moment, excuse me, to Sentinels in this series, I don't think anything else can really be compared to it.
Brutal there. As you saw, they were just about to get that ball touch. It gets reset. Stellar not only pulls it away, but even gets a few seconds on the clock too. So 54-2. But we should talk about that. Sentinels with a nice exchange there. Nice set of kills. They're starting to get a little bit of heat here, but look at the clock. There's only a minute left. They would need some great holds here to really slow this game down.
Eco, big 1v1 win there against Frosty as well. Usually you're seeing Frosty winning all those 1v1s, right? Eco, he's not letting him do so. I know it sounds like a very silly thing, but that's now created the space for the rest of his teammates to push up. And look at that. C9 finds Sentinels 3 dead momentarily, allows Penguin to move in and get that Oddball in his hand. And it's just so fun to watch C9 play. Every single player is thinking about winning the game. If it's Penguin going for the ball, Eco going for the ball, they do not mind. They're all about that dub.
2 dead once again. I mean, keep an eye on that top right. They are keeping the spawn rotations perfect. It feels like there was always 2 players dead on Sentinels. Eco drops down to do some cleaning up at front C as well. Just like that, it's 74-2.
Neither one Frosty pick up kills. Frosty's trying to move in with that Bulldog again. There's actually so much. I'm going to take a second here to appreciate what Eco actually did there. Drops down the front of the base, picks up 1 kill, knows he's got a few seconds to play with as he takes down Snakebite as well. And then retreats without battling that person pink street because he knows he can help across map before that push comes in.
Yeah, there's more important things, exactly just like you said, that he had to focus on. Rocket's about to pop here. They'll cross the 80-point mark and also only 30 seconds on the board as well.
15 points to go here. Rockets popping. Royal2 is going to grab him. Maybe this is the way back into things, though. This is the last push that has to be made. And the question is, are they going to be able to chase down Renegade in time? Are the Rockets going to be fired? Frosty's going to help out things because he's going to pick up the kill on that ball carrier. Eco's going to be sneaking behind that corner. It's a difficult angle to hit a Rocket. I kind of like what Royal2's done there. Backing up, deciding to wait and find a better angle to play with.
All right, 2 dead for C9. About to be 3 dead momentarily. Last guy is Renegade. He's the first spawner. He's there at PD. He's also back at Tire. So let's go. This is what we came for. Let's see a massive comeback from the side of Sentinels. It would need to be a great display of Halo to win this round. It is now 94-19. They need to hold that ball and not let the clock tick down.
That Pulse Carbine's going to rip through some shields. Here's Royal2. There's a thrust. Trade comes in. You have to say maybe Royal2 came out on the good side of this, but here's the flank now coming in from Stellar. 3 dead. He's going to be last alive. Eco's just respawned. Snakebite with the Bulldog now and the Oddball in hand. Even though C9 only needs 6 points, at least Sentinels starting to fight their way back into this.
Stellar does so much damage there. Stellar was the last player alive. You cannot let him back of Trey and pick up a kill and also bring your ball carrier to 1 shot. Though, we still have Sentinels scoring on the board here and still 1 dead for the side of Cloud9.
Stellar and Eco combining together on the B stairs. Look at that. Frosty had absolutely no chance to try and get out of that situation. The clock is ticking down here. This is the difficulty here for Sentinels. They have to pick that ball up, even with the big plays that are coming in from Lethal. The Oddball is now down. Stellar's going to play bodyguard. That'll be the first round on the board here to C9.
C9 got to that 90-point mark very quickly. In the end, we saw a little bit of pressure coming in from Sentinels, but if we're honest, it really was a C9 round through and through. Here we go now, jumping right back in. C9 only 1 round away from 3-0ing Sentinels in their first meeting of the tournament.
Stellar going to be tasked with holding these players down on the arcade side. Penguin picks up 1 mid-map, and that's going to allow him to move in and maybe pick up those Rockets as well. Doesn't connect with the first one. Does connect with the second, though, and it's very rare that you don't see the second one connecting if the first does not hit. Frosty, though, turns that one on its head. Stalker Rifle going to be there, and unfortunately for Sentinels, even though the battles are going down in the middle of the map and the Rockets weren't as effective as possible, they find themselves still at disadvantage.
Yeah, 4 dead there momentarily. You're going to see all tram spawns, which means Eco is going to be very happy to just hold this back PD, rotate away from A, start to bring that back. Also, when you have your ball carrier with a Bulldog as well, who could just pop in and out of these doorways of PD, such a devastating hold and very tough to break.
Royal2 trying to flank around the back and manages to get some shots into Eco. Eco surviving for now. Now he's going to try and push out towards Tires, and this is probably the most effective place to hold that Bulldog when you have those players all trying to converge to different cuts of the map, but he gets taken down. So Sentinel's starting to maybe find a little bit of teamwork here, starting to work together a little bit better. As I say that, though, unfortunately, who else but Stellar to move in? But Frosty says, this series ain't over yet, boys. Maybe Frosty's going to be the person to spark Sentinels into life.
Let's not forget Sentinels here with the opportunity to send this series the distance. This team is, of course, talented enough to win this round, maybe win this game, and get us into a different series. However, Cloud9 wants to do whatever they can. Look at that nice little wall hug peek shot from Eco. The help comes in as well.
And if they keep this up, they will win this series in 3 games.
We just talk about how much trust there is in Cloud9 as well. Eco's probably been told to stand still. Do not poke. I've got this guy. Do not give your life away. And he trusted that call, and look what happened. It was almost perfect. Royal2 is going to lose a fight as well. I tell you what, C9 at the moment are rolling. It's very difficult to see anybody challenging them if they're playing this well.
Winning 1v1 battles, oftentimes that you might not expect them to win, especially against a team like Sentinels. A little bit of time coming on the board for them.
It's Royal2. He's just won that battle again. That didn't happen. Nico has the rockets in his hand now. Snakebite has the ball in his hands, though, and Sentinels are picking up a little bit of time. They're trying to rotate towards Arcade, but that's not going to happen for now due to the fact that Eco is there and being a little bit of a menace behind enemy lines. Stella's going to go down, though. 2 players going to be pushing towards driveway from Tram, and now, I tell you what, Eco's going to pick the ball up and say, you're going to have to work harder to come and get me.
Just going to toss a few nades down driveway, bring the ball into B. In the end, though, Sentinels answers back very well. They do get 2 dead for the side of C9. We'll have to see what they can do here. Still just a 16-point game.
Trades across the board. 3v3 on the map now. Royal2 trying to get into position to maybe pick up the kill onto Renegade, who maybe get a little bit desperate there. There's a double kill for Royal2. Eco's going to be up there, maybe a triple opportunity, but it's now the push is coming in. You can hear the call that has come. We're going to kill this last guy. We're going to push into Tram, and this is where our hole's going to be. A killing spree now for Royal2.
Eco does well to pick up 1 kill before it's over, which is just going to give a little bit better numbers there. Penguin doing some damage before he hops into tires, and gonna need some kills here if they want more points.
Yeah, I mean, it's too easy for Renegade to just walk down middle map there and cause a problem. It's as simple as that. However, Royal2 is gonna be here with the Bulldog, and he's gonna be able to hold. There should be a double kill, but no! There's Renegade, and there is a little tap on the cheek saying, better luck next time, son.
Let him know about that, without a doubt, and not surprised to see these players exchanging some antics across the sides of the stage here, and C9 pretty happy with not just that victory in that battle, but also how the series has gone so far. They will continue scoring here, 36-17.
36-17, like you say, and rising here. Cloud9 have that ball in their hands, and Stella has a Stalker rifle in his hands as well. Snakebite going to be challenging.
Jeez.
You should know better by now. Anyone on C9 ain't going to be missing too many shots. Lethal with the ball in his hands. 3-4 for C9. Opportunity here for Sentinels. We need to see them pick up that last kill. But no, look who gets a kill. Renegade, and now Lethal goes down. You have to kill them all, boys. Otherwise, they're going to bite you in the backside.
So difficult. It's absolutely true. C9 is the team. Oh, wow. That was wild little melee there, and it's going to be the Commando in the end that wins that one. Penguin's going to have 2 rockets here in the back pocket. Just stay alive around tires as long as he can. Avoids the spikers narrowly somehow. We'll have to wait for those shields to recharge. So this game's still close. Once again, keep in mind, only a 12-point game.
It certainly is. The Sentinels are starting to find a bit of a rhythm here. It's something I certainly noticed. They're starting to maybe work out where those pushes are coming in. Stella picks up a kill onto Lethal, though. 42-36 to score. So pretty much all tied up here. You would say C9 do have a slight advantage, and maybe the push that's going to come in, the Rockets maybe not as efficient as they could be, and there's a Stalker rifle from Royal2 who manages to win a big fight there. Royal2, I'm pretty sure, was no shields in that, had to hit every single bullet, and did so.
Yeah, very nice. Snakebite just going to try to stay alive, even goes for the 180 stick. That will not connect, though, so they'll need a few more kills before they can get this back into Tram.
Responsibility here for Royal2 with that Stalker rifle, has to hit those shots. Instead, it's going to be Cloud9 who have the ball in the hands. There's also going to be a player. That's going to be Penguin, who's going to be using that battle rifle to finish off the damage that was done by that Sentinel beam. And with that, it's going to be Cloud9 who's trying to extend that lead ever so slightly more. Sentinels look good for a while there, but C9 have had enough of that.
They did, and it led by the efforts of Royal2. I mean, look at his numbers right now. The man is 13-7-7. He's the best performance in the game so far. We'll have to see if they can keep this one close. But as you say, C9 starting to run away with it.
Stella manages to thrust past that spike grenade, and Frosty is probably thinking, hey, how is Stella challenging me full shields? I've just thrown a spike grenade. Those things absolutely shred through shields, but it was a thrust once more. Speaking of which, there's another thrust, and there's some perfect shots from Stella.
That is a beautiful engagement there. Stella just leaving no chance. Just absolutely perfect timing there as he flies into tires and not even getting himself once again within melee range. That's such a big piece that we'll talk about throughout the entire tournament. 10 points to go.
Royal2 trying to push. Stella says, I'm nothing short of perfect. Lethal.
My God.
My goodness. My goodness. I mean, it's perfect. It's perfect, Taylor.
It is. Look, everyone knows that the game is about to end. Renegade, the clock is going to tick down, and there you go. Here it is.
Here it is then. C9 answer a lot of questions. And the only thing we can really take away from that series is they are the team to beat without a doubt. 3-0 the series score here. C9 win. Sentinels really were not a match for them.
They were not. And we'll have to see what Sentinels has in store for us. I don't think we learned really much about them at all. Like you said, we really learned that C9 is just picking up where they left off, not only in the weeks of online play, but also with their Raleigh dominance on LAN as well. Did hear that there was a piece of legislation to rename the Stalker Rifle to the Stellar Rifle. And after seeing that, I'm in support of it.
Yeah, that's going to get pushed through Congress pretty quickly.
It is.
Is that right?
I think so.
I'm from the UK, so
that sounds about right. Pushed through Parliament. I'm not sure actually which nation is the legislation is existing in. But regardless, we know that globally, C9 right now is the team to beat, without a doubt.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, it was a devastating performance. I think one thing that going into that series that we mentioned right before it started, right? It's like, Sentinel's going to be the team who can take them down. Maybe this series is going to go all the way. We're going to learn a lot about this, or C9 are going to sweep it away. That's what we saw, right? That's what we saw. It was C9 dominance from the first bullet that was fired, and I got to give a shout out to Stella once again. I'm going to keep doing it because no one else is doing it. C9, I think we've got the best player in the game right now in Stella. He is making no mistakes, and the end of that game as well was the perfect example of it.
Absolutely. When players are trying to push through a PD, when they're trying to push through a courtyard, he just hits perfect shots with the Stalker Rifle every time. Unbelievable. Also, a lot of players are comfortable playing the Stalker Rifle from C-Bow. They're comfortable playing it from A. This man will fly straight into tires, and he will win close quarters battles with the Stalker Rifle, and he showed a perfect display of that just now. So excited to see what C9 still has in store for the rest of the tournament, but right now looking so hot.
Yeah, they are certainly looking good indeed. One thing to take away from that, though, is remember this is pool play. Right, this is pool play, and it is completely different. We take ourselves back to Raleigh, right? Sentinels, who were obviously playing with form, well then, they lost to Optic Gaming. And then we were like, it's over. But when it matters, there's a different Sentinels that comes out. And they would have taken a lot of information away from that series. Something, again, to allude back to what Golden Boy was saying on the desk before. They will be making notes. They will be going back and watching the VOD Sentinels playing against Cloud9. And trust me, the next time those two teams match up, which I'm sure they will at some point in the bracket, I would expect a much closer series.
Me too. I think we're going to see a different matchup if and when these two teams match up this weekend for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be certainly interesting for sure. But for now, we've actually got Eco down on the stage, ready for an interview with our guy Blaze. So Blaze, take it away.
Thank you very much, Onset and Bravo. I'm on the main stage with Eco, and man, you and the boys are absolutely on Cloud9, coming off another 3-0 victory. How you feeling being back on LAN with the team?
I mean, being back on LAN is amazing. You know, this is where we think we're better on LAN. So you know, we try really hard. It's really fun. It's competitive, and yeah, we're just glad to be back on LAN, 100% for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And so let's talk about the Sentinel in the room, because when it comes down to it, you guys won Raleigh, won every online competition after that. We hyped up this series so much, and yet it was proven once again that nobody can keep up with you guys and play at the pace in which y'all play at. What do they got to do? Don't give up the secrets, but why isn't that they can't take you guys down?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the answer to that. I mean, like I said, I love my teammates. We trust each other a lot. So I mean, I think that we have that over a lot of teams, and you know, we just play the way we play. So I mean, it's hard to describe, but yeah.
Yeah. It feels good though, okay?
Yeah,
it feels good.
Yeah.
You guys going around the map, the kills are falling into place. And so tell me about, what do your teammates do for you to like help you succeed out there?
I mean, my teammates do everything for me to succeed, I guess. I mean, you know, you got Renegade just flying around the map, Stellar also doing something on the other side of the map, and then me and Zane are like supporting, you know, looking over people, and I mean, we have really good communication, and I think that's gotten better the longer we played together. So I mean, it's great, yeah.
Yeah, hey, the comms were clean all series long, okay? Yeah. And so keep that up and keep the gameplay clean as well. You guys are going far, and we'll see who can contest you guys as we can move on through this tournament. It was great talking to you, man.
You too.
Lottie, we got a lot of info here from Eco, okay? And you and the guys got to break down this Cloud9 series, because we're trying to figure out, what do we got to do to stop these boys?
Very, very true, Blaze. And you said they're going far. Well, I got to say, I think they're like 3,000 miles ahead right now. I think Cloud9, and, you know, just what they proved there. I mean, yeah, I look like an idiot because I was hyping up some crazy match that was about to happen. Slightly underwhelming in terms of the scoreline and kind of getting to that Game 5 situation, but I think overwhelming in terms of what we've learned a little bit more about Cloud9. I think there's a couple of different things we can discuss here that are really fundamental to this team and their success. And first of all, they're a step ahead of every single team that they come up against. It's consistently them thinking ahead, the support from the team, like Eco said, you know, he's always their back, you know, playing support, but that support is crucial. The assists that come in, you know, you can see Cloud9, they get into one-shot situations quite often, but they play their lives so well. So the strategy and the way that these guys play around every single map is just lights out, and no one really can touch them, Clutch.
Yeah, it's pretty unreal, honestly. Every time we switch to another player point of view on Cloud9, it's just another impressive play being made consistently. I'm sick and tired of the Lucids, the Frosties, the top 3 conversations. The 4 best players in the world right now are on this team. And until taken down, I'm not going to have a conversation around anything else, because no more underrated Stellars, no more underrated Penguins. These guys are honestly unbelievable to watch. When it's Eco, it's unbelievable gameplay. He's staying alive in situations he shouldn't stay alive, and the decision making is perfect with a punctuation after the T. Stellar didn't miss a shot every single time it was on his point of view. You already know what Renegade and Penguin are doing. You saw a little bit of glimpse from that on the Aquarius game, but it's just like, I mean, I'm in awe watching these guys play, and that's a testament to how skillful they truly are.
Well, I mean, look at the was it the Recharge Slayer, right? I thought that was very interesting because it kind of felt like C9 where, you know, it was like not a foregone conclusion, but they were very far ahead. They were up, I think, 41 or so to like 29 on the Sentinel side. And then Sentinel started to come up because then you started to see, like, you know, them clicking and them finding their rhythm. It was a little too late. But that goes to show you, like, how scary the Sentinels team can be when things are going well for them. But then on the flip side to that, you look at C9 and it's like, oh, man, but you're never really going to get those opportunities. And when you do, it's going to get taken from you so fast.
Yeah, I think, you know, Cloud9 have a really good strategy, and I think they're so smart as well as skilled. And you know, they're splitting teams open. You know, they are only having to really go up against 2 players at a time, and the way that they're controlling their oppositions around the map is testament to how good these guys are. First of all, they're not losing their 1v1s, they're not losing their battles, or should I say 2v2s, because the way that they're splitting up these teams is pretty damn incredible. But Walsh, it's also the pace they're playing at. They're so fast but clinical. That is such a dangerous combination to play against, and it's really hard to find your rhythm as a team when Cloud9 is just dictating everything for you.
Yeah, it feels like many other teams and players are like forcing action when they have an advantage, whereas it feels like Cloud9 has this uncanny ability to force action whenever they want. So it's just really interesting. Like, I remember watching this one play earlier on Aquarius where Lethal was up at top pink. Or no, Lethal was at bottom pink. Renegade's at top pink. Lethal's just throwing nades, you know, just at a typical spot in case someone just runs, you know, rounds the corner and to get hit by that. But Renegade just slides all the way down to bottom pink, gets right in his face, goes for a melee, and then just finishes off with a shot. And it's like, what do you do around that? Like, you're doing what you expect someone to do. You throw a grenade, like, you're both at full shields. You expect to fight like that. And Renegade just takes, like, a slip and slide all the way down. And it's just a different pace and style of play. Like, they know when the opposing team are going to throw a grenade, and they can thrust away from that and avoid that. They know when to, like, run out and challenge, and they also know how they can do it and be unexpected.
Yeah, they're so proactive, I think, is the word that I'm looking for in their gameplay, right? They're not reactive. They're not sitting there waiting for someone to turn the corner. They're the player turning the corner. They're the player that's in your face, that's making the decision, that's dictating, like, how the combat loop is about to go. I think a big story as well is their use of the sandbox, right? Every single time we see a highlight reel, it's thrusts, it's shotguns, it's the heat wave, it's the stalker rifle. When they get those weapons, they don't miss already, so they already have the individual skill to where they're not missing, but they also have the power upgrades in these weapons paired with it, and it looks like a dominant performance because of it. I think if you want to try to beat these guys, I mean, first of all, good luck. But second of all, you have to figure out a way to stop them from getting those weapons, because once they have them, it's already over.
Yeah, I think also trust plays a big role. I think the casters put it really well, that they trust each other. You know, the communication, it has to be on point all the time, because they really are a step ahead. When you look at their gameplay, it just feels like they know exactly where people are going to be at what time, and then what they have to do next. I think a lot of the times we've discussed on the desk, like, okay, well, they, you know, a team has a trip cap, but they don't know what to do with it. Cloud9 do. Cloud9 know what to do with everything.
Well, look no further than that ball game, right? That first round, Sentinels had the ball on PD's side of the map for like 3 years, and they never grabbed it. They couldn't do anything with it because they needed all 4 guns to handle the aggression of Cloud9. So you have control of the oddball. It's on your side of the map. But at no point in time were they able to sacrifice a body to hold that ball so that they could start accruing some points. That right there is a Cloud9 difference. That's the Cloud9 factor, and that's the reason why I would not be shocked. In fact, you know, it's not a bold prediction. They're going to win this event.
They are the aggressor. That is exactly what they're. They're never on the defense. It's always on the offense. They are the aggressor right here. My goodness, did they come out to play today and prove a point? But we could go on for hours about this. We could break this down. So I think we're going to have to break it down a little bit more later on because we'll see more Cloud9. Don't worry about that, people at home. Let's look at the pools, though, and see exactly where we have ended up. As you can see, Cloud9, 3-0, not dropping anything. That is the classic C9 fashion. They don't like to have a, you know, a score that's kind of messed up. They like to have that donut right on the end of things there. But beautiful stuff from Cloud9 across the board. But next, we do actually see some action from United versus Pioneers, and that's going to be in Pool D. And Golden Boy, you said earlier on,
I tweeted it and corrected it.
Walshy caught you
Continue,
out on
Lottie,
your
before
BS.
I interrupted you.
Yes. Tell us how wrong GB was.
Yeah, GB, Barney is not right today, hun. In many different ways.
Wait a minute. I understand what you're saying, and I jumped the gun a little too quickly there. But
shocker.
I will be I won't be shocked if Pioneers win that game. Pioneers are playing some exquisite Halo right now. They look fantastic. They were looking fantastic coming out of Raleigh. I've been big on this team, you know, through and through. I tweeted Pioneers to the moon. I believe it.
Oh, wow.
And but that being said, you know, I mean, you're still going up against United. There's a lot of things that Pioneers will have to worry about. But this is the match that they've been preparing for in this group, and I think that they're going to be prepared for the challenge.
I think it's safe to say you're a pioneer for Pioneers.
Well, I love the United. Don't get me wrong. You know, my boy Burns is over there, right? We got Jen as well. Like, I love the United guys, but, you know, the whole team as well. But it's just like, I'm always a sucker for the up-and-coming squads that are looking to make their names in the space. And, Dave, what the heck are you going to say?
I just don't know how you doubled down on that. You're like, I think the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. And like, they're not even in it. You're like, I'm doubling my bet on them
next year.
Well, you will never hear me say the Lions are going to win the Super Bowl, all right?
That'd be
New York Giants, Jet Giants Super Bowl, calling it right now.
All right, there we go. He's called it
just
like he
throwing more
called
ridiculous stuff out
Pioneers
there.
beating United before the match had happened, maybe
never
5
gonna
hours later. But I tell you what, folks, it will be coming up right after this break. I'm really excited to get into that one. So make sure you stay with us. It's going to be our final series of the night on that main stage before we head into tomorrow. You don't want to miss this action, and especially don't want to miss a potential Spartan pop-off. We'll catch you right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling. United by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
out this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag 8. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello, wonderful Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS NA Regionals. We are live from Anaheim, California. Before the break, Cloud9, they proved one hell of a point yet again on the main stage by taking down Sentinels in a 3-0 fashion. That is right, I am not wrong. 3-0 on this huge game that we hyped up for so long. But my goodness, it was over in an instant. They ran the show here. They are the true aggressor and really didn't give Sentinels the opportunity at all to get back into the series at any point. This is the team to beat this weekend, folks, without question. And any team who want their chance to lift that trophy by the end of the weekend has a treacherous journey ahead of them if Cloud9 are in the mix. So really exciting stuff coming forward, and great storylines really building for Cloud9 here, really being that dominant team, that team to take down. And my goodness, it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. But our final match of the night is going to be United versus Pioneers. I'm excited to get into this one because I think both of these teams have a lot to prove at this point in time. It is pool play. They want to make a bit of a statement heading into the rest of the weekend as they get into the bracket. And I'm excited about what Pioneers can really deliver against the United. Pioneers had a little bit of a rocky start to the season. They haven't really shown a huge amount of consistency, but what we have seen from them is massive potential, and potential going up against some of our top teams as well. Bravo, talk to me about Pioneers and where they're at the moment in your head.
Yeah, first of all, speaking of massive potential, it's great to have a kid in Walsh on the desk. I've heard enough of Clutch today, so let me tell you. So first of all, great to have both you guys on the desk, but let's talk about this Pioneers roster. A lot of potential here without a doubt. I mean, a lot of players here have been slowly making big names for themselves since Halo 5, and I think anyone who slept on them has been making a mistake because they are taking series week after week early on in early Halo Infinite, just really starting to put up results, and everyone realizing, wow, this team is not here to mess around. No, they're not here to mess around whatsoever, and I think, I don't think you can sleep on them. Like you said, you have to give the respect that they deserve. There is some serious talent on this roster. Walshy, talk to me a little bit about Pioneers and maybe what you need to watch out for if you're a viewer at home that really can kind of start to benefit this Pioneers roster.
Well, one thing that's interesting about this roster is most of these other top teams, we start to see this mix of couple veterans, couple young guns that are really leading the pack here. Whereas I don't think there's as many superstars that stand out that have as much history in Halo.
Right.
So it's kind of like these players have all been forged by fire. They've had to go through so many AM brackets, so many tournaments, so many online playlists that they are just ready for everything. So I feel like when I watch them, they play as a cohesive unit. You don't see any sort of playing around one single player, one play style. They all know how to pick up the snipe. They all know how to play the objective. They all know how to back each other up.
Yeah, I think they're a real story of like, let's just keep performing until they can't ignore us, right? Every week it's like, okay, they got top 6 and they got top 4. Will they get top 3 this week? It's like, I think they're a true testament to that expression. I think they've played well enough that now no one can ignore them.
Yeah, I think it's cool that they keep pushing their ceiling further and further, and I think that's exactly what you want out of I think maybe an underdog team coming into certain situations, and I think that is your ultimate underdog, right? To keep pushing that ceiling further and further and see how you can go, and really consistency in terms of your results, getting better and better each time. Now, Echidna, by the way, it's lovely to have you on the desk.
Thank you.
Very lovely addition to the desk, but maybe my favorite addition to the desk.
I'm blushing. Thank you.
Obviously, United on the other side of things as well. What do you make of the matchup overall?
I got to go with my boys, to be honest. You know, they have the teamwork, like the cohesion, they have the individual skill. I would say, like Spartan, for example, I think he has more talent in his left cheek than most players do in their entire body. Not me. But not to say KCP doesn't have the talent, they do. You know, they have the passion, the discipline, but you know, compared to E United, they're like Mickey Mouse players. I'm not gonna lie. So I think we got this.
Hey, look, she ain't living anything in the tank right now. She's giving us exactly what we want here. Do you know what? I got to say, I totally respect that with the E United players, and I think, you know, I think you're right. I think they do have the potential to make other players and other teams look like that. You know, right? They are so talented, and I think, like you said, Spartan has really come into his own here in Halo Infinite. I mean, this guy is doing it all. I mean, he's popping off. We've heard him multiple times in the stadium today.
I was wondering what on earth we were hearing, and it was Spartan, I think, every single time.
I think so too.
All for dead.
Those are our calls since we were here, right? Like,
I just gotta say, I'm not part of this. This is the left side of the desk.
I mean, I was gonna say that kind of sounded like Mickey Mouse there for a second as well, so it kind of feeds on to Echidna's point as well.
Yeah,
but
it does. That's the point.
It does. It really does. Walshy, but talk to you about United right now, because I think they're a very, very well-practiced team. They want to improve, and I think that's the big key to United. They want it so much. They're so hungry for success. So what does that do to a team's mentality?
Yeah, I mean, as long as they don't burn out, they're going to be in such great shape. I think they were claiming that they went into Raleigh with the most practice. Now, going into Anaheim, things are going to start to level out. They can't, like, out-practice, out-hour people into this event. So that's going to level the playing field a bit. But until proven otherwise, I mean, this is arguably the second-best team. Yeah. They took second at Raleigh at the last LAN event. They look scary. They put up a fight against Cloud9. They are such a solid squad.
Yeah, and I think one thing that alludes to what Jen mentioned is I think that this team is nowhere near their skill ceiling. I think there's so much room to go in terms of how well this team can play. We have not seen the best E United yet. I think those players would agree as well that there's a lot more that they have left to show us. And I think we can hope that they bring it here this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, on the other side of things, I think there's been a few conversations where I think everybody has said, you know, like, is there a ceiling for United? Is there a ceiling that they can't quite break through? And I think these LAN environments and everything that they're working towards and everything that they're practicing with their scrims and how many scrims a day that they're doing and all that hard work, I think right now this is the time to prove that if you are a United, you know, you want to show up to LAN. This is what it's all about. Before we get into some of the finer details where we look at the series layout, etc., I got a little something for you guys at home, and that is Twitch drops. Because if you are taking notice of what is happening this weekend in Anaheim, then you could actually be involved in some of these sweet prizes that happen, and that includes watching some of our co-streamers also co-streaming the event as well. They are all getting in on the action this weekend in Anaheim. But my goodness, you have some ridiculous things that you could be getting your hands on. So make sure you have all your tabs open. Watch all 4 of the streams happening at once. There is not one match here that is going to be missed, and you guys can get your hands on skins, and you can get your hands on weapon armors, you can get your hands on poses. I mean, this Grand Finals pose, we've already reenacted it on the desk.
Yeah.
It's pretty special.
We won't do it again.
We won't do it again. Don't worry, everyone at home.
That was a one-time only.
It was a one-time only. I also have another little thing up my sleeve, up my jean jacket sleeve that everyone seems to be wearing today. It's also a discount code. So, folks, in celebration of HCS Anaheim Regionals, you get 15% off all of the HCS gear at the Xbox Gear Shop during this tournament. So make sure you guys use the discount code HCS Anaheim 15 at the checkout to get your hands on that one as well. So, epic stuff. And also, can I just just say there's a model right in the middle there. I think he is absolutely amazing. I've heard of this guy before. I heard he's a really good Halo player, a pretty decent caster as well, and a stellar analyst.
What's interesting is he might have got the photo, but he didn't get the discount code. That one, no, of course, I'm just kidding. They were good to me, but yeah, make sure you snag the stuff. It's a good-looking collection for sure.
It's a really good-looking collection. Now we need to talk about our two teams, how they're feeling about one another on the stage. Do they also consider them Mickey Mouse players? You know, United, they have a lot to say a lot of the time, especially some of the players. But we actually caught up with them earlier on to find out how they're feeling about this matchup, how they're feeling about this weekend. So check this out.
We're excited. We're always excited for LAN. That's when we thrive, you know?
Honestly, our confidence is through the roof because, like, we feel like we can beat, like, every team.
Boundo manages to get the kill. The rotation's going to come, but it's going to be resting above him. He just has to grab the ball. Is the help there, though? Double kill there for Nick. Into the red room we go. Oh my boy, a triple kill.
So our first match is against KCP on main stage. We're very confident going into that matchup. We've played them multiple times in tournaments, and even in the last tournament to get top 3, we had to play them. And it was pretty handily our victory, so.
It was a pretty close series last event. We lost 3-1. So, like, we just want to get our revenge because we know we can beat them.
The winner's quarters. I talked about Manny. What a start that is for him. A triple kill, 3 stars.
We put in probably the most work out of any team in terms of scrims. So we've just been keeping up that schedule ever since Raleigh.
We can just beat anybody when we're playing our best, so.
Let's remind everyone that United has to win this double kill for Spartan, maybe.
I think we have the chance to win the whole thing.
He knows his player on that right-hand side, so he drops the nade. Drops the nade down for this side and cleans him up for a trip.
Good luck, boys. Gonna need it.
Oh, okay. The fighting talk. I love these matchup videos because the fighting talk and the personality you hear from the players is epic. Chef's kiss. Love it. Walsh, I have a question for you, though, because E United have kind of cemented themselves as the most practiced team, the team that want to go above and beyond. They're averaging 2 to 3 scrims a day. This team is business. Is there such thing as scrimming too much, though?
Ooh. There can be if you're not getting the right balance of other elements, such as like film review or talking through strategies. But one of the sad realities about gaming, though, is like, diminishing returns are still returns. So going out, getting a bunch of practice, that's part of the sad reality of esports at the moment.
It is. Yeah. It is. I was also going to say daylight as well would be also really good sometimes for you health-wise. Sometimes. Depends where you are and where you're playing. If you've got a direct window, that's always good. Let's take a look at the series layout, though, to see exactly what is coming your way and what we're going to be watching for our final game of the night. It makes me really sad to say that, but you know what? We have 2 more days of epic action. Now, we have CTF Aquarius starting things off here. And actually, at the beginning of the season, United were incredible at CTF Aquarius. They were so good, and the way that they were being able to hold flags, they were kind of keeping it in their closet and just chilling out a little bit, slaying until they had a pretty decent kind of route to get back to the base as well. So they played that so well. Have you seen that from them recently, though, Bruv?
I think teams have caught up. I think teams have caught up to a lot of their opponents in certain game types, and I think CTF Aquarius is an example of that for United.
Yeah, indeed. I think, United, they have definitely strengths and weaknesses here. But speaking of strengths, let's look at our head-to-head right now on the main stage and some of our players. We've got Spartan versus Torlik. Now, I got to say, I am a big fan of both of these guys. I think they're doing the most for their team in terms of kills and just firepower and intensity. Now, Echidna, talking about Spartan, why is he such an incredible individual for United?
Well, as you can tell from the stat line, he has a 1.18 KD. So he is putting up the slays, he's doing the individual work, but he also has about 8.2 assists per game. So he also is a team player, and we love to see that,
Yeah, and I think also the one thing about Spartan is, man, does this guy ever thrive in a LAN environment. There's something about Spartan where the second you put him in the same room as his competition, he becomes a different human, and oftentimes has to apologize for it on Twitter, if I'm completely honest. But the guy comes ready to play, and he pops off at LAN events. But here's my question for Spartan. Yes, he's an amazing player. Yes, he's done it before, but are we going to start to see in 2022, 2023, the more consistent Spartan, right? Spartan right now is a threat to the top 4. Is he going to cement himself as a top 3 player? I think that's the big question for me.
It is a big question. I think only really that is proved in gameplay, in results, and kind of how you're playing as an entire team and what you're bringing to the table. On the other side of things, though, don't want to leave Torlik out as well. Walshy, is he the player to watch out for on Pioneers for you?
Yes, but it's also such a difficult position to pick any of those players. Like I said, I think they're all one massive cohesive unit. I view this roster just continuing to rise to the top. Or they're going to be in a situation where these players are going to start getting asked by like these top teams, like an Optic or a Sentinels or someone might come out to them later and be like, hey, I want to pick out one of these players because this is the key to us being the #1 team. So I see Pioneers going in one of those two routes. Like they're all going to rise together, or they're going to start getting offers they cannot refuse.
Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. I think, honestly, this is going to be a pretty highly contested game. I'm excited to see the series go down. And with that being said, again, we do a little something on here where we predict and we hold up who we think is going to be winning this series. So get your cards ready, everybody on the desk. I am still deciding. I really don't know who I'm going with here, to be perfectly honest.
I'm ready. You're going to count us in?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I'm going to count you guys in...
Don't
1,
copy.
2, 3.
Oh! She did
Savage.
it. Savage is right.
Savage, yeah, you just threw that to Disneyland Girl. I saw it. I tell you what, though, united across the board here, and I think, you know, I totally understand maybe why we've gone with a totally united front with E-United, because this team, you know, they've proved a lot. They have been playing so well as a team, and the fact that they want this more, I don't know if they want it more than anyone, but they are hungry for it.
Yeah.
They are really hungry for it. And with that being said, let's take a peek at who's going to be casting this series. It's the final one of the night. We got Clutch and Gaskin on the mics for you guys. Look, this is going to be a pretty good series, boys. What are you thinking? We thinking potentially Game 5 vibes? You know, what are you thinking about this last one?
Dan, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I think that this has the potential to be. I mean, it's times that we've seen both of these teams compete against each other on LAN, online. They've played each other a lot. We've seen a lot of really close games, so I think we're in for a treat. I think this could go all the way.
I think it could.
What a bit of disrespect from the desk. I'm shocked to see it be a 4-0 sweep for E-United. I mean, I know there's one bias party up there. We're going to let her slide, but the rest of you...
There was no other disrespect.
Sweeping on KCP is going to be a mistake. Dan, I think this is going the distance, and I think KCP has a real opportunity to create this upset, especially if they have the mindset that they can beat anybody, because I have that mindset about them as well.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave it up to the boys on the main stage. But with that being said, please take it away for the final one of the night.
Thank you, Watt. And as we get into this series, Dan, it's going to be the last pool play game of the night. To wrap a bow on pool play, we have two teams coming in undefeated in their pools. KCP on one side, E-United on the other. And this is going to be for all the marbles in this Pool D. Dan, as we haven't had an opportunity yet to look at the game types, so I'm going to save those stats for later.
Yes.
Off intuition alone, E-United, Pioneers, what are you feeling right now?
I'm a history man. E-United took down Pioneers in Raleigh. They've beaten them in Pro Series recently as well, so everything for me is leaning towards them. However, Pioneers, did you hear that interview? Did you hear the confidence flowing through their veins? I think this is going to be a tight one.
I've always been a big KCP fan since I've been watching these guys in the esports arena tournaments. They grinded throughout all of the end of Halo 5. In between the last Halo 5 championship and today, these guys have been on consistently, putting in the work. E-United, another of our most practiced teams coming into this tournament. So this is a battle of two teams that are very practiced, very eager to get their first championship each of their own. We'll see if they have what it takes. We're going to have Game 1 be Aquarius CTF. And we're hopping on board with who other than Spartan the Dog, the most lethal player in this series right now. Can he step up big time to get E-United that bow?
So E-United have won this game type in both Raleigh and in the most recent Pro Series against the Pioneers, but both times it was only by one flag cap, 3-2 and 4-3. So the Pioneers definitely have a chance here.
Love the fact that Druk was able to secure that camo, get out of dodge, play his life front to base, able to get a shield back, relocate top middle, gets good information. Two players now are back flag. He's going to relay that, gets Sparty to no shield, and already Spartan the Dog being taken down is a big kill. But even King Nick going down is a bigger one because that's too dead for United. The flag being pulled, and look at Druk. He smells Ryan did bottom dynamo grenades, and that trade actually benefits Pioneers because this flag should still be running across the map currently.
Yeah, and off spawn, he can also assist the rest of the team from his base, put some shots across perhaps, but the flag has been stopped, and that's down to players getting to the other side, ensuring that the kills are going to come through, and now maybe you've got a chance of another flag being run here.
Somehow, some way, E-United already in the base of Pioneers, getting a flag run of their own going, but soul sniping the boys. They have something to say about that. Heat Wave meets Rain over in the closet. That's going to be an easy kill for him. They do get the return, but this flag's still about at the 50-yard line. What can Pioneers do to get it across and into their base?
Someone just needs to get a touch. Good, okay, there's the touch. That gives you a little bit more time, but United should be in a position to at least try and get some sort of the read back. But you don't want to sit in there too long. You can be very vulnerable to grenades, but Rain, he's being great.
There. Let's
so
go!
brave!
The touch comes through. The Pioneers get it. That's 2 dead on each side. And now E United, with only 2 players alive, they have to get the slays. Unfortunately for them, it looks like King Nick's taken down Ryan Noob. Looks like he's knocked a no-shield, and that flag's still on the move. Pioneers doing everything they can to get this first flag on the board, and I believe it'll be here shortly.
This could be one of the longest flag runs that we've seen in Halo Infinite. Somehow, still alive. Ryan Noob gets 2 big kills to at least stop the running it just yet, but E United fighting tooth and nail to try and get this back.
All right, 2 fresh dead for E United once again, so Pioneers gonna get that flag on the move shortly, but Talk, I love this play by him, knows the camo is up, opts to push in front of that flag. They get the flag cap, he gets camo, and Pioneers capitalize on all of the momentum so far.
I love this reach out as well from Talek, but look, he's being patient and he gets rewarded for it as well. Could have easily gone down, now has camouflage, and he's got map positioning, big double, and Pioneers 1-0 up, confidence flowing through them, and even though these games have gone in favor of E United before, maybe not this time.
Keep in mind, Raleigh was the first big land for the Kansas City Pioneers. A lot of experience needed to be gained for them to really hit their stride, for them to come in with no nerves, with having been there, having done that. Right now we're seeing them initiate so much onto E United so far throughout this game. Another flag is pulled, 2 fresh dead for E United, and Talek and the boys look to be clicking on all cylinders.
If Talek can get a kill here, there is a run on, but there's 3 members of E United. I love this. He backs out, and instead, he knows he's in a really good position to actually get a lot of shots down, as long as he doesn't give away his spot. But Spartan shows his knowledge, shows his experience, and knows what an important kill that was.
One thing I can guarantee you, Dan, is Spartan will not go quietly into the night losing this pull. So what is he going to do? He's going to get a couple of kills. He's going to get a flag pulled into the closet. Can he turn the corner? The answer is yes. Will he be able to get his shield back? A nade from Talek out of nowhere takes him down, halts that flag from moving any further, and E United are going to have to get some kills right now if they want to continue to advance this flag.
Well, and I quote Lydia Kidner, apparently Spartan has more talent in his left cheek than some of these players.
It's a big cheek.
But, I mean, it's a cheek that took a grenade to it in that situation, and that is not going to be a flag going for United. Instead, on the back foot of it, Pioneers able to get in the base, get a pull, and of course, you've got to take it closet side. You've got to make sure you give yourself as much cover as possible with this flag run.
Okay, so as Talek is pulling this flag, King Nick was the last guy alive. He does secure a kill, which could alleviate a lot of the pressure Pioneers would have been able to have on the spawners of E United. So what does Talek do? He drops the flag halfway. He knows he's going to have to slay for them to continue to advance it. Unfortunately, 2 members do hop on that return, so Talek, even though he's playing with 400 IQ, too many members of E United hop on that return, so the flag does get reset, but they still continue map control in their favor.
So close as well from that perfect play from Talek, as unfortunately Druck not able to get the kill. You'd expect a little bit better, considering he had the camouflage. Maybe just panicked a little bit, having the sidekick in hand. And now United able to maybe slow this one down after getting that flag return. They've very much been on the back foot in recent times, and Pioneers, they've just been relentless with their pressure, and maybe United just need to match that a little bit, show aggression of their own, and maybe the Dynamo nades could be the perfect start to that.
Yeah, for the first time, we're seeing the game kind of slow down. King Nick gets to find his pacing, and let's see what they're able to do with it now. Spartan is in your base, in your face, with the heat wave, able to find that first kill. That's going to initiate this flag run. And look at where Rain is positioned from Spartan's point of view. That's an easy kill from his end. And now they only have 2 players to deal with. And if everybody comes back like they should, this should be a flag cap for United. But those 2 players seem to be creating chaos in the enemy cluster.
Manny did so well to take down Rhino, but Spartan was very clever to ensure that he just played it patiently, baited out that flag, but Manny might have done enough just to delay this flag to a point where United off spawn are going to have to fight every single BR fight to try and stop Pioneers from being able to get the return.
I mean, these grenades are ruthless. So often are we seeing these flag carriers get just dominated by the grenades from Pioneers, and just like that, the kills come through. Soul Snipe clutches up. And can he get the return? It's almost there, but Spartan with the nades for himself, able to get that first kill. Wow. But another player for Pioneers right on point to get that return and reset the map once again. E United doing everything it takes to try and get that flag on the board, but Pioneers also doing a phenomenal job of well-placed grenades and well-positioned players to get that return coming through.
Manny came out of nowhere to get that return. Soul Snipe did the starting damage to it, but now he's going to get caught out as well with this camouflage. It's another camo going in favor of Pioneers, by the way, but they've not really made it count. So Soul Snipe here has a lot of responsibility to stay alive, cover the flag runner here, and maybe pick up some important kills.
Spartan, the last guy alive for United on this side of the map, denies this flag for being run from now, but he's able to stay alive over in the closet. I love the fact that they're going to double back. All three players of E United pushing in the pink door to get taken down. Can they get the kill on the Nick? The flag still is stagnant in the closet. You see Talik going for it, but King Nick actually relocated. He's going to be able to take down Talik. And in the meanwhile, Spartan the Dog on the other side of the map has run a flag of his own.
I love the idea from Pioneers. They wanted to go back, they wanted to take the fight, but maybe have they given up a little bit too much map control to Spartan, who has to go huge here to try and stop it. Gets the assist, but Ryan Noob has done a job to at least get the kill. And Soul Snipe on the other side with the Dynamos. As things slow down ever so slightly, both flags out at the moment, but there needs to be a touch here from the Pioneers.
Yeah, nobody on Pioneers really in a position to try and defend this. The flag return does come through, but 3 death for United. Spartan the Dog, the last guy alive, in no position to get a touch to punch that one in, and Pioneers choose to overextend and not play the flag that's on the ground. A phenomenal decision, pays off dividends for them as they are able to get the return of their own, and once again be in a perfect position to counter-cap this opportunity.
The Spartans got to do so much here. 2 kills have gone in favor of E United, but that flag is still potentially being moved, but no, they've managed to do enough to stop it, and you can see why. There was only a 1 flag difference between these guys in Raleigh and in Pro Series 4 because they're so similar with how they approach the game. Overextend off spawn, be that one player to be a nuisance, and then try and run a counter cap.
It looks like it's up to Manny to try and deny this flag from going in, or at least stall it for a little bit. Respawners from Pioneers are overextending on the pink side of the map. Another flag gets left in the closet. They choose to try and slay. Will it benefit them this time? Talik with great shots. Soul Snipe finds one of his own. The flag still stagnant in the closet. Druk has his eyes on the return. He's got camo. You have to think he's going to be able to get this one. King Nick has no idea he's there. Rain, he's having a tough game so far statistically, and that's even worse now. A double kill with camo for Druk is so big with this heat wave, and can they finally get this return is the question.
Needs to get this return. I was so surprised they allowed the player to actually touch the flag, but it doesn't matter in the end. They will get the return, and they've got a little bit of map control to work with. 3 minutes and 23 seconds on the clock. Still 1-0 in favor of the Pioneers. Pioneers are happy to play this way. They're having a slay-off right now, and they're winning it. United 4 down once more. This flag's moving.
One of the most chaotic games of Aquarius CTF I've ever seen, but somehow Pioneers thriving in the chaos, pulling the flag of their own. You see Druk in a great position to catch overextenders. He spots Rain there, right? He sees Rain, gets information that Rain's shooting, obviously, so he's going to turn around, help his teammates out. But the flag does get stopped once again, bottom dinos. Nobody able to get a kill on Pioneers as of yet, so you want to see them kind of pull back from this touch. With 3 minutes remaining, Dan, you have to think defense might be the answer here.
I can understand why Druk was there waiting P, expecting maybe 1 or 2 players to push. Timing was very much a thing. One player just went out of his FOV. But certainly, E United are doing very well to stop these flags from being run, but they just need to get one of themselves as another double kill comes in for Druk.
Notice that every time we've gone to Druk so far, the heat wave paired with the thrust has been a lethal combo E United has struggled to deal with. You see, Rain thought he may be able to get a touch there. That would have been massive if he could, but Druk does just enough for the flag to be reset, and it forces Rain to have to double back and take time to get it here. Will that be enough time for Pioneers to come off respawn is the big question.
This is exactly what Rain needs to do. You said he was having a difficult game slay-wise, so turn to the objective. Allow the rest of the team who are on fire to work around you, and surely they get this one in.
Absolutely. Last guy alive is going to be in their base, I think. Is he able to get the touch? No, he does get a help and gets a kill, but that surely has got to be E United punching that flag in shortly. And as I say that, you see not only is that flag going to be punched in, but Spartan with the camo able to punch that one into his chest, secures camo, now has put E United in a favorable position to potentially go up in this game all of a sudden.
Yeah, and Ryan was in the base of the Pioneers as well. So combine that with the camouflage from Spartan, they can kind of work together, they can collapse, but as I say that, Ryan does go down elsewhere. King Nick trying to take this engagement, has to back off, but I love this. Responding to callouts just to do as much damage as possible, and he needs to be a presence right now because his teammates have fallen all over the place.
Yeah, last 2 players alive for E United are going to be stuck in the back of their base. It's a very difficult position. Impossible situation for King Nick to deal with as those lightning grenades come in. They dominate him. They rip him right off the map. Unfortunately, for E United fans. Reinoob is able to get one. Can he stay alive long enough to buy time? Talik finds a double, Druk finds a third, and that was all 4 dead very shortly, very momentarily for Pioneers, but that could be all they needed to once again regain the lead. With 57 seconds remaining, they are running the game-winning cap into their closet.
All 3 of them have to rush across this base as fast as possible and try and stop Soul Snipe here.
Here he goes. Can he make it? Nobody on E United able to compete against that. And just like that, Soul Snipe gives his team a 1 cap lead with 40 seconds remaining. 2 players down for Pioneers. Rain needs to make a play. What a play it would be if he can get his team right back in it.
Tries to get a flag touch, unfortunately not able to actually go any further and get it even out of the base. That's 30 seconds left, 1 spawn, 1 push here from E United. They have to be flawless. Pioneers can play defense. Sit back, make sure you're watching all angles. Don't turtle up too much, just watch every single cross and work together.
Right now, if I'm on Pioneers, I'm playing Team Slayer. I want as many kills as I can get in the next 30 seconds, make it 10 seconds as that flag still stagnant in their window. Rain is going to be the last hope for E United in the base of Pioneers right now. And I love this decision by Manny, knowing that reinforcements are coming. Let's cut those off. My teammates will handle Rain. Hopefully, Rain goes down, and that's it. Pioneers will take game 1. And if you thought E United was going to clean sweep this pool, Pioneers have something to say about that at the end of the day.
KC Pioneers, it just seems like every single event, whether it be online, whether it be LAN, they just get that little bit better every time we see them. And they've gone from losing Aquarius CTF by 1 flag several events in a row to then suddenly turning that deficit and making it an advantage in their favor. It has to be said, there were some struggles here or there from certain E United players, and as a team, they just weren't quite able to get those flag runs to the perfect route. There was always that one player from KC Pioneers just being a real thorn in their side. But on the flip side, E United were also doing that to Pioneers. It was just that one real clear flag run that really made a difference in this game.
Dan, as we take a look at the statistics here, we're seeing Reinoob top fragging in the lobby. It's not often he's able to perform that well, but statistically, Reinoob having a great game. Is there any outliers here that might point out, and who can step up in game 2 and give E United some life?
I was worried about Rain's performance, but I think he picked it up towards the end of the game, which doesn't have me too concerned. I think everyone played their part. I mean, damage-wise, Soul Snipe wasn't as much as the rest of the team, but he did plenty elsewhere, and you don't really care about your damage and at your stats as long as you're winning the game. It was a very even back-and-forth Aquarius CTF, which is what you'd expect from 2 teams who are capable of pushing the limits here in this tournament. I mean, E United, 2nd place in Raleigh. They went toe-to-toe with Cloud9. They were able to actually have some really good games against Cloud9, who have looked unbeatable in recent times. Pioneers as well. As I say, every single event they get better. And what a way to start the tournament it would be if they could top their pool.
Absolutely, it would be monumental. Would be the biggest series that they've won in LAN, in my opinion, in their LAN history. And that's a big statement for them, because they have the rest of the weekend to achieve that accolade over and over and over again. And building some momentum is big for this Pioneers team. As young as they are, as hungry as they are, it's so important that they are able to build off some momentum. And what better way? Hey, don't pay attention to this graphic, ladies and gentlemen. That was Kansas City Pioneers taking game 1. E United now on the back feet.
Now, I did say I'm a history man, and I may have failed history at school, but E United also lost their opening game against Pioneers in Raleigh, and then they came back and they won the series 3-1 when they faced up against each other last time on LAN. But this is a different Kansas City Pioneers. As you say, that was their first LAN. They're kind of getting the feel for things. They had a good tournament, but now we're starting to see a different level to their game. Going into this next one of Recharge Slayer, of course, it is one of the slower game types at times, but considering how fast that Aquarius CTF game was, I'm thinking maybe this isn't going to slow down as much. I'm expecting these teams to fight tooth and nail, to grab that shock rifle, to make sure they're pushing for the camo when it's up, baiting it at the right times to get those kills as well. And of course, we know that sword, very important.
Something I've heard rumors of recently is how dominant Spartan the Dog can be when he gets the shock rifle in his hand. Will Kansas City Pioneers give him the opportunity to get that weapon? And when he is given that opportunity, if he is given that opportunity, what's he going to have in store for us to get his team right back into this? We are going to have to remake this lobby very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, but that just gives us a little bit of time to continue to go into what the rest of this series has in store for us, Dan. When you think about Recharge Slayer and you think of these 2 teams, who would you favor? I'd have to say, knowing how dominant Spartan is with the shock rifle, I'm leaning towards him, but you may know something I don't.
No, I would have to agree. I think from watching the playstyles, I would imagine E United will be a little bit more comfortable on Recharge, especially in a Slayer as well, just because it's more down to individual ability and winning those 1v1s and sometimes those clutch moments. But at the same time, with how Pioneers were just shooting in that game, I'm starting to second guess that opinion even just thinking about it, because a lot of the 1v1 engagements that happened from the KC Pioneers, they were winning unexpectedly at times as well. Even when they were down or shot or two, they were still able to pull it out. What is important is the use of these weapons that do feature on the map. The Mangler. I want to be seeing people prioritize that to a point where at times you can have 3 or 4 players on your team all having Manglers. And if you are off spawn and the other team have all got Manglers like that, it's terrifying. But that's what the best teams are doing right now, because the Mangler is in a position where it is essentially a power weapon that spawns so frequently.
It's the best gun in the game. You can say
without a doubt, it is.
You can say it's the best gun in the game. It's so much power. It gives you so much opportunity in one-on-one fights. It's an impressive feat, and we're going to see a lot of Mangler gameplay here in Game 2. I can guarantee you that, Dan. But one thing you said in Game 1 that really stuck out to me, it was the third camo came up, the third camo in a row went into Kansas City Pioneers' chest. If you are an E-United fan, if you are an E-United player, you have to do a better job of securing those camos. You cannot afford to be giving up the power-ups and the power weapons that the Kansas City Pioneers, they are too strong of a team. You cannot play against invisible people for too long. They will get they will surprise you from out of nowhere, actually.
Yeah, it's quite terrifying, to be honest. As we get Game 2 underway between these two teams, can E-United answer back, or are the Pioneers going to double their lead? The one thing I will say about the camouflage is it's a lot more difficult to escape with it on recharge, rather so than Aquarius.
Well, don't tell Soul Snipe that, because he just walked out in the open, able to secure it. And if he can get away right here, that would be massive for Pioneers. Even though they do lose the lead momentarily, still just 2-1. Does look like Pioneer gets the better of the start as they secure camo. But as I say that, Spartan the Dog over towards Pipes makes me think he might have Shock Rifle, and that could spell danger as well. But let's see what Soul Snipe has in store for us. Already has the sword in his hand, takes down the Mangler player, and we talked about how influential that Mangler can be, but not right now, not against invisible players, Dan.
And I hope he's communicating that with the team, is where that Mangler's just been dropped to. Take it out of the hands of E-United, don't allow them to pick it up and start to get some nasty work, as now Talik also going to be combining with the rest of the team to pick up another kill. A 4-kill advantage, and the entirety of E-United are blocked into blue right now, and they need to find a way out.
They are trapped right now. They need to try and figure out a way to create some space. It's not going to be pushing the direction of Soul Snipe, I promise you that, because the second a player turns the corner here, they are doomed to die to this sword. Fortunately, it does look like United created a little bit of space, made some long haul presence here, and now as they've had an opportunity to spread out, we're going to see this slow down a lot. See, just 6-4, United have opted to slow this pace down. I think that bodes well, because Manny with this shock rifle is just as lethal as anybody.
Well, Rhinoop's spotting him out, so he's not going to take the bait, and he's just going to have a little dance around glass and feed that information elsewhere. Soul Snipe still picking up kills with that sword. And even though it was a 4-kill advantage, the Pioneers just have to be careful not to give away this shock rifle and give too much control to E-United. I think E-United are a team who really thrive in when they have map control. When on the back foot, however, our Pioneers going to be able to take advantage of maybe some sloppy pushes, maybe some sloppy plays.
Well, as we say that, 2 go down for the Pioneers, and maybe too much map control given to United, maybe too much respect. Manny not really able to find any kind of opening so far with this shock rifle. A great job with Soul Snipe to control the sword still, picking up 3 kills as players turn the corner. Another Mangler erased from the hands of E-United.
Has to be said, one thing I enjoyed was E-United managed to avoid the entirety of the shock rifle and the sword for quite some time. They almost rotated as a unit, but you can't avoid it forever. As the sword runs out, so will Soul Snipe's life. But this is a game that has slowed down. It's not as fast-paced as Aquarius CTF. And that means it is going to come down to sometime these big moments. Can you win these fights? Talik's going to be calling that one out.
Let's see if Tal can get this kill. Ryan, who predicts him coming out that low door, able to finish that one off, and that's a big one-on-one win from Ryan Noob. Let's see if he can play his life. Druk not going to let him get his shield back entirely, but with this bad positioning, is Druk able to stay alive now? Sparty's going to erase that, and right now kills being traded over and over and over again have now resulted in Pioneers getting the benefit from that. Not only do they have a little bit of control to work with this Mangler in Soul Snipe's hand, but well, already at a 7-0-1 performance.
And despite the occasional 2 or 3 kill lead that we've seen, for the most part, this has been a trade for trade in terms of 1 kill to one team, 1 back to the other. It's difficult to separate the two right now, and considering E-United came second in Raleigh, maybe that's a surprise to some of you, but the Pioneers, their stock value has been going up every single time we see them, 17-15. And if one team just starts to pop off with this shock rifle, I feel like that could be the difference.
If one player decides to pop off with this shock rifle, Spartan just picks it up, and I can't tell you how important that kill for Manny is. Not just to get the shock rifle out of E-United's hands, but specifically to take down Spartan before he can get comfortable.
Spartan's going to be desperately trying to find that as well off spawn, I imagine. Druk in a big 1v1 here, but actually there's going to be assistance. Druk will get the kill onto Rain. But at 20-19, you have to imagine that if one of these teams can get to a point where they're maybe 5-6 kills ahead, that might be enough just to give them the confidence to slow it down once more, hold a little bit of control, maybe play around the sword, wait for that camo, as I say, has just popped. And this could be an important one.
Back and forth, these two teams were in game one. Back and forth, they are here now. 1 kill separating them at 21-20. E United with just a narrow lead for now. Soul Snipe at 9-4 as he gets taken down as the best player in the lobby so far statistically. And right now, as we take a look at the others, Talik needs to figure out a way to keep himself into this. And I love this push by Rain. He's being able to secure camo. And he says, Soul Snipe, I saw you with sword and camo earlier in the game. Let's see if I can do you one better.
One biggest takeaway of looking at stats is assist-wise. I mean, no assists for 3 of the players for Pioneers right now, whereas E United, it's distributed quite nicely. Ryan with 8 right now. It seems like the team shot for E United is a little bit better here on Recharge, but Pioneers, they're still winning their individual engagements. So E United just need to try and stop losing these 1v1s, and maybe they can really start to break away with a lead.
What a great job by Manny to spot that sword player. Unfortunately, he doubles back, knowing that the camo player is there, and maybe he didn't see the sword, but Rain, a player that struggled early in game 1, starting to heat up now in game 2, and what better timing for Rain to pick it up, giving his team a 3-kill lead here as we enter the mid-game.
And he knew that Talik was somewhere around there. You could see by his reticule placement, he was curious. Is there someone down in blue pipes? But now he's just going to play this one nice and quiet. It's always difficult to try and push a sword player, so I don't expect Talik to do it, and he does not. He backs off, and they say, look, we'll allow you to have that 3-kill lead. You can have the blue area. Instead, we'll try and take some map control. Repulsor doesn't work.
Somehow, some way, the repulsor doesn't hit that player, and because of it, you're seeing Rain pay for it with not only his life, but he loses sword control. I love this by Tog, understanding, hey, wait, I just killed a sword player. Let me go get that thing. It's pretty powerful. So let's see if he can make his way into some close quarter combat now that he's secured this energy sword. Camo is going to be coming up in 4 seconds, though. So let's see if they can get Talik this camo and what he's able to do once he has it. The big question is, how are Kansas City going to achieve this? They get information that multiple players are bottom middle, and unfortunately, Talik gets caught off guard, can't finish that one shot, can't get a melee onto Spartan, and this could have changed momentum entirely here in game 2.
I feel like he panicked a little bit, pressed every single button on his controller, tries to repulsor, tried to melee, nothing happened, gives away the sword, but maybe the camouflage can still go into the hands of Soul Snipe, which it will. So 33-32, this game's starting to get to the latter stages now. And it has been the camo control that really has helped Pioneers stay in this game.
Soul Snipe has 14 kills already in this game. A big performance from him. If he's able to continue this, if he's able to push the Pioneers to a Game 2 victory, that would be amazing for KCP to go up 2-0 in the series. Now, a 1-kill lead for Pioneers. Soul Snipe trying to find the opening, finds a player hell, but can't quite push it just yet. You know E United are aware he has camo sword, but how is Soul Snipe going to apply this power weapon into this game?
14 kills for Soul Snipe, but 9 assists for Druk. He's been so important to Pioneers, getting these slays on board. 36-36. Passes off the shock rifle as well, really important. You don't need both sword and shock rifle. You want to try and spread your power weapons across the team.
Oh, Druk picks one up instantly. Druk picks up one instantly with the shock rifle. A great decision, pays off for Pioneers, and now that they have numbers, you're seeing Soul Snipe look to push. He gets a kill, shuts down that Mangler player, bottom elevator, 3 dead for E United. Last guy left, Ryan Noob, he's dead as well. And all of a sudden, what was once a lead for E United is flipped on its head. Pioneers now up 4 kills, 41-37.
And look how desperate they are to find these spawners. They are going to be quivering in their boots now, United, because they know a sword could be round the corner. Soul Snipe's almost rotated the whole of the map. Will eventually find a player. Doesn't even waste any of the energy sword because he's got one last slash to work with.
Yeah, amazing to keep that energy sword as charged as it can be, knowing that this could very well come down to 1 kill as 4 kills continue to separate these two teams. 4 minutes remaining in this game, and if it continues to be as slow-paced as it has been, we could be looking at the time becoming influential. But Ryan Noob with camo shock now is able to find a great assist onto that player. This could be the opportunity with camo snipe in your hands. What are you able to do? Soul Snipe can't quite find the headshot there, top red, and unfortunately now the jig is up. Pioneers know Ryan Noob's location. They know he has camo shock rifle, and I would be shocked to see Pioneers get caught off guard.
No pun intended, but definitely a pun intended there. 45 to 41. Ryan being very brave with his movement. I know he had camo, but that's the risk. You give away the shock rifle now, and all the tools are there for Pioneers to piece together a victory.
A couple kills do get traded out. United pick up one of their own, but with 4 kills remaining, can Manny get a headshot with this shock rifle? Can he push his team one step closer to going up 2-0 in this series? They see all the information they need as far as United pushing long haul here. Will they expect 3 players to be here, though?
Nick's on his own over on the other side of the map. 3 players of United are making a push. If they can expose Nick, and if they know he's there, that could be the game, because then there'll be 3 players in long haul that you can push.
Oh,
and
yeah,
look at them fly! They know there's a kill there, and they secure it.
I love that play by Manny. He disregards anybody in long haul, and because of it, you're seeing Ryan New try to relocate, trying to create space, but multiple members go down. 49-43, 49-44, and Talik behind enemy lines right now. You surely have to think he's going to find somebody caught off guard, and just like that, Talik finds Spartan, takes them down, and the Kansas City Pioneers go up 2-0 in our last match of the day.
What a moment this could be for the KC Pioneers. 2-0 up against E-United, who I will remind you came second in Raleigh in our last LAN event here in Halo Infinite. But it seems like the Pioneers are here to play, and Recharge Slayer goes firmly in their favor. But I have to say, it could have gone either way. There were certainly moments that really influenced the outcome of that game. A few camo picks, a lot of sword kills, Soul Snipe really popping off. But one of the big moments was when he dropped that shock rifle, and then we saw the kills actually coming through from Druck, and they combined that with the sword, and then suddenly they were 3 or 4 kills ahead.
I mean, there's no better reward than, as a teammate, me saying, I'm going to drop you Snipe, you better do something with it. Druck picks it up, and within 3 seconds, Druck finds the opening pick that allowed the rest of Pioneers to push on the elevator, and so on and so forth. They found 4 straight kills because Druck finds that opening, because Soul Snipe has faith that his teammate will hit the shot. That is chemistry. That is what it's all about at the highest level, man, is believing in your teammates, putting them in a great position, and allowing them to excel. And we're seeing the Kansas City Pioneers excel at the highest level right here against our second-place team from Raleigh.
One of the things I've definitely noticed from the Pioneers is how they prioritize some of these power weapons on the map. Every single time a camouflage was up, they were also thinking about the sword. And how many times did we see Soul Snipe having the camo and sword, getting damage done? I mean, we just went from the first few moments of the game to suddenly the last few moments of the game, and Soul Snipe still had camo and sword in both of the clips. He always had it, and this was what I loved from Manny. They were able to find Nick on his own, and as soon as they got that kill, they knew they could swarm. Pioneers are playing really hot right now, but they can't allow this momentum to slip, because we know E-United are a squad that if you give them an inch, they will take a mile.
E-United is not out of this series as of yet. They are true veterans in every sense of the word. If you think this series is over, if you think Pioneers is going to fall asleep in the middle of the series, think again, because the door is still open right now. And if you know anything about E-United, they are a very strong objective team. I would look for them to bounce back here in Game 3, but it's all about Pioneers and what they've been able to do so far throughout the series. Dominate the power-up story. No power-up on streets, but in Games 1 and 2, you have to say they dominated camo. Power weapons went in their favor as well. So if they can figure out a way to get the Bulldog, to get the Rockets, they're going to put themselves in such a good position, Dan, to shut this door on a very strong, very practiced E-United team. And what a moment that would be for these guys.
Well, Streets Oddball is going to be game number 3. It is something we saw E-United face up against Kansas City Pioneers in Raleigh. It went in favor of E-United. It was 2-1. It was certainly a close game. And if we go off what we've already seen, I mean, previously there was close games in Aquarius CTFs. Well, today it went in favor of KC Pioneers. They need one more to take this series.
Okay, Spartan the Dog, I'm looking at you to step up for your team. You are the main slayer for this E-United team. You've had a very quiet series as of yet, but that can all change here in Game 3. And just like that, blink and you miss it. 4 dead for Pioneers. E-United had the perfect start to a game. Not only that, they get the ball rotated back into Tram, and Rain with Rockets in this position looks to extend this lead very heavily early.
I think that's what we need E-United to do, right? Is get these kills, get loud, get proud, get that confidence back in them, and trying to assert some dominance over Pioneers. Make them remember who E-United are, and exactly why we saw Jen hyping them up on the desk, because E-United have been such a scary team. But right now, it's all the Pioneers. But after this start, maybe E-United can show why they should be scared of them.
In all honesty, Rain kind of gets out of position here. He loses multiple teammates. The setup gets broken. And for only 21 points to be acquired, Dan, that's a good job by Pioneers to weather the storm, get rid of that setup, because United literally, I thought, was going to run away with this first round of this game. A great job by them to get out of there, but maybe a better route could have been picked by Rain there.
And even though 20 points is a fifth of how much you actually need, you can certainly pick up a lot more here on Street Ball with the perfect setup. If you're in station or if you're a back tower, all you need is 2 sets of slays and suddenly you've got 50, 60 seconds on board. So I think you're right, 20 seconds maybe not enough for the control they were able to find in those opening stages.
Back when Infinite came out, this Kansas City Pioneers was not seeing the results they wanted. They picked up Manny, and they've been satisfied with his performance ever since. What does Manny have in store for us here? He's got the thrust, he's got the Bulldog shotgun in his back pocket, he's got multiple members of United weak, and now last guy alive, he's got the information that Ryan Noob is getting taken down. That's a killing spree for Manny, and a big one at that, being able to get his team right back in this game 3, keep them in this game 3, I would say. And I wouldn't be shocked to see the Pioneers start to get a lead here if Manny can successfully flank this pillar position.
Yeah, they need to eliminate Manny out of the equation here. He is constantly flanking. He is constantly a pain in United's backside right now. But there is going to be rockets all the meanwhile going in favor of Talik. So for all the distraction that Manny was able to achieve, it allowed Pioneers to gain map control and gain these rockets. And unfortunately, Talik, again, in that panic situation. This is exactly what we saw on the previous map.
A lot of buttons been pushed.
He had the repulsor and he kind of repulsed and he didn't get the sword.
He must have one of those new age tech controllers where one button does all sorts of different animations.
He's got like 8 paddles on the back, but you know, you just got to focus on the basics sometimes.
All right, here we go. Let's slow it down. King Nick's in a great position to try and get some ball time if he can get rid of Manny back tower. Manny doing a good job of buying time, though. Let's see how long it takes the United to sniff him out and take him down. And it looks like Talik has made himself known up in that heaven situation. Great shots on to Nick. Take him down. Ryan Noob does get the trade, though, in a 2-on-2 situation. But however, in the meantime, Pioneers have somehow snuck away with the ball in the tram.
And Talik's behind them as well. And Talik, who's got 9 kills right now, will definitely take this fight. But Ryan Noob shuts him down, which was a very much needed kill. And now the United push can begin.
Yes, Talik does have 9, but that would have been a really big one to stop Ryan Noob's ability to influence what's going on over here in Trem. Because Ryan Noob wins that fight, he's able to impact not only the battle there, but that's a phenomenal nade once again from Pioneers. Their grenades so far throughout the series have been absolutely amazing. And with that, you're seeing the United setup struggle once again to take form, but 3 go down. The rest of United get kills, and I love this by Spartan being selfless. Even though he has this Stalker, he's getting as much time as he can, knowing that his team is in a must-win game.
This game becomes very scrappy when the ball goes over towards station side as well. Off-spawn players, especially in this situation where there's a lot of players on both teams spawning one up, one up, one up. It becomes a bit of a rush, a bit of a frenzy here in station, and Spartan looking to stop that, looking to try and reassure the team to have some more control, and maybe Rockets can do that here.
Absolutely. Bulldog and Rockets in his control. He's going to use both Rockets quickly, go back for that Stalker. And Spartan showing you every gun matters, every bullet matters. The killing spree comes through. And as we started this game 3, it was really Spartan the Dog I had my eyes on, and for good reason, because Spartan the Dog is starting to bark.
Starting to bring some talent from that right cheek now, not just the left cheek being used.
Both cheeks are needed for this series.
It would seem both cheeks in, and 34-25 in favor of the United, finding the Bulldog shotgun. It's surely not. Oh, that could have happened, and if it did, I probably would have lost my mind. But we are running out of time in this round 1. 1 minute 28 on the clock. Of course, it stops every time the ball is picked up. But United, they're pressuring well. They seem more confident here on Streets. And Pioneers, they can't allow United to gain too much momentum.
Yeah, but Pioneers have done such a good job of stopping United from getting a substantial lead. They are still within striking distance. But as I say that, 2 straight kills for United. Ryan Noob doing a phenomenal job of picking the oddball up, extending his lead. But a great grenade once again from Soul Snipe, and it really is Kansas City Pioneers' grenades that have kept them in these games, have secured them such clutch kills that have denied United's opportunities.
The scary factor when you've only got a minute left is just one setup could be the difference from being able to win this round or not.
I mean, he's the last guy alive, and he's milking ball time. Soul Snipe so aware that even though 3 teammates are dead, no one on United able to get in that position. And now, only 10 seconds separate these 2 teams.
Talik's got to be careful. You don't want to push in and die here and allow the rest of the team to suddenly be behind on players. You need to wait for Manny to be up before you all decide to make this push, so I like that Talik backed off ever so slightly. But you're right, maybe the communication wasn't there for the ball to be played, and this next Rockets could be so important for how this game ends.
Yeah, but Rain picking up a big kill, and 3 go down for Pioneers, make it all 4, and his Rockets are coming up as well with only 30 seconds remaining. You have to think E United, they've dropped the ball. They have chosen that if they get one more round of slays, they will win this round and take the lead for the first time in this series in at least one of our games.
Prioritizing Rockets over ball. I mean, I can understand it. I can get behind it. Only 14 seconds left. Pioneers have to scrap. They have to scrape and try and get behind this E United roster.
Oh no, it looks like they've gotten at least into Tram, but a couple of kills do go in the favor of E United. But this could be a real interesting situation if Spartan tries to deny. You see Druck going for the ball, and fortunately Spartan, the last guy alive for E United, able to do just enough to deny that ball from being picked up. If you see Kansas City Pioneers get to that ball, that could have been a very, very bad decision from E United that they look back on and kick themselves. But fortunately, they do win round 1. Oh my God.
Some will say this map can all come down to where you spawn. Is it the high side? Is it the low side? Well, E United won after spawning the high side. Now it's Pioneers' turn to have that advantage from the beginning, or what some players would suggest an advantage anyway. And they are going to pick up some ball time. Remember, it's about 20 seconds that E United were able to get from the start of the game last time, but Pioneers only able to achieve the 7.
All right, round 2. 7 points already for Pioneers. I'd love to go into a listen-in, an Astro Gaming listen-in here with the Kansas City Pioneers and hear their communication, see why things are going so well for them throughout this series.
You guys will be stairs, okay?
Sonny's coming up. One's benches weak.
What do you guys go B stairs?
One's like B stairs or mid, yeah. One's tires,
Cones. I'm shooting him.
Yeah, he's weak.
Yo, where the fuck is Tyler? Where is Tyler?
One check cones on me.
He's mid on me. Push me.
Push that plants.
Yeah, one C, I can't do shit.
He's mid. He's sitting mid. He's going benches now.
Guys, go B, guys, go B.
I'm looking Tyler. There's one guy purple.
Yeah, Tyler's there, weak.
Yo, Jack, I'm ready to drive it.
Mike, I'm going.
He's behind me.
Guys, I need help, guys.
He's red room and stalker.
In.
Yeah, he's my dude.
I'd be right.
Nice.
B stairs a beam. There's 2 B, I think, and one's on ball. I'm gonna kill these kids to B.
I can go cafe.
Fucking arcade. What's that with that shot?
Pretty calm communication from Pioneers, not necessarily in panic stations just yet. I mean, they're 2-0 up in the series. Why would they? But you kind of want some urgency behind this squad. You don't want to give a game back to E United. You don't want to allow them a chance to get back in the series, and maybe the kills there from Manny and Talik might be enough for them to push in and grab this ball.
Already up almost 40 points, though. E United looking to take this game 3, stay in this series a little bit longer than Pioneers fans want. And as you see E United start to heat up, start to build some confidence back in this series, King Nick with 7 kills already here in round 2, doing a great job of following up on Spartan's great performance in round 1. That's what it's all about for E United, is building off of each other's successes. And I love seeing that King Nick has already started this round 2 in the way that E United fans wanted.
There certainly are some players on both teams who are prioritizing sticking with their teammates, and others who are very much playing the flanking role. Manny, for example, is consistently looking for that flank, and if he gets caught out, suddenly Pioneers are down by a player. As Druck, can he survive? No, he can't. He meets a rocket.
Good damage, though, from Druck. He does get taken down, but I believe that was going to be 3 dead for United. It does look like Spartan, the last guy alive. Soul Snipe, the last guy alive on his team as well. So a one-on-one here could bode well. And of course, they traded out. Well-matched Soul Snipe versus Sparty the dog. But in the meanwhile, United spawned up, got the ball into Tram. But this flank from Druck, like you're saying, works out once again for the Pioneers.
It works out on this occasion, but on another day, that could have been so detrimental if it had gone wrong. But the Pioneers, they don't care. They're playing with confidence. Every single individual wants to take fights. And look, Druck's going to fly straight in again to more players, but he needs to call this out, which he does. Here comes the support. Toilet's going to be there. You just want to be careful with where you're going to be spawning your position here. You don't want to allow them to suddenly be spawning over towards Arcade, and then they can push that ball easily.
You can see the strategy that Pioneers was trying to implement. They wanted to press like Cloud9 presses teams, and I love that out of them. They do play that Halo 5-esque role where they want to suffocate their team coming off respawn, but unfortunately it looks like a bit of an overextension as E United now have numbers in their favor. The ball does get played down to bottom middle, but E United with a few kills of their own should be able to secure this ball, get it back into safety. 20 points now separating these two teams here in round 2, and Ryan Noob picking up a kill of his own before he gets taken down with the Bulldog shotgun.
And that's what both teams are doing. They are pressing their advantages. They're not just sitting and watching angles, and I think that's important here on Streets. I think the early stages of Halo Infinite, people would try and hold setup, watch angles, hold crosses, but now they know where the spawns are going to be. You can prioritize certain areas to force spawns. These rockets could really make a difference right now, though. Looks like Pioneers did get hold of them.
Can he stay alive, though, Manny, with a little bit of a peek, trying to get some information. An overextension is what I'll call that, as he gets taken down. King Nick says, let me get that one rocket. 2 dead for Pioneers. That setup is removed immediately. And you thought that that was going to be a big opportunity for Pioneers as they secured rockets. But because E United didn't let Manny get his shield back, they now have control of their own.
Pioneers not able to get that ball out to a position where it was awkward enough for E United. They swooped in, picked it up, and took it right back into station once more. And unfortunately, you're running into a Bulldog. King Nick making sure he gets the kill. And we need Pioneers right now to make a push all together. Even though they've stopped the ball time from happening, you're just walking into grenades right now.
A beautiful grenade from E United right there. It was Rain that got the stick. And with that, 2 dead once again. So every single time it feels like Pioneers have an opportunity to maybe get a setup, maybe come back in this game, get a lead of their own in one of these rounds. E United do such a good job of instantly getting 1 or 2 kills in a row in order to shut that thought down immediately.
Remember, neither team got to 100 points in round 1. E United opted to just play for slays when there was a 30-40 second limit left. Pioneers, however, they don't want to allow that to happen once more. Instead, they just need that one setup. This ball has always been in station throughout both of the rounds. We've not really seen either team able to get that ideal tower setup.
Look at Spartan trying to use that Pulse Carbine to effect. Does get a player weak, but can't quite do enough damage to secure himself a kill. But 88 points and counting. Soul Snipe has to act fast. He's got to cut off the rotation of this ball carrier. E United actually play the ball. They're perfectly fine with getting around the slays. Up 34 points in this game, in this round 2.
Really good movement as well on the other side from Rain, just to get a little bit of ball time and delay everything, as Ryan Noob gets a huge kill to stay alive here in station, because now he can overlook not just the ball, but the rockets that are coming up as well.
Yeah, rockets are the priority for both teams right now. As you see, Druck loses his life, King Nick as well is down, so it's a 3-on-3 for rockets right now. Soul Snipe trying to make a long route over towards the arcade. He gets taken down to no shield. Druck does pick up rockets, but Ryan Noob doing so much damage with that Stalker rifle. That damage denies rockets from going in the hands of the Pioneers for a moment, but Ryan Noob now in a one-on-one against Talik, I believe, actually just outplays everyone, goes for the ball, gets into a spot where he can't be traded out. And that's E United taking game 3 of this series, 2-0, and hold the phone on any Kansas City Pioneers fans celebrating just yet, because all E United need is a spark of confidence to get this ball rolling.
Yeah, I mean, the Aquarius CTF game could have gone either way earlier, and if it had have gone in favor of E United, suddenly this is a very different series, but the momentum was behind Pioneers. But now here in game 3, a little bit more strategy to work with on Streets Oddball. We saw a much more comfortable team from E United being able to stay alive, do the objective work, and also push the advantages that were presented to them. Even though Pioneers tried to do something similar, there were just these key moments where 1 or 2 kills would go in favor of E United, and certainly rockets were most likely in the hands of E United as well. And there was a time period where Spartan was really just controlling the map. I mean, it was all about individual plays at times, but also the teamwork of E United really stepping up in game 3.
Yeah, I think Spartan and King Nick really stepping it up there in game 3 and to keep their team in this series. Now, Dan, we've already casted 1 game 5 today. We've seen 3-0s from every other series. Are we going to be that duo casting crew this weekend that's the only game 5s? I can only hope so, to put a punctuation on the end of Friday night here in Anaheim.
I mean, I'm happy to be that duo. If I get to cast game 5s all weekend long, sign me up, add it to my contract, and I will do it happily. Live Fire Strongholds is going to be our game number 4. But before we get there, I mean, just looking back at some of the highlights between these two teams, there's going to be a lot of Bulldog and Rocket action. And there were times where even sometimes you would pick up the rockets, you would get 2 kills, you would run back to pick up the other weapon you've just dropped, whether that be a rifle, whether that be the Bulldog. All these players were prioritizing those power weapons so efficiently.
Yeah, it's like they learned their lesson from the first few games, right? Heatwave being so influential in game 1. Game 2, it was all about the shock rifle, all about the sword and its impact on the game. So what do E United do? They say, hey, we got to do a better job of controlling these things. And just like that, something clicked for Spartan, because not only did we see him with Stalker, Bulldog, but we saw him go for the rockets with that combo, drop drop the Stalker, pick up the rockets, put them to use real quick, and then pick the Stalker right back up and go right back to work with those weapons. A phenomenal job of the entire sandbox being used by E United that game, and that's why they gave themselves so many advantages that got them that Game 3 win.
Game number 4, Strongholds live fire, and if Oddball Streets is anything to go by and how aggressive E United were with trying to push their advantages and try and control their spawns, you'd imagine that Strongholds could really play to that playstyle. If they were really quick with their rotations and always looking to try and trap Pioneers off spawn, maybe we could be looking at that Game 5. So I'm excited for this one. I think Pioneers will certainly be trying to close this one out in 4, obviously, but I saw similar things in Recharge Slayer, which suggests that actually Live Fire Strongholds could be a comfortable one for the Pioneers as well.
I'm not sure who to favor here, Dan. I mean, I watched United play one game type warming up yesterday in scrims. It was Live Fire Strongholds. Spartan the Dog picked up a snipe, went on a killing frenzy, and I was like, if he can play like that, they can beat anybody. So what is the goal for the Pioneers right now? Keep the snipe out of his hands. He can be the most dominant player in the game when he has it at times. And already we're into the action here in Game 4. Trades across the board, 3 dead on each side, and it's up to Talik and Nick to decide how the start of this game is going to go.
Heatwave, Sniper Rifle, Power Up, these are all the focuses, and there's so much to think about here on Live Fire Strongholds. Not only have you got to focus on those Power Ups and Power Weapons, but it's also rotating as a team, focusing on spawns, trying to get hold of even just the Mangler can make a difference as there is a battle towards that Power Up. I think Ryan might have been able to grab it.
It does look like E United is going to come out victorious, at least for the battle for the power-up. But in the meanwhile, A and B still controlled by Pioneers. They get out to a 16-point lead. But Spartan has the snipe in hand, does get repulsed back. That's actually a good thing because he was in a very difficult situation. Tries to get back into B, loses his life. And just like that, Spartan down with snipe. 3 dead for United. Last guy alive, Rain, fighting for his life. But there's a mosh pit in B, and Pioneers are here to play.
So Pioneers now can force those spawns over towards C. They should pressure it. They should get aggressive. There's only going to be a couple of players there. And then you take C away from them, force them to spawn A, and you continue to pressure. It's just a body shot, but it's enough.
You do not put snipe in your name if you cannot snipe.
That's true.
So Soul Snipe, I'm looking at you right now. What can you do to button this series up for your Kansas City Pioneers? Let's see what you got.
Just like you do not put clutch in your name if you cannot clutch. And that's why you are here today. That's why you're a regional champion yourself.
I thought you were going to mention playing the ball real quick,
I wasn't.
But I appreciate that.
I was hyping you up.
I appreciate that. Let's see what Soul Snipe has in his book. Now that it's his time with the spotlight on him, he's able to pick up a kill over B. That secures B still in his team's favor. They do lose C, however, so Soul Snipe is going to be forced to try and locate back towards C. A predictable route gets punished, and King Nick now, with the snipe out of Soul Snipe's hands, looks to push B as well.
Maybe a tad of over-aggression there from Soul Snipe. Could have maybe played a little bit more defensive over towards B, but they are still scoring 68-2 now in favor of the Pioneers. Okay. And the camouflage going into Druck's chest as well. 2 players are down from E United, and I'm loving the rotation that I'm seeing from Pioneers right now. They are keeping E United on their toes. Every time E United try and get back into this one, try and scrape themselves back in, there is a member of Pioneers to make their life a living hell.
Okay, Dan, the Streets, it didn't have a power-up on it. We saw E United win. Power-ups were dominated by Pioneers in games 1 and 2. They didn't get the first one, but however, the second one could be very influential for themselves to build up a lead here. 88 points and counting. Invisible players are difficult to kill, and Druck picking up another one before he gets taken down continues to help his team push their advantages.
And a gap like this is only going to go one way. Both these teams are going to be looking down at 94-2, and E United are going to be worrying. Pioneers are just going to be getting more and more confident every single second that ticks up. Finally, E United are scoring now. Maybe they can hold a couple of these strongholds for some time, start to put some more time on the board so they can at least give themselves the belief that this one is not going to run away from them.
Oh, it's starting to run away though. 94-20. They do lose B, but a kill comes through from Talik. Great shots by him, and a great job to stay alive throughout this entire process. Unfortunately, he's finally taken down, and Mandy with both power weapons in hands needs to make a play. Drops the snipe for Soul Snipe, but unfortunately King Nick gonna interrupt the swap. Actually gets both players, and with that, 3 go down for Pioneers. E United in the trip cap situation. Let's see how long they can hold this.
Trip cap, and there was 3 dead. This is gonna be a big point scoring period here for E United. Where are the spawns? That's gonna be the question. Pioneers and Talik is gonna be the one player to try and do something a little bit. Will catch Ryan Noob off guard, but Rain is there for the assist. C is going to be the focus for Pioneers, but there's only 1 player left remaining, and they know exactly where he is.
He is going to be able to stop the trip cap from happening, but their lead, it's almost it's almost immediately erased with that trip cap being held. The Pioneers now on their back feet for the first time in Game 4. It looks like two fresh dead. E United once again looking to push the trip cap and make it a reality.
But notice what E United did. They waited, they knew the player was in C, they allowed the spawns to come through for Pioneers, then they got the kills, then they pushed.
Alive? How does Spartan live for so long? Rain also was no shield, was able to play his life, and with Camo Heatwave now in hand, it could be a good thing that Spartan died because this is a lethal combination, and Rain putting it to work, secures B for his team as well.
Almost 100 points unanswered from E United. Pioneers were in control, they were cruising, they were flying, but this is why we didn't count E United out even when they were 2-0 down in this series, because we know what they're capable of.
How is Ryan Noob staying alive in the Stronghold? Nades exploding everywhere, but he's able to get his shield back. He's bought enough time, and the repulsor comes through. That makes 2 dead for each side with Ryan Noob. Heatwave in hand makes that an easier kill for him, and he is continuing to wreak havoc on this B Stronghold throughout this fight.
When you define an annoying player, it is Ryan Noob. He has always been that guy who will run around a stronghold, run around a base, be a thorn in your side. He gained so much time for E United there just by contesting B, and Pioneers, they were left lifeless trying to find him. They were confused, they were sending themselves off the map, and eventually Spartan will fall as well. But look at this advantage now, almost 50 points in favor of E United.
Pure chaos still going on over at B. Both teams sending all resources for the last 45 seconds towards the B Stronghold. It does eventually get transferred in the hands of Pioneers, and now with an A-B setup, they look to get back into this game. Down 30 points right now. They have to do a better job of getting control and stopping E United, because ever since E United had that trip cap, they have had control of the Slays, the Strongholds, and they have climbed back into this series because of it.
Sniper and Camouflage are both coming up in the next few seconds, so even though Pioneers have control of A and B, that naturally will give a little bit of control on the other side of the map for E United, so E United might get some goodies in their hands, but it's about what they do with them.
All right, let's see. I believe Pioneers was just able to secure a camo potentially on the other side of the map. B Stronghold does get transferred. E United overwhelmed that side of the map, decided to give up C, knowing that if they pushed B, they were going to give up C. So they made this conscious decision. Now what are they going to do with it? They secure A as well, so they flipped the map on Pioneers, and now Pioneers had 2 dead, so a phenomenal job to out-rotate the Pioneers right there.
E United can really do with a player playing pillars right now, so they get a nice cross so that King Nick's not just kind of left on his own, but I think someone is going to be playing over towards the sandbags, and actually it's going to be Ryan Noob. He's going to be taking these fights over towards Power Up. And Pioneers need to try and prioritize almost taking out Ryan Noob first and maybe pushing towards A, because if they all flood towards B, they're going to find themselves being shot from several angles, and it's going to get very difficult very quick.
All right, now the play of the game is Spartan the Dog, 19 kills to his name. Ryan Noob anchoring this A position with Snipe. Doesn't have anybody of Pioneers really near him, but he understands that the Pioneers have opted to try and push B, so tries to relocate towards the big door, but that's predicted. A good job by Pioneers to understand Ryan Noob still has a Snipe. You cannot afford to give him kills. Narrowly misses that shot onto Manny, and because of it, Snipe now out of ammo. Pioneers in control once again, but now down 50 points. Need to hold this substantially in order to come back.
Snipe out of ammo, but a Mangler, arguably more of a power weapon sometimes. And Spartan is going to be working in tandem with the rest of the team. He's got 19 kills right now, but it's the assists around him. E United, they're on fire with their teamwork. They're communicating well. You can see it in the ability from the kills that Spartan's been able to pick up. A and B back in their control, and Pioneers return to the back foot.
Ryan Noob has this Mangler. Are they going to expect it? The answer is no. Drunk gets caught off guard. It's an easy kill for Ryan Noob. Unfortunately, it is eventually traded out, and now B Stronghold should be transferred unless Nick has some great grenades. Grenades do come through and kills as well. So once B Stronghold is transferred, it's immediately hopped in by E United with follow-up damage on those grenades, and because of it, 3 dead for Pioneers. E United right back in the driver's seat.
One of the downsides of holding that toilet area, you are so vulnerable to grenades, but of course you can't also play on the outside of B, because then you're vulnerable to shots. It's a very difficult and fine line to try and dance between, as Ryan Noob has just controlled this area of the map so often. He's rewarded with another camouflage. They're 40 seconds away from tying up this series, and he can be a big influence for that happening.
Yeah, so much information as he sees both those players trying to push low. That's such a difficult position for Pioneers to find themselves in. 3 dead. Talik, the last guy alive, able to repulse Spartan for just a second out of the Stronghold, but unfortunately you have to think the reinforcements are coming through. The nades are too great for him to try and deal with, and E United continue to hold these strongholds so well. 25 points remaining, and we're going to see a game 5.
Pioneers have like one last push here to try and work with, but they're on a really difficult spawn cycle. Soul Snipe falls. It's 3 versus 3. They have to win this 3 versus 3 here and now. We will get one more kill onto Spartan. This is still possible, but they have to move quick.
They have to move quick, and they have to play perfect if they are able to secure 2 of these strongholds. C is being transferred, but just like that, A and B are also being transferred in the hands of Pioneers, so they are going to have an opportunity to come back in this game, but it will only be 1.
Has to be a perfect hold, but the argument is sometimes you've got to be aggressive to try and get a victory, and Rain is going to have the sniper rifle. 2 are down for Pioneers. This could be the beginning of the end.
This is the beginning of the end, Dan. 2 dead, and Rain in a great position to deny Drug from being able to influence the stronghold. You see, he's got a teammate in Spartan, the man of the day right now, the man of the series for United to stay in this. He is able to get that kill back green. He's going to close the door on this one, but that kill, he's still alive. The kill does finally come through, and that's United getting us to a game 5. And now the series tied up 2-2. You have to think the reverse sweep has got to be in the back of the minds of the Kansas City Pioneers.
Spartan pounds his chest and screams across the LAN hall, and quite rightly so, because he's really stepped things up ever since they started to crumble away a little bit after games 1 and 2, but suddenly he's woken up once more, and this entire United roster, they want to make a series of this. They take us to a game 5. Are the Pioneers going to be able to handle this pressure? We talk about experience, we talk about playing at LANs and what you're able to achieve. Sometimes when you're 2-0 up and you throw that away and you go to a game 5, the reverse sweep, it starts to fill your brain. The seed is planted. Oh, what happens if we throw away this? We could have done this. We could have been playing a 3rd seed tomorrow rather than a 2nd seed. Remember, the difference between this is starting winners bracket round 2 tomorrow. This is for 1st place in your pool.
That would be massive for the Pioneers. Unfortunately, United on the other side of the stage, they've already been there today. They were down 1-2 against Xtet. They come back, they win that series outright in a game 5 format. And because of that, you have to think that they're able to, on short notice, recall that they have every bit of the capability to not only reverse sweep the Kansas City Pioneers, but they've got the hard part done, right? It's all about game 5. It's all about the next team to 50 kills.
And just looking back at some of the highlights, it was camouflage control. We spoke about it to start with. It was the Pioneers. They took a 90-second lead or so. But then the United almost realized, hey, we can't only prioritize the green side of the map. We also need to be working for this power-up. The camo is making a difference here. And Ryanoob said, all right, hey, okay, I'll go take the power-up. And suddenly he was getting camo after camo. He had Snipe, he had Mangler, and he made it work. And look at that pop-off. That's what you need. You need someone on your team just to bring that passion, bring that energy, and hype United back up, because they were down. They were out. It was looking like it was going to be a 3-0. Suddenly we're in a game 5, and it's Slayer on Streets. And we've already played Streets once, and it looked like the home of United, so maybe we're starting to lean towards that reverse sweep.
I think absolutely. It's a very realistic possibility. They have to be the favorites coming off a 2nd place in Raleigh. Just not too long ago, you have to know that they are confident. They want to get back to the finals. But in order to do so, you have to think that it's going to come off the back of them winning their pool in a dominant fashion. You find yourselves tied up now, going into a game 5 against the Pioneers, players that have probably never been in this situation before. Maybe a game 5 here or there, but against a team like United, on LAN, on the main stage, with an opportunity to take your entire pool. This is a new feeling for them. How will they come out of this day? And we will have 50 kills to decide the winner of this game. It's going to be Street Slayer, and we're hopping on board with Spartan the Dog. He's led his team in games 3 and 4 in slaying to get here, and already starting off with one of his own. Make it 2 with a phenomenal stick to the foot of a Pioneer.
Pressure, nerves, a little bit of excitement as well. Really just flooding through your veins and through your body right now. And even though this is only pool play, this is where champions can be made. This can sometimes be the difference between, of course, starting the tournament really hot and being one of the favorites, or just being bang average in pools and other teams maybe doubting you a little bit.
What teamwork we see out of the Pioneers. Right there, Drug trades melees, Soul Snipe right behind him to pick up that kill. And now Pioneers with a little bit of pressure downhill pick up a few kills of their own. And I love this by Drug to be able to stay alive for this long. Can't get the melee to connect, unfortunately. And because of it, 3 down for Pioneers. So a situation that looked really good at one point actually gets flipped on their heads. And with that, the lead lead as well.
United moving as a unit once more. They all collapse back towards PD because they were worried about the cafe spawn, but it's station spawn for Pioneers. And look how quickly United turn to take this fight, but Manny gets the opener, and that's bad news. United, they need to run, or they need to hold their ground as a 3 and hope they can win a 3 versus 4.
Yeah, Rain trying to stop them from being able to push. Unfortunately, he gets hit by a nade, and that allows Pioneers to spread out, create some space. And now all of a sudden it's United that's kind of trapped on this side of the map. This 75-yard line right here is a very difficult part to get out of. United needs to figure out a way to stay alive. I love this reroute by Rain, a great trade from him in that situation, and it's a 2-on-2 trade for Pioneers and United.
United need to just try and hover around Ryan Noob right now and see what he can do, but he's walked right into a Bulldog. Drop ball coming to try and give him a little bit of assistance. Doesn't win the engagement. That could have been massive, but Manny will prove strong. Now, rockets are going to be coming up. If Manny can get into a position to get up close and personal and stop these rockets from being picked up by United, that would help his team so much. Can they escape with them? I think they can.
Yeah, they should be able to secure these. They get the kills at the perfect time in order to get those rockets secured. Talik able to play his life perfectly, get away with those rockets. And now let's see what Talik chooses to do. Relocates himself to tires. These rockets can be so efficient over here. Expects the push to come through. Unfortunately, the first rocket doesn't come with a kill, and he has to not only take his own life, but finally gets that kill. Rockets are removed from the equation.
That's a shake of the head from Talik. That is probably the 3rd or 4th occasion I've seen him panic in close-range situations and not go for the optimal play. Now, it may not matter. They may still win this series, but he could have gone for a melee, for example. Waste 2 rockets, but they still are 16-12 up, make it 16-14, just like that. United managed to put 2 more back on the board, and now they need to search for those spawns. Get that information. Where are the rest of the Pioneers? It looks like they know it's stationed now. Set up a crossfire or try and push these players down towards driveway.
Last time we were in this situation, Pioneers pushed right up driveway and were able to press themselves and trap United back PD and back tower. Let's see if they're able to apply that same kind of pressure, because this push is not an easy one, but it looks like Pioneers have the same influence and they've created the space they need.
Manny trying to go for a flank over towards Neon. Rain gets slid in on by Soul Snipe, and there is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But as I say that, bang! Nick gets 2, and Pioneers and Talik finds himself in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, 3 dead, and now all of a sudden the game being tied up. Talking to slow this one down, not give away any free kills. It's game 5. You don't want to give away any free deaths. Wow. And with that, he plays it perfectly. Not only that, but shoots it perfectly. 4 shots to the dome. Erases Nick from the equation, but right now he loses Soul Snipe on the other side of the map. Chooses to slow the game down once again, and I'd really like to see them press their advantages in this situation, but Ryan did with that wall being such a nuisance.
Certainly neither team has done that in this Slayer game, and I think that speaks volumes of how much pressure is involved in this Slayer. They're playing so passive, both of these teams. Even when 2 or 3 players are down, they're kind of sitting back and just holding the arcade area. We're seeing such a wall go down towards arcade right now. And it's almost like both teams are waiting for the rockets to come up and trying to get these guaranteed kills.
That's the pick you need. Ryan gets down, but nice shots from Nick to take down Talik there as rockets come up. A phenomenal kill that will trade kills out. But as that's happening, Soul Snipe has secured these rockets. He's got good damage on the Rain here in PD. Doesn't want to blow himself up. Can Rain get a kill? Yes, he can. And these trades keeping United in this game are so vital to them staying here, because just 3 kills separate these teams. But without a few of these trades, this game would be blown wide open.
I want to see the pace up by Pioneers. They've got a little bit of advantage, and this is better. Druck pushing into station, trying to collapse on the United spawners. Might be able to find one on Nick. Neither team has been doing that. They've not been collapsing. They've been treating it as a very standoffy game, and that's maybe allowed United to stay in it longer than expected.
Here comes United. They're going to look to push Druck. Unfortunately, Nick had no idea. I guess he was there. Ryan did not. Maybe giving that information as clear as it could have been, but the kills do get into the advantage of United, but just like that, they're traded right back. Pioneers here to trade out on that damage, and who better than Soul Snipe? We saw him have such a strong performance in Game 2. The Slayer earlier in this series, back at it again with 10 of his own here in Game 5.
Well, we've seen Pioneers have the lead in this series 2-0. We saw them leading in the previous Strongholds game by 90 points. Now they're leading once more with 4 kills. What's the clutch factor of this squad? Can they actually continue to press United to a point where they can get maybe a 10-kill advantage, which would be such a comfort range for them right now? You don't want to be always within this kind of 3 to 4 area where you know all it takes is all 4 dead from United and they're right back into it.
Look at this. Rockets coming up in 15 seconds. Pioneers with a ton of map control right now. If they're able to get a few kills, they can turn this game wide open with this set of rockets, but they have to be able to find the picks they need. They are not going to be able to get these rockets for free. And look at Soul Snipe, can't spot anyone for E United poking their head out. He sees his teammate taking a ton of damage over there, so he opts to try and push. Rain with the flank from Brew Grenades finds one, maybe two. Damage onto a third, and that should secure E United rockets.
Yeah, Ryanoob, I think, was able to pick them up. Spartan's also getting aggressive onto Manny. And it wasn't even Ryanoob. Yeah, it was. He's got them in the back pockets now. He can maybe do some real damage. Still got one to work with. This should be, and could be, and will be a guaranteed kill. 32-27. E United still staying within that touching distance.
What a play by Rain to open up the map for his team, but it doesn't change the scoreline as of yet. 5 kills still separating his team. Struck phenomenally plays that one-on-one. Unfortunately, the nade doesn't come through for Ryan. Talik gets a nade kill of his own, and now the store starting to get out of control here. 9 kills separate these two as Pioneers from the mid-game have blown this one wide open.
This is the comfort range I was talking about. A 9-kill advantage towards 10. They're collapsing now because they've got a little bit of leeway to work with. They can afford to be aggressive and give away some kills as long as they get the trades, but they didn't get the trades in that scenario. That's 3 kills going unanswered. Pioneers give that one away, finally get one, but suddenly from a 9-kill game, it's a 6-kill game. Spartan needs to stay alive.
Yeah, can Spartan stay alive? This is such an important life for him. They have Stalker in the hands of Ryan. He's able to pick up a kill onto Talik off screen. Spartan with this Bulldog has the opportunity to get a couple kills over here towards Arcade, but 3 players from Pioneers are too much to handle, and Spartan's taken down as well.
Manny has been flanking consistently. Rain has been doing the same thing on the other side. And look, they want to push again. Still, E United trapped within station here. Got to be careful getting shot in the backside is Manny, 38-33. E United holding the fort strong right now. Barricades are up. They've got the fences out. They're doing what they can to keep the Pioneers out.
Ryan Noob does so much damage with the Stalker rifle in that position to keep his team in this game. 4 kills continue to separate these two, make it a 5th. As he loses 2 teammates of his own. Rockets come up, and that's perfect timing for Pioneers to get those few kills. They get rockets, they get out of dodge, and Talik, once again with rockets in hand, has an opportunity to put a punctuation on the first night here in Anaheim.
So much responsibility for Talik right now, but E United are playing it slow, they're playing it safe. First rocket is good, second could be as well. That's 2 guaranteed kills from Talik. Job done, 5-kill advantage, 8 kills to go. E United, can they get back into this? They just need to get all 4 dead, but as I say that, 2-4 for E United, 44-37. Maybe this is out of reach. Maybe Pioneers have done enough to now just go for trades.
I mean, we haven't seen E United trade efficiently throughout this game as of yet. Right now, Pioneers are doing such a good job of capitalizing on each other's damage, making sure no player gets left alive if he's weak. And Drunk with the bark of the Bulldog puts another one down.
They have to slow down these deaths ASAP, but that's going to be potentially 48-41. E United need to group up, they need to work as a team, move as a unit, and they cannot afford even one trade here. Otherwise, this game is going to Pioneers. It's game 5 as well. It would be Series Pioneers, and it would be Pioneers topping the group here in Anaheim.
Look at this. You see Talik spots 1, spots actually 3 players over towards the shotgun. That's all the information the Pioneers need. He's going to push into PD. He knows that there's nobody here now that he's cleared it out. He's got all the information the Pioneers need to close this one out. They do lose Druk, however. They decide to slow it down once again. And multiple members flying in, and it's a beatdown party. Talik's invited. E United find another one, and now 5 kills separate these two. And all of a sudden, Pioneers starting to slow it down even more. Know that this is their game to lose.
Well, you talk about experience, you talk about playing in the past and having those LAN possibilities, that clutch factor. Well, E United, can they take advantage of maybe a little bit of nervousness here from Pioneers? Can E United stall this out enough where rockets come up, they grab those rockets, and maybe are able to get some guaranteed kills?
That's the tough part here. E United have to compete for rockets, but they can't afford to die. They cannot afford to give any lives, but if they don't compete for these rockets, this game is as good as gone. Anyways, Talik finds one. The rockets get into the hands of Soul Snipe.
No!
He blows himself up, but I don't think that's going to matter because Manny with the Bulldog finds the 50th. It's KCP taking pool D, and in dominant form, they take game 5.
And it was a difficult road, but they finally got to the finish line. What an answer from E United to take us to a Game 5, but the Pioneers clutch up when they needed to. Street Slayer, it just seemed like they always had that advantage. They always had that extra kill. They were getting those trades. They were finishing off that player that was running away. And unfortunately for E United, they could never wrestle back that deficit that they found themselves in. What a series to finish our time here in Anaheim on Friday. It's exactly what the doctor ordered. It's exactly what Clutch ordered. He said he wanted a Game 5, and we were given one.
Unbelievable performance by the Pioneers for them to weather the storm, to lose 2 straight games. With the reverse sweep in mind, in the back of your heads, you got to be thinking, how can we just close the door on this series? We've had 2 opportunities going into Game 5. And for them to show the wherewithal, for them to be able to put a punctuation on the series the way they did, that speaks volumes to their opportunity here this weekend. I couldn't be more excited to continue to watch them play, because Manny said it in his interview before this series started. He said, we can beat anybody. And I truly believe what Manny said. It's, will they be able to beat everybody? That is my question for these guys. And taking a look at the stats, Dan, 15-8 from Manny. Who better than the guy that was confident in his team to push his team over that limit? The new player for the Kansas City Pioneers, the newest player, I'll say, Manny, getting the job done, proving that he deserves a spot on this squad.
I mean, in Raleigh, E United, they beat everyone but Cloud9. They finished second, and if KCP can take down E United, then, I mean, I guess that means that maybe they could go all the way to a grand final. That's how it works, surely. What a performance it was from the Pioneers. I think they're going to be delighted with that one. They can go home happy as Larry tonight, whereas for E United, maybe they go back to the drawing board a little bit. I don't think they'll be too upset, but I do think that they're going to be looking at this pool as a missed opportunity, because now it means that Pioneers, they start in winners bracket round 2 tomorrow.
A massive opportunity for the Pioneers. They put themselves in the right position to have a successful weekend here in Anaheim. I'm going to throw it over to Blaze on the main stage. I believe he has an interview for us with one of the Game 5 victors.
Yes, I do got an interview with one of the victors up here. I got Soul Snipe on the main stage, everybody, as the Pioneers, they charge forward once again to another victory. And so I was in here earlier today, as we all were, and you guys were so loud on y'all matchup against XSET and everyone in which you played, bringing that energy. Tell me about the mindset that the Pioneers came with today, because y'all been on fire.
Yeah, so honestly, pool play means a lot in this event. Some events, they don't matter as much, but for this type of event, it matters a lot. So we figured if we come out swinging, especially against a team like XSET and United and Torrent, I believe. Yeah, 3 really, really good teams. Like, we had a hard pool. People were debating if we had the hardest pool or not. So we honestly wanted to come out on top. We get an advantage to go to winners round 2 to start championship bracket. So that's really important.
It was super important, okay? You guys got the job done today. And now you talk about what the people say about the Pioneers, okay? Because some will call y'all the dark horse, the underdogs. Y'all get top 4 in Raleigh, but, you know, they never see y'all as being winners. You got any messages for the haters out there who keep counting y'all out?
I mean, I don't really have any messages for the haters, but
just
like,
we just
got to prove ourselves first. Maybe after this event, we won't have as many haters, you know, if we have a good performance. But, I mean, it is what it is. Everyone has people that are going to doubt you, people that believe in you, and we definitely notice the people that believe in us more than our haters, so.
Hey, both of it is good energy, no matter how you use it, okay? You take the belief, you take the haters, you put it in your gameplay, and that part showed today. But my last question is, tell me about your team, man, okay? Because everybody was playing fantastic in all of your series, man. What makes this entire Pioneer squad so special?
Honestly, the reason our team is so special is because we're all like best friends. We all like came up from nothing together. Basically, we are Halo 5 kids, and literally like, we literally started together. Like, me and Druk have been teaming since 2017. Picked up Manny, you know, had a rivalry with Talik, picked up Talik, and we just stuck it through for like 2 years. People didn't believe in us because we thought we were just Halo 5 kids, but like, we came out and we transitioned pretty well to Infinite. So I think that's why we're special, because we like stuck it through no matter what.
And it's showing right here. As you guys see the results on the main stage, Soul Sniping the boys, they got it done. Lottie, that's going to do it for us on the main stage. Wrap this show up and break the series down.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and thank you so much to Soul Snipe there. I gotta say, at one point in time, that really was Pioneer's match to lose. They were looking so damn good at the beginning there, and I was really worried about United. I'm glad we brought it to that game 5 to finish off the night, of course. But Pioneers, my goodness, they are a whole different caliber every single time we're seeing them. What an incredible, incredible team that we're seeing forming before us. And my goodness, to do it on LAN as well in day number 1, taking down United, that is huge. And I think he's right. Soul Snipe, you know, you did have a pretty difficult pool. The competition is very, very high. I'm going to kick things off with Golden Boy, though.
Darn right.
I want to know your thoughts on Pioneers. I know you're feeling some type of way about this team.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I mean, we all know all the United guys like so well. They're all great people. And on top of that, too, outstanding players. But let's be honest, man, like, it's great to see new blood shining on that main stage. I've been big on the Pioneers since Raleigh. I was seeing them play. I was impressed through and through. And, you know, again, it reminds me a lot of Fnatic and, like, how this team, these 4 players, or these 8 players, are really coming into their own. And, yeah, kind of kicking that stigma of, like, oh, we're just H5 kids. No, they're here to play, and they want to win some championships.
Be honest. So the whole desk got it wrong, I'll say right now. We got to put ourselves on the spot. We thought it was going to be an United victory. I think, you know, we did go to game 5, but the desk was wrong. Did you have KCP? I have
a 100%. I believe KCP was going to win. I believe Pioneers are going to win because I just feel like what they've been able to put together as a unit, right? Like these guys, you heard it in the interview, Soul Snipe, like they stuck together. Those are the things that a lot of these players, especially the veterans, they oftentimes forget. Being able to create that cohesion and chemistry and trust in one another, those 4 players believe in each and every one of the players that are up there. And it's for that reason that, you know, there's no doubt, there's no questioning. They do the job, and they got the job done here today. Although they should have done it with a 3-0, I think that is going to be the thing that they beat themselves up with. But Pioneers are a legit squad, and everyone should fear them if they play them on that stage.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think you just can't take your foot off the gas for a second. You can't give some of these teams an inch to work with. Walshy, I feel like Pioneers are like quite an unselfish team. And I say that in terms of, you know, they are happy to put the work in where it needs to be done. And the slays coming across the board are incredible, but we're also seeing transitions from players being main slays in different maps in a series. I mean, Manny was going off there in terms of the stats in that final game, but what are you seeing in particular from your expertise about Pioneers and why potentially they're going to be a dangerous team throughout this season?
Yeah, that's a great point you highlighted with their flexibility. There are so many times where one person who's in the right position, who has the flank, is just that opportunity creator. We saw Manny just crouching at the end over in PD at the end on Street Slayer. We saw, I believe earlier with Soul Snipe, where he's just sitting by planters with the Bulldog and eventually securing that last kill. I think I may be having the name wrong on who secured the last kill. But the whole point being is that whoever's in that upmost position is kind of staying hidden, waiting to take advantage of that flank when the teammates create the opportunity. So they're not just relying on one person to make those plays. Every single member on that team can make those plays.
They can indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, this leads me on to talk about our pools, to see exactly where all of our teams are situated, because the scores are on the board, and we are starting here to form our bracket, which is super, super exciting as well. But you can see all of our 4 different pools here have had one hell of a day to get to this point here. But we also can see that all of our top seeds in our pools did manage to walk away with a clean sweep here. 3-0s all around. You know, what does that really tell you, Brov?
First of all, I think United had the I think they had a 4th seed over Pioneers.
Yes, they did.
Right? I think they did. They had a slight...
That's the only one.
It's the only one, and it went to a game 5, but still...
Actually, no, I'm sorry. And Space Station, right? Space Station had the seed over Fnatic.
Not over phase, though.
Not over phase.
Not over phase, but I know. But yeah,
not over phase. But in short, yeah, I think that it's interesting to see. First of all, very rare do you have every single pool with the same exact score line, so that it ends like this.
No ties whatsoever.
Right.
No.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I just noticed that. Wow.
Pretty remarkable. So I think what you were getting at, Lottie, though, is these pools fell largely the way that a lot of people might have expected. I think one of the big, we talked about some of the upsets there with Space Station as well as the side of KCP as well.
Yeah, and I think the fact that the Pioneers was the slight difference maker in those pools as well, I think also adds to the fact that, you know, it was very competitive. And I think Pioneers
Pioneers did such an incredible job to come out on top. There was such a clean kind of sweep in their pool play there as well. But our bracket is forming, people, and this is what is coming your way tomorrow. Of course, we do have our winners rounds happening, and we have our winners quarters for those teams that did manage to land on top in pool play. But we do have also that safety net happening, which is the elimination bracket. We got Torrent, Space Station, Oxygen, and Complexity here battling it out and hoping that they have a second chance of victory to get all the way to that elimination final. And just remember, for Sunday as well, a bracket reset needs to be done as well if you're in that elimination bracket. So you got quite a tall order there. But hey, look, you know, get some reps under your belt. We've seen it done many times before. We've seen the bracket reset happen, and it is very exciting. The Sunday it's exceptional when that does happen. But who knows? You're gonna have a lot of teams standing in your way if you want to get that done. But gentlemen, one last thing, one last bit of business, and it's not for you guys, I'm afraid. I mean, you can join in if you want, but really,
I'd love to join in.
Really, it's for you guys at home for joining us all day long. We have Twitch drops. That is right. For tuning in and for also tuning in to our co-streamers as well. You guys get your hands on a ton of stuff that is happening right now in game. You can get your hands on weapon skins, you can get your hands on skins, poses. There is so much that you can get involved in for your in-game, and you get these rewards just for watching the best Halo Infinite that there is globally, which is amazing. Yeah, and Golden Boy's doing the pose right now.
I didn't get to do it.
You didn't get to do it. So now you're going to do it.
I didn't get to do it.
Can you smile? Like,
Go
do
on.
like, yeah.
Somebody please clip that.
Yeah.
Just there it is. There's the single. There's the meme. There is the new emote. Fantastic. We love to see it.
I also want to give a special shout out to my boy Drama King Matt, professional wrestler, doing a watch stream for Halo, which is really, really cool. So
I thought it was just a random name drop from GB again, just one of those situations.
True.
But also I wanted to point out that I think that polls only works when you win the game, so maybe we could, you know.
Well, considering that I am the Big Team Battle Bonanza champion and I do have the championship belt and it is my Twitter profile picture. Suck it, Dave.
Whoa. There it is.
I'm really, really glad you put an 8th on the end of that sentence, because I really
Well, I was going to say, because his lower thirds keep saying David, so I was going to say David. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's his...
We can wrap it up.
Okay. I was waiting for Dave to let me know when I could wrap it up. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us all day long. It's been absolutely amazing. These two are going to counselling right now to get things sorted out for
Dr.
tomorrow. Dr. Brav he's off the clock. He's going home to bed.
So off the clock.
We are so excited about tomorrow. Bracket play is going to be starting. Thank you so much for joining us all day long. We're going to be on the desk talking about all of the action we have coming your way for Saturday at 11:15. Be there or be square. The action does start at 12 though as well, so if you do have work or you got breakfast plans, pop us on your phone, but make sure you're there for 12 p.m. for all of the action. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been day 1 of your HCS NA Regionals, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. Electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.